3 days ago, I was just an ordinary guy, stuck in an internet cafe. Now, I'm trapped in this brutal world, where only the strong survive. Unlike the so-called geniuses around me, I had no talent, no power, until I activated the devouring system. Ding! I swallowed a black ice snake and gained the frozen sky eyes, giving me the power to freeze anything in my sight. Then, I consumed a blazing tiger and awakened the divine flame-burning sky, setting the heavens ablaze with my fire. With every beast I devour, I grow stronger. Tomorrow, I march into the wilderness, where life and death are decided in an instant. This world sees me as weak, disposable. But they don't know the truth. I am Qiu Lingfeng. And I will devour everything to rise to the top. Xiao Yan. Third level of the Tong Mai realm. The class teacher's voice rang out, and all the students turned their envious gazes toward Xiao Yan. Do you think he's the protagonist? I, Qiu Lingfeng, sat at the back of the classroom, silently shedding tears. 3 days ago, I was in an internet cafe, and then, somehow, I found myself transported to this world where spiritual energy had revived. In this world, everything could cultivate, and humans were no exception. Warriors had awakened to fight against the increasingly powerful monsters. But warriors were rare, only 1 in 100 people could awaken. My predecessor was no exception. He was an ordinary person with no qualifications to become a warrior. Most of the students in my class were the same. In high schools here, everyone dreamed of awakening as a warrior, but the chances were slim. Xiao Yan was one of the lucky few. Not only had he awakened, but his talent was also impressive. He had reached the 3rd level of the Tong Mai realm. In our small Xingshou village, there was almost no one who could rival him. Tomorrow, you'll go on patrol with the village patrol team, in groups of 5. Form your groups freely, the class teacher said expressionlessly. This is your last chance to awaken as a warrior. Some seniors have found that facing life and death crises increases the chances of awakening. Despite the teacher's words, fear was written all over the students' faces. Going on patrol with the team was dangerous. You could die if you weren't careful, or worse, end up permanently disabled. Only a handful of people ever awakened during such crises. Most who failed died outside the village. Even if they returned, they'd be relegated to low-level jobs for the rest of their lives. Dismissed, the teacher said, leaving the classroom. Instantly, the 3 awakened warriors in the class became the most popular. Teaming up with them meant a better chance of survival. I leaned back in my chair, feeling helpless. Bang! I fell to the ground. Darn it! I forgot the chairs here don't have backrests. Lingfeng, want to join my team tomorrow? I looked up to see Zhang Yu, a short, dark-skinned guy, standing over me. Behind him were 3 others, 1 girl and 2 guys. Sure, I said without hesitation. Zhang Yu was one of the 3 warriors in our class, though he'd only awakened a few days ago and was still at the lowest level of the Tong Mai realm. Still, compared to the rest of us ordinary students, he was strong. What's with the attitude? If brother you hadn't insisted on letting you in, you'd be joining some other team and probably die, the girl behind Zhang Yu snapped. Her name was Wang Min. She was pretty, but her attitude was unbearable. Xiao Min, that's enough, Zhang Yu said, looking embarrassed. I knew Zhang Yu had a crush on Wang Min. If he hadn't awakened, she wouldn't have given him the time of day. Lingfeng, sorry about that, Zhang Yu said sheepishly. It's fine, I replied, brushing off the dust as I stood up. All I could think about was how to survive tomorrow. Even though I traveled to this world, I knew how dangerous it was, especially for someone like me with no cultivation. Let's head back, Zhang Yu said, leading Wang Min and the others out of the classroom. I packed my bag and left too. In this world, monsters had the upper hand. They cultivated faster and were stronger than humans at the same level. Humans were forced to huddle in small settlements, constantly under threat. I'll be patrolling with the team tomorrow. I should talk to Uncle Zhang before I go, I thought. My predecessor's parents had been warriors, but they died fighting monsters. Uncle Zhang, a blacksmith in the village, had been saved by them and had taken me in to repay the debt. He was also Zhang Yu's uncle, which was why Zhang Yu looked out for me. On my way home, I ran into Uncle Zhang, a big, honest-looking man. Ling Feng, done with school? He asked with a chuckle. Yeah, Uncle Zhang. I'm going on patrol with the team tomorrow, I said. So soon? His expression darkened. Little Yuezi just awakened. Should I talk to him, make sure he takes you along? No need. Zhang Yu already added me to his team, I said. That's good, Uncle Zhang nodded, but his face remained heavy. We didn't speak much that night. Before bed, Uncle Zhang brought his daughter, Zhangya, to me. Ling Feng, you're going on patrol tomorrow. There's a chance you might not come back. Your parents died saving me. I can't let your family line end. You and Xiaoya should sleep together tonight, he said bluntly. Zhangya's face turned bright red. She was 2 years older than me and had survived a patrol 2 years ago, but not without cost. Her face had been disfigured by 3 scars. Once a beauty, she'd become introverted and rarely left the house since. Uncle Zhang, what are you talking about? I said, half laughing, half embarrassed. Don't worry, I'm not going to die. No, I'm serious. You need to leave your seed before you go, Uncle Zhang insisted. Uncle Zhang, are you wishing for my death? I shook my head, trying to lighten the mood. Of course not. But you know how hard it is to awaken. Xiaoya may not be as pretty as before, but she's still, Uncle Zhang, trust me. I'll be fine, I interrupted. He sighed. It's my fault for not being able to afford the strengthening potion. If I could, I'd make you a warrior myself. The strengthening potion he mentioned was something only the rich could afford. It could turn an ordinary person into a Tonmai realm warrior without the life and death risks. For people like me, all we had were the low-quality awakening capsules the school handed out. They were a far cry from the potions, but they were all we had. Uncle Zhang, don't worry. Zhang Yu's on my team, and the patrol members are warriors too. I'll be careful, I said, trying to reassure him. But Uncle Zhang wasn't convinced. No, Xiaoya will stay with you tonight. Only then will I feel at ease. With that, he left the room, closing the door behind him. I coughed awkwardly. Sister Xiaoya, you don't have to stay. Xiaofeng, do you think I'm ugly? Zhangya asked, her voice tinged with sadness. No, of course not, I said quickly. In my predecessor's memories, he'd always had a crush on Zhangya, even after she'd been disfigured. To me, she was still beautiful, scars and all. Then why? Her voice trailed off, her face reddening. Sister Xiaoya, do you believe in me? I asked, looking her in the eyes. She avoided my gaze. Believe what? That I'll come back alive, I said firmly. As my predecessor's crush, I couldn't let her down. I had to survive, for her, for Uncle Zhang, and for myself. I can come back alive. Xiao Lingfeng patted his chest and said. But you are not even a warrior. The chance of coming back alive is really very small. Zhangya said. Sister Xiaoya, you are not a warrior either. Didn't you come back just like that? Xiao Lingfeng said. Talking about this, Zhangya looked sad. She did survive, but she was disfigured. Sister Xiaoya, please go back to your room first. I will definitely come back alive. You believe me? Xiao Lingfeng said firmly. Then you must come back intact. Zhangya nodded and said. Well, definitely. Xiao Lingfeng nodded solemnly, and then sent Zhangya out of the room. After Zhangya left, Xiao Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief and lay on the bed. If you want to survive in this world now, you must become a warrior. It's a pity that the predecessor did not become a warrior. However, his predecessor's physique was among the best among ordinary people. Although he is not a Tongmai realm warrior, he is almost there. After all, those awakening capsules taken in school can also strengthen the body. I have to report to school tomorrow, so go to bed early. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head, closed his eyes and fell asleep. That night, a similar scene was played out in the homes of many classmates, that is, leaving the seed behind before leaving. The next morning, before Qiu Lingfeng left the blacksmith shop, Zhang Dania prepared a large backpack for him, which contained food and drinking water for the next few days. At the same time, Zhang Daniu also gave Qiu Lingfeng several high-quality weapons from the blacksmith shop for self-defense. Come to school before the designated time. At this time, most of the students in the class had already arrived at the school and had already lined up. Qiu Lingfeng found his place. Zhang Yu looked at Qiu Lingfeng and said, "Lingfeng, I heard my dad say last night that you and my eldest sister are together?" The eldest sister in Zhang Yu's mouth is naturally Zhang Ya. Qiu Lingfeng was about to deny it when he heard Zhang Yu say, "Don't worry, I am a warrior now and will definitely protect you." "Brother Yu, aren't you going to protect us?" Wang Min said coquettishly towards Zhang Yu with a flattering look on her face. "Don't worry, Xiao Min, I will protect you too." Zhang Yu patted his chest and said, "Brother Yu, you are really kind." After hearing this, Wang Min hugged Zhang Yu's arm and said coquettishly with joy. There were 2 squads of 60 people following the patrol this time, of which there were only 5 warriors. The strongest one is Xiao Yan, who is in the 3rd level of Tongmai realm. The remaining 4 people, 2 are in the 2nd level of Tongmai realm, and 2 are in the 1st level of Tongmai realm. Then, the patrol team came to the school. There are a total of 24 people in the patrol team. Everyone has a blood energy in them, which is very terrifying. My name is Wang Lu. I am the captain of the Xingshou village patrol team and a 5th-level martial artist in Tongmai realm. I am responsible for the patrol you are following this time. The patrol captain spoke. 5th stage of Tongmai realm. Such cultivation caused quite a stir. Because in this small Xingshou village, the cultivation level of the 5th level of Tongmai realm is equivalent to the guardian god. Immediately, many students felt less uneasy. With such a strong person guarding me, I won't encounter much danger at all. I believe you all know the details of following the patrol. I won't go into details. You just need to follow the command. Wang Lu said coldly. He was unwilling to take these students on patrol from the beginning. There is no other reason, it's a burden. Brothers die every year protecting these students. Each 2 patrol members lead a student team. You must remember to obey the command at all times, otherwise you will definitely die outside. Wang Lu warned. After the teams were assigned, the patrol members left the village with a group of students. After crossing the wooden fence, many people felt a little uneasy in their hearts. After all, this is the first time for many people who have grown up to step outside the boundaries of Xingshou village. This patrol will take a total of 2 days. The specific tasks will be arranged by your team members. You just need to follow the instructions. Wang Lu said coldly. Qiu Lingfeng and others' team was led by Wang Lu. Another member of the patrol is at the 3rd level of Tongmai realm, named Yi Chang. With these 2 experts taking the lead, everyone felt much more at ease. Especially Wang Min, who was no longer as nervous as he was at first, let go of Zhang Yu's arm. However, Qiu Lingfeng will not let down his guard because of this. He can clearly understand it in the memory of his predecessor. Ordinary people are so powerless and weak in front of monsters. Don't be too happy. The place we patrol is on the outskirts of the most dangerous dark forest. Wang Lu looked at Qiu Lingfeng and others and said. Then, everyone left the village and headed to their respective patrol locations. Qiu Lingfeng was carrying a backpack and walking at the end of the team. Wang Min didn't have much weight to bear, and basically left it to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu is a warrior at the 1st level of Tongmai realm and can easily lift objects weighing 200 kilograms. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to help carry Wang Min's supplies. I'm so tired, Captain, can we take a break? After walking for almost an hour, Wang Min couldn't hold on anymore and cried out that he was tired. Shut up and keep walking. Wang Lu did not agree. Their mission is to patrol and check whether there are any new monsters near Xingshou village. Instead of traveling around, how can you stop and rest casually? Xiao Min, if you are tired, I will carry you. Zhang Yu ran over and said. But brother Yu, you still have to carry supplies, why not let On and Xiaofan take turns carrying me? Wang Min shook his head, seeming to be thinking about Zhang Yu. The two people she mentioned were the other two boys in the team, whose real names were Zhou Wan and Zhou Xiaofan. Okay, as long as Xiaomin doesn't get tired. Zhang Yu was a little tangled, but he really couldn't bear Wang Min's suffering, so he nodded. After getting Zhang Yu's consent, Wang Min consciously climbed onto Zhou Wen's back and threw Zhou Wen's supplies to Zhang Yu. Brother Yu, On wants to carry me on his back and has no spare time, so why don't you just take his supplies with you? Wang Min said coquettishly in a coquettish tone. It is good. Zhang Yu nodded without thinking. Xiao Lingfeng looked at this scene and didn't say much. This Wang Min was probably just using Zhang Yu and didn't like him at all. If Zhang Yu hadn't become a warrior, I'm afraid Wang Min wouldn't even pay attention to Zhang Yu. As for Zhang Yu, looking at his infatuated look, he probably won't be able to persuade him no matter how hard he tries. I just hope he can see through Wang Min next. At this time, everyone has entered the realm of the dark forest. On weekdays, some villagers will come here to take risks to collect medicine. Therefore, the patrol team must ensure that it is safe enough. The dark forest is connected to a mountain range, so the monsters in the dark forest basically come from that mountain range. Most of their strength is between the 3rd and 4th level slaves, which is very dangerous. A slave monster is equivalent to a Tongmai realm warrior. Like Tongmai realm warriors, there are 8 levels in total. Be careful when entering the dark forest. This is the most dangerous place to patrol. Wang Lu warned. Even he needs to be careful in the outskirts of the dark forest, let alone the 5 students Xiao Lingfeng. The time came to noon unknowingly. After Wang Lu found a good resting spot, he signaled for everyone to rest. Zhang Yu placed the 3 people's supplies on the ground and sat down on the ground panting tiredly. Xiao Lingfeng sat next to Zhang Yu, picked up the kettle and drank some water. Wang Min and the other 3 still looked like they were enjoying the sights and sounds, apparently because Wang Lu, a master of the 5th level of Tongmai realm, had relaxed his vigilance. Zhang Yu, don't you think Wang Min and Zhou Wan are too close? Xiao Lingfeng looked at Zhang Yu, who looked like an honest person, and finally couldn't help but speak. Xiaomin has explained that she has a very good relationship with Zhou Wan and Zhou Xiaofan since childhood, and she really likes me, otherwise she would not have agreed to me. Zhang Yu looked at Wang Min beside him and said, Have you been playing since childhood? Xiao Lingfeng glanced at Wang Min and the others. I just don't know how to play this game since childhood. I don't know how Zhang Yu fell in love with Wang Min. Anyway, Xiao Lingfeng didn't feel that Wang Min had any charm. In his opinion, even if Zhang Yu was disfigured, it would still be more disfigured than Wang Min Xiang. After simply eating some dry food and replenishing water, everyone started patrolling again. In the afternoon, it was like in the morning. Zhang Yu carried the 3 people's supplies and walked with Xiao Lingfeng. In front of the 2 of them, Wang Min was carried by Zhou Wan and Zhou Xiaofan in turns. Wang Lu and Yi Chang walked at the front, completely ignoring Xiao Lingfeng and others. Be quiet. Yi Chang turned his head and glared at the laughing Wang Min and the other 2 people, and shouted. Suddenly, the 3 of them were as silent as a cicada, not daring to say anything. Yi Chang is a warrior in the 3rd level of Tongmai realm, and they can't afford to offend him. And if you want to survive, you have to rely on others. After walking for a day, everyone had covered most of the patrol route outside the dark forest. During this period, I did not encounter any magical beasts, and there were only a few ordinary beasts. Wang Lu and Yi Chang raised their hands and solved the problem. Seeing that the sun was almost setting, everyone stopped walking. Xiao Lingfeng volunteered and together with Yi Chang, dealt with the killed beasts. When the bonfire was raised, Wang Min and the other 3 relaxed their vigilance even more. They actually sat in front of the campfire and started chatting and laughing without any sense of crisis. It really feels like an outing. Zhang Yu also smiled in agreement and sat next to Wang Min. Wan Lu began to study tomorrow's route and had no time to pay attention to Wang Min and others. Yi Cheng squatted next to Xiao Lingfeng and asked curiously, Are you Zhang Dania's son? I often see you in the blacksmith shop. No, I was adopted by him. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head and said. That's half a son. Yi Cheng nodded and said. Why don't you chat with your classmates? Yi Chang asked again. Forget it. Xiao Lingfeng glanced at Wang Min and the others. He didn't have much favorable impression of these three people. Poor Zhang Yu is still complacent about being taken advantage of. Your knife is pretty good. Yi Chang looked at the dagger in Xiao Lingfeng's hand and said in surprise. Uncle Zhang gave it to me before he left. Xiao Lingfeng said, Am I doing this right? I've only done it in survival classes at school before, and this is the first time I've handled food outside. Yi Chang took a look and saw that the boy had done a good job and was very clean. However, in order to avoid Xiao Lingfeng's pride, Yi Chang still said against his will, so. After the two finished processing the meat, they started grilling it. Yi Chang even took out various seasonings from his backpack. Isn't this meat too unpalatable? Is it so hard? Wang Min chewed a mouthful of meat and said with some disgust. You don't have to eat it if it tastes bad. Just go back to your biscuits. Xiao Lingfeng would not spoil Wang Min, he said. By the end of the day, his favorable impression of Wang Min and the others had dropped to 0. The patrol, which was a matter of life and death, was treated as an outing for these people. Do you really not know how to write the word death? What's your attitude? Didn't I just complain? Why are you so mean? Wang Min glanced at Xiao Lingfeng and her tone was a little softer. In the class, Xiao Lingfeng's strength was only lower than that of a few warriors. That's right, Xiao Lingfeng, why do you have such a small belly? Why are you arguing with Xiao Min? Can't we complain that the meat tastes bad when we come out? Zhou Wen said from the side. Forget it, Ling Feng, don't argue with Xiao Min. Zhang Yu whispered beside Xiao Lingfeng. All right. When Zhang Yu spoke, Xiao Lingfeng did not continue to argue. But he still felt very uncomfortable. He and Yi Chang worked hard to get food and thought about improving the food, but they were even disliked. After dinner, the assignment of vigil tasks began. Wang Lu and Yi Chang each stayed on guard for 2 hours, and Xiao Lingfeng and other students stayed on guard for 1 hour each. The night vigil mission was pretty easy. You only need to be alert to see if there are any wild beasts or monsters approaching nearby, and ensure that the bonfire does not go out. Unexpectedly, Wang Min was not happy anymore. She held Zhang Yu's hand and asked the latter to guard the post for her for an hour. Zhang Yu didn't know how to refuse, so he nodded in agreement. This woman. Xiao Lingfeng looked at Wang Min. Anyone can see that Wang Min doesn't really like Zhang Yu. If Zhang Yu hadn't awakened as a warrior, he could have ensured her safety to a certain extent during patrol missions. I'm afraid Wang Min won't even pay attention to Zhang Yu. It's a pity that Zhang Yu himself didn't realize this and still cherished this hard-won relationship. Afterwards, everyone began to rest. Because the journey tomorrow will be more rugged, it will consume more energy. As the moonlight gradually faded, the temperature also dropped little by little, and the chill was invading the entire dark forest. In the huge dark forest, there is only a little warmth beside a campfire. Salsa. The wind picked up the leaves and made a rustling sound. Yi Chang sat by the campfire, whittling a short stick with a dagger to pass the time. Rustling. There was a rustling sound. Yi Chang's eyes focused on that side. Dark clouds blocked the moonlight, making it difficult to see the scene clearly. Yi Chang glanced at the people who were still resting and walked towards that place. However, before taking 2 steps, he noticed a fatal chill. No! There is a monster! Yi Chang shouted hurriedly. Suddenly, everyone was awakened. Wang Lu reacted quickly and picked up the weapon. Base. The next moment, a large snake half a foot thick sprang out from the bushes not far in front of Yi Chang and bit Yi Chang. Wang Lu had sharp eyes and quick hands, and slashed out with 1 strike. Clang! Before the big snake could bite Zhong Yecheng, he slashed at the snake's neck. Clang! A spark shot out. The figure of the big snake flew out and landed on the ground. At this time, everyone could clearly see the appearance of the big snake. The body is half a foot thick and 2 meters long, with gleaming ice blue scales. There is also a dark blue vertical diamond pattern on his forehead. The big snake was knocked to the ground and looked at Wang Lu with cold eyes. As for Wang Min and others, they were too scared to say a word. Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but tighten the dagger in his hand. This was the first time he saw a monster. This is the black ice snake, which is at least as strong as a 4th level slave. Wang Lu said. Even if he is at the 5th level of Tongmai realm, he still needs to be careful when facing 4th level slaves. 4th level slave? Wang Min and others were shocked. Wang Min no longer cared about anything else, hugged Zhang Yu's hand tightly and said, "Brother Yu, you will protect me, right?" After learning that this black ice snake turned out to be a 4th level slave, Zhang Yu felt frightened. He was just a warrior at the level of Tongmai realm, okay? However, after being asked this question by Wang Min, Zhang Yu could only bravely nod and said, "Of course." After receiving the guarantee, Wang Min's face lit up and he said, "Brother Yu, you are so kind." Zhou Wen and Zhou Xiaofan also hid behind Zhang Yu. What is the use of Zhang Yu, a 1st level martial artist in Tongmai realm, when facing a 4th level slave? You guys should be careful, we don't have time to protect you. Yi Chang reminded him. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianbing Snake launched another attack. But this time, the black ice snake didn't pounce on anyone, but stood up halfway. Its eyes fell on Xiao Lingfeng and the others. It can naturally see that Xiao Lingfeng and the others are just ordinary people and pose no threat at all. Hiss, the black ice snake spit out the letter, and the diamond-shaped lines on its forehead began to glow. Martial skills mountain splitting. Yi Chang shouted loudly and slashed out at the black ice snake. Bang! A layer of frost shield suddenly appeared in front of Xianbing Snake, blocking Yi Chang's attack. Wang Lu also raised his sword and killed the black ice snake from the other side. Thick ice armor appeared on the body of the black ice snake, and then it crashed towards Wang Lu. Clang! Wang Lu's knife fell on the black ice snake without causing any damage. The black ice snake hit Wang Lu hard in the abdomen, knocking him away. Wang Lu's face turned rosy, he flipped and landed on the ground, holding his stomach and looking very uncomfortable. The black ice snake and Wang Lu Yi Chang were fighting together. The black ice snake's breath was filled with terrifying cold air. If you were not careful, you would be injured. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, the Xianbing snake was killed by Wang Lu with a single blow. At the moment when Xianbing snake was killed by Wang Lu, a voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Lingfeng's mind. Ding dong, the system has detected a dying monster nearby, which meets the system activation conditions, and the swallowing system is activated. Ding dong, the system has detected a dying monster nearby. Does the host choose to devour it? There was an emotionless mechanical sound. Finally come. When he heard the voice in his head, Xiao Lingfeng was so excited that he could hardly speak. Originally, Xiao Lingfeng thought that after he traveled to this world, he didn't have any golden fingers attached to him. Now it seems that it just doesn't meet the activation conditions. Swallow. Without any hesitation, Xiao Lingfeng chose to devour. Ding dong, the host is devouring the 4th level slave monster black ice snake. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magical talent, Frozen Sky Eyes. Congratulations to the host for his promotion to the 3rd level of Tongmai realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40 devouring points. Ding dong, the host has received a swallowing gift package. Do you want to open it? Fall with the sound of the system. The aura of the black ice snake's corpse instantly weakened, and its scales became dull. Captain, this black ice snake seems to be weird, and its essence has almost disappeared. Yi Cheng walked over to check the body of the black ice snake, and found something abnormal about the body of the black ice snake, and said, "The bodies of Warcraft can be sold for a good price, and some Warcraft even contain magic cores within their bodies, making them even more precious. But right now, the corpse of the Warcraft black ice snake has strangely lost all its essence." This made Yi Cheng Bai puzzled. It really is. Wang Lu walked over, checked it, and frowned. Xiao Lingfeng simply pretended not to know anything at this time. He would not foolishly say that this matter had something to do with him. But Wang Lu and Yi Cheng fought with Xianbing Snake, and finally he got the advantage. He still felt sorry for the two of them. Don't worry about this. Let's take the time to rest. This time we will leave 2 people to watch the night. Wang Lu said. This time, Xiao Lingfeng volunteered to stay up all night, in order to better understand his golden finger, the devouring system. Standing vigil with him was Yi Chang. Seeing that the others were almost asleep, Xiao Lingfeng focused on the system. The devouring system, as the name suggests, relies on devouring to gain strength. Just now, Xiao Lingfeng swallowed the black ice snake, and his cultivation level broke through to the 3rd level of Tongmai Realm in one fell swoop, and he was on the same level as Yi Chang. He even got the magical gift of frozen sky eyes. Supernatural talent. Most Warcraft have magical talents. But as for the human race, only a very small number of warriors can understand it. The offensive methods of warriors are basically martial arts. The effect of frozen sky eyes is also very powerful. It allows Xiao Lingfeng to freeze fellow cultivators as targets for 3 seconds. The freezing time for targets with other cultivation levels is inversely proportional to their strength. It's a very good trump card magical power. Don't look at it as just 3 seconds, sometimes these 3 seconds can affect the entire battle. In addition, Xiao Lingfeng also received a swallowing gift package. According to the system description, this is the first time Xiao Lingfeng has swallowed the gift pack of World of Warcraft rewards, and it is considered a novice gift pack. Without hesitation, Xiao Lingfeng chose to open it. Ding dong, the host opens the devouring gift package. Congratulations to the host for opening the property panel, portable space, and system mall. Okay? Is this gone? Xiao Lingfeng waited for a while and found that there was no other movement. He couldn't help complaining. Co-authoring this gift package is to open the portable space and system mall. Why did he think there was some peerless magical power or something in it? The portable space is an extra-dimensional space of 100 cubic meters that can be used to store items. There are all kinds of items in the system mall, and the currency used is devouring point. At present, Xiao Lingfeng only has devouring points, so he can't buy anything at all. As for the properties panel. Host, Xiao Lingfeng cultivation level, 3rd stage of Tongmai Realm skills, non-martial arts, non-supernatural talent, frozen sky eyes devour points, 40 fusion opportunities, 0, there's nothing much to explore in this properties panel either. It's inexplicable. Xiao Lingfeng suddenly felt that his system seemed a bit flawed? A swallowing gift package that gives you these basic functions? No matter how you look at it, it looks like a fake and shoddy system. Lingfeng, it's almost time. You should go and rest first. You students are not warriors. Tomorrow's journey will be more rugged. Only after you have a good rest will you have the energy to patrol. Yi Chang said next to Xiao Lingfeng. His favorable opinion of Xiao Lingfeng is obviously higher than that of Wang Min and others. How can this be done? What if another monster comes? Xiao Lingfeng shook his head. Don't worry too much. There shouldn't be another monster around here in a short time. Yi Chang shook his head and said. As Xiao Lingfeng rested, Yi Chang also woke up Zhou Wan and Zhou Xiaofan to keep vigil. These 2 people were obviously unwilling, but it was hard to show it. In the early morning, everyone simply washed up, ate some leftover barbecue from last night, and then set out on patrol again. Today's journey was exactly as Yi Chang said. It's not as easy to walk as yesterday, it's very steep and rugged. If Xiao Lingfeng wasn't already a 3rd-level martial artist in the Tongmai realm, it would be difficult to walk. Even Zhang Yu, a warrior at the 1st level of Tongmai realm, found it very difficult to walk. What's more, he also brought Wang Min's supplies. Today, Wang Min didn't dare to let Zhou Wan and Zhou Xiaofan carry her. Because I'm afraid of falling. So Zhang Yu has lost a lot of weight today. How long do we have until we can leave this hellish place? Today, Wang Min's fair and tender face was scratched a lot by branches and leaves, and she said dissatisfiedly. There are still 20% of the distance left. After patrolling this line, we can return to Xingmori village from the other side of the dark forest. Yi Chang said. As soon as they heard this, Wang Min and the other 3 began to get excited. I can finally get out of this hellish place. But in retrospect, the dark forest is not as dangerous as rumored. Apart from the black ice snake we encountered last night, there weren't many threats. Little did they know that if it weren't for Wang Lu and Yi Chang, a random beast in the dark forest could kill the three of them. It can be said that although the dark forest is the most dangerous place, because Wang Lu and Yi Chang are powerful, this trip does not seem to be very dangerous. Of course, the one who gained the most from this trip was Qiu Lingfeng. The devouring system has been activated, and his cultivation has broken through the third stage of Tongmai realm. Officially became a warrior. There are a total of 8 levels of Tongmai realm warriors. Each level of cultivation will open up a main meridian in the body and increase one's own strength by 200 kilograms. When you get back, try to find a martial arts skill to practice. Qiu Lingfeng is very aware of his own caliber. Even though he has a third level cultivation in Tongmai realm, in fact, his attack methods have not improved much. Although he has a magical talent, the properties of Frozen Sky Eyes destined it to be only an auxiliary skill. If you want to improve your offensive ability, you still have to practice martial arts diligently. Finally, everyone came to a slightly easier place to walk. Wang Min and the others were out of breath from exhaustion, and even Zhang Yu couldn't hold on any longer. However, Qiu Lingfeng's aura was as usual, which made Yi Chang and Wang Lu look at Qiu Lingfeng curiously. "You kid, have you awakened as a warrior?" Wang Lu said curiously. "If a student can awaken as a warrior during the patrol, it will be a good thing for the entire village." "What? Qiu Lingfeng has awakened as a warrior?" Wang Min and the other three were shocked when they heard this and looked at Qiu Lingfeng in disbelief. No, but I think it's soon, right?" Qiu Lingfeng scratched his nose and said. He hasn't figured out how to explain why he suddenly became a third-level warrior in Tongmai realm. In order to prevent Wang Lu from associating yesterday's incident with the Xin Bing snake to himself, Qiu Lingfeng could only pretend to have no cultivation. "Well, indeed, your physique is about the same. Now you are probably only one chance away from awakening." Wang Lu thought for a while and said. "The most dangerous place is ahead. You must follow our footsteps closely. Don't lose us, otherwise you will definitely die." Wang Lu looked solemn and said very seriously. The terrain gradually opens up, and the tall trees are gradually replaced by low shrubs. The number of wild beasts that everyone encountered gradually increased. We even encountered a few first-order slave monsters. At this time, Wang Min and the other three were so frightened that they could not move forward. Their faces turned pale and they no longer dared to move forward. "What do you mean?" Qiu Lingfeng frowned and looked at Wang Min and the others, and asked speechlessly. "Can we take a break?" Wang Min didn't know why, but he always felt that the pressure he faced against Qiu Lingfeng today was much greater than yesterday. "I only dared to speak in a low voice in front of him. If you don't want to die, just follow, we won't wait for you." Yi Chang was also annoyed by Wang Min's coquettishness and said. "When we go out on patrol, do we really think of it as an outing? If you are not careful, you will die. Is this a place where you can rest whenever you want? Xiao Min, let me carry you." Zhang Yu ran over and said. "Okay." Wang Min glanced at Zhou Wan and Zhou Xiaofan. The two of them were extremely tired, and nodded with a slight frown. "Only." Zhang Yu carried her on his back. Who would bring the supplies? "You can't leave it to Zhou Wan and Zhou Xiaofan, right?" "I will carry Zhang Yu's bag, Zhou Wan and Zhou Xiaofan, you two will share Wang Min's bag equally." Qiu Lingfeng walked over and picked up Zhang Yu's bag. He is now a third-level martial artist in the Tongmai realm, and this weight is almost negligible. Zhou Wan and Zhou Xiaofan looked at each other, divided Wang Min's things, and carried them on his back. "Lingfeng, you have a lot of stuff in your bag, why don't you give me some?" Yi Chang came over and said. "Brother Chang, you and the captain are both the main fighting force. Conserving your physical strength is the most important thing." Qiu Lingfeng shook his head and refused. When Yi Chang saw Qiu Lingfeng's refusal, he didn't force it. As soon as Qiu Lingfeng finished speaking, a hole suddenly opened in the soil next to him, and then a black shadow swept towards Qiu Lingfeng's head. "Careful!" Seeing this, Yi Chang hurriedly punched. Bang! Yi Chang punched the black shadow, and the black shadow immediately flew out and landed on the ground. The original appearance appeared, that of a khaki long-tailed mouse. The long-tailed mouse is about 2 feet long, with khaki hair, scary red eyes, and very strong front paws. Escape rat? After Yi Chang saw the long-tailed mouse clearly, his pupils shrank. No, everyone be on alert. There is a nest of gopher rats nearby. Wang Lu's expression suddenly changed and he said, although the escape rats are only first to second-order slave monsters, they are social monsters. Often the appearance of one escape rat means that there are at least 10 escape rats nearby. Wow! Brother you have to protect me. When Wang Min saw the monster, he hugged Zhang Yu tightly and shouted, Brother you have to protect us too. Zhou Wen and Zhou Xiaofan also ran to Zhang Yu and hid behind him. Xiu Lingfeng looked at Wang Min and the others and couldn't help but feel very angry. These 3 people are really pig teammates. With Zhang Yu blocked like this, it's strange that Zhang Yu can use his fists and kicks. Are all those courses you took at school in vain? Don't block Zhang Yu, stay away. Xiu Lingfeng said. Then he put down his backpack and took out the dagger from his waist. Xiu Lingfeng became alert. He is now a 3rd-level martial artist in the Tongmai realm, and it will not be a problem to deal with 1 or 2 escape rats. Zhou Wen and Zhou Xiaofan, are you 2 men anymore? Take Wang Min and get out of the way. Don't get in the way. Seeing that Wang Min was unmoved, Xiu Lingfeng couldn't help but yelled. Wang Min and the other 3 trembled, and obediently stepped aside, finally leaving Zhang Yu room to take action. Base. A black shadow suddenly shot out from the soil in front of Xiu Lingfeng and headed towards Xiu Lingfeng's shoulder. Puff! Xiu Lingfeng had quick eyes and quick hands, and stabbed the black shadow fiercely with the dagger. Suddenly, there was the sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh. Xiu Lingfeng's dagger pierced the belly of the escaping rat directly. Squeak, however, the escaping rat was not completely dead yet, and its 2 huge front paws clawed at Xiu Lingfeng's arm. Die! Before Xiu Lingfeng could catch him, Xiu Lingfeng threw him to the ground. Then he stepped hard on the head of the mole. Bang! The gopher's head exploded instantly, and blood collapsed all over the floor. Xiu Lingfeng's predecessor parents were both warriors, and they both died at the mouth of monsters. Because of the influence of his predecessor, Xiu Lingfeng naturally hated Warcraft extremely much. What's more, Xiu Lingfeng's memory still contains many cruel scenes of monsters devouring humans. When Wang Min and the other 3 saw this scene, they couldn't help but turn pale. It's so disgusting. What? At this time, Zhang Yuna heard a cry of pain. Xiu Lingfeng turned around and saw that Zhang Yu's left hand had been torn open by a gopher, and blood was flowing out. As soon as Zhang Yu was injured, the escaping gopher lurking underground instantly found his target. Boom, boom, boom. 3 sounds of breaking earth sounded, and 3 black figures headed towards Zhang Yu from different directions. At this time, it was already too late to rush to Zhang Yu. It was obvious that Zhang Yu was bound to die. Wang Lu and Yi Chang wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Zhang Yu. Xiu Lingfeng's pupils shrank. Frozen sky eyes. Without any reservation, Xiu Lingfeng used his innate magical power. A diamond-shaped pattern suddenly appeared in the center of Xiu Lingfeng's eyebrows, and then a beam of cold light passed by. As soon as the cold light shone, the 3 ground rats and Zhang Yu instantly turned into ice sculptures, and the 3 ground rats fell to the ground. Xiu Lingfeng hurried over and killed the 3 escape rats. Then he looked at Zhang Yu. After about 10 seconds, the ice on Zhang Yu's body began to melt. Sneeze. Zhang Yu sneezed and shivered with cold. What happened? Zhang Yu looked at Xiu Lingfeng puzzled and asked. He thought he was dead just now, but he saw that Xiu Lingfeng had used some unknown method to turn him and the 3 escape rats into ice sculptures. At this time, all the other escaping rats were eliminated by Wang Lu and Yi Chang. There were a total of 11 escape rats, and Xiu Lingfeng took care of 4 of them by himself. Then, a feeling of exhaustion came to Xiu Lingfeng's mind, and at the same time, he also felt his brain tingling. It's obviously a side effect of using the frozen sky eyes. Lingfeng, was that your innate magical power just now? Yi Chang asked incredulously. I don't know. I was about to die when I saw Zhang Yu, and then a cold light burst out from his forehead, freezing the 3 escape rats. Xiao Lingfeng could only pretend to be stupid. You have awakened as a warrior, and you have mastered your innate magical powers. Wang Lu's eyes lit up and he said in surprise. Is it? Xiao Lingfeng asked, pretending to be confused. Am I already a warrior? Of course. It is said that only a very small number of human warriors can master the innate magical power. I didn't expect that Lingfeng would suddenly master such a terrifying innate magical power, and you could also freeze the enemy. Wang Lu nodded. Wang Min and the other 3 also looked at Xiao Lingfeng in disbelief. They never thought that Xiao Lingfeng would become a warrior and master the innate magical power in such a blink of an eye. This is much better than Xiao Yan. Cultivation can be improved, but talents and magical powers cannot be possessed just because you want them. Wang Lu and Yi Chang recovered the previous parts of the escape rat. When the time comes, you can still sell it for a lot of money when you return to the village. There was even a demonic beast that exploded with a magic core. The value of the magic core is even higher, because it can be used to refine elixirs and weapons to form formations. Xiao Lingfeng treated Zhang Yu's wounds. Although it is not fatal, it also affects Zhang Yu's combat effectiveness in the future. You have to be extra careful next time. Wang Lu said, especially Lingfeng, you must ensure your own safety. Warriors with innate magical powers have an unlimited future. We can't die in this small dark forest. Well, I'll be careful. Xiao Lingfeng smiled gently and nodded. Lingfeng, can you still use your magical talent? Wang Lu asked. I don't know, but that magical talent still consumes a lot of money on me. Now my head is still a little tingly, painful, and swollen. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head. He could feel that he would be exhausted if he could use his magical talent only once more. He is only at the 3rd level of Tongmai realm, which is still too low. At present, it is not possible to use magical talents as desired. This time, Xiao Lingfeng did not choose to devour the escape rat. He was really afraid that Wang Lu and others would think that what happened last night was related to him. It's better not to expose the fact that you are pregnant with the system. It's a pity that these 3 gopher rats are all frozen, and there is nothing left to take. Wang Lu glanced at the 3 escape rats on the ground inside. These 3 escaping rats are the escaping rats that were hit by the frozen sky eyes. System, can I swallow those 3 escaping rats? Xiao Lingfeng's eyes lit up and he asked. Ding dong, the host devoured the body of the escape rat X3. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 2nd-level Earth-type slave demon core. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magical talent, Giant Claw. Congratulations to the host for his promotion to the 4th level of Tongmai realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40 devouring points. It seems that the system doesn't care about this. Because the corpses of the 3 ground rats were frozen, no one noticed that Xiao Lingfeng devoured the 3 ground rats. Giant Claw increases the strength of the host's arms 3 times for 5 seconds. This magical talent is really useful. Xiao Lingfeng said in surprise. Increase the strength of both arms by 3 times for 5 seconds. At present, his cultivation level is at the 4th level of Tongmai realm, with a strength of kilograms. After tripled, he will be stronger than the 8th level warrior of Tongmai realm. In other words, after using this magical talent, he can already fight with an 8th level Tongmai realm warrior. It's very strange here. When I patrolled here before, this nest of escaping rats obviously just migrated here. Wang Lu said. Not only that, but the same goes for the black ice snake last night. Logically speaking, such a powerful monster shouldn't appear in that place. Yi Chang nodded and said. There's something weird about it all. Wang Lu said, then looked into the distance and continued, Yi Chang, you patrol according to the original route, I will go to other places. Captain, this is too dangerous. Yi Chang's expression changed and he said. You take the students back first. I won't be a burden if I go alone. After Wang Lu finished speaking, he threw the fur and teeth from the gopher to Yi Chang and said, Bring these things back for me too. After that, Wang Lu left alone. Let's go. Yi Chang glanced helplessly at Wang Lu's disappearing figure and said, Captain, will he be okay? Xiao Lingfeng said worriedly. The captain is a 5th-level warrior in the Tongmai realm. As long as he doesn't encounter a 6th-level slave monster, there will basically be no problem. And there has never been a 6th-order slave monster in the Dark Forest. Yi Chang said. In the remaining distance, everyone encountered 2 2nd-level slave monsters. However, they were all easily solved by Qiu Lingfeng and Yi Chang. How strong is your strength? Yi Chang couldn't help but asked curiously. I don't know. I've become so powerful since I awakened my magical talent. Qiu Lingfeng pretended to be stupid and said, perhaps it's because of my talent for awakening supernatural powers that I have a good level of cultivation? Well, that's the only way to explain it. After all, no one in Xingqiu village has ever awakened a magical talent before. Yi Chang nodded. At the same time, he also envied Qiu Lingfeng from the bottom of his heart. He worked hard to patrol and practiced hard, but he could only reach the 3rd level of Tongmai realm. After Qiu Lingfeng suddenly awakened, his cultivation was no weaker than him, and he also had magical talents. It really makes people envious and jealous. After leaving the Dark Forest, everyone moved much faster. The few people finally returned to Xingqiu village before the sun went down. At this time, many team members were already waiting there. There were 60 students who went out on patrol, but when they came back, only a dozen or so were left, among whom 6 warriors were awakened. Other teams are not as lucky as Qiu Lingfeng's team. Among all the members, only one Zhang Yu was slightly injured. Brother Chang, where is the captain? A member of the patrol team asked, not noticing Wang Lu. Yi Chang then told Wang Lu about exploring the Dark Forest. It's really too risky for the captain to do this. Yes, but with his strength, he shouldn't encounter any accidents, right? I'm not sure. The monsters in our patrol areas are generally much stronger this time, a group of patrol members were discussing. A group of students went back to school to report the incident. When Yi Chang said that Qiu Lingfeng had awakened as a warrior and had mastered magical talents, everyone's eyes were fixed on Qiu Lingfeng. Jealous. Qiu Lingfeng couldn't afford this kind of treatment. After the meeting, he trotted back to the blacksmith shop. Clang clang, there was a banging sound in the blacksmith shop. Zhang Daniu was baring his arms and wielding a sledgehammer. There is an unwritten rule in Xingqiu village. Students on patrol are not allowed to pick them up when they come back. They have to wait for the students to come back on their own. This is also to prevent some parents from making unreasonable troubles and blaming the patrol members. After all, the patrol team members can only choose their own safety between their own safety and the safety of the students. Because students are related to a family, and patrol members are related to the entire village. Uncle Zhang, I'm back. Without shouting, Qiu Lingfeng stepped into the shop as usual and said. Clang, the sound of hammering suddenly stopped. Zhang Dania turned his head and looked at Qiu Lingfeng, his eyes full of surprise. Lingfeng, are you back? Are you not injured? Zhang Dania ran to Qiu Lingfeng, took off his backpack, and began to look at Qiu Lingfeng's body, fearing that he was injured. I'm not injured. By the way, Uncle Zhang, I'm a warrior now. Qiu Lingfeng said, dumbfounded. What did you say? Are you a warrior? Zhang Dania said with a shocked look on his face, suspecting that he heard wrongly. Yes, Uncle Zhang, I am already a warrior. Qiu Lingfeng scratched his nose and smiled. Really? Zhang Dania still couldn't believe it. In his opinion, Qiu Lingfeng's safe return was the best thing. Unexpectedly, Qiu Lingfeng awakened and became a warrior. If you don't believe it, you can hear it from Zhang Yu later. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged. The Tongmai realm warrior is only dredging the main meridians in the body used for cultivation. Each time a main meridian is opened, the strength will increase by 200 kilograms. Unless they are warriors above Tongmai realm warriors cannot judge each other's cultivation level. Zhang Daniu nodded. Qiu Lingfeng would not joke about becoming a warrior. It would be best if he could become a warrior. If you can't, that's okay. Because as long as you can live, it is more important than anything else. Xiaoya, Lingfeng is back. Zhang Dania shouted towards the room. Then, Zhang Dania looked at Xiao Lingfeng, laughed and said, "Uncle, go buy some wine and food. You can drink some with me tonight. It is good." Xiao Lingfeng smiled and nodded, but pointed at the still burning iron and continued, "But Uncle Zhang, can you go away now? Leave it to me to buy wine and meat." "Well, then go ahead." Zhang Danio nodded. Xiao Lingfeng took the money and ran to the canteen. As soon as he left, Zhangya walked out. "Dad, didn't you say that Lingfeng is back? Where has he gone?" Zhangya looked around and didn't find Xiao Lingfeng. She thought Zhang Dania was joking with her, so she asked with a blushing face. "He went to buy wine." Zhang Dania pressed his lips to the backpack on the ground and said, "Help him take the bag in." "Dad, you asked Lingfeng to buy wine just after he came back? Are you really not afraid of tiring him?" Zhangya said in a reproachful tone. "Xiaoya, you haven't married yet, why are you talking for Lingfeng? Why are you feeling distressed?" Zhang Dania laughed and joked. In Zhang Dania's view, Zhangya and Xiao Lingfeng had done something the night before. "Dad, what are you talking about? I don't want to care about you anymore." Zhangya's face turned redder. She picked up her backpack and put it back in Xiao Lingfeng's room. On his way to buy wine, Xiao Lingfeng happened to meet several classmates in his class. They were not so lucky. One broke his leg and the other lost half of his arm. After a brief exchange of greetings, Xiao Lingfeng left. The content is nothing more than envy of Xiao Lingfeng for becoming a warrior and awakening his magical talent. In 3 days, people from Jinlan City will come. Xiao Lingfeng also thought of this incident when he was chatting with those people. Every year, Jinlan City above Xingshou village would send people over to select students with suitable talents to practice in the city. There is no doubt that this is the only opportunity in the lives of the villagers of Xingshou village to fly up a branch and become a phoenix. Living in a town means stability, strong city walls and complete infrastructure. Many people in the village yearn for life in towns. After buying wine and snacks, Xiao Lingfeng returned to the blacksmith shop. As he expected, Zhang Yu's father, Zhang Daiyu, ran over and chatted with Zhang Daniu about the patrol. Seeing Xiao Lingfeng coming back, Zhang Daiyu suddenly became excited and said, "Lingfeng, I really want to thank you. Etsuko told me that if you hadn't saved him at the critical moment, he would have died. Uncle Daiyu, this is what I should do." Xiao Lingfeng shook his head and said. After talking to Zhang Daiyu for a few words, Xiao Lingfeng entered the kitchen with the things he bought. At this time, Zhangya was busy in the kitchen. "Sister Xiaoya, I'm back." Xiao Lingfeng walked behind Zhangya and said with a smile. Click. The knife in Zhangya's hand stopped. "Lingfeng, are you not injured?" Zhangya turned around and looked at Xiao Lingfeng worriedly. "No, I'm fine." Xiao Lingfeng turned around in front of Zhangya and said, "Sister Xiaoya, I told you that I can come back safely, and I am still a warrior now. Are you relieved now?" Xiao Lingfeng smiled. "It's fine." Zhangya hugged Xiao Lingfeng and said excitedly while crying, "Lingfeng, do you know that I can't sleep at all these 2 nights? Every time I close my eyes, I see you being killed by a monster." Xiao Lingfeng patted Zhangya on the back and said, "Okay, Sister Xiaoya, am I okay? Why are you still crying?" "I'm happy." Zhangya wiped her tears and said, "Lingfeng, what else do you want to eat? I'll buy it again." Xiao Lingfeng glanced at the full kitchen. "Good guy, today's food is more abundant than the Chinese New Year. Sister Xiaoya, there are so many dishes here, there is no need to buy any more." Xiao Lingfeng said. "Well, then you go out and wait." Zhangya nodded and said, "It is good." Xiao Lingfeng nodded and left the kitchen. After that, Xiao Lingfeng returned to the room and began to sort out the gains of the past 2 days. In the portable space of his system, there is also a second-level Earth-type slave monster core. This is a valuable thing. According to the market price, it can be sold for about 1 yuan. This is enough to purchase 10 awakening capsules. If you have a chance in the future, sell the magic core. Xiao Lingfeng thought. However, the idea just came to him. I heard a sound coming from the system. Ding dong, does the host swallow the magic core? Can the magic core be swallowed? Xiao Lingfeng asked in surprise. Ding dong, yes, because the magic core can be regarded as an aggregate of energy, but the energy is very violent and cannot be absorbed directly. However, the devouring system can ignore this and directly increase the host's cultivation level. In that case, just swallow it for me. Xiao Lingfeng said. In this world, strength is always more valuable than money. Ding dong, the host swallows the second-level Earth-type slave demon core. As the system fell down, the magic core in Xiao Lingfeng's personal space disappeared. Then, Xiao Lingfeng felt a strange flow of air passing through the meridians of his body, and then hit hard on a main meridian. Only 1/10 of this main meridian has been opened. But thinking about it, this is just a second-level slave demon core. He is now a 4th-level martial artist in the Tonmai realm. For him, the improvement of this magic core is naturally not great. It seems that if you increase your cultivation level in the future, you can not only devour magical beasts, but you can also directly devour magic cores to increase your cultivation level. Xiao Lingfeng's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. In this way, he can improve his cultivation much faster than others. If others want to use the magic core to increase their cultivation, they still need to refine it, so he can just use the devouring system to devour it. Not long after, Zhangya called Xiao Lingfeng to eat. Just as he thought, today's dishes are much richer than those during the Chinese New Year. Xiao Lingfeng knew that Zhangya had been preparing these foods this morning to celebrate his safe return. If he hadn't come back, tonight's meal would probably have a different meaning. As a 4th-level martial artist in the Tonmai realm, Xiao Lingfeng was much stronger, but he also ate much more, so he didn't waste any of it. In Xingmori village, there is no entertainment at night. So drinking and bragging is the best way to pass the time. In addition, Uncle Zhang also has a lot to say to Xiao Lingfeng today. After the two of them finished eating, they drank wine and chatted. Dad, both you and Lingfeng should drink less. Zhangya said while clearing the table. I know. Zhang Dainio nodded and waved his hand impatiently. In a few days, Jinlan City will come to select people to practice in the city, right? Zhang Dainio asked. Well, there are still 3 days. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. You have to give your parents credit and go to Jinlan City. Zhang Dainio drank wine and said. Uncle Zhang, it will be difficult for me to come out after entering Jinlan City. Xiao Lingfeng shrugged. He has a devouring system, and in his opinion, it is okay even if he is not cultivating within the forces of Jinlan City. He really didn't want to let go of Zhang Dainio and Zhangya. All the worries about my predecessor are here. Although life in Jinlan City represents stability, is it not a shackles? People in the city don't just leave the city when they want to. Without a certain level of cultivation, they can't even step out of the city gate. And if you want to step out of the city gate, you must have the cultivation level of the 1st level of Taoist spirit. Xingshou village doesn't even have a 6th level warrior in the Tonmai realm, let alone a super strong person in the Dao spirit realm. The Dao spirit realm is a realm above the Tonmai realm. It is still too far away for Xiao Lingfeng now. This is also, Zhang Dainio frowned and murmured, I don't care, it's just Xiaoya, Uncle Zhang, let's not talk about this for now. I don't know if I can be selected yet. Xiao Lingfeng chuckled and said, come on, do one. In the end, Xiao Lingfeng felt dizzy and uncomfortable. I told you not to drink too much, but you drank so much with my dad. Now you know it was wrong, right? Zhangya came over and said reproachfully, drink the sobering tea. Oh, Xiao Lingfeng drank up the tea in a few gulps. Okay. Still dizzy, nauseous and want to vomit. After going to the toilet, Xiao Lingfeng fell asleep. There is no way, he has to go to school tomorrow. Early the next morning, Xiao Lingfeng went to school after breakfast. When I came to the class, many people were already in their seats. As for those who didn't come, it didn't take much to figure out that they stayed at the patrol spot forever. Zhang Yu, is your hand okay? Xiao Lingfeng looked at Zhang Yu's tightly wrapped hands and asked with concern. It's okay, thank you, Ling Feng, if it weren't for you, I would be dead now. Zhang Yu smiled naively and said. Why are you thanking me? You should be lucky that you are lucky. Xiao Lingfeng shrugged and said. I heard that you have awakened your magical talent? Xiao Yan came over, looked at Xiao Lingfeng and said. It's just luck. Xiao Lingfeng replied. What level of cultivation are you at now? My level of cultivation is already at the 4th level of Tongmai realm. In the competition the day after tomorrow, even if you have magical talents, you cannot be my opponent. Xiao Yan said proudly. It turned out that Xiao Yan was here to issue a challenge to himself. Then wait and see. Xiao Lingfeng shrugged. He didn't have much intention of fighting Xiao Yan. Just by hearing the name, you know that you will do great things in the future. Maybe many years later, Xiao Lingfeng would still have to hold his thigh. Not long after, the head teacher came to the class. Dear students, although the principal already said these things at the assembly yesterday, I feel it is necessary to repeat them here. The head teacher patted the podium and said, the day after tomorrow, Jinlan City will send people over to our school to recruit qualified students to enter the power training in Jinlan City. Especially the few students who have awakened to become warriors must try their best. This is the only time it is so easy for you. An opportunity to enter the city to practice. Especially you, Ling Feng, not only have you become a warrior, you also have the magical talent of the ice system. Remember not to be proud. Although you are the only warrior with magical talent in our Xingshou village, the situation is different in Jinlan City. It is rumored that the young geniuses in the city, at your age, have begun to prepare to break through to the Taoist realm. Taoist realm. This realm is still very far away for many students. Because most of the students are not connecting Pulse Realm warriors. Teacher, do you know who the big names in our school will be in a few days? Xiao Yan asked curiously. They come from 2 major forces in Jinlan City, Nandu Academy and Taishan Sword Academy. According to the principal, they are all strong men who have cultivated in the 2nd realm of Taoism. The head teacher said slowly. The 2nd realm of Daoling. The students were almost excited. Even though most students are not yet martial artists, this does not prevent them from knowing the realm of martial arts. The talented young people of the same age in the city are all preparing to break through to the Taoist realm, and I can't lag behind. After Xiao Yan heard the class teacher's words, he clenched his fists and said secretly. He must stand out in the selection 2 days later and enter Jinlan City to practice. After that, the head teacher said some more precautions and then let the students go. After the patrol mission is over, it is equivalent to the liberation of the students, and the selection in Jinlan City the day after tomorrow is equivalent to the college entrance examination on Earth. After the selection, this high school senior class has completely graduated. Those who become warriors can join the village patrol team, while those who do not become warriors can work at various low-level jobs in the village to make a living. As for the selected people, they turned into pheasants and entered Jinlan City to practice. Before leaving, the head teacher also distributed awakening capsules. Xiao Lingfeng still needed this thing before, but now he doesn't. This awakening capsule is diluted by 1,000 parts. It is 10 times more effective than the previous one. It can be regarded as the last gift the school gives you. The head teacher said, the principal has worked so hard to get this from Jinlan City. Although it's a bit late, you can't waste it. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the awakening capsule in his hand. The color was indeed much darker than what he had taken before. If these awakening capsules had been distributed before the patrol, so many students might not have died. However, Xiao Lingfeng could only think about it. He knew that every awakening capsule in Xingshou Village High School was hard-earned. The principal begged them all from Jinlan City. Because the price of a dose of strengthening potion is as high as 100 million. After conversion, the awakening capsule in Xiao Lingfeng's hand is worth my appearance. Putting the awakening capsule into the portable space, Xiao Lingfeng was ready to leave the school. Lingfeng, are you going to the graduation party later? At this time, a girl's voice sounded behind Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng turned his head and looked over. Wang Min was standing behind him at this time. Is this Wang Min having a brain twitch today? You actually asked him to attend the graduation party? Has the sun risen in the west? Xiao Lingfeng was confused, but seeing Zhang Yu following Wang Min, Xiao Lingfeng nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll go with you. Along with him were more than a dozen classmates from the class. Those who didn't go either concentrated on practicing, or were still immersed in the pain of losing their classmates. Every year, students die tragically at the hands of monsters. Being sad is not the best way to relieve stress. Graduation parties are a rare place to release stress. However, there is no place to gather in Xingmori village. Zhou Wen's family happened to own a restaurant, so everyone headed to Zhou Wen's house in a grand manner. After leaving the school, Xiao Lingfeng saw patrol members gathering urgently in the distance. Lingfeng, what are you looking at? Zhang Yu followed Xiao Lingfeng's gaze, his expression changed, and he said, what happened outside the village? I don't know. Do you want to go over and have a look? Xiao Lingfeng said. You and I have only reached the pulse realm level in our cultivation. Why did you go over there and join in the fun? Zhang Yu shrugged and said, besides, I'm still a wounded person. How are you and Wang Min developing? Xiao Lingfeng looked at Wang Min, who was walking quite close to Zhou Wan and Zhou Xiaofan again, and asked. I don't know, maybe Xiao Min is in a bad mood, she has been ignoring me since she came back yesterday. Zhang Yu said with some distress. You can change it. Xiao Lingfeng patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder inside. What for another? Zhang Yu was stunned and said in confusion. It's nothing. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head. The slow Zhang Yu hadn't realized that he was being used by Wang Min. Now that there is no need to go out on patrol, Zhang Yu has no use value to Wang Min. It's a miracle that a woman like Wang Min can understand Zhang Yu, right? Lingfeng, what do you want to eat later? I'll ask Zhou Wan to get more. Wang Min walked over and asked with a faint smile on his face. I can do whatever you want. Xiao Lingfeng didn't like Wang Min, so he said coldly. After seeing that Wang Min was just using Zhang Yu, he no longer had any good impressions of this woman. Well then. Wang Min didn't expect Xiao Lingfeng to be so cold. He was slightly startled, and then smiled gently. Xiao Lingfeng didn't want to have a deep relationship with Wang Min, so she came to talk to him. It was probably because he had awakened his magical talent and had the opportunity to enter Jinlan City to practice. After Zhou Wan took everyone to the hotel, he asked his father for a private room. A group of students held a graduation party inside. At this time, Xiao Lingfeng was not gregarious. He had traveled through time. Even though he had memories of getting along with these classmates, there was still some distance between them. Zhang Yu has integrated into it. Since he awakened as a warrior, he has become more confident. Lingfeng, why don't you speak? Wang Min came over, sat next to Xiao Lingfeng, and asked. Sleepy. Xiao Lingfeng closed his eyes and was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Min. Wang Min has never met someone so unconventional as Xiao Lingfeng. Lingfeng, do you know? In fact, I think you are much better than Zhang Yu. Wang Min whispered. Stop it, I don't want to hear it. Xiao Lingfeng first opened his eyes and glanced at Zhang Yu, who was still laughing, and then looked at Wang Mindao. Oh. Lingfeng, do you know? I have liked you since a long time ago. The reason why I accepted Zhang Yu's confession was just to get closer to you. Wang Min came a little closer, looked at Xiao Lingfeng affectionately, and said. Ah. Xiao Lingfeng was a little amused. Although Xiao Lingfeng before time travel was also an old homebody in his 20s. But I'm not so stupid as to be deceived by such a little girl's poor acting skills. You want to break up with Zhang Yu and be with me? Xiao Lingfeng asked. Well, is that okay? Lingfeng? Wang Min didn't expect Xiao Lingfeng to bring it up on his own initiative, and said excitedly. At the same time, his hands hugged one of Xiao Lingfeng's arms, and the softness on his chest pressed against it. If she has a boyfriend who can enter Jinlan City, and she can help her a little in the future, she might also be able to enter Jinlan City. Roll. Xiao Lingfeng shook his hand and shook Wang Min's hand away. If there is nothing else, I will go first. After Xiao Lingfeng finished speaking, he left without looking back. Wang Min watched Xiao Lingfeng leave the private room, his expression gradually becoming colder. Xiao Lingfeng, what does this mean? Don't like her, do you still think she is dirty? After leaving the hotel, Xiao Lingfeng wiped the hand held by Wang Min with a look of disgust. It shouldn't smell like anything, right? Wang Min actually caught Kaizi on his own head. This is what Xiao Lingfeng felt speechless. How? Is she confident about her looks? In Xiao Lingfeng's opinion, Wang Min looks pretty good. In the eyes of boys, she looks pretty good. You don't need to describe it too much. You can understand it. In Xiao Lingfeng's opinion, giving her 6 points for her looks is a bit overestimating. Lingfeng, why are you back so late? Zhangya had been waiting for Xiao Lingfeng outside the shop early. When she saw Xiao Lingfeng, she came over and asked. Sister Xiaoya, why did you come out? Xiao Lingfeng said in surprise. Zhangya would not leave the shop on weekdays. Lingfeng, am I embarrassed? Zhangya's expression changed, she lowered her head and said in despair. Xiao Lingfeng also didn't expect that his words would cause such a big reaction from Zhangya. Sister Xiaoya, what are you talking about? What's so embarrassing? I'm just surprised that you walked out. Xiao Lingfeng said. Lingfeng, don't you think that I am now? Zhangya began to worry about gains and losses again. Although she didn't say any more, Xiao Lingfeng knew what she wanted to say. Sister Xiaoya, you think too much. Xiao Lingfeng said helplessly, stop talking, let's go in. Ah. Zhangya nodded and went home with Xiao Lingfeng. Zhang Dania was also happy to see Xiao Lingfeng and Zhangya develop a relationship. Although Zhangya now. But looking at Xiao Lingfeng's actions, he didn't care about this. If Zhangya could follow Xiao Lingfeng, she would definitely not be wronged. Jinlan City Dark Forest. Several young people walked here. 2 women and 2 men were wearing dark blue robes. Just looking at the material, you could tell they were expensive. This Xingshou village is too remote, isn't it? There isn't even a decent official road, and we need to hike through this dark forest to find it. A young man complained dissatisfiedly. That's right. I really don't understand why our dean should allocate funds to this shabby place every year to help the villagers here practice. Another young man said, for these losers to train, it is better to improve the food for the junior brothers and sisters in the outer courtyard. In this world, the human race should be united. The woman walking at the front of the team looked back at the 2 young men who had just spoken, and said calmly. The woman looks to be 20 years old, with extremely beautiful appearance and outstanding figure. She is also one of the representatives sent by Taishian Sword Academy this time. Senior Sister Song, they are joking, don't take it seriously. A girl next to the woman giggled. The tone just now didn't sound like a joke. Senior Sister Song said. She is not from Jinlan City, but a genius selected from a nearby village. Now 2 young men were saying bad things about people in the village, how could she ignore them? At this time, a man's figure rushed out from the woods on one side. When the man saw Senior Sister Song and the others, his expression changed and he shouted in a panic, you guys run away quickly. There is a 6th level slave beast behind you. The man's clothes were covered with stains and blood, and he looked very horrifying. Roar! As soon as the man finished speaking, a huge black panther jumped out of the woods and attacked everyone. It's over. Wang Lu thought to himself at this time. Why did the young people in front of me come to this dark forest? Don't they know how dangerous this place is? Now with his speed, there is no way to stop the Black Panther's attack. I could only watch these people being attacked by the Black Panther. Dare you beasts! Senior Sister Song frowned and was about to take action. Choke! As soon as Senior Sister Song finished speaking, a sword light passed behind her. It hit the Black Panther directly. The Black Panther's body was split straight into 2 halves and landed with a crash. Click! The girl behind Senior Sister Song slowly sheathed her sword and looked at Wang Lu, who was already stunned. Uncle, you are only at the 5th level of Tongmai realm, how could you provoke a 6th level slave monster? The girl asked curiously. Are you from Jinlan City? Wang Lu finally came to his senses, looked at the stranger's senior sister Song and others, and asked. Ah. Senior sister Song nodded and said, are you a member of the patrol team of Xingshou village? Yes, thank you to the seniors for saving me. Wang Lu clasped his fists cautiously, becoming unusually cautious. The people who come out of Jinlan City are all powerful in the Dao spirit realm. It would be a blessing if Wang Lu could reach the 7th level of the Tongmai realm in this life, let alone the Dao spirit realm. Senior, uncle, you speak really strangely. The girl smiled and said enthusiastically. The dirty uncle in front of me looks very interesting. The only pity is that his cultivation is too weak. My name is Zi Shaoling, uncle, what's your name? The girl stretched out a hand and said to Wang Lu. My name is Wang Lu. Wang Lu said flattered. He shook hands with Zi Shaoling like a dragonfly. Humph. The two young men snorted disdainfully, looking at Wang Lu with a hint of anger. Although Zi Shaoling laughs and laughs all day long, she is actually a girl who is hot on the outside and cold on the inside. It is really difficult to get close to her. The villager in front of them actually shook hands with Zi Shaoling as soon as he came up. How could they not be upset? Since you are a member of the patrol team, could you please take us to Xingshou village? Senior sister Song smiled kindly and said. No trouble, come with me. Wang Lu chuckled and said. The young people in front of him are all big shots from Jinlan City, and he will definitely not offend them. What's more, Zi Shaoling saved his life just now. If Zi Shaoling didn't take action, Wang Lu would probably be killed by the Black Panther if he ran for a while longer. Uncle, can you tell me about Xingshou village? Zi Shaoling walked to Wang Lu and asked. I do not know how to say it. Wang Lu shook his head. It's not his fault. He hasn't had much contact with girls since he was a child. What's more, the person asking him now is still a big shot from Jinlan City. I don't know what to say. How could this happen? Zi Shaoling frowned and asked. Junior sister Shaoling, this small village can only be reached in a few steps. Do you still want it to have any stories? A young man chuckled and said. Ha! Is this, what a pity. Zi Shaoling frowned and said a little disappointed. Although Wang Lu felt uncomfortable with the young man's words, he still didn't say anything. After all, these are all big shots from Jinlan City and cannot afford to offend. What if they are unhappy and don't come to Xingshou village to select talents and go to the city to practice? Then isn't he a criminal who guards the village? Uncle Wang, I want to ask you, are there any disciples with suitable talents in Xingshou village recently? Senior sister Song slowly spoke and asked. Disciples with suitable talents? I know a few geniuses in this senior year who will definitely be able to enter Jinlan City to practice. Wang Lu's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. Oh? Genius? What kind of genius method? Zi Shaoling became interested and asked. In our village, this senior year of high school has a 3rd level Tongmai realm warrior. After the patrol, his cultivation level directly broke through to the 4th level of Tongmai realm. With such qualifications, it should be easy to enter Jinlan City to practice, right? Wang Lu said excitedly. The four were silent for a while. Some of them want to say something now, that's it? This is called a genius? Besides this, is there anything else? Senior sister Song was the first to come to her senses and asked. She knew that Taishan Sword Academy had a very low threshold for selecting disciples from the village. It is indeed very good to have the cultivation level of the 4th level of Tongmai realm when cultivation resources are so scarce. There is another one. He was not a warrior the day before yesterday, but he awakened as a warrior during the patrol experience, and he also directly possesses the talent of ice magic. Wang Lu became even more excited. Supernatural talent? All four were shocked. Are you sure you're right? That person has awakened the ice magic talent? Senior sister Song asked in disbelief. Of course. At that time, a third eye grew on his forehead, and then a cold light shot out from that eye, which directly froze the three gopher rats into ice sculptures. Wang Lu said, and then vividly described the scene at that time to everyone. Village after Wang Lu, Zi Shaoling, and others finished talking about Qiu Lingfeng, the four of them were shocked and speechless. Awaken your magical talents. This is something that can happen but cannot be expected. I didn't expect it in this small Xingqiu village. There is actually a person who can awaken the supernatural talent. This person must be brought into Taishan Sword Academy, otherwise it will definitely be a big loss to Taishan Sword Academy. Senior Sister Song has already made a calculation in her mind. As long as Qiu Lingfeng's cultivation talent is not too bad, then she will definitely drag Qiu Lingfeng into Taishan Sword Academy. Everyone quickly left the realm of the dark forest. Not long after walking out of the dark forest, everyone could see a group of members of the Xingqiu village patrol team coming over. Captain, are you alright? Yi Cheng was at the front of the team. After seeing that Wang Lu was still alive, he didn't even have time to breathe and asked. I am fine. Looking at the patrol members who came to rescue him, Wang Lu felt warm in his heart. Who are these? A member of the patrol team looked at Zi Shaoling and others curiously and asked. We are disciples from Taishan Sword Academy. We are here to select qualified disciples to return to Jinlan City to practice. Senior Sister Song nodded. After knowing this, everyone in the patrol team became cautious. Many of them were students who were not selected back then and later joined the patrol team to protect the safety of the village. In their perception, people from Jinlan City are important figures and cannot be offended, and they need to respect each other. Because only those who are strong in the Dao spirit realm can freely enter and exit Jinlan City. A group of patrol members could not help but surround a few people to protect the safety of Zi Shaoling and others. TSK, a bunch of guys who don't even have the 5th level of Pulse Realm, still want to protect us? A young man sneered and said disdainfully. Li Changkong, what are you talking about? Zi Shaoling stared at the young man and said, Uncle, they are so kind to protect us, why do you still belittle them? Shaoling, Li Changkong's expression changed, but he didn't say much. It's just that I hate Kagoshima Mamura even more in my heart. The patrol team members escorted Zi Shaoling and others back to Xingqiu village. Where do you want to live? Do you need me to help you arrange a place to stay? Wang Lu asked. No need, the elders have already told us to contact the high school principal in your village. Senior Sister Song nodded. Then she said to the patrol members, thank you for your escort. Although I enjoyed the time with you, we have other things to do, so we can only say goodbye. After bidding farewell to all the patrol members, the four of them walked towards Katomori Village High School. The history of Xingmori Village is not very long. Count on it for 42 years and it will be over. Most of the villagers here were their ancestors who fled here and finally settled here. Therefore, the number of villagers here is also very large. It is said to be a village, but the population is also tens of thousands. I didn't expect this village to be quite big. Zi Shaoling looked around curiously and said, it seems that the villages next to Jinlan City are not as big as Xingqiu village, right? Ah. Senior Sister Song nodded slightly and agreed. The school is right ahead. Senior Sister Song said. The few people didn't walk long before they saw the appearance of Xingqiu Village High School. High school? What does this mean? Li Changkong frowned and said doubtfully. It's from an educational institution before the revival of spiritual energy. Senior Sister Song explained, there is no perfect cultivation system outside Jinlan City, so the cultivation system is copied from the previous educational institutions. Students learn simple survival skills and a series of theoretical knowledge in elementary and junior high schools. Only after entering high school can they use awakening capsules. 8 capsules are distributed in a year and 24 capsules are distributed in 3 years. Before we come to the village, the school will conduct another patrol experience. Many people will die during the first patrol. Isn't it? Are these villages so poor? Li Changkong frowned and said, 8 awakening capsules are issued in a year? Are they only issued in 3 years? And aren't awakening capsules an IQ tax? With such a small probability of awakening, it is better to save more and buy a pair of strengthening potions. Senior Sister Song turned around, glanced at Li Changkong coldly and said, "What you look like is an IQ tax, but in the eyes of these students, it is something that can change their destiny. Don't take everything for granted. If you were not born in the city, do you think you would still have the cultivation level you have now?" The young man next to Li Changkong touched Li Changkong with his elbow and whispered, "Senior Sister Song also came from the village. Saying derogatory words about the village in front of her will make her very disgusted." Of course I know this." Li Changkong snorted coldly and whispered, "So she can't change her mean nature in her bones, even if she enters Taishan Sword Academy now." The other young man didn't know what to say, so he simply pretended not to hear. Zi Shaoling and Senior Sister Song's attention was not on Li Changkong, because the two of them walked to school. "Little girl, are you too late?" The old guard looked at Zi Shaoling and Senior Sister Song and asked with a smile. "No, Grandpa, we are disciples from Taishan Sword Academy in Jinlan City." Zi Shaoling said, "Can you let us in? Uncle Zhao, please open the door." At this time, a voice full of air sounded. The two women looked over when they heard the sound, and found a middle-aged man in elegant clothes and black-rimmed glasses walking slowly towards them. The middle-aged man looks elegant and has a scholarly aroma, but he is really the principal of Xingshou Village High School Ziruyu. Zi Shaoling's eyes widened even more, and she felt like there was a deer bumping around in her chest. "Why? The uncles in this Xingshou village are all so handsome." "Yes, principal." The old guard nodded and hurriedly opened the door to let a few people in. "Are you disciples of Taishan Sword Academy? You came too early." Ziruyu glanced at the clothes worn by Senior Sister Song and others and said, "Your Xingshou village isn't that good. How can an ordinary person without any cultivation be the principal?" Li Changkong said disdainfully. "Li Changkong, what did you say? Apologize to the principal quickly." Zi Shaoling jumped out, frowned and said. Li Changkong choked. He didn't expect Zi Shaoling's reaction to be so violent. Originally he just wanted to give Li Ruyu a blow, but now he did it like this. He himself is like Shabi, who is looking for a sense of presence when he has nothing to do. There's no need to apologize. Zi Ruyu shook her head. "Junior brother Li, have you forgotten what Elder Zi told us before we left?" Senior Sister Song frowned and asked, "Although I'm very optimistic about you, if you continue to be so undisciplined, I'm afraid your mission won't be as easy as you think." "What? Brother Chang, you said people from Jinlan City are here?" Qiu Lingfeng, who was still helping to look after the blacksmith shop, was confused when he heard Yi Cheng's words. Yi Cheng came here to give away the money from the sales of the monsters he had killed during the patrol the day before yesterday. He casually told Qiu Lingfeng about the people coming from Jinlan City. "Yes, 4 people came, 2 men and 2 women." Yi Cheng nodded and said, "Those 2 women are still rare beauties. Do you want to go over and take a look first? I have to help look after the store now, so I can't leave." Qiu Lingfeng spread his hands and said. Zhang Dania went out to buy things now, and he was reluctant to let Zhangya out. After all, Zhangya has been afraid of other people's eyes since she was disfigured. "How much did those warcrafts sell for a few days ago?" Qiu Lingfeng changed the subject and asked with a money-mad look. "Oh, the fur teeth of the 8 gopher rats were sold for a total of 12,000, and you got 3,000. Yi Cheng nodded and said, "Don't say that Brother Chang is greedy for you. These are all calculated based on the strength. Although Lingfeng has killed 4 gopher rats, only 1 gopher rat can be sold for money. You can get 3,000, I'm not kidding you, the other students will share the remaining 1,000 together." With that said, Yi Changcheng took out 3,000 yuan bills and handed them to Qiu Lingfeng. The denominations of banknotes in this world are much larger than those in previous lives, with the largest denomination being 100,000. However, the most common currency circulating among villagers is 1,000 yuan bills. "I see." Qiu Lingfeng nodded and happily took the 3,000 yuan. This is his first pot of gold in this life. Although it is very dangerous to go out on patrol, the rewards are also very generous. Not only is there a monthly subsidy of 1 yuan from the village committee, but the monsters killed are also handled by themselves. Generally speaking, a patrol member can earn 2 yuan a month. This is already a very high salary in Xingshou village. So, are you going to go to high school? Yi Chang raised his eyebrows and said. Let's wait until Uncle Zhang comes back. Xiao Lingfeng shrugged and smiled. Okay, after I finish distributing the money, I can go to the high school and check it out myself. Yi Chang shrugged and said. Ah. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. After Yi Chang walked away, Zhang Ye climbed out from under the table behind Xiao Lingfeng. Sister Xiaoya, why are you hiding from Brother Chang? Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but ask speechlessly. Yi Chang chased me before. I don't want him to see me like I am now. Zhang Ye's eyes dimmed and she said. Then, Zhang Ye looked at Xiao Lingfeng and asked, Lingfeng, you won't mind, right? What's the point? Xiao Lingfeng said without knowing why. But he didn't notice that Zhang Ye's eyes became darker. Yes, I am already an ugly person. Lingfeng, what does Yi Chang want from you? Zhang Ye asked. Brother Chang sold all the saleable parts of the monsters he killed during patrolling. He came over and gave me 3,000 yuan. Xiao Lingfeng shook the 3,000 yuan bills in his hand and said, I didn't expect that it would be really fast to make money by going out on patrol. I got 3,000 yuan in just 2 days. This is almost as much as the blacksmith's income in 2 or 3 months. Zhang Ye's face changed and she said, Lingfeng, don't think about going out on patrol, I won't agree. Sister Xiaoya, I am a warrior now, don't worry. Xiao Lingfeng patted his chest and said with a smile. Zhang Ye also underestimated him, right? The cultivation level of the 4th level of Tongmai realm, coupled with the talent of 2 magical powers. He also has enough power to protect himself in the dark forest. No, even if you are a warrior now, I will not agree to it. It's too dangerous. Zhang Ye said very seriously, promise me, Lingfeng, you will never go out and take risks again. Why are you going out on an adventure? Xiaoya, why are you and Lingfeng arguing? I heard it from a long way away. At this time, Zhang Dania walked into the shop carrying a bunch of things and said. It's nothing, Uncle Zhang. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head and said. Dad, Lingfeng just said that it would be easy to make money by going out on patrol. I was trying to persuade him to give up this idea. Zhang Ye greeted him and spoke in Zhang Dania's ear. Uncle Zhang, I am a warrior now. There is no danger in leaving the village. Don't worry. Xiao Lingfeng shrugged and chuckled. That's true. Zhang Danio nodded and said, but you don't need to go out on patrol. When the people from Jinlan City arrive, you are chosen to go to Jinlan City to practice. It will be much safer than patrolling outside the village. Yes, Uncle Zhang. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. To be honest, he really didn't want to leave Xingshou village. However, in order to better protect Uncle Zhang and Sister Xiaoya, he could only practice hard. Therefore, he must go to Jinlan City. By the way, Uncle Zhang, take the 3,000 yuan first. Xiao Lingfeng handed Zhang Dania the money Yi Changchang gave him. Why did you give me money? Where did this money come from? Zhang Dania frowned and said. Xiao Lingfeng then told Zhang Dania the origin of the 3,000 yuan. After learning the origin, Zhang Dania was still a little embarrassed to hold it with peace of mind. But after taking a look at Zhang Ye and Xiao Lingfeng, he took the money and said, Lingfeng, Uncle Zhang will save your money for you first and use it as a gift when you marry Xiaoya in the future. Forehead, Xiao Lingfeng's face froze. Zhang Ye even had a blush on her face. Nothing has happened between her and Xiao Lingfeng yet. What's even more embarrassing is that she can't tell Zhang Dania directly that she and Xiao Lingfeng are still innocent, right? Zhang Dania sent himself to Xiao Lingfeng's bedside a few days ago. I'm going to prepare dinner. Zhang Ye had no shame in staying here any longer and said. Ahem, what, Uncle Zhang, since you're back, I'm going out to play too. Xiao Lingfeng scratched his nose. He was too embarrassed to tell Zhang Daniu that he and Zhangya had done nothing. Besides, he also likes Zhangya quite a lot. It is also an obsession from the predecessor. Xiao Lingfeng fled the blacksmith shop with a touch of oil on his feet, and rushed towards the high school. Yi Cheng said that someone in Jinlan City went to school, and he wanted to see what they looked like? According to Yi Cheng's description, the people who came were all about the same age as him, and the youngest one looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Xiao Lingfeng still finds it a bit incredible that he is a powerful person in the Taoist realm at such a young age. Although he has traveled through time, he also knows how big the gap is between the Tongmai realm and the Daoling realm. Disciple of Taishan Sword Academy in the principal's office. Zi Shaoling and others sat opposite Ziruyu. For some reason, Li Changkong and Li Changkong, who were originally carefree, also sat upright after entering the principal's office, not daring to show off. Drink tea. Ziruyu poured tea for everyone and said, "Can you tell me about the current situation of Jinlan City?" Ziruyu spoke out. "Principal Z, you are too polite." Senior Sister Song also seemed a little cautious. Then he introduced Ziruyu to the current situation of Jinlan City. "Speaking of which, Principal, your surname is also Z. Are you from Jinlan City?" Zi Shaoling blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. "Shaoling, what are you talking about? If you want to think about Jinlan City, you must at least have Dao Spirit Realm cultivation. Even if you don't have Dao Spirit Realm cultivation, you still have to leave the city under the protection of several Dao Spirit Realm powerhouses. He is a person without cultivation. How could an ordinary person come from Jinlan City?" Li Changkong curled his lips and said disdainfully. He didn't feel any cultivation aura from Ziruyu. There are only two explanations for this. One is that Ziruyu has no cultivation. One is that Ziruyu's cultivation is higher than him and her concealment skills are extremely superb. Is the second explanation possible? Totally impossible. In Li Changkong's view, how could a Taoist master be the principal in such a poor small village? Junior brotherly, do you really want to fail this mission? Senior Sister Song frowned, looked at Li Changkong and said coldly. This Li Changkong has no brains at all, is reckless and arrogant. She really couldn't figure out why such a person who would lower the overall IQ level of Taishan Sword Academy would be included in the team recruiting disciples this time. After being shouted at by Senior Sister Song, Li Changkong shrank his head and said nothing, but his eyes became more and more gloomy. Senior Sister Song is the leading disciple this time, and the scores of all the disciples are determined by her. If it arouses Senior Sister Song's resentment, then don't even think about completing this mission perfectly. Changkong, is your mind stuck in the dormitory? The young man next to Li Changkong whispered in confusion. There's something weird about this place. I always feel like I'm being deceived. Li Changkong suddenly stirred up his spirit and said. What are you talking about lowering your intelligence? Li Changkong, do you think too highly of yourself? If your IQ drops any further, it will be negative. Zi Shaoling blinked her eyes and said harmlessly. Ha ha. Not to mention other things, I still have to arrange a place for you to stay. Ziruyu chuckled and said, but there isn't a very good place in Xingmori village. Can I let you live in the teacher's dormitory? Nothing is wrong. Thank you, Principal, for preparing a place for us. Senior Sister Song said. I'll take you to your dormitory. Ziruyu nodded. After saying that, Ziruyu led the four people to the teacher's dormitory. At this time, Zhou Lingfeng also sneaked outside the wall of Xingshou Village High School, preparing to climb over the wall and sneak in. Didn't that old boy Yi Cheng say that he would come to Xingshou Village High School to see the beauties from Jinlan City? Why do you lose yourself by giving away money? Of course, the purpose of Zhou Lingfeng's coming here was not to see beautiful women, but to see what was unique about a powerful Taoist realm person. A Taoist realm expert who was about the same age as him. It's scary to think about. I don't know how they practice. Is the awakening capsule the kind that can be eaten as a meal? After taking a few steps back, Zhou Lingfeng sped up and took off, just about to put his hands on the wall. But Xiao Lingfeng jumped over the 2-meter-high wall easily. A mount. He had forgotten that he was already a 4th-level warrior in Tongmai realm. Suddenly, Xiao Lingfeng's expression changed. Suffered. Because not far away from him, the principal was walking by with 4 people he had never seen before. Boom! Xiao Lingfeng didn't have time to adjust his landing position and fell straight into the mud. And this movement also attracted 5 people passing by. Fortunately, it's a dirt floor. If this were a cement floor, my nose would be worn out. Xiao Lingfeng got up from the ground, covered his nose and whispered softly. When he looked up, he saw the principal and several people surrounding him at some point. Principal, is this the genius you are talking about? At this age, he has reached the 4th level of Tongmai realm, which is very good. Senior Sister Song glanced at Xiao Lingfeng curiously and said. It's just that the way the 4th stage of Tongmai realm appears is a bit weird. He climbed over the wall and fell to the ground. No, this one has awakened his magical talent. Ziruyu also said with a surprised look. Is this a genius who has awakened his magical talent? Does a 4th level Tongmai realm dare to be called a genius? Li Changkong said angrily from the side. He was not a warrior the day before yesterday. Ziruyu said. Forehead, Li Changkong suddenly choked. He forgot. The students in the village all started practicing very late. Brother, are you all right? Zi Shaoling looked at Xiao Lingfeng, whose nose was red, squatted down and asked curiously. Ah. Kaitomori village is really an interesting place. Super handsome uncle and silly junior brother. Shaoling, why did you even call your junior brother? Li Changkong said dissatisfied. He should be the strongest person in this class, right? Do we still need to choose? Can't we just take him away when the time comes? Zi Shaoling hummed, he has awakened his magical talent and is at the 4th level of Tongmai realm. Such a talent cannot be robbed by Nandu Academy. Junior brother, what's your name? Are you okay? Zi Shaoling turned around and asked Xiao Lingfeng. Forehead? Xiao Lingfeng was confused. He listened to the conversation between Zi Shaoling and others, and heard something extraordinary. It seems that he fell like this and somehow became an appointed disciple of Taishian Sword Academy? Sizzle. This made him want to fall again. Junior brother? Let me ask you a question. Didn't you get knocked stupid? Zi Shaoling waved her hand in front of Xiao Lingfeng and said. My name is Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng got up from the ground, patted the ashes on his body and said. Why did you jump over the wall and come in? Senior Sister Song frowned slightly and looked at Xiao Lingfeng with some confusion. Xiao Lingfeng looked at Senior Sister Song. Okay. What Yi Cheng said was true. The beauty who came from Jinlan City was indeed pretty. Of course I want to climb over the wall to see the beauty. No, I want to see a powerful person in the Taoist realm. Xiao Lingfeng almost said the wrong thing. You're such an interesting little junior brother. My name is Zi Shaoling. If you call me Senior Sister Zi, I can guarantee that if you go to the outer courtyard of Taishian Sword Academy, no one will dare to bully you. Zi Shaoling patted her chest and said. Xiao Lingfeng glanced at Zi Shaoling, who was 2 or 3 years younger than him. He always felt something strange about being covered by a little girl. Your talent is very good. In 2 days, you have reached the 4th level of Tongmai realm. You are no worse than the geniuses in Jinlan City. Senior Sister Song said. Am I very good now? You are about the same age as me, but you are both powerful in the Taoist realm. Xiao Lingfeng said doubtfully. Don't you consider training resources? Senior Sister Song smiled and said, don't think that everyone in Jinlan City is too strong. It's actually very simple to reach the Tao spirit realm, as long as you practice hard enough. Simple? Xiao Lingfeng didn't believe it. If the Taoist realm is really that easy to reach, then why are so many people unable to reach the threshold throughout their lives? Okay. As soon as I opened my mouth, it was old Versailles. For you, it is indeed much simpler than ordinary people. Senior sister Song nodded. Hey, junior brother, remember this. You must not go to Nandu Academy the day after tomorrow. Zi Shaoling interrupted senior sister Song and interjected. Why? Xiao Lingfeng said doubtfully. Don't ask why. You just became a warrior the day before yesterday. You probably haven't practiced any martial arts yet. Senior sister will give you a martial arts. You can just follow us back to Taishan Sword Academy. Zi Shaoling rolled her eyes, took out a yellowing secret book from her arms, stuffed it into Xiao Lingfeng's hand, and said. Well. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the secret book with the girl's warmth in his hand and nodded. It seems that the benefits of becoming a genius are not bad, and people from Taishan Sword Academy can actually get them. As soon as we met, I was given a martial arts skill. Xiao Lingfeng was worried that he had no effective means of attack. Senior sister, you go to the dormitory with the principal first. I want to play with this junior brother in this village first. Zi Shaoling hugged senior sister Song's arm and said coquettishly. Shaoling, absolutely not. What should you do if you are in danger? The young man next to Li Chankong changed his expression and reminded him. I'm a warrior in the first realm of Daoling. It'll be fine. Zi Shaoling said. No, Shaoling, you can't leave the team without permission now. Senior sister Song refused. Let's see you the day after tomorrow. Let's say goodbye here first. Senior sister Song smiled gently at Xiao Lingfeng and said. Okay. Xiao Lingfeng also focused on this martial skill. After saying that, Xiao Lingfeng wanted to climb over the wall and leave the school. Hey, Lingfeng, please walk out of the gate. Zi Ruyu glanced at Xiao Lingfeng speechlessly and said. Lest Xiao Lingfeng fall into the mud again and be embarrassed again. Oh, bye. Xiao Lingfeng laughed and ran towards the school gate. This junior brother is quite interesting. Zi Shaoling looked at Xiao Lingfeng's running back and said with a smile. Xiao Lingfeng did not return directly to the blacksmith shop, but ran to a deserted grove and looked at the martial arts Zi Shaoling gave him. Middle grade martial arts Tongmai Fist. Martial arts are divided into 4 levels, low level, medium level, high level, and top level. Middle grade martial arts are already powerful enough. After seeing the effect of this Tongmai Fist, Xiao Lingfeng's eyes lit up. Because this martial art is not only a boxing technique, but can also be used to improve your cultivation. There are 8 stages of boxing in total, which correspond to the 8 stages of Tongmai realm. Once you have mastered the boxing technique, you can enter the 8th stage of Tongmai realm. It's only one step away from the Dao spirit realm. And this is the most widely spread practice method in Jinlan City. No wonder there are so many powerful people in the Taoist realm in Jinlan City. It turned out that it was all because of the Tongmai Fist. There is no such magical cultivation method in Xingshou village, and one can only practice slowly based on subconsciousness and instinct. Good things must be practiced. Xiao Lingfeng started learning Tongmai Quan without saying a word. He has the 4th level of Tongmai realm cultivation, so he can learn the first 4 levels of Tongmai Fist very quickly, and he can master it in a short time. However, when Xiao Lingfeng wanted to practice the 5th stage of Tongmai Fist, it became difficult. Every time he punched, he felt soreness in his muscles, and a feeling of blockage filled his body, followed by a sense of depression. It seems that practicing Tongmai Fist is not that easy. Xiao Lingfeng thought to himself. Then, he started practicing Tongmai boxing from scratch. Every time he performed a section of the Tongmai Fist, Xiao Lingfeng felt that his body had been strengthened, and the blocked main meridians were slowly being unblocked. It wasn't until Xiao Lingfeng was exhausted and panting and sweating all over that Xiao Lingfeng sat on the ground. This Tongmai Fist is indeed a good thing. If I keep going at this rate, I will be able to break through to the 5th level of Tongmai realm in about 20 days. Xiao Lingfeng felt excited. Gollum. At this time, Xiao Lingfeng's stomach suddenly made a sound. I looked up and saw that it was already evening. Oops, I was so absorbed in the fight that I lost track of time. Xiao Lingfeng slapped his head, put the secret book on the ground into his pocket, and then rushed to the blacksmith shop. The moment Xiao Lingfeng put the secret book into his portable space, he heard a voice coming from the system. Ding dong, the middle-grade martial arts secret book Ton My Fist has been detected. Should the host spend devouring points to master it directly? When he heard this prompt, Zhou Lingfeng was stunned. No? I've almost learned it, and you're telling me that I can use devouring points to directly master it? Your system is indeed a fake and shoddy product. System, how many devouring points do I need in total to fully master Ton My Fist? Zhou Lingfeng asked. Ding dong, a total of 80 devouring points are needed. Zhou Lingfeng glanced at his devouring point balance, which was exactly 80 points. Okay, let me take control of it. Zhou Lingfeng said. Ding dong, the host consumes 80 devouring points to master the middle-grade martial arts, Ton My Fist. Zhou Lingfeng felt that many memories about Ton My Fist suddenly appeared in his mind. System, why hasn't my cultivation level improved? Are you trying to trick me? Zhou Lingfeng waited for a long time and asked before the prompt for cultivation improvement came. You have already mastered the 8th level of Ton My Quan, but your cultivation level is still at the 4th level of Ton My Realm. Ding dong, Ton My Fist is not directly linked to the host's cultivation level. The cultivation level still needs to be improved by the host itself. However, the current host can use the later sections of Ton My Fist to speed up the practice, the system explained. After Zhou Lingfeng heard this, he curled his lips. Gone. This time he was careless and didn't dodge. He will master Ton My Fist sooner or later, and now it is equivalent to spending 80 devouring points in vain. The only benefit is that the speed of cultivation is accelerated. Let me practice in the yard after I finish eating. Zhou Lingfeng has no time to stay here now. Zhang and Zhang Dania would inevitably be worried if he didn't go back so late. Partake after dinner, Zhou Lingfeng practiced Ton My boxing in the yard. Just as the system said, he did master the later sections of Ton My Fist. As soon as he hit 8 sections in a row, he felt a powerful spiritual energy coming from all around, penetrating the meridians throughout his body. The speed of practice has been greatly improved. At this rate, within a few days, his 5th main meridian will be completely connected. By then, he will be a warrior at the 5th level of Ton My Realm. After finishing a set of Ton My Fist, Zhou Lingfeng glanced at his personal space, and there was an awakening capsule inside. Although the unit price of awakening capsules is not high, without schools, ordinary people would not have access to them. Because there is no channel to purchase. Even if the school wants to get the awakening capsule, it can only buy it from Jinlan City. And they may not necessarily sell it to you. Because no one in Jinlan City buys awakening capsules. Leave this awakening capsule to Sister Xiaoya. Zhou Lingfeng thought to himself. The awakening capsule has extremely poor efficacy and can only increase the chance of people who are not warriors entering the Ton My realm. To put it bluntly, it all depends on luck and promotion. As for Zhou Lingfeng, who was in the 4th level of Ton My realm, there was no improvement at all after eating it. At this time, Zhang had already walked behind Zhou Lingfeng. Zhou Lingfeng noticed the movement, turned around and looked over. After realizing it was Zhang, he took out the awakening capsule from his portable space. Sister Xiaoya, if you take this awakening capsule, you might be able to awaken as a warrior. Zhou Lingfeng handed over the awakening capsule. Lingfeng, why did you give me this? This is something you cultivate. Zhang said in confusion. Sister Xiaoya, the awakening capsule is no longer useful to me, and it has no use here. I might as well give it to you. Zhou Lingfeng said. But what's the use of me becoming a warrior? Zhang shook her head and said, you'd better resell it. How can you call it useless? Sister Xiaoya, you should know better than me that strength is the most important thing in this world. Otherwise, I will be very worried if you have no ability to protect yourself after I leave Xingshou village. Zhou Lingfeng said. Worry about me? Zhang looked at the awakening capsule in Zhou Lingfeng's hand, smiled slightly and said, okay, I'll take it. Zhang took the awakening capsule and sat aside. Zhou Lingfeng also continued to use Ton My Fist. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into his body from the meridians along with the boxing technique, constantly washing his body. Zhang looked at Zhou Lingfeng quietly from the side. Xiao Lingfeng didn't stop until his muscles all over his body were sore. At this time, nearly half of Xiao Lingfeng's fifth main meridian has been opened. Although Xiao Lingfeng was sweating profusely and panting from exhaustion, he was extremely excited. Because the day for recruiting disciples in Jinlan City was approaching, he could not leave Xingqiu village to devour monsters to improve his cultivation. But now, with Tongmai Fist, Xiao Lingfeng no longer has this trouble. "You're tired, right?" Upon seeing this, Zhangye came up and wiped the sweat from Xiao Lingfeng's forehead with a towel. "Thank you, Sister Xiaoya." Xiao Lingfeng looked down at Zhangye. At this time, the moonlight fell and shone on her body. Zhangye's perfect side face was covered with a layer of fluorescent light, making her extraordinarily beautiful. "Sister Xiaoya, you are so beautiful." Xiao Lingfeng's head felt hot as he blurted out these words. "Lingfeng, why did you suddenly start joking? Is it fun to make fun of me?" Zhangye, like a frightened little rabbit, stepped back, lowered her head and said, "Sister Xiaoya, I'm serious." Xiao Lingfeng said, "Do you think I'm easy to deceive, that's why you said this?" Zhangye still lowered her head and said. Xiao Lingfeng looked at Zhangye and knew that she had not yet come out of the shadow of disfigurement. "Sister Xiaoya, Xiao Lingfeng wanted to say something more, but Zhangye left without looking back. "Lingfeng, I'm going back to my room first." Xiao Lingfeng looked at Zhangye leaving and could only shake his head helplessly. Sister Xiaoya's problem is the scar on her face. When I go to Jinlan City in the future, I will see if there is anything that can repair the scar and bring it back to Sister Xiaoya. Xiao Lingfeng thought to himself. The Zhangye in his memory was not what she looked like now. Xiao Lingfeng was really tired. After taking a shower, he went back to his room to sleep. In Zhangye's room, Zhangye was burying her head in the quilt and crying quietly. Silent all night. The next morning, everything was business as usual. Xiao Lingfeng practiced Tongmai boxing in the yard. Only when he is exhausted will he sit down and take a rest. The result of this is that Xiao Lingfeng's cultivation has improved rapidly. In one day's work, percent of Xiao Lingfeng's fifth main meridian was opened. In just one more day, he will reach the fifth level of Tongmai realm. The training speed of Tongmai Quan is truly terrifying. Of course, Xiao Lingfeng also understood that this was because he had mastered the complete Tongmai Fist in advance. Others can only practice step by step, opening up a few main meridians before they can practice a few sections of Tongmai Fist, and their practice speed is directly slower than him. Before falling asleep, Xiao Lingfeng checked the current attribute panel. Host, Xiao Lingfeng cultivation level, 4th stage of Tongmai realm skills, none martial arts, Tongmai Fist supernatural talents, frozen eyes, giant claws devour points, 0 fusion opportunities, 0 system. What is this fusion opportunity? Xiao Lingfeng looked at the last fusion opportunity on the attribute panel and asked in confusion. Ding dong, fusion refers to the fusion of the exercises, martial arts, and magical talents learned by the host. The merged exercises, martial arts, and magical talents will be more powerful. The system replied. Is that so? Then how did this fusion opportunity come about? Xiao Lingfeng continued to ask. Ding dong, the host can redeem the fusion opportunity from the system. 10,000 devouring points can be exchanged for 1 fusion opportunity. The system replied. Let's forget it. When Xiao Lingfeng saw that this thing required devouring points to use, his scalp suddenly felt numb. This function requires too many swallowing points, right? However, this also proves the power of this function. Otherwise the system would never be priced so high. After that, Xiao Lingfeng fell asleep, waiting for Jinlan City to recruit disciples the next day. The next day, it was close to 9 o'clock in the morning. Outside Xingqiu village, 4 more young people came here. 3 men and 1 woman. The men all looked to be in their early 20s, uniformly dressed in long gowns and very handsomely dressed. The only girl was walking in the front, wearing a lavender flowing cloud dress. Under the slender willow eyebrows, there was a pair of beautiful eyes, a beautiful nose and cherry lips, and a perfect face with oval seeds, which looked as if it were made in heaven. It is enough to be called a country and a city. The only flaw is that the girl's figure is too petite, and except for her face, the rest of her body is too barren. These 4 people are all disciples of Nandu Academy. Sister, today is the day to recruit disciples. You have made all of us late. Master will definitely blame us when we go back. A young man said with a grimace. Do you want to cause trouble? I will take care of it from my father's side. The girl turned back and glared at the young man, then continued, besides, coming to Xingsho village to recruit disciples is not an excuse? Then you can just take anyone back to Nandu Academy. Sister, are you too casual like this? The young man was speechless. Do you dare not listen? The girl glared at the young man. How dare we not listen to what the little senior sister said? Another young man came to the rescue. Who is younger? Who is younger? Call me senior sister. The girl seemed to have been stepped on and hurt her foot, she said anxiously. Big sister, big sister. The young man who came to the rescue quickly apologized with a smile. The girl in front of her is named Ji Xiaoxiao, and she is the only daughter of the 3 masters. At the age of 18, he is already a strong man in the 2nd level of Dowling, and his talent is among the top in Jinlan City. It seems to be because of the small name, and it seems to be due to some ulterior reasons. In short, Yi Xiaoxiao really hates people mentioning the word small in front of her. It's almost there. Yi Xiaoxiao snorted and let the man go. The 4 of them entered Xingsho village and followed the street signs to Xingsho Village High School. At this time, a young man who looked to be 18 or 19 years old came running in a panic with messy hair. This person is none other than Xiao Lingfeng, who slept late. He practiced Tong Mai Quan so hard yesterday that he was so tired that he fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Lingfeng looked at how Yi Xiaoxiao and the other 4 were dressed and guessed that these 4 people should also be from Jinlan City. Are you also big shots from Jinlan City? Xiao Lingfeng stopped and looked at Yi Xiaoxiao and asked. Big man? When Yi Xiaoxiao heard Xiao Lingfeng's words, he immediately beamed with joy. That's right, we are disciples from Nandu Academy in Jinlan City. You are quite smart. We, Nandu Academy, have accepted you. Yi Xiaoxiao said happily. Are all disciples accepted in Jinlan City so casually? Xiao Lingfeng was slightly startled when he heard Yi Xiaoxiao's words, and then said. Why did he feel that the procedures for recruiting disciples from the 2 forces in Jinlan City were not as complicated as he imagined, but rather childish? Other places are different from Xingmori village. Yi Xiaoxiao smiled and said, anyway, you don't understand even if I tell you. Your cultivation level is also in the 4th level of Tongmai realm. I guess you have never learned martial arts, right? Here, I give you this Tongmai fist. You must practice well. Yi Xiaoxiao was writing a novel and glanced at the young man behind him. The young man immediately understood and took out a book of Tongmai Quan from his bag. If Xiao Lingfeng read it correctly, the suitcase was filled with secret books, all of which were Tongmai fist. Even if the streets are rotten, there is no need for them to be rotten like this. Is it possible that all Tongmai Quan is wholesale? Thank you so much, senior sister, but I have decided to go to Taishian Sword Academy. Xiao Lingfeng smiled slightly and cupped his fists. Although he had not promised Zi Xiaoling to go to Taishian Sword Academy before, he still gave Tongmai fist to him. He can't be ungrateful, can he? And it was indeed Taishian Sword Academy who showed kindness to him first. Ha! That's it. What a pity. Originally, I wanted to make you a master of the 8th level of Tongmai realm within half a year. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded and said regretfully. She is not stupid. She can be regarded as a genius if she can achieve the 4th level of Tongmai realm in such a barren place. If he returns to Jinlan City and receives good resources, he may not be able to become a powerful person in the Dao spirit realm in the future. It's a pity that such talents will eventually go to Taishian Sword Academy. It seems that Jinlan City is far better than I imagined. Senior sister, you dare to ask me to become a master of the 8th level of Tongmai realm within half a year? Xiao Lingfeng said with emotion. The expressions of the 3 young men behind Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly changed. Oops. Small? Who is young? Who do you think is young? As soon as he heard the word little, Yi Xiaoxiao stared at Qiu Lingfeng like crazy and grabbed Qiu Lingfeng's collar with his jade hands. Although Yi Xiaoxiao is petite and about 2 heads shorter than Qiu Lingfeng, this action looks very funny. But I can't stand it. She is a strong person in the second level of Dowling. Qiu Lingfeng was so overwhelmed that he couldn't breathe and his face turned red. Sister, I didn't say anything about you, I didn't say anything about you. Yes, senior sister, he didn't say anything about you. Sister, please let him go quickly. He is dying and he is starting to roll his eyes. The 3 young men hurriedly stopped Yi Xiaoxiao, trying to separate the two. With great difficulty, the 3 of them freed Qiu Lingfeng. After being rescued, Qiu Lingfeng was panting heavily and had not yet recovered. The powerful ones in the Taoist realm are truly terrifying. The release of the coercion made it difficult for him to breathe. It was like there were millions of mountains pressing down on his body, making him unable to move at all. It's just that he doesn't understand. Why did this normal little beauty in front of me suddenly go crazy? He also muttered words such as, who do you think is small? It's not that it's small, it's just that it's shy. Qiu Lingfeng was beside him and was confused for a while. Ahem, brother, that's ridiculous. Our senior sister doesn't like that word the most. A Nandu Academy disciple smiled awkwardly at Qiu Lingfeng and said. Which word? The word little? Why can't she hear the word little? Is the word little so special to her? Qiu Lingfeng said. The Nandu Academy disciple's expression suddenly changed. Because Yi Xiaoxiao, who had just calmed down a bit, started rioting again. Asshole. You just said small, right? You, who do you look down on? If you keep saying I'm small, I'll take off my clothes and let you see if I'm small. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Qiu Lingfeng and shouted. If there were not 2 disciples holding her next to her, looking at her posture, she might really have to take off her clothes to compare her size. You go on, I'll go in first. Qiu Lingfeng took a few steps back with palpitations. This Yi Xiaoxiao looked quite normal, but he didn't expect to have such a terrible mental illness. If he didn't run faster, he would definitely be torn into pieces by Yi Xiaoxiao. At this time, a simple area was circled on the school playground to recruit disciples for Taishan Sword Academy and Nandu Academy. However, because no one from Nandu Academy has arrived yet, the process has not started yet. Qiu Lingfeng found his position in a hurry. There are far fewer people coming today, most of them are students who have become warriors. As for those who have not become warriors, there are also a few who come to try their luck. You are still late for such an important day. Xiao Yan looked at Qiu Lingfeng and said. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged, he had nothing to say. He was late after all. But hasn't the recruitment of disciples not started yet? What does it matter if he's late? Xiao Yan, why are you targeting Lingfeng like this? Zhang Yu frowned and looked at Xiao Yandao. Oh, I just want him to know that even if he awakens his magical talent, it is not worth mentioning in the face of a realm crushing him. Xiao Yan said. Are you just sore? Not far away, a girl said. Her appearance was not bad, but Qiu Lingfeng had forgotten her name. She is a student in the next class, her cultivation level is also good, and she is in the 2nd level of Tongmai realm. Why are you sour? I just want him to know this. Xiao Yan said anxiously. Hey, isn't that sour? The girl continued, don't you just feel jealous that he has awakened his magical talent and you haven't? I do not have. Xiao Yan shouted angrily, how could I, a dignified 4th-level martial artist in the Tongmai realm, be jealous of him? Just talk, why are you shouting so loudly? Qiu Lingfeng said, don't you just want to compete with me? I'll give you this chance soon. Well, don't run away when the time comes. Xiao Yan sneered and said. After saying that, Xiao Yan walked away. After Xiao Yan walked away, Zhang Yuekai cursed, young lady, Shabi Xiaoyan, why are you so crazy so early in the morning? Isn't he just tired of seeing unknown little people awaken their magical talents and steal his limelight? The girl who spoke for Qiu Lingfeng before came over and said. But you were too impulsive just now when you said you wanted to compete with Xiao Yan. He is a warrior at the 4th level of Tongmai realm, so you can't please him, the girl said. Please wait and see. Xiao Lingfeng shrugged and smiled. He who has mastered the 8th level of Tongmai Quan is also at the 4th level of Tongmai realm. He is really not afraid of Xiao Yan. My name is Zhang Xiaonan, the girl said. Xiao Lingfeng was slightly startled, and then said, I know that your name is Xiao Lingfeng, Uncle Daniel's adopted son, but it seems like you have forgotten my name. Zhang Xiaonan waved his hand and said. Lingfeng, she is my cousin. Zhang Yu coughed and said. So it is. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. No wonder Zhang Xiaonan spoke for him just now. It was for this reason that he co-authored the book. At this time, the 4 people from Nandu Academy finally arrived. Are you too slow? Li Changkong looked at the 4 people from Nandu Academy very unhappily and said. Sorry for wasting everyone's time. There was something wrong on the road, so I came late. A Nandu Academy disciple said sheepishly. Now that everyone is here, let's get started. Zi Ruyu said. A dozen people lined up. The 8 Taoist realm experts could see through the cultivation of Qiu Lingfeng and others just by looking at them. A warrior in the Tongmai realm cannot know the cultivation level of a warrior in the same realm, but the Taoist realm is different. With just one glance, a strong Taoist realm warrior can sense how many main meridians are running through the body of a Tongmai realm warrior. 2 are at the 4th level of the Tongmai realm, 1 is at the 3rd level of the Tongmai realm, 2 are at the 2nd level of the Tongmai realm, and 8 are at the 1st level of the Tongmai realm. The rest are all without cultivation. A group of geniuses from Jinlan City saw the cultivation of Qiu Lingfeng and others. I have to say, it's really too weak. With such a cultivation level, it is absolutely impossible to be selected into Jinlan City among the villages near Jinlan City. But the situation in Xingshou village is different. They were given death orders. No matter what, we must recruit 3 disciples from Xingshou village. Therefore, there were cases in Xingshou village where students who were not warriors were selected into Jinlan City. This is also the reason why students without any cultivation level want to come here to try their luck. I want that 4th level of Tongmai realm. Yi Xiaoxiao pointed at Qiu Lingfeng and said. Qiu Lingfeng felt his body tremble when Yi Xiaoxiao stared at him like this. It's over. Could it be that he has a grudge against this woman? Could it be that Yi Xiaoxiao wanted to choose him, then kill him halfway and leave his body in the wilderness? No, that is my designated junior fellow apprentice. No one can touch him. Zi Shaoling refused. 4th level of Tongmai realm? After hearing Yi Xiaoxiao's words, all the students were shocked. What did they just hear? Qiu Lingfeng is already at the 4th level of Tongmai realm? Isn't this too fast? Didn't he just awaken as a warrior a few days ago? Could this be the terrifying genius who has awakened his supernatural talent? In just a few days, he has reached the 4th level of Tongmai realm. At the same time, Xiaoyan's expression also changed. He never expected that Qiu Lingfeng was already at the 4th level of Tongmai realm. If this rate continues, won't Qiu Lingfeng be able to reach the 5th level of Tongmai realm in a few days? Lingfeng, are you at the 4th level of Tongmai realm? Zhang Yu didn't think Yi Xiaoxiao would tell lies and looked at Qiu Lingfeng in disbelief. Ah. Qiu Lingfeng nodded helplessly. Damn. You're so awesome, why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhang Yu said. You didn't even ask. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and said innocently. He never thought about exposing his cultivation. It's just that Tongmai realm warriors have no secrets at all in front of Dao spirit realm experts. I don't believe it. I don't believe he is at the 4th level of Tongmai realm. He has only just awakened to become a warrior not long ago. Xiao Yan stood up and said. Don't believe it? Do you really want to fight Qiu Lingfeng? Zhang Yu looked at Xiao Yan and said. A fight? Okay, let's have a fight. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up and he said, which one of you wins, we, Nandu Academy, will win. Our Taishan Sword Academy wants this Qiu Lingfeng, and the remaining one is for you. Zi Shaoling said. Hey, did you hear that? You must defeat that Xiao Lingfeng. Yi Xiaoxiao shouted towards Xiao Yan. Yes. Xiao Yan said excitedly after hearing Yi Xiaoxiao's words. Whoever wins Nandu Academy will win. Xiao Yan didn't want to miss such an important opportunity. Even if you are also at the 4th level of Tongmai realm, I have been a warrior longer than you, so you will never be able to defeat me. Xiao Yan said. You are so confident. Xiao Lingfeng said with a solemn expression. In his opinion, Xiao Yan is not his opponent at all. Xiao Lingfeng and Xiao Yan are in opposition. The others dispersed voluntarily, leaving plenty of space for the two of them to take action. Just give me a good beating. Xiao Yan sneered, then rushed towards Xiao Lingfeng and punched out at the same time. Xiao Yan obviously has not learned any martial arts. In Xiao Lingfeng's opinion, his actions were full of loopholes. It is estimated that Xiao Yan's previous battles were all based on realm crushing. After all, one main meridian is blessed with 200 kilograms of power. Xiao Lingfeng easily dodged Xiao Yan's fist and at the same time kicked Xiao Yan in the abdomen. The latter was caught off guard and flew backwards. He clutched his stomach with a painful look on his face and knelt on the ground unable to stand up. That's it? This thought popped up in the minds of all the students. Even Xiao Lingfeng looked confused. He originally thought that even if Xiao Yan was not his opponent, it would still take a lot of effort to solve it. After all, the two of them have the same cultivation level. But he never expected that with just one kick, Xiao Yan could not get up from his knees on the ground. Isn't this winning too easy? The wind is loud and the rain is small. You said so awesome before. I thought you were so awesome. Xiao Lingfeng said speechlessly. Even the 8 disciples who came from Jinlan City looked confused. With just one kick, Xiao Yan, who was also a 4th-level martial artist in the Tongmai realm, was defeated by Xiao Lingfeng. They could clearly see that Xiao Yan's piece of raw jade was too raw. He doesn't even know how to fight, so he just lets out a lot of harsh words. TSK. This. The gap during this period was so great that Yi Xiaoxiao's waist almost broke. Does Nandu Academy still want Xiao Yan? If not, Taishan Sword Academy will take it in as well? Zi Shaoling asked with a smile. Stop it. So what if he doesn't win the fight? Anyway, he has never practiced formally. There is still a lot of room for improvement in the future. Yi Xiaoxiao said stiffly. After that, Zi Shaoling ran to Xiao Lingfeng excitedly and said, I didn't expect you to be quite powerful. You actually killed that guy with one kick. Stop talking, I feel insulted. Xiao Lingfeng covered his face and said speechlessly. Before the fight, he thought Xiao Yan was really powerful. After all, just by hearing the name, you know that this guy is special. This name is quite deceiving. I never thought that I was just a paper tiger. Fortunately, he had previously held the title of the #1 genius in Kyotomori Village High School. It turns out that everything is false. How is your practice of Tongmai Quan? Zi Shaoling asked. I've got it all. Xiao Lingfeng said truthfully. Although the actual combat effect of Tongmai Quan is average, this martial art is more useful for training. This is very important for Xiao Lingfeng, who has not practiced any martial arts. It can directly increase the advancement speed of his cultivation. Have you mastered them all? Didn't you lie to me? Each stage of Tongmai Fist must be mastered with the corresponding cultivation level of Tongmai realm. Zi Shaoling said suspiciously. Real. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. Then he didn't care about the venue and directly performed the 8th section of Tongmai Fist. It's really the 8th level of Tongmai Fist, and you can actually do it well, what a freak. Zi Shaoling said with a shocked look. Even the other 7 people from Jinlan City were like this. They could clearly sense that Xiao Lingfeng's cultivation was at the 4th level of Tongmai realm. But Xiao Lingfeng actually used the 8th stage of Tongmai Fist? Freak, a complete freak. After this, a group of students began to select. They are not as lucky as Xiao Lingfeng and Xiao Yan. If they want to enter Jinlan City, they have to go through a lot of selection. The winner in the end was beyond everyone's expectation. It was Zhang Xiaonan. Zhang Xiaonan chose Taishan Sword Academy. At this point, the target of recruiting 3 disciples has been reached. Those who were not selected could only leave with a sigh of disappointment. Tomorrow we will leave Xingshou village and go to Jinlan City. You should take advantage of today to pack your luggage. Zi Xiaoling said to Qiu Lingfang and Zhang Xiaonan. After that, Qiu Lingfang returned to the blacksmith shop. Zhang Dainio and Zhang Ye waited anxiously in the yard. When they saw Qiu Lingfang coming back, Zhang Dainio went up to him and said, Lingfeng, how is the matter of choosing a disciple? As expected, I was selected. Qiu Lingfang shrugged and said, I'm leaving tomorrow. Zhang Ye's expression darkened, but she didn't say much. Lingfeng, Uncle Zhang doesn't have anything good to give you. When you leave tomorrow, take the few good knives in the shop with you for self-defense. Zhang Dainio scratched his hair and said, Uncle Zhang, I still have the weapons you gave me last time. I am going to practice, not to fight or kill people. Why did you give me so many weapons? Qiu Lingfang said dumbfounded. That's right, Dad, can you put something else in your head besides iron? Zhang Ye couldn't help but scolded. Haha, isn't it true that when you go out, safety comes first? Zhang Dainio smiled sheepishly. I'm going to pack my things first. After Qiu Lingfang finished speaking, he walked back to the room. Because there was a systematic carry-on space, Qiu Lingfang threw all the important things in it, including some weapons. I only kept a few insignificant items in my backpack. Lingfeng, can I go in? Zhang Ye's voice sounded outside the door. Come in, Sister Xiaoya. Qiu Lingfang said. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ye walked in. What's the matter with you? Sister Xiaoya. Qiu Lingfang looked at Zhang Ye and asked curiously. You have to practice well over there, remember to eat on time, don't stay up late, and don't get a bad stomach. Also, stay away from those ungrateful people, and don't offend others. You must not have the heart to harm others, and you must not have the heart to guard against others. The girls over there in Jinlan City should also open your eyes and see clearly who they are, and don't be fooled by others. Zhang Ye warned. Qiu Lingfang listened to Zhang Ye's instructions and couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. Why do these words sound so much like what an old mother would say to her son who was about to travel far away? I know, Sister Xiaoya. Qiu Lingfang nodded, and then said, also, Sister Xiaoya, Zhang Xiaonan also went to Taishan Sword Academy with me to practice. Zhang Xiaonan? Is she Uncle Xiaoye's daughter? Zhang Ye frowned and asked after thinking for a while. Well, it's her. Qiu Lingfang nodded. I didn't expect her to go with you. You have to take good care of her when you go there. Don't let her be bullied. After all, we are still relatives. Zhang Ye said. Sister Xiaoya, don't underestimate Zhang Xiaonan. She is a warrior at the 2nd level of Tongmai realm. She is better than many boys. Qiu Lingfang smiled and said, maybe I will still need her to cover me in the future, at noon the next day. The shape is at the entrance of the village. Qiu Lingfang and others followed a group of Jinlan City disciples and left Xingshou village. Different from last time, this time he did not go on patrol to gain experience, which would put his life in danger, but instead went to Jinlan City to practice. Of course, there may still be dangers on the road. But with 8 Taoist realm powerhouses standing guard, the chance of an accident happening along the way is very small. The only way to get to Jinlan City is through the dark forest. Zhang Xiaonan had never been here before. Even if she was braver, she couldn't help but move closer to Qiu Lingfang at this moment. Qiu Lingfang is a warrior at the 4th level of Tongmai realm, and he is much more powerful than her at critical moments. The place you patrolled last time was the dark forest, right? Isn't it dangerous? After entering the dark forest, Zhang Xiaonan asked. It's okay, just be cautious. Qiu Lingfang said. For ordinary people, the beasts in the dark forest can be deadly. But as long as a warrior is careful, he will basically not encounter any danger to his life. What's more, there are 8 Taoist realm experts here at this moment. Speaking of which, why is it so quiet around here? I don't even see the shadow of a few wild beasts. Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but said doubtfully. Zi Shaoling was not far from Qiu Lingfeng. After hearing Qiu Lingfeng's words, she burst out laughing and said, "Junior brother, have you forgotten that we are all in the Taoist realm? Our cultivation aura is a great deterrent to beings whose strength is lower than ours, so ordinary beasts and magical beasts will choose to avoid us." So it is. Qiu Lingfeng suddenly realized. Because it was not a patrol and they did not encounter any magical beasts, the group of people traveled extremely fast. It only took half a day to pass through half of the dark forest. As night fell, the group also chose an open place to camp. "Senior Sister Shaoling, I would like to ask, how long will it take for us to go to Jinlan City?" After setting up the bonfire, Qiu Lingfeng asked Zi Shaoling. "If nothing else happens, we will be there in 2 days. When we leave the dark forest tomorrow, we can ride the Earth Warcraft to Jinlan City." Zi Shaoling said without thinking. "Earth monster?" Qiu Lingfeng frowned, obviously not hearing it. "It is a kind of tamed magical beast. It travels extremely fast. Running at full strength, it can rival a strong person in the 6th level of Taoist spirit." Zi Shaoling said. "Hiss, so fast?" Qiu Lingfeng was suddenly shocked. Zi Shaoling in the 1st level of Daoling made Qiu Lingfeng feel unattainable, let alone the existence of the 6th level of Daoling? "Does it hurt if you fall? Will you fall to death?" Qiu Lingfeng asked again. "But, junior brother, what's your problem?" Zi Shaoling couldn't help laughing and said, "Anyway, I haven't fallen, but it should hurt a lot." "Oh," Qiu Lingfeng nodded, becoming even more curious about the appearance of the monster. That night, Qiu Lingfeng asked Zi Shaoling a lot of information about Jinlan City and Taishan Sword Academy. This actually brought the relationship between the two closer, but after Li Changkong saw the scene, his eyes became colder. However, he knew that now was not the time to take action. As long as he goes to Taishan Sword Academy, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill a disciple from the outer academy in an accident? Taishan Sword Academy is divided into 2 courtyards, inner and outer. If the disciples of the outer courtyard cannot enter the inner courtyard or become powerful in the Taoist realm after 4 years of training, they basically have no choice but to leave the Taishan Sword Academy. People like Qiu Lingfeng, after entering Taishan Sword Academy, became the lowest level outer courtyard disciples. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon the next day, the group left the dark forest. During this period, we did not encounter any magical beasts, and this was all due to the 8 powerful Taoist realm masters. No monster would foolishly come here to die. Not long after walking out of the dark forest, Qiu Lingfeng saw 2 figures not far away, wearing the costumes of Taishan Sword Academy and Nandu Academy respectively. Beside them, there were 5 magical beasts. 3 of the monsters wear the logo of Nandu Academy, and the other 2 bear the logo of Taishan Sword Academy. "You are finally here. I am almost bored to death from waiting." The male disciple of Taishan Sword Academy leaned against the demon beast in boredom, looking at Senior Sister Song and others. Then, he set his sights on Qiu Lingfeng and Zhang Xiaonan. "Are these 2 junior brothers and junior sisters? The 4th level of Tongmai Realm and the 2nd level of Tongmai Realm, their cultivation is not bad." He looked at Qiu Lingfeng and said in surprise, "My name is Wan Linhai, just call me Senior Brother Wan." Wan Linhai looks to be in his early 20s, and his smile is very kind, which makes people feel like spring breeze. "Hello, Senior Brother Wan." Qiu Lingfeng cupped his fists towards Wan Linhai. "Senior Sister Song, should we leave now?" Wan Linhai nodded, and then asked Senior Sister Song. "Ah." Senior Sister Song nodded in response. Qiu Lingfeng also ran to the 2 monsters at this time and began to look at them. The 2 earthly monsters of Taishan Sword Academy look a bit like rhinos, but they have no horns on their heads and are covered with thick scales. The 3-headed monster of Nandu Academy is a kind of monster similar to a horse, but it is taller and bullier, 3 to 4 meters tall. These 2 monsters are called Jindi rhinos. It only takes 420 seconds to accelerate from 36 to kilometers per hour, has a top speed of kilometers per hour, and consumes only 1 stone of fodder per kilometers. It has 6 breathing holes and strong heat dissipation capabilities. unparalleled endurance, can run 4 hours continuously. Wan Linhai walked to Qiu Lingfeng and introduced him. Why is there a bit of odor? Qiu Lingfeng was stunned and said. The three-headed monsters in Nandu Academy are called Mayuma. They are a bit faster than our earth-shaking rhino, but their endurance is much lower. They also consume a lot of fodder. They cost 3 stones of fodder every kilometers. Wan Linhai pointed at the three-headed magic beast in Nandu Academy. Mayuma? Why is this name so weird? Qiu Lingfeng was speechless. Then, he reacted belatedly. Doesn't the homonymous name of Jindi Rhino mean that it is really a cow? Hiss. Name it a ghost. Taishan Sword Academy's rhinoceros, the charming horse from Nandu Academy. Qiu Lingfeng's mouth suddenly twitched. Fortunately, I didn't choose to go to Nandu Academy, otherwise I would have lost my horse inexplicably. I have to say that although the name of Nandu Academy's Mayuma is a bit strange, its speed is really unparalleled. Mayuma started running, and his figure was really like a ghost. In just a short while, there were only a few small black spots left in Nandu Academy. The Taishan Sword Academy has also been fully equipped. Because the earth-suppressing rhino is huge, the male disciples ride on the same ground-suppressing rhino, and the female disciples ride on another ground-suppressing rhino. Following a command, the two monsters started running at the same time, very fast. After a while, the dark forest was almost gone. Sword Academy. The journey to reach Jinlan City is still very difficult. However, because of the earthly monsters, there was no danger along the way. The ground-suppressing rhinoceros is comparable to the speed of Dowling's 6th realm, which is enough to get rid of most troubles. At noon 2 days later, everyone arrived at Jinlan City. A huge city wall with a height of meters stands on the ground, giving people a feeling of being insurmountable. Behind this city wall is the prosperous Jinlan City. Outside the city wall, there are many gathering places. The residents in these gathering areas are mostly refugees who have fled here and have no fixed residence. Only outside Jinlan City can you barely get shelter, so that you don't even have a place to stay. This world is full of dangers. Any first-level slave monster can kill an ordinary person. Compared with these displaced refugees who have fled here, the treatment of villagers like Qiu Lingfeng is much better. At least, there is a school in the village that can provide some guidance on spiritual practice. In a place where refugees gather, becoming a warrior can only rely on luck. The place where these people originally lived has been destroyed by monsters. Wan Linhai said, about 3 months ago, there was a general-level beast king in the south. General level. When Qiu Lingfeng heard this word, he couldn't help but take a breath. Warcraft also has strengths and weaknesses. The lowest level of monsters is the slave level, which corresponds to the Tongmai realm. On top of this, there are elite-level monsters, corresponding to the human Taoist realm. And above this is the general level, which corresponds to the soul state of the human race. The Tao spirit realm is already out of reach for Qiu Lingfeng now. Not to mention the general level monsters that are comparable to those in the soul realm. Then, did Jinlan City send anyone to kill that general level monster? Qiu Lingfeng asked curiously. Wan Linhai shook his head, then changed the topic. At the beginning of next spring, Taishan Sword Academy and Nandu Academy will each select 10 disciples from these refugees. This can be regarded as Jinlan City's compensation for these refugees. Qiu Lingfeng nodded. Looking at the refugees outside the city wall, I couldn't help clenching my fists. In this world, the existence of human race is indeed very small. 2 rhinoceroses came to the city gate and attracted the attention of many refugees. The closed city gate slowly opened a small crack, just enough for 2 people to pass through. Several heavily armed soldiers walked in, all holding firearms in their hands. He was fully vigilant against the surrounding refugees to prevent them from taking the opportunity to sneak into Jinlan City. We are disciples of Taishan Sword Academy. Senior Sister Song jumped off the Jindi Rhino, took out the Taishan Sword Academy's token, and said. One of them took the token, checked its authenticity, and returned it to Senior Sister Song, shouting at the same time, "Open the door." Then, the heavy city gate slowly opened. Senior Sister Song jumped onto Jindy Rhino again. It wasn't until the city gate was opened that the two ground-holding rhinos slowly walked in. Earth monsters cannot run around unscrupulously in Jinlan City. Speed limit. Not only that, each Earth monster has its own number. During certain specific periods, some earthly warcraft cannot be ridden due to restrictions. Moreover, Jinlan City also has a set of traffic rules that belong to the earthly monsters. If there are too many violations, the demonic beast control certificate will even be revoked. That's right, you also need documents if you want to control warcraft. As the two ground-suppressing rhinos entered Jinlan City, a group of refugees outside also made a fuss, and then rushed towards the city gate. Bang bang bang! A series of gunshots rang out. Xiao Lingfeng hurriedly turned around and saw that rows of refugees had fallen to the ground. This? Xiao Lingfeng was so surprised that he was speechless. Xiao Lingfeng, who was born in Haitang in his previous life, had never seen soldiers shooting recklessly. Don't worry, it's just a tranquilizer gun. It will only make those refugees sleep for a while. Wan Linhai opened his mouth and said, now is no different than before. The resources in Jinlan City are also tight. If those refugees sneak in, there will definitely be chaos. Ah. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and said no more. Wow, are those cars? I used to only see pictures in books. Zhang Xiaonan, who was on the other rhinoceros, let out an exclamation. Xiao Lingfeng followed her gaze and found that it was a dilapidated Wuling Hongguang van. Cars can be driven in the city, but it is not possible to drive outside the city. Because there are no paved roads outside the city. Today's cars are mostly toys for wealthy students. I've never seen the world. It's so shameful. Li Changkong snorted softly and said. Hearing this, Xiao Lingfeng frowned a little uncomfortable, but finally relaxed. After all, he and Zhang Xiaonan are both here to practice, so it's better not to cause trouble. And Zhang Xiaonan didn't hear it either, so he just pretended he didn't hear it. Taishan Sword Academy covers an area of acres and is divided into two areas, the inner courtyard and the outer courtyard. The number of disciples in the outer courtyard alone is nearly. In comparison, the number of disciples in the inner courtyard is much smaller, with less than 1,000. Wan Linhai and others also fulfilled their duties and took Xiao Lingfeng and Zhang Xiaonan to the disciple registration office. The two registered their information and received the clothes of the disciples from the outer courtyard of Taishan Sword Academy. Other new disciples will arrive at Taishan Sword Academy tomorrow. You can take a good rest today. Zi Shaoling said, if there's anything you two don't understand, just come to me. Okay, Senior Sister Shaoling. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. Okay, no more words, we have to go back to recover. Zi Shaoling smiled and said. Then he left with Senior Sister Song and others. Where is your dormitory? Xiao Lingfeng glanced at Zhang Xiaonan and asked. Building Bingjiu. Zhang Xiaonan said, it's the worst level, what about you? It's also building Bingjiu. Xiao Lingfeng shrugged. Why? Zhang Xiaonan suddenly said dissatisfied. What's wrong? Xiao Lingfeng looked at Zhang Xiaonan puzzled. You have clearly awakened your magical talent, why are you still in the same building as me? Zhang Xiaonan frowned and said. Hee, this shows that your talent is not bad. Xiao Lingfeng smiled and said. No, I have to go find out. Zhang Xiaonan wanted to seek justice for Xiao Lingfeng, and as he spoke, he wanted to go back. Forget it, we are in the same building, so we can take care of anything. Xiao Lingfeng stopped Zhang Xiaonan and said. Since you don't care, forget it. Zhang Xiaonan glanced at Xiao Lingfeng and sighed. Then, the two of them walked towards the dormitory building. On the way, Zhang Xiaonan looked east and west, feeling novel about everything, looking forward to the next 4 years of training in Taishan Sword Academy. Xiao Lingfeng didn't feel much. It's just that Jinlan City has a somewhat modern atmosphere. Bingjiu dormitory is divided into east and west sides, respectively for male and female disciples. After leaving downstairs in the dormitory, Xiao Lingfeng received the dormitory key from the dormitory aunt. The management of Taishan Sword Academy is different from what I imagined. Xiao Lingfeng held the key to the dormitory and looked at the building full of earth. The scene in Jinlan City is completely different from the desolation outside. Completely belonged to two worlds. If he didn't say anything, Xiao Lingfeng would even have the illusion of being on the earth. Tomorrow is the day when the remaining new disciples will be admitted to the hospital, so Xiao Lingfeng can get used to Taishan Sword Academy one day in advance. Beep beep. At this time, the communication watch on Xiao Lingfeng's left wrist suddenly made a sound. This communication watch is uniformly equipped by Taishan Sword Academy for new disciples. It only has the simplest communication function and can only be used in Jinlan City. Communication watches with higher level functions need to be purchased by students themselves. Xiao Lingfeng raised her hand and glanced. It was a message from Zhang Xiaonan, saying that she had found the dormitory and asked Xiao Lingfeng if she wanted to buy some daily necessities together. Xiao Lingfeng doesn't need to buy any daily necessities, his portable space is already prepared. But he couldn't let Zhang Xiaonan go alone. After finding the dormitory, Xiao Lingfeng accompanied Zhang Xiaonan to go shopping. What is used in Taishan Sword Academy is not currency, but points. There are points in the communication watch, which are distributed together with the communication watch. New disciples can get 500 points. If you want to get points in the future, you have to work hard on your own, and there are many ways to get points. Downstairs in the dormitory, Zhang Xiaonan was already waiting there. Let's finish our meal first and then buy something. Zhang Xiaonan looked at Xiao Lingfeng and said. Xiao Lingfeng glanced at the sky, and it was now completely dark. There are already street lights outside. Ah. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. After eating, Xiao Lingfeng bought a bunch of things with Zhang Xiaonan. Her points were directly spent. After returning to his dormitory, Xiao Lingfeng began to practice Tongmai boxing. The spiritual energy in Taishan Sword Academy is twice as rich as that in Xingshou village. And this also doubled Xiao Lingfeng's practice speed. With the blessing of the 8th section Tongmai fist, Xiao Lingfeng's 5th main meridian was directly penetrated that night. The strength increased by another 200 kilograms, reaching 1,000 kilograms. By penetrating the 3 main meridians, I will be a warrior at the 8th level of Tongmai realm. Xiao Lingfeng clenched his fists and said excitedly. When he traveled through time, he only had half a month to spare. In half a month, he went from having no cultivation to a 5th level martial artist in Tongmai realm. Such a terrifying improvement is something that no one else would even dare to think of. Looking at the time, it was already past 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. I completely forgot about the time. After taking a bath, Xiao Lingfeng fell down tiredly and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Xiao Lingfeng got up from bed and started doing Tongmai boxing again. Xiao Lingfeng didn't stop until he was covered in sweat again and his hungry stomach growled. After walking out of the dormitory, Xiao Lingfeng saw new disciples entering the dormitory building one after another. After eating, Xiao Lingfeng returned to the dormitory and saw 3 more roommates. A young man with fair complexion and fine clothes, and 2 other young men with dark skin, one with a strong build and the other with a slim figure. Are you our last roommate? The thin young man looked at Xiao Lingfeng and asked. Well, my name is Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. My name is Hao Xiao. I come from the village. My cultivation level is the 4th level of Tongmai realm. The thin young man stretched out a hand and said. Yi Yucheng, from the village, 5th level of Tongmai realm. The fair young man glanced at Xiao Lingfeng and said. My name is Xiao Bai, I am also from the village and I am in the 4th level of Tongmai realm. The muscular young man chuckled and said. Xiao Lingfeng shook Hao Xiao's hand and said, I am also from the village, and I am also in the 5th level of Tongmai realm. Isn't it? Are you from the village too? Hao Xiao scratched his head and said in confusion, I heard from Aunt that you came yesterday. Xiao Lingfeng shrugged and said, I just came earlier. Besides, the people in Jinlan City have been practicing since they were young. At our age, their cultivation level is much higher than ours. That's true. Hao Xiao laughed and said. We are in the same class, right? Xiao Lingfeng asked again. Since they are all from the village, they can't be wrong. Hao Xiu said, by the way, I heard that there are quite a few people with magical talents in this village. I don't know what they are like. Xiu Lingfeng shrugged and said, who knows? After that, Hao Xiu and others went to eat. Because Xiu Lingfeng had eaten, he stayed in the dormitory. Then, Xiu Lingfeng continued to use Tong My Fist. It didn't take long for Hao Xiu and others to come back. When they saw Xiu Lingfeng opening the pulse fist in the dormitory, they couldn't help but be speechless. I said, Lingfeng, why are you practicing boxing in the dormitory? There is a junior training room in the academy. You can practice for half a day with 100 points. The speed of training there is twice that of here. Hao Xiu said. Is there such a place? Xiu Lingfeng said in surprise, where? Hao Xiu pulled Xiu Lingfeng to the balcony, pointed to the circular dome building in the distance, and said, did you see that? That's where we took on the mission? Thanks. Xiu Lingfeng nodded and said, then I'll go there and try practicing first. After saying that, Xiu Lingfeng ran away. Hao Xiu and the other three looked at each other, and Yi Yuqing said, it seems that Xiu Lingfeng is a practicing madman, and he still wants to practice at this time. Xiu Lingfeng came to the outer courtyard disciple hall. There are 3 parts here, the mission area, the training area, and the trading area. The mission area is for disciples from the outer courtyard to receive tasks, and the trading area is for disciples to trade with each other. Of course, you can also choose to sell to Taishan Sword Academy. Of course, Xiu Lingfeng has only one goal now, and that is the training area. Although his current disciple points are only over 400, he still wants to try this training room. After paying the points and walking into the training room, Xiu Lingfeng felt that the concentration of spiritual energy here had become much stronger. The training room is a small room of about 20 square meters, which is enough for the disciples to spread out their hands and feet. Okay, let's start practicing. Xiu Lingfeng didn't want to waste time and started to practice Tong My Fist. He has no cultivation techniques, only this one martial skill that can open up the meridians. Although Tong My Quan is a low-end martial art in Jinlan City, it is still extremely precious to Xiu Lingfeng from Xingshou village. Over and over again, the spiritual energy, driven by the boxing technique, impacted the 6th main meridian. The higher the concentration of spiritual energy, the greater the impact and the faster the cultivation speed. However, as a result, the load on Xiu Lingfeng's physical body was getting bigger and bigger. The training speed in the training room was extremely fast. In half a day, 2/5 of Xiu Lingfeng's 6th main meridian was opened. However, for him who has no practice skills, practicing for half a day is already the limit. If you want to enter the training room again, you can only wait for your physical body to recover. There are only more than 300 points left, so it's time to consider taking on the mission. Xiu Lingfeng thought in his heart. The spiritual energy in the training room gradually faded away, which meant that Xiu Lingfeng's training time had come. At this moment, it is already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Oh, I forgot the time again. Xiu Lingfeng knocked his head and said to himself. After leaving the practice area, Xiu Lingfeng rushed towards the dormitory. Back in the dormitory, Zhao Bai and the others were still chatting. After taking a hasty shower, Xiu Lingfeng went to bed. Early the next morning, Xiu Lingfeng was woken up by Hao Xiu. I brushed my teeth and washed my face, then went to have breakfast together before going to report. According to the information on the communication watch, everyone found their class. By analogy, the management model of Taishan Sword Academy is probably equivalent to that of a university in the previous life, but without various departments. After arriving at the class with Zhao Bai and others, Xiu Lingfeng saw Zhang Xiaonan. She was also assigned to this class. After saying hello to Zhang Xiaonan, Xiu Lingfeng began to wait. Zhang Xiaonan came over, sat next to Xiu Lingfeng, and said, "Are you going to take on a few missions? Earn some points?" "Of course yes." Xiu Lingfeng nodded and said, "Do you also want to take the mission?" "Of course. I went to the disciple hall of the outer courtyard yesterday. I saw a pretty good mission in the mission area. I was to kill a few small monsters in the refugee residential area outside." Zhang Xiaonan nodded and said, "Are you going?" You can earn 100 points with just one level 3 slave monster head. So much? Xiao Lingfeng said in surprise, how many people do you want? The limit is 8 people. Zhang Xiaonan said, there are 4 of us here including my roommate. Is it the same for you? Well, what are the cultivation levels of your roommates? Xiao Lingfeng nodded and asked. They are all in the 4th level of Tongmai realm. Zhang Xiaonan flattened his mouth and said with a pout. It seemed that she was the only one in the entire dormitory who was in the 2nd level of Tongmai realm, which made her feel very aggrieved. Ling Feng, who is this beauty? Zhao Bai patted Xiao Lingfeng on the shoulder and asked. I'm from the same village, my name is Zhang Xiaonan. Xiao Lingfeng introduced each other to several people. Little man, the 3 of them are my roommates, Zhao Bai, Yi Yuqing, and Hao Xiao. Hello. Zhang Xiaonan said generously. Hello. Several people nodded. Did you hear what Ling Feng and I just said? Are you going? Zhang Xiaonan asked. If a beautiful woman invites you, you have to go even if it means mountains of swords and seas of fire. Hao Xiao chuckled and said. Then it's settled, we'll go take over the mission soon. Zhang Xiaonan said happily. After saying that, Zhang Xiaonan returned to her roommate. Hao Xiao, how many points do you need to practice a skill? Xiao Lingfeng asked. It depends on the grade. The lowest one costs 1,000 points, and the price of martial arts is about the same. Hao Xiao thought for a while and said, Why, Lingfeng, do you want to change your practice now? No, I haven't practiced Kung Fu. If I just practice Tongmai Fist now, I can survive, but it will put too much pressure on my body in the long run. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head and said. He discovered this shortcoming when he came out of the training room last night. After all, Tongmai Quan is not a formal training method. Once the concentration of spiritual energy increases, the power of the spiritual energy impact becomes somewhat difficult for him to accept. Hao Xiao was stunned and said, How did you reach the 5th level of Tongmai realm without any techniques? From the tone of your voice, do you all have some cultivation techniques? Xiao Lingfeng turned to look at Yi Yuqing and the others and said. Several people nodded, and then Hao Xiao said, Of course, doesn't your family have any martial arts passed down? No. Xiao Lingfeng was speechless for a while. He turned and glanced at Zhang Xiaonan. Zhang Xiaonan has the lowest cultivation level in their dormitory, probably for this reason. The strongest person in Xingqiu village is only at the 5th level of Tongmai realm. How can he have any skills? There is only one martial skill, and only members of the patrol can learn it. In this world, martial arts cannot be taught casually. Of course, the Tongmai Fist that Xiao Lingfeng now masters is obviously not among them. In this first class, I just introduced Taishian Sword Academy to everyone. In fact, practicing this kind of thing depends entirely on yourself. Taishian Sword Academy only provides a platform. Every 5 days, there is a practice class, you can go or not. What surprised Xiao Lingfeng was that it was not anyone else but Zi Shaoling who introduced them to various matters at Taishian Sword Academy. Obviously, Zi Shaoling came here just for the points. After introducing Taishian Sword Academy, the disciples can leave. Under the surprised gaze of other disciples, Zi Shaoling approached Xiao Lingfeng with a smile and asked, Junior brother Lingfeng, are you still used to it? Ah. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. Come with me and I'll take you somewhere. Zi Shaoling said. Xiao Lingfeng glanced at Zhao Bai and others and found that they were looking at him and Zi Shaoling with ambiguous expressions. Well, you go back first. Xiao Lingfeng said. No problem. Zhao Bai and the others left wisely. After that, Xiao Lingfeng left with Zi Shaoling. After arriving at a deserted place, Zi Shaoling stopped and turned around. Senior sister Shaoling, do you have anything to do with me? Xiao Lingfeng asked. Zi Shaoling took out a book of exercises from her arms, handed it to Xiao Lingfeng, blinked and said, I know you haven't practiced the technique. I asked my dad to get it last night. You must practice to the Taoist realm as soon as possible. Don't let me down. Xiao Lingfeng was stunned when he looked at the cultivation technique in Zi Shaoling's hand and had not yet reacted. What? Stupid? Zi Shaoling waved in front of Xiao Lingfeng and said, "Sister Shaoling, I don't know how to thank you for being so kind to me." Xiao Lingfeng said, "Why are you thanking me? Senior sister told you quietly, don't let too many people know about your supernatural talent. After you reach the Taoist realm, you will become my father's disciple. Do you understand?" Zi Shaoling rolled her eyes and said, "Understood." Xiao Lingfeng nodded and took the secret book of exercises. Zi Shaoling was trying to win over him, but they had already given him some skills to practice, so how could he refuse? "Well, remember, return this technique to me after you have finished practicing it. You must not show it to others," Zi Shaoling warned. "By the way, these Tongmai pills are yours too. In 2 months there will be a new disciple trial. If you want to stand out, you must have at least the 7th level of Tongmai realm. Don't neglect your training." Zi Shaoling took out another jade bottle from her arms and handed it to Xiao Lingfeng. Area with the 2nd Tongmai pill in his stomach, Xiao Lingfeng's 6th main meridian was almost connected. However, there is still a slight difference. It's still a little bit off, but we're closer to a breakthrough. Xiao Lingfeng thought in his heart. The Tongmai pill is indeed a good thing. 2 pills saved him more than half a month of practice time in less than 10 minutes. At this time, Hao Xiao and others also came back. They also brought them back in packages. After everyone finished eating together, Yi Yuqing sent a message to everyone. What is recorded above is the appearance and level of various magical beasts that will appear in the refugee settlements outside Jinlan City. Everyone spent the next time digesting this information. After the time was almost up, Xiao Lingfeng and the others joined Zhang Xiaonan and the others. Then, the 8 of them walked towards the outside of Jinlan City together. "Do you know what kind of monsters will appear outside the city?" Xiao Lingfeng asked Zhang Xiaonan. "Look, Yilian sent us a lot of information about Warcraft before, saying that it was sent to her by Yi Yuqing." While Zhang Xiaonan was speaking, he glanced at Yi Yuqing and said, "By the way, Lingfeng, does Yi Yuqing from your dormitory have a girlfriend?" "I don't know about this, and I didn't ask." Xiao Lingfeng shrugged. "Then ask for me. Don't think too much. I'm asking for a friend of mine." Zhang Xiaonan said. "This friend you are talking about, is she?" Xiao Lingfeng glanced at Zhang Xiaonan suspiciously. "No, don't think too much." Zhang Xiaonan hurriedly denied it. "Okay, I'll ask him now." Xiao Lingfeng nodded and was about to ask Yi Yuqing if he had a girlfriend. As a result, Zhang Xiaonan grabbed him and said in a panic, "Are you stupid? Are you asking now? You can ask him again after we come back." "Oh," Xiao Lingfeng's forehead darkened and he responded. "By the way, Lingfeng, does senior sister Shaoling have anything to do with you this morning?" Zhang Xiaonan asked again. "Oh, senior sister, she told me not to neglect my practice and enter the inner courtyard as soon as possible. Anyway, it's not a big deal." Xiao Lingfeng replied casually. "Hey, do you think senior sister Shaoling is interested in you? Why do I always feel that she is so good to you?" Zhang Xiaonan asked curiously again. "Puff," Xiao Lingfeng burst out after hearing the words and said, "I said, what are you thinking? Have you forgotten that I have awakened my magical talent? Judge Ya is also a genius. It is normal for senior sister Shaoling to take care of me, and doesn't she always have that attitude towards everyone?" Zhang Xiaonan thought for a while, nodded and said, "Yes, senior sister Shaoling gave me a boxing technique called Tongmai Fist the night before yesterday and asked me to practice it well." Right. Senior sister Shaoling is equivalent to a boy who spreads his wealth around. Don't think too much about it." Xiao Lingfeng echoed. "Ah, sneeze." At the same time, in the inner courtyard of Taishian Sword Court, a girl suddenly sneezed. Taishian Sword Academy is still some distance away from Jinlan City Gate. By the time a few people arrived at the city gate, it was almost 5 o'clock. After showing the token, everyone left the city together. Jinlan City has a total of 4 gates, southeast, northwest, and the refugee residential area is built around Jinlan City. Xiao Lingfeng and others are currently at the East City Gate. Different from the prosperity in the city, the refugee settlements are proper shanty towns and slums. Low, crowded buildings are densely packed together, and the streets are barely sanitary. There are occasionally a few brick houses, and these families are basically relatively wealthy. Several people were walking on the streets of the refugee residential area, and the costumes of Taishan Sword Academy disciples caught the attention of the refugees here. Especially several female disciples, the eyes of some male refugees gradually became burning. Why do I feel like they are going to eat them? Zhang Xiaonan leaned closer to Qiu Lingfeng and whispered. Don't worry, they don't dare to touch us. Qiu Lingfeng said. In front of them, an old man with a gray beard and a cane walked over surrounded by the crowd. Are these the disciples of Taishan Sword Academy? The old man spoke slowly. The voice is very old, but full of vitality. Obviously, the old man is also a warrior. Yes, we are on a mission to hunt monsters. Qiu Lingfeng nodded and said. I am the leader of the refugee community in this area. Shall I take you to rest first? The old man opened his mouth. Qiu Lingfeng was about to agree, but Yi Yuqing stopped him and said, Old sir, we are not going to rest anymore. Please tell us about the places in this refugee residential area where monsters often appear, so that we can prepare in advance. With that said, Yi Yuqing took out a map, which was exactly the map of the refugee area given when he accepted the mission. The refugee was stunned for a long time, and then asked someone to bring a pen and draw a few circles on the map. Let's go quickly, Yi Yuqing said. With that said, he led everyone away quickly. Lao Yi, why did you do this? Hao Xiu frowned and said in confusion. In the refugee area, we also have to be careful about the refugees. They will do anything to get into Jinlan City. Yi Yuqing said seriously. Are you afraid that the homeless man has evil intentions? Qiu Lingfeng reacted and said. Yes, have you forgotten the crazy looks in the refugees' eyes when we entered the city? They don't dare to attack us openly, but what about in private? Yi Yuqing said, most of the refugees in the refugee area have also been resentful of the people in Jinlan City for a long time. They hate the people in the city for not saving them and not letting them enter the city. Old Ji, are you too sensitive? I think the homeless leader just now was quite kind. Hao Xiu said. Lao Yi is right, it's better to be careful. Qiu Lingfeng nodded and said, the refugee area is very chaotic. Do you think a simple good man can sit in the position of the leader of the refugees? Then what do we do next? Zhang Xiaonan said in confusion. Go to the marked place, of course. Yi Yuqing said, there must be monsters in these places, otherwise if we don't kill them, they won't have the strength to kill them. What if there are no monsters? Du Shui asked puzzledly. Don't worry about that. Qiu Lingfeng took the words and said, whether those people are harming us or not, these addresses cannot be fake. They can't leave those monsters alone. And if they want to harm us, they must choose a place with the most monsters. That's right. Yi Yuqing nodded. Outside Jinlan City, at the farm in the refugee residential area number 32. This is the lifeblood of this refugee residential area, and most of the refugees' food rations come from here. A portion of the crops produced will also be sold to Jinlan City in exchange for other daily necessities. There are also many refugees guarding here. After seeing Qiu Lingfeng and others, they came up to them. Are you disciples of Taishan Sword Academy? A big man came over with a hoe and said warily. Yes. Qiu Lingfeng nodded. That's great. 2 monsters appeared in the granary just now. Now we don't dare to go in. Can you go in and have a look? The big man pointed to the granary not far away and said. No problem. Hao Xiu naturally would not let go of this opportunity to be in the limelight and agreed immediately. You can take us there now, and we will help you guys deal with the monsters. Hao Xiu patted his chest and said. It is good. A group of refugees hurriedly led Qiu Lingfeng and others to the granary. At this time, the door of the granary was still closed, but there was a strange chewing sound coming from inside. After Qiu Lingfeng heard the sound, his nerves tensed up and he pulled out the dagger from his waist. Kicked open the door. It was already evening, and the light in the granary was dim. Two giant rats with red eyes and long tails, more than 2 meters long, were vaguely visible lying on the pile of food, gnawing on it. After seeing Qiu Lingfeng and others, the two giant rats screamed and rushed toward Qiu Lingfeng and others. "Get ready to meet the enemy!" Qiu Lingfeng shouted. However, before Qiu Lingfeng and others could react, they felt a force coming from behind and kicked him into the granary. Not only was he like this, but others were also caught off guard and kicked into the granary. What? One of Hao Xiu's arms was bitten by the giant rat, and then it was torn off violently. An arm was directly broken off. Blood spurted. Boom! The refugees seized the opportunity, ran into the granary in panic, and quickly closed the door. The granary was instantly dark, with only 2 pairs of scarlet eyes revealing some light. What? Du Shui and Xiao Yener screamed in fear. Frozen sky eyes. Qiu Lingfeng had no time to get up from the ground and use his magical talent. Zhang Xiaonan took out the bright flashlight hanging on his right hand and shined it on the ceiling. The reflected light barely allowed everyone to regain their sight. At this moment, the 2 monster rats on the ground had turned into ice sculptures. One of the giant rats had a bloody severed arm in its mouth. "These refugees want to harm us." Yi Yuqing gritted his teeth and said, "Hao Xiu, are you okay?" Zhao Bai pulled up the pale Hao Xiu and asked with concern. "Little man, you have the lowest cultivation level and are responsible for taking care of Hao Xiu." Qiu Lingfeng said, then took a step forward and attacked a giant rat. Click at this time, the ice on the 2 giant rats dissolved and they regained their ability to move. At least 2 5th-level slaves. Qiu Lingfeng's pupils shrank, and he had a preliminary understanding of the levels of the 2 monsters. Yi Yuqing, Zhao Bai, and Yilian followed closely behind, killing the other giant red-eyed rat. The reaction speed of the 2 red-eyed giant rats was extremely fast and their bodies were agile. They arrived in front of several people in the blink of an eye. The 2 red-eyed giant rats opened their mouths and bit at several people. Yi Yuqing and the 3 of them cooperated to deal with a red-eyed giant rat. Yi Yuqing and Zhao Bai were not weak at all, and they did not lose at all against the fast-moving red-eyed giant rat. Yi Lian was even more violent and incompatible with her appearance, causing injuries and leaving many bleeding wounds on the red-eyed giant rat. Qiu Lingfeng did not have it so easy. Although the red-eyed giant rat could not bite him, the claws and tail of the red-eyed giant rat left many scars on his body. Continuing like this is not the way to go. We need to fight quickly. Qiu Lingfeng thought to himself, glancing at the bright flashlight strapped to his right forearm. Before he had time to think about it, Qiu Lingfeng pulled it out with his left hand, and then turned on the flashlight in the eyes of the giant red-eyed rat. The red-eyed giant rat obviously couldn't adapt to the bright light and immediately turned its head. Qiu Lingfeng seized the opportunity and said silently in his heart, "Mighty Claw." The strength of both arms tripled. Qiu Lingfeng felt that his arm was full of power at this moment, and he stabbed hard at the head of the giant red-eyed rat. Puff! The dagger pierced directly into the head of the giant red-eyed rat, and scarlet blood flowed out. "Death to me!" Qiu Lingfeng roared angrily and kicked the giant red-eyed rat hard on the neck. He directly overturned the red-eyed giant rat, and then Qiu Lingfeng made a sliding shovel, and the dagger made a long gash in the belly of the red-eyed giant rat. The red-eyed giant rat's internal organs immediately flowed all over the floor. But even so, the red-eyed giant rat did not die immediately. Instead, it struggled to get up and bit Qiu Lingfeng desperately. At this time, flashing the red-eyed giant rat with a flashlight has no effect. Qiu Lingfeng threw the flashlight in his hand, held the dagger at the same time, and stabbed the red-eyed giant rat in the head again. Puff! The red-eyed giant rat's head was opened again by Qiu Lingfeng, and Qiu Lingfeng's arm was also pulled out by the sharp teeth of the red-eyed giant rat with 2 bloody cuts. A burning pain surged into Qiu Lingfeng's mind. The dagger in Qiu Lingfeng's hand was stabbed into the head of the giant red-eyed rat one after another, and it was almost turned into a sieve. The red-eyed giant rat's teeth were also biting Qiu Lingfeng's arm, refusing to let go. Finally, the body of the red-eyed giant rat crashed to the ground, lifeless. Xiao Lingfeng's arm was also bloody. Du Shui and Xiao Yener ran over and struggled to open the mouth of the giant red-eyed rat. At this time, Xiao Lingfeng's arm already had a wound that was as deep as the bone. In just a few blinks, blood filled the wound and flowed out. Lingfeng, are you okay? Du Shui asked. Go help Lao Yi and Zhao Bai quickly. Leave me alone. Xiao Lingfeng roared. Ding dong, there is a dying monster nearby, does the host choose to devour it? The system beeped. Swallow. Xiao Lingfeng would not hesitate for a moment. Ding dong, the host is devouring the 5th level slave monster Dark Night Rat. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magical talent, Night Vision. Congratulations to the host for his promotion to the 6th level of Ton My Realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 devouring points. The system sounded a prompt. Xiao Lingfeng glanced at the other giant red-eyed rat. Yi Yuqing and the others had already been able to fight the giant red-eyed rat with ease. After Du Shui and Xiao Yener joined, it was even easier. That red-eyed giant rat is almost dying. It wasn't until the red-eyed giant rat was completely dead that Xiao Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. There was a feeling of soreness and swelling in his hands and head, which was the sequelae of using his magical talent. At the same time, Xiao Lingfeng looked hard at the closed door. These refugees. I'll settle the accounts with them when I get out. With virtue, 2 monster corpses fell to the ground. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Yuqing and others hurriedly ran to Hao Xiao to check his injuries. At this time, Zhang Xiaonan had already treated Hao Xiao's wound and stopped the bleeding. Are you okay? Yi Lian walked to Xiao Lingfeng and asked. Fortunately. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head. Zhang Xiaonan ran over and started to bandage his arm. How is Hao Xiao? Xiao Lingfeng asked. He has broken an arm. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to stay in Taishan Sword Academy any longer. Yi Lian said from the side. He can't stay in Taishan Sword Academy? Xiao Lingfeng's pupils shrank and he turned to look at Hao Xiao. Yesterday, Hao Xiao was bragging to them and chatting about the future. Today, an arm was bitten off by a giant red-eyed rat, and he can no longer stay in the Taishan Sword Courtyard. A Ton My Realm warrior who has lost an arm can be said to have lost the qualification to advance to the Taoist realm. Most people only have enough spiritual energy to condense Tao seeds in the Dantian after the 8 main meridians in the body are connected. And losing an arm also means that a main meridian is missing. You can imagine how difficult it is to condense the Tao seeds with the cultivation level of the 7th level of Ton My Realm. These damn refugees. Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help clenching his fists. They obviously came here to help the refugees kill the monsters, but these people repaid their kindness with hatred and wanted to kill them here. Don't exert any force, the wound will bleed again. Zhang Xiaonan frowned and said angrily. You don't have to be so angry. Yi Lian slowly opened his mouth and said, everyone has his own destiny. Besides, it might be a good thing for Hao Xiao to leave Taishan Sword Academy now. How to say? Xiao Lingfeng looked at Yi Liando. Yi Lian glanced at Xiao Lingfeng, said nothing more, and walked to Yi Yuqing's side. Okay, get up too. Zhang Xiaonan bandaged Xiao Lingfeng's arm, clapped his hands and said. Xiao Lingfeng glanced at the bandage on his arm, which was bright red. What made him speechless the most was that Zhang Xiaonan tied his bandage with a bow. Hao Xiao, how are you? Xiao Lingfeng walked over and looked at Hao Xiaodao. At this time, Hao Xiao's face was bloodless, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, his right arm was empty, and the bleeding had stopped for the time being. I didn't expect that, Lingfeng, you still have magical talents. If it weren't for your magical talents, I would have died there. Hao Xiao showed her big white teeth and smiled at Xiao Lingfeng. As soon as Hao Xiao said this, several others also looked at Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng killed a giant red-eyed rat by himself, and was obviously much stronger than the others. You know, the other giant red-eyed rat was solved by everyone working together. Do you still have the heart to laugh at a time like this? Xiao Lingfeng said speechlessly, since Hao Xiao still has the strength to speak, it's probably not a big problem. Then, Xiao Lingfeng glanced at everyone and said, "The refugees outside are a big problem now. How are we going to get out soon, beat? That must be unbeatable. One-on-one is fine, but if the refugees swarm us, Xiao Lingfeng and these students can't stop him. We just have to leave quickly." Yi Yuqing shook his head. "Leave directly? Don't you want to avenge Hao Xiao?" Xiao Lingfeng said in confusion. "We can only go back and report it to the elder of the Outer Dean. If we resolve it privately, we will be sanctioned by Jinlan City." Yi Yuqing gritted his teeth and said, "What kind of truth is this? They want to kill us, but we have to swallow our anger and run back? We came here to kill the monsters for them. Isn't it too much for these refugees to retaliate for kindness?" Xiao Lingfeng clenched his fists dissatisfiedly. "Refugees are a vulnerable group." Yi Yuqing looked up at Xiao Lingfeng's eyes and said word by word, "Moreover, the actions of those refugees cannot represent the refugee group. What a vulnerable group! Can the vulnerable group bully others casually?" Xiao Lingfeng clenched his fist and said, "Xiao Lingfeng, calm down, now we have to hurry up and go back." Yi Lian said. Zhao Bai had already disposed of the corpses of the two monsters. "It's strange. The essence of the monster you killed, Lingfeng, has almost dispersed. It's no longer much different from a wild beast." Zhao Bai held up the heads of two giant red-eyed rats and said in surprise, "This may be because of my magical talent. This shouldn't affect the settlement of the mission, right?" Xiao Lingfeng said. "It doesn't affect." Zhao Bai shook his head and then continued, "By the way, Lingfeng, the monster you just killed still has a magic core in its body." With that said, Zhao Bai took out a magic core from his arms and handed it to Xiao Lingfeng. "The magic core of a 5th-level slave monster is worth points each. This time you have paid it forward," Zhao Bai said excitedly. "Ah." Xiao Lingfeng glanced at the magic core in his hand and nodded. The chance of a magic core being born in a slave-level monster is extremely small, which also results in the price of the magic core being much higher than that of a monster. "Let's all share the points from selling this magic core." Xiao Lingfeng glanced at Hao Xiao and said. Du Shui and Xiao Yener's faces were filled with joy. 5,000 points were divided between 8 people. No matter how they were divided, they would still be able to get at least 500 points. After putting away the magic core, Xiao Lingfeng turned to look at the door. The walls of the granary are made of stone, which is very hard and cannot be broken. The windows for ventilation are too high and not ideal. So the only exit is still this wooden door. Just when Xiao Lingfeng was thinking about whether to force the door open, the door was opened. Several sweaty men ran in, looking panicked. "Quick, hurry, save us. A monster appeared on the other side of the street and has killed several people. Hurry up and kill that monster." Several men spoke at the same time. "How did you treat us before?" Xiao Lingfeng looked at those people with a cold expression and said, "Let's go. Go back to Jinlan City." Xiao Lingfeng said. "Lingfeng, let's go there." Yi Yuqing said at this time. "Why?" Xiao Lingfeng turned to look at Yi Yuqing. "If we let it go, more refugees will die at the mouth of the monster. Everyone we can save will be killed." Yi Yuqing said. "You want to repay kindness with evil? Then why repay kindness with kindness? These refugees want to kill us." Xiao Lingfeng said. "Lingfeng, you should go help them, there will always be innocent people." Hao Xiao spoke with difficulty. As soon as Hao Xiao opened his mouth, Xiao Lingfeng was at a loss. "All right." Xiao Lingfeng agreed, then looked at the refugees and said, "Where is the monster? Take us there quickly." A group of refugees led Xiao Lingfeng and others towards the place where the monster appeared. Hao Xiao was directly thrown onto Zhao Bai's back. On the street, you can see a terrifying red-eyed giant rat that is 2 or 3 times the size from a distance. It's much bigger than the red-eyed giant rat in the granary. There is no doubt that the level of this red-eyed giant rat is definitely higher than the 2 red-eyed giant rats just now. The red-eyed giant rat's mouth was full of blood, and there were many wounds on its body. Several refugees with cultivation skills surrounded the red-eyed giant rat. There were several ordinary people nearby who had been attacked by the red-eyed giant rat. One of them had his intestines flowing out from his abdomen and was dying. Ling Feng, this red-eyed giant rat is stronger, what should I do? Zhang Xiaonan looked at the giant red-eyed rat and said with a pale face. She used to feel disgusted when she saw a creature like a mouse, but now that there was such a big one in front of her, she felt disgusted and frightened. Of course we will cooperate with these refugees to kill the red-eyed giant rat. Xiao Lingfeng said, Zhang Xiaonan, take care of Hao Xiu here, and the others will come up with me. After saying that, Xiao Lingfeng drew out his dagger and rushed towards the battle circle. The others had no time to hesitate and followed him up. It has to be said that the cultivation levels of these refugee warriors in the refugee area are not low, at least they are at the 5th level of Tongmai realm. Especially the refugee chief, with such an old body, he was no weaker than those young warriors. It shows how powerful he was when he was young. The head of this monster can be brought back to you for cross-examination, but the other parts must be left behind. The refugee chief said, to make up for our losses. No problem. Xiao Lingfeng nodded in agreement. Others were obviously dissatisfied with the refugee leader's conditions. However, Xiao Lingfeng agreed, so they couldn't say anything else. As Xiao Lingfeng and others joined the battle, Xiao Lingfeng felt that the warriors in the refugee area were gradually losing their strength. Even intentionally or unintentionally, they attracted the attacks of monsters and landed on Xiao Lingfeng and the others. These guys. Xiao Lingfeng felt annoyed. These people in the refugee area were really unreasonable. They were obviously here to help, but these refugees wanted to kill them. Is it to kill them and then pretend to be their identities and sneak into Jinlan City? Not all. I'm afraid they are just jealous that they, the Taishan Sword Academy disciples, can enter Jinlan City and enjoy a safe and peaceful life. Although he was angry, Xiao Lingfeng couldn't get angry at this time. Frozen sky eyes. A vertical gaze rose between his eyebrows, and then a cold light passed by. The giant red-eyed rat was immediately frozen. Immediately afterwards, attacks from a group of disciples fell on the red-eyed giant rat. These solid ice will only restrict the movement of the red-eyed giant rat, but will not hinder everyone's attacks. This is the magic of supernatural talents. While Xiao Lingfeng showed off this magical talent, a group of refugees in the refugee area also cast envious glances, and at the same time they were also a little jealous. He was not moved at all because Xiao Lingfeng and others fought against the monsters to protect them. In just a blink of an eye, the ice on the monster's body dissipated. Go back! Xiao Lingfeng shouted hurriedly. Everyone retreated one after another. The giant red-eyed rat looked at Xiao Lingfeng and rushed towards Xiao Lingfeng like crazy. It understands that Xiao Lingfeng poses the greatest threat to it. No, it wants to attack Lingfeng. Yi Yuqing's expression changed and he shouted. At this time, Xiao Lingfeng had just finished using his magical talent, and it was the time when he was weak. If attacked by a red-eyed giant rat, the consequences would be disastrous. But at this moment, a warrior from the refugee area appeared behind Xiao Lingfeng. Then, the warrior accidentally fell down. By accident, Xiao Lingfeng was pushed into the mouth of the giant red-eyed rat. Lingfeng! No! Yi Yuqing and others exclaimed and hurriedly ran towards Xiao Lingfeng. Mighty Claw! Xiao Lingfeng didn't expect that someone would push him at this time, but it was too late for him to dodge, so he had to bite the bullet and attack hard. Tongmai Fist! Xiao Lingfeng punched out, and the spiritual energy penetrated into his body along his pores, and punched out along his meridians. The 8th section of Tongmai Quan. It is also the only move in Tongmai Quan with actual attack power. Only this move can allow Xiao Lingfeng to temporarily have a spiritual attack similar to the spiritual attack of a strong man in the Taoist realm. The disadvantage of this move when used in attacks is also obvious, that is, it causes great damage to the meridians. The meridians of Tongmai realm warriors are not as strong as those of Daoling realm warriors. Xiao Lingfeng's spiritual energy flows slowly during practice, and after a long time, his meridians will feel swollen and painful. What's more, at this time, the spiritual energy entered his body almost instantly, circulated around in an instant, and burst out again in an instant. At the same time as he punched out, Qiu Lingfeng only felt the burning pain in his meridians, and it was too late to react. Bang! Qiu Lingfeng's punch hit the red-eyed giant rat firmly on the head. The cultivation level of the 6th stage of Tongmai realm is 3 times the power. 3,600 kilograms, plus a spiritual energy attack comparable to the spiritual attack of a powerful person in the Taoist realm. This punch directly penetrated the head of the giant red-eyed rat. The red-eyed giant rat opened a huge blood hole in an instant, and blood mist burst out. Qiu Lingfeng's right hand was also stained with blood, and his arm gradually dropped. Then, the body fell backward unconsciously. Using 2 magical talents in succession again was very draining on Qiu Lingfeng's spirit and body. Coupled with the terrifying spiritual energy impact of the 8th section of Tongmai Fist, it also caused great damage to his meridians. He was exhausted now. Before his body fell, Qiu Lingfeng felt that he fell on a soft and delicate body. Yi Yuqing and others ran over in panic. As for what he was shouting anxiously, Qiu Lingfeng couldn't hear clearly. Before losing consciousness, he shouted to the corpse of the giant red-eyed rat, "Swallow," then, he passed out. He just fell into a coma from exhaustion. I'm afraid using that frozen magical talent twice in a row will cause a lot of damage to him. After Yi Lian checked Qiu Lingfeng's condition in his arms, he breathed a sigh of relief and said. When Yi Lian's words came out, Yi Yuqing and others breathed a sigh of relief. What did you mean by pushing Lingfeng just now? Zhao Bai glared at the warrior who pushed Qiu Lingfeng just now and roared angrily. At the same time, he hit the warrior with red eyes. However, before Zhao Bai's fist fell, the refugee chief easily received Zhao Bai's attack. He didn't mean it, he just fell down. The refugee chief said lightly, while looking at Qiu Lingfeng with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. This kid is quite capable. Not only does he possess supernatural talents, he can even kill an 8th-level slave monster with 1 punch. Although the 8th-level slave monster is already at the end of its strength, it doesn't have much power left to fight. But it was still incredible to be killed by Qiu Lingfeng with such a punch. People can't help but lament that the waves behind push the waves ahead, and lament that the future generations are terrible at the same time. A little more jealous. Not on purpose? When Zhao Bai heard this, his face turned red with anger. Anyway, no one is hurt now, so I can apologize, right? The pushing warrior came out and said. Then he lowered his head and said, sorry. Seeing the warrior's apologetic attitude, the disciples became even more angry. It was obvious that he pushed Qiu Lingfeng on purpose, but in the end it seemed as if he had been wronged a lot. Zhang Xiaonan was also biting his silver teeth and almost couldn't bear it anymore. However, she understood that the refugee chief could easily take Zhao Bai's attack, which proved that the refugee chief's cultivation level was very high. At least it's not something that disciples like them can afford to offend. Everything can only be discussed after returning to Taishan Sword Academy. Let's take Lingfeng and Hao Shou back first. Yi Yuqing squinted his eyes and exhaled. Let's settle this account slowly. Yi Yuqing gritted his teeth and said harshly. Well, take your time and figure it out. Yi Lian glanced at Yi Yuqing, nodded, and said. After these 2 people spoke, the others returned their focus to Qiu Lingfeng and Hao Shou. As for the head of the giant red-eyed rat, it has been completely shattered, and I am afraid there is no way to receive the reward. As for the body, they definitely can't take it away. Even if they don't leave quickly, there's no telling what these refugees will do to them. The group of people left quickly. The refugee leader clasped his hands behind his back and watched the people leaving with squinted eyes. Chief of the refugees, this monster corpse, all its essence is gone. After a warrior inspected the body of the red-eyed giant rat, he reported. What? The essence is gone? The refugee chief's expression changed when he heard this. The preciousness of a World of Warcraft corpse lies in its transformed body, which was transformed by the aura of heaven and earth it absorbed during its lifetime. Leather can be used to make armor, bones can be used to make weapons, and even meat can assist in training after being eaten. Once it loses its essence, it is just an ordinary beast corpse. The corpse of an 8th level slave monster is not cheap, and can be sold for 100 million on the market. And this 100 million is just gone? I'm afraid it was the kid who did it just now. Naturally, the refugee chief thought of Qiu Lingfeng. However, soon, he shook his head again. He didn't think Qiu Lingfeng could do anything to him as an 8th level martial artist in Tongmai realm. I heard that some slave monsters will choose to use up all their cultivation when they die and launch a dying blow. I am afraid that it is for this reason that this corpse will become an ordinary beast corpse. The head of the refugees thought to himself. Cut this body up and divide it. The refugee chief spoke. After a group of disciples returned to Jinlan City, they rushed towards Taishan Sword Academy. Zhao Bai was carrying Hao Xiu, and Yi Yuqing was carrying Qiu Lingfeng. The 4 girls followed closely behind. When they arrived at the medical room, a nurse began to treat Hao Xiu and Qiu Lingfeng's injuries. What everyone didn't expect was that Qiu Lingfeng's injury was far more serious than they imagined. From the outside, there was only a wound on the arm, but the meridians in the body were scarred by the impact of spiritual energy. Even with the subsidies from Taishan Sword Academy, 1,000 disciple points are needed to cure the injuries on the meridians. Zhao Bai and the others scraped together, and finally collected enough points to give Qiu Lingfeng the medicine. As for Hao Xiu's situation, things were not going well. A broken arm basically meant the end of his career as a warrior. It's not that he can never practice again, but that he can only stay at the 7th level of Tongmai realm in this life. Although I have to leave Taishan Sword Academy, at least I can stay in Jinlan City. After all, I am a 5th level warrior in the Tongmai realm. It shouldn't be a problem to make a living. Hao Xiu said with a carefree smile. I don't know whether to tell Zhao Bai and others, or to comfort myself. His cultivation level is not enough for the Dao Spirit realm, and he is not a disciple of Taishan Sword Academy who needs to perform tasks. Rather than staying in Jinlan City, it is better to say that he can only be trapped in this city. Cousin-in-law, why are you cousin-in-law? Zhang Xiaonan sat in front of Qiu Lingfeng's bed and murmured. At this time, Yi Lian and Yi Yuqing walked in. Where were you two just now? Du Shui looked at the 2 people and said. At this time, both Yi Lian and Yi Yuqing were breathing heavily, and Yi Lian's face was a little red. It's hard not to think too hard. It's nothing. Yi Lian shook his head and sat on one side. Yi Yuqing sighed, scratched his hair and sat next to Zhao Bai. Wow, Lao Yi, you caught up with Taipanawa so quickly? Zhao Bai said in surprise. I'm chasing you, you big-headed devil. Yi Yuqing rolled his eyes and said, she and I originally wanted to go out to do something, but it didn't work out. Zhao Bai glanced at Yi Lian, whose face was red, nodded, showed a you-know smile, and said, I understand, Lao Yi, are you too impatient? Ling Feng is still in bed now. Go! 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 Yi Yuqing knew that Zhao Bai was thinking wrong as soon as he saw Zhao Bai's obscene appearance. Xiao Yener came back with food for everyone. After eating, Yi Yuqing asked the girls to go back to the dormitory first. After Qiu Lingfeng wakes up, he will send them a message. The next morning, Qiu Lingfeng opened his eyes. Glancing around, I found myself in an unfamiliar environment. Yi Yuqing and Zhao Bai were resting on chairs not far away, and Hao Xiu was also lying on the bed, fast asleep. Came back. Qiu Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, lay on the pillow, and closed his eyes again. At this time, he was still very tired. This tiredness was at the mental level, and this was the sequelae brought about by using the frozen sky eyes. Using the frozen sky eyes and giant claws twice in a row was very taxing on his spirit and body. What's more, he finally performed the 8th section of Tongmai Fist. The spiritual energy directly impacted the meridians throughout his body. By the way, I remember that I seemed to swallow that monster in the end. Qiu Lingfeng vaguely remembered that he devoured the red-eyed giant rat before falling into coma. But he didn't know what the system would swallow up. Quickly bring up the properties panel. Host, Qiu Lingfeng cultivation, 6th stage of Tongmai realm skills, none martial arts, Tongmai Fist supernatural talents, frozen eyes, giant claws, night vision devour points, 120 fusion opportunities, 0, the devouring point is 120? That should be devouring. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the swallowing point in surprise and said. But why are there no new magical talents this time? Xiao Lingfeng said puzzledly. Ding dong, swallowing the same kind of monster will only enhance the corresponding magical talent. The system gave a reply. So it is. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. When he devoured the 3 escape rats, he didn't get 3 magical talents. It was probably because of this reason. It seems that the best way to earn devouring points is to hunt monsters. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the 120-point devouring point and thought to himself. And his 7th main meridian also penetrated 1/3. The few remaining Tongmai realm coins should allow his cultivation to break through to the 7th level of Tongmai realm. As for Yuelu Gong, Xiao Lingfeng has no plans to practice it for the time being. Without any foundation in martial arts, it would be difficult for him to directly learn high-grade martial arts. So Xiao Lingfeng has 2 choices, either learn a low-level skill first, or directly use the devouring point to master Moon Will Gong. By the way, doesn't the system also have techniques? Xiao Lingfeng suddenly felt something in his heart and entered the system mall. Then, Xiao Lingfeng chose the exercise column. The breathing and inhalation technique, 10 devouring points, a low-grade technique. Burning pulse technique, 100 devouring points, middle-grade technique. Ice mysterious technique, 500 devouring points, top-grade technique. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the prices of these techniques and fell into silence. Good guy, the exercises are quite expensive. System, I bought the exercises from the system mall, do I still need to use the devouring point to get started? Xiao Lingfeng asked curiously. Ding dong, the host can directly master the first level of the martial arts and martial arts purchased in the system mall, but subsequent upgrades can only be upgraded by adding devouring points. The system gave a reply. Xiao Lingfeng already had an answer in his heart. Xiao Lingfeng can practice the martial arts skills acquired in the outside world by himself or directly use the swallowing point to master them. However, although Xiao Lingfeng can directly master the first level of the martial arts and martial arts purchased from the system mall, subsequent upgrades can only be upgraded through devouring points and cannot be upgraded through practice. From this point of view, although the exercises in the system mall are easy to obtain, they are also very restrictive. Forget it, now I need to quickly improve my strength, system, and purchase the technique Burning Pulse Ju. Xiao Lingfeng thought for a while and finally said. Ding dong, the host purchased the Burning Pulse art and mastered the complete Burning Pulse art. Didn't you agree to only master the first level? Why did you master the complete one? Xiao Lingfeng listened to the system prompts without a moment of doubt, and then opened the information about Burning Pulse Ju. Kung Fu, Burning Pulse Technique Grade, Middle Grade Description 1, Absorb spiritual energy, generate meridian fire in the meridians of the body, burn the impurities in the meridians, and can quickly penetrate the meridians. It is called the first magical skill in the meridians realm, but it is weak in subsequent realms. There is only one level of this technique, which is the chapter on opening up the meridians. Description 2, after entering the Taoist realm, you can use this technique to understand the middle-level martial arts, Xuanhua technique. Puff. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the system prompts and felt that he had been tricked again. Good guy, he thought the system was so kind and gave him the complete technique. Unexpectedly, this technique only has one level. And only the Tongmai realm is the most useful, and it won't be of much use later. Generally speaking, middle-level skills are enough to reach the 6th realm of Taoism. Xiao Lingfeng naturally thought that the same was true for this middle-grade technique, but he did not expect that this middle-grade technique did not follow an ordinary path and was only useful in the realm of Tongmai. However, the second effect of this technique is pretty good, and at least it gives me a mid-level martial skill. However, it can only be understood in the Taoist realm, which is also a high threshold. Only Taoist realm warriors have spiritual power in their bodies, while Tongmai realm warriors are only mortal bodies. They can only absorb spiritual energy to strengthen their bodies, but cannot use spiritual energy to breed spiritual power in their bodies. Xiao Lingfeng got up from the hospital bed. Yi Yuqing and Zhao Bai didn't sleep deeply and woke up immediately after hearing the noise. After seeing the awakened Xiao Lingfeng, both of them were happy. Yi Yuqing said, Lingfeng, you finally woke up. how do you feel? Fortunately, except that my eyes are a little sleepy, there's nothing else. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head and said, how is Hao Xiu's situation? Hao Xiu is fine. It's just that he lost one of his hands. I'm afraid he won't be able to stay in Taishan Sword Academy. Yi Yuqing glanced at Hao Xiu, who was still sleeping, and said, is that so? Xiao Lingfeng turned to look at Hao Xiu, feeling a little sorry. I'll send a message to Xiao Lian and the others first, saying you're awake. Yi Yuqing said. Xiao Lian? Xiao Lingfeng raised his eyebrows and said, old Yi, can you catch up with Yi Lian so quickly? No, you're overthinking. Yi Yuqing's forehead darkened and he said speechlessly. I see. Xiao Lingfeng nodded in agreement. What do you know? You know. Yi Yuqing vomited blood in his heart. What did one or two people misunderstand? Yi Lian is his cousin, okay? By the way, Ling Feng, I failed to teach the refugee who harmed you yesterday. The refugee chief was too strong. Zhao Bai said with a guilty look. It's okay. At worst, I won't go to that refugee area anymore and let them fend for themselves. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head. There is more than one refugee area near Jinlan City. Just don't go to that refugee area in the future. Also, Ling Feng, the monster you killed last night had its head smashed, and you can't receive the reward. That monster seems to be an 8th level slave monster, which can be exchanged for 2,000 points. Zhao Bai said with a heartbroken look. If you run out of points, you can earn them again, as long as you're fine. Xiao Lingfeng shrugged and said. After a while, Zhang Xiaonan and 4 others arrived here. After seeing the awakened Xiao Lingfeng, Zhang Xiaonan was happy, then frowned and said reproachfully, Ling Feng, you just woke up, why don't you lie down in bed and rest? I have nothing to do. I just slept early last night and it will be fine. Xiao Lingfeng smiled and said. Ling Feng, my little boy was worried about you last night. Why don't you lie down quickly? Otherwise, she will come back to the dormitory and start talking about it later, which will upset us. Du Shui said with a smile on her face. Zhang Xiaonan's face turned red and he said quickly, who talked about him? Du Shui, I warn you not to talk nonsense. You just woke up, so you should take a rest first. I'll ask the school doctor to come over and check your physical condition again. Your meridians were damaged last night. Yi Lian looked at Xiao Lingfeng and said. Okay. Seeing so many people asking him to lie on the bed, Xiao Lingfeng could only nod and return to the bed. After a while, Yi Lian came back with the school doctor and nurse and checked Xiao Lingfeng's body. He recovered very quickly. Originally, I thought he would not wake up until at least tomorrow. The school doctor briefly checked Xiao Lingfeng and said. At this time, Hao Xiu was also woken up. After asking the nurse to change his medicine, the group left the infirmary. After returning to the dormitory, Xiao Lingfeng washed up and then ran to the outer courtyard disciple hall. After selling the magic core, Xiao Lingfeng returned the points that everyone had advanced last night, and then each person transferred another points. Then, Xiao Lingfeng entered the primary training room. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, a Tonmai pill appeared in his hand. He swallowed it in one gulp, and then used the rich spiritual energy to practice the burning pulse technique. As soon as the burning pulse technique was activated, Xiao Lingfeng felt that the meridians all over his body began to heat up, and the invisible fire of the meridians began to burn. It only took half an hour to continuously penetrate his meridians and cooperate with the power of the Tonmai pill. 2/4 of his 7th main meridian was penetrated. If I continue at this rate, I hope to break through to the 8th level of Tonmai realm. Xiao Lingfeng was very excited. Then, repeat the above steps. The only thing that made Xiao Lingfeng unbearable was the burning heat when the meridians were burned, but the improvement in cultivation was visible. It can be said to be painful and happy. After being unable to bear the scorching heat of the meridian fire, Xiao Lingfeng started to practice Tonmai fist. The 2 cultivation methods were rotated, and the speed of his meridians became extremely fast. 12 hours passed. Xiao Lingfeng's 7th main meridian has been completely penetrated, marking that he has entered the 7th stage of the Tonmai realm. has a basic strength of pounds. As long as one more main meridian is penetrated, we can try to absorb the spiritual energy and condense the Tao seeds in the body. Xiaolingfeng couldn't help but think excitedly. No wonder senior sister Xiaoling said that cultivation is very simple. As long as the resources are in place, pigs can cultivate to the 8th level of Tongmai realm. Xiaolingfeng said again. In Xingshou village, there are no exercises or martial arts for cultivation, let alone the magical Tongmai pill. Cultivation relies entirely on instinct, so progress is slow. Condensing Tao seeds is the real threshold of the path of cultivation. Guh! Xiaolingfeng's stomach growled again. After touching his belly, Xiaolingfeng ran to the disciple canteen to eat. With another breakthrough in cultivation, Xiaolingfeng's running speed became much faster. Not to mention 10 meters per step, at least 5 meters. Because of the consumption of cultivation, Xiaolingfeng also ate a lot more. After eating and drinking, Xiaolingfeng returned to the training room. He considers himself not to be a proud man, and cross-level battles and cross-border battles have nothing to do with him. Crossing the realm to confront the enemy is nothing more than dancing on the sword. The error tolerance rate is too low. In comparison, realm crushing is safer. The fault tolerance rate is greatly improved, and it doesn't matter even if the opponent can leapfrog the battle. As long as your level is high enough, you can still crush it easily. Therefore, Xiaolingfeng could only practice hard. What's more, in this world, only strength can bring security. The city seems safe, but it cannot withstand the wave of monsters. Throughout history, several cities have fallen to the tide of warcraft. It has to be said that the Burning Pulse Ju is truly the #1 magical skill in the Tongmai realm. The speed at which the fire of the meridians penetrates the meridians can be compared to Xiaolingfeng's previous hour of practice in one breath. A half day of practice in the practice room is comparable to the speed of someone else's half-year practice. Of course, such an abnormal cultivation speed can only be achieved in the Tongmai realm. The fire of the meridians has a miraculous effect on penetrating the meridians. Practicing together with Tongmai Quan, Xiaolingfeng finally reached the 8th level of Tongmai realm in 2 full days. After all the meridians in his body were connected, Xiaolingfeng felt that the spiritual energy was flowing more clearly in his body. All 8 main meridians were filled with spiritual energy, giving Xiaolingfeng a blessing of kilograms of power. The 8th level of Tongmai realm is really completely different from the previous realm. Xiaolingfeng felt the extremely clear spiritual energy between heaven and earth and said excitedly. If he felt the aura before as if it were separated by a layer of frosted glass, now it feels like the layer of frosted glass has been removed. And after that, it's time to condense the Tao seeds. Tao seed is the seed of martial arts. At the same time, it is also the embodiment of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the body. A warrior in the Taoist realm has a Tao seed in his body's dantian. There are 6 realms of Taoism, and each realm will bring changes. As long as he condensed the Tao seeds, Xiaolingfeng officially entered the 1st realm of Taoism. The spiritual energy in my body is not sufficient now, so I must not rush into condensing the Tao seeds. Although Xiaolingfeng wanted to gather his Tao seeds on the spot, his reason still restrained him. There are also 3, 6, or 9 levels of Taoism, and there is also a chance of failure. Every time the Tao seed fails to condense, it will increase the difficulty of the next time it condenses. Every breakthrough opportunity is extremely precious. Xiaolingfeng cannot be impulsive. You must wait until the right time to absorb the spiritual energy and condense the Tao seed. After leaving the disciple hall, Xiaolingfeng returned to the dormitory. You kid, it's like you're living in the training room. You can't even find anyone there. As soon as he returned, Zhao Bai said angrily. Isn't it the new disciple's trial in 2 more months? I can't let up. Xiaolingfeng laughed and said. What chance do we freshmen have? It's not like you don't know that we disciples from the village don't have any good resources. Even if the concentration of spiritual energy in Taishan Sword Academy is high, we can't even think of breaking through the realm within a few months. Zhao Bai shrugged and said, on the other hand, you kid, your points are as strong as those blown by the strong wind. When others are about to break through, they must make up their mind to go to the training room to practice. It's better for you, just like living there. Ha ha ha. Xiao Lingfeng laughed and did not say that he was already at the 8th level of Tongmai realm. Now Xiao Lingfeng can be said to have completed the journey of becoming a Tongmai realm warrior. You only need to accumulate strength to sprint to the Dao spirit realm. Now he is capable of fighting even with the local disciples in Jinlan City. Hao Xiao, how is your job search going? Xiao Lingfeng turned to look at Hao Xiao, who was looking a little gloomy and absent-minded, and asked. Well, I've found him. He works as a nurse in a big family. Hao Xiao nodded and said. Which big family? We can go to you in the future. Xiao Lingfeng said in surprise. The Yi family is also one of the top 5 families in the entire Jinlan city. Hao Xiao said. Lingfeng, I'm moving out tomorrow. Hao Xiao said again. Well, I'm here to wish you success in your career. When the time comes, pick up a lady from a big family and show it to our brothers. Xiao Lingfeng smiled and said. It would be bad if you say too much about parting. Do you think a young lady from a big family is so easy to flirt with? Yi Yuqing rolled his eyes and said, but, Hao Xiao, let me tell you, miss, you don't have to think about it. It's not bad to chase a maid. There are many beautiful maids in the Yi family. Old Ji, why do you know so well? Zhao Bai asked with a frown. I guessed it. Yi Yuqing paused and said. Zi Shaoling in the next few days, Xiao Lingfeng stopped practicing his martial arts. Because his 8 main meridians have been completely penetrated, the Burning Pulse Ju and Tongmai Fist are no longer effective in his practice. At this time, Xiao Lingfeng calmed down and began to absorb spiritual energy and accumulate information. Xiao Lingfeng estimated that in another month, the spiritual energy in his 8 main meridians would reach the standard of condensing Tao seeds. Zhao Bai and Yi Yuqing, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel curious when they saw that Xiao Lingfeng hadn't gone to the training room for several days. Did this guy overheat for 3 minutes? Don't want to practice hard anymore? Lingfeng, it's not an option for you to stay in the dormitory like this. Why don't you take on some tasks and go out? At least you can still earn some points. Yi Yuqing looked at Xiao Lingfeng and said. 2. Xiao Lingfeng thought for a while, nodded. He only has over 100 points left on him now, and he should be gone after a few more days of eating. Then are you leaving? Xiao Lingfeng asked. Of course we'll go together. Zhao Bai and Yi Yuqing said. Are we still taking over tasks from the refugee areas? Zhao Bai asked. The refugee area. I don't want to go. Let's talk about it after we go to the disciple hall. Xiao Lingfeng's mouth twitched. What happened in the refugee colony last time was still vivid in his mind, but it made him sick to his core. Let me contact Xiao Lian and the others by the way. It will be safer if we all move together. Yi Yuqing said. Hey, Lao Yi, tell me the truth, do you have a girlfriend? Xiao Lingfeng looked at Yi Yuqing, patted his shoulder, and asked seriously. No. Yi Yuqing replied speechlessly, what, is it possible that you still want to introduce me? Then what's going on between you and Yi Lian? You're so close. Xiao Lingfeng said curiously. Maybe she and I were the same family 500 years ago? I'm too lazy to explain. Yi Yuqing rolled his eyes and said. All right. Only then did Xiao Lingfeng give up. After packing their bags, everyone went downstairs together. When he went downstairs, Xiao Lingfeng seized the opportunity and sent a message to Zhang Xiaonan. The content is exactly, Yi Yuqing has no girlfriend and no mole. The news is true. Beep beep. As soon as the message was sent, Zhang Xiaonan replied instantly, so you haven't forgotten what I said, okay, I understand. Xiao Lingfeng, so, is this friend of yours actually you? Zhang Xiaonan, what do you mean? Would I be interested in a pretty boy like Yi Yuqing? As for my friend's name, you will know after she catches Yi Yuqing in a few days. Seeing Zhang Xiaonan's news, Xiao Lingfeng's forehead darkened. Not interested in pretty boys? Doesn't that mean she prefers boys with rough lines like Zhao Bai? However, Xiao Lingfeng also became curious about who this friend Zhang Xiaonan was talking about. He actually wanted to pursue Yi Yucheng. Could it be Yi Lian? Okay. It always feels impossible. Although he didn't have much contact with Yi Lian, he also knew that Yi Lian was not like this kind of girl. At least Yi Yucheng hasn't reached the level that is enough to drive women crazy. Xiao Lingfeng, by the way, will you come with us to take on the mission? Zhang Xiaonan, taking a mission? What mission? Could it be that he is from the refugee area again? It seems that what happened in the refugee area also left a big psychological shadow on Zhang Xiaonan. Xiao Lingfeng, no, we'll talk about it when we go to the disciple hall. Will you come to the dormitory? Zhang Xiaonan, Yi Lian just told us that I must go. After all, you are so powerful. Following you is just a waste of points. Zhang Xiaonan, please wait for us downstairs now. We will come down soon. Let's wait for Xiao Lian and the others at the bottom of the dormitory building. They won't be so fast. At this time, Yi Yucheng turned his head and said. So, the three of them waited for Yi Lian and the others to come down under the dormitory building. Almost an hour passed, and Xiao Lingfeng and others became impatient, so the four of them hurriedly came down. Why did it take you so long to prepare? Xiao Lingfeng frowned and asked speechlessly. Why don't I just make you wait a little longer? It's too long. Zhang Xiaonan stuck out his tongue and said playfully. Let's go, it's getting late now. Xiao Lingfeng shrugged and said. When they came to the task area of the disciple hall, facing a variety of tasks, Xiao Lingfeng and the others soon settled on a task. Picking herbs, the reward for completing this task is 8 Tonmai pills. The Tonmai pill is definitely useless to Xiao Lingfeng now, but it is of great use to Zhang Xiaonan and the others. The only troublesome thing is that this task requires a Taoist realm leader. The 8 Tonmai pills can be converted into a total of points. This reward is much richer than the last mission Xiao Lingfeng and others took on in the refugee area. Of course, the degree of danger is also higher. Because the herbs are picked in the territory of monsters, there is a high chance of encountering elite monsters. Only those who are strong in the Dao spirit realm can fight against elite-level monsters and cover the evacuation of everyone. Otherwise, a group of Tongmai realm people would just go up and deliver food. This mission was taken away, and everyone could only look for other missions. There are not many tasks like this one with such rich rewards. Even if there is, the danger level is much more terrifying than this. It seems that this mission has no chance for us. Although the reward of this mission seems to be very generous, after all, it is a fixed reward and cannot be converted into points. Yi Yucheng sighed and said. No, there is still some hope. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head, and a figure appeared in his mind. Wanting to give it a try, Xiao Lingfeng contacted Zi Shaoling. Are you here? Senior Sister Shaoling. As soon as Xiao Lingfeng typed this line, he frowned and deleted it decisively. Why does this sentence sound so much like a word for dog licking? Not suitable. So Xiao Lingfeng changed his words. Senior Sister Shaoling, I have something to ask of you. Well, it's better to get straight to the point when asking for help, so as not to lead yourself astray by rambling on. After a while, a reply came from Zi Shaoling. Junior brother, why are you looking for me? I'm planting flowers in the garden right now. It's so boring. This message is a picture. Your communication watch, basic model, only has text messaging function and cannot display pictures. You can spend disciple points to purchase a communication watch, voice and picture model, to upgrade the device. Xiao Lingfeng's forehead darkened, and he ignored Zi Shaoling's second message and wrote, Senior Sister Shaoling, it's like this. We want to take on a mission. The reward for this mission is 8 pulse opening pills, but we need a Taoist realm leader. Can you take us on this mission? As soon as the news was sent, Xiao Lingfeng began to beat his heart. He was really afraid of Zi Shaoling's rejection. He had no choice but to give too many rewards for this mission, so he had to shamelessly ask Zi Shaoling to lead the team. Dao Spirit Realm. Okay, how about you guys go to the disciple hall in the outer courtyard? I'll go there now, just wait for me. It didn't take long for Zi Shaoling's reply to come over. Xiao Lingfeng felt happy. With Zi Shaoling leading the team, they could take on this task. It's done. Senior Sister Shaoling has agreed to lead the team for us. Now we just wait for Senior Sister Shaoling to come over. Xiao Lingfeng said excitedly. Senior Sister Shaoling? The others looked at each other. Yi Yuqing glanced at Xiao Lingfeng ambiguously and said, Lingfeng, you still said that you have nothing to do with Senior Sister Shaoling? Last time after everyone in our class dismissed the meeting, Senior Sister Shaoling called you out alone. Zhang Xiaonan felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this, probably because he couldn't bear to see her cousin-in-law being so close to other girls. Go Wui go, Senior Sister Shaoling is just a nice person, don't think too much about it. Xiao Lingfeng said speechlessly. He would not be so foolish as to think that Zi Shaoling was interested in him. If it weren't for his mastery of supernatural talents, he would be considered a genius. He has the qualifications to enter the inner courtyard of Taishan Sword Academy. You can see whether Zi Shaoling will ignore him or not. Zi Shaoling treated him well. In order to win over him, she even gave him a high-grade technique in 5 meridians. Like other inner courtyard disciples, he has not much contact with Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng didn't even have their contact information. There is only one contact information for Zi Shaoling. Not long after, Zi Shaoling came to the disciple hall of the outer courtyard in a hurry. After seeing Xiao Lingfeng and others, they came over. Junior brother Lingfeng, fellow junior brothers and sisters. Zi Shaoling smiled and nodded towards everyone, arriving. Then, Zi Shaoling's eyes narrowed and she glanced at Xiao Lingfeng in shock. Reiki runs through the 8 main meridians of the body. This is the symbol of the 8th level of Tongmei realm. The Tongmei realm warriors don't know each other's cultivation level, because their perception of spiritual energy is not strong, and they can only barely absorb it into their bodies and penetrate their meridians. But Taoist realm warriors are different. There is a Tao seed condensed in the Dantian, which has spiritual power. The perception of spiritual energy is much stronger than that of Tongmei realm warriors. Therefore, Daoling realm warriors can see through the cultivation of Tongmei realm warriors with just one glance. No matter how hard the other party hides it, it is of no use. It's only been a few days? Xiao Lingfeng is already at the 8th level of Tongmei realm? Even with 5 Tongmei pills, Zi Shaoling believed that Xiao Lingfeng was only at the 6th level of Tongmei realm, close to the 7th level. She never thought that Xiao Lingfeng's improvement was beyond her imagination. In just a few days, he has reached the 8th level of Tongmei realm. Is this the talent of a warrior who has mastered magical powers? Senior Sister Shaoling, why are you staring at me? I'm not a monster. Let's hurry up and pick up the mission. If we're late, we'll be robbed. Xiao Lingfeng's face turned red when Zi Shaoling stared at him, and he coughed lightly. If Zi Shaoling continues to stare at her like this, no one else will be able to imagine 108 episodes of a large-scale love drama in their heads. The overbearing senior sister falls in love with me. Senior sister, please respect yourself and Jianghu help. What should I do if my senior sister only likes me? No, I really saw a monster. Zi Shaoling took a breath and said slowly. In all her life, she has never seen anyone break through the realm so quickly. Found it today. Let's go, take me to pick up the mission. Zi Shaoling said. Ah. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and took Zi Shaoling to pick up the mission. In the task acceptance window, everyone left their own information. Zi Shaoling filled in the Dao route in the column of cultivation. After receiving the mission and 7 tokens for leaving the city, everyone left the Taishan Sword Academy. In Jinlan City, only those who are strong in the Taoist realm can enter and leave freely. There is no need to prepare any additional certificates, because strength is the best certificate. Under the Daoling realm, there are only 2 ways to leave the city. One is a Tongmei realm disciple who has received a mission and has a token to leave the city. One is the eldest young master or eldest lady of a big family. Regardless of their cultivation level, they can leave the city as long as they follow a few bodyguards who are powerful in the Taoist realm. On the way, Zi Shaoling walked to Xiao Lingfeng's side and whispered, Junior brother Lingfeng, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you have already broken through to the 8th level of the Tongmei realm. That's okay. The speed is much faster than I expected. All of this is due to the elixir you gave me, senior sister. If it weren't for the elixir you gave me, senior sister, I wouldn't have reached this level so quickly. Xiao Lingfeng thanked him again. Those 5 Tonmai pills are not that powerful. They can at most support your cultivation to the 7th level of Tonmai realm. No more will be enough. Zi Shaoling rolled her eyes and said, have you practiced Moonwheel Gong? I'm ashamed to say that I haven't learned Moonwheel Kung Fu yet. It's too difficult to master. Xiao Lingfeng scratched his nose in embarrassment and said, it seems very difficult for me to use spiritual energy to condense a moon shadow in my dantian. I can't control the gathering of spiritual energy at all. That's right. I only condensed the moon shadow after I broke through to the Taoist realm. With your level of cultivation, it is indeed impossible to master the Moonwheel Gong. Zi Shaoling nodded slightly and said curiously, but why do you practice so quickly? Maybe it's because I've awakened my magical talent? So my physique is a bit special. Xiao Lingfeng's mouth twitched and he said nonsense. Zi Shaoling hadn't awakened her magical talent anyway, so she didn't know whether what he said was true or false. The devouring system is his biggest secret and must not be revealed. Anyway, junior brother, you have to remember that you can't break through too quickly in the future. The Taoist realm is a very important realm, and every breakthrough needs to be very careful. Zi Shaoling warned seriously. Well, what senior sister said, I will always keep it in mind. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and said solemnly. It doesn't have to be so formal, just remember it. Zi Shaoling said with a smile. By the way, senior sister, I just saw that you filled in the Dao root in the cultivation field. What realm is this? Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but said curiously. Tao root is another name for the 2nd level of Tao spirit. And Tao seed is another name for the 1st level of Tao spirit. Zi Shaoling didn't hide anything and said. Plant, root, why does it sound so much like planting a tree? Xiao Lingfeng said curiously. Don't mention it, it's really planting trees. The 3rd realm of Dao Ling is also called Dao stem, the 4th realm is called Dao branch, the 5th realm is called Dao lei, and the 6th realm is called Dao fruit. After the 3rd realm of Dao Ling, dantian the Tao seeds within can also be collectively referred to as Tao trees. Zi Shaoling explained, to put it bluntly, the Dao spiritual realm is to plant a tree of your own Dao in the body. Every change in the Dao tree is a footprint on the path of cultivation. This was the first time that Xiao Lingfeng learned about the content of Dao Lingjing in such detail. It had never been described in such detail in books before. There are only a few words, and they are passed off hastily every time. It seemed that the Dao spirit realm was by no means as simple as he imagined. Level 1. Although he longed for the Taoist realm, Xiao Lingfeng knew it very well. The Dao spirit realm is actually still far away from him. Even though he is now standing at the pinnacle of the Tongmai realm, he seems to be only one step away from the Dao spirit realm. But it is just this small distance that makes the world of difference between Tonmai realm warriors and Dao Ling realm warriors. From absorbing spiritual energy to using spiritual power, it is not as simple as it seems. Although Xiao Lingfeng's 8 main meridians are now filled with spiritual energy, it is not condensed enough. Even if you forcefully break through to the Dao spirit realm, the Tao seeds you get will still be of the lowest level, and you will not be able to go far in the future. What's more, if Xiao Lingfeng breaks through now, the chance of failure is far greater than the chance of success. Xiao Lingfeng didn't like to take risks on such things. Even though he has traveled through time, he looks like the protagonist. But Xiao Lingfeng didn't dare to drift away. He was arrogant and thought that he was the son of destiny and was invincible. What if this breakthrough was not so lucky? Who can say for sure what luck is like? All Xiao Lingfeng can do is practice prudently and lay a solid foundation. Practice quietly, don't make breakthroughs. Everyone was moving at a slow pace, and soon they left Jinlan City and headed towards the mission location. The content of this mission is to find a liyan grass in the outskirts of the Kanglan Mountains. Liyanchao is the main medicine for refining fire-avoiding pills and is very precious. Therefore, the reward for this task is also extremely generous, a total of 8 Tonmai pills. The price on the market is almost the same as Liyanchao. The growth environment of Li Yanqiao is very special, and it cannot be planted on a large scale in the medicine garden of Taishian Sword Academy. And this is also the reason why the task of picking Lian grass was issued. Because Li Yanqiao has a price but no market. Little male junior sister, you have the lowest cultivation level. You must be careful when you enter the Kanglan Mountains. When they were about to enter the Kanglan Mountains, Zi Shaoling solemnly warned. Zhang Xiaonan is only at the second level of Tongmai realm, which is really impressive compared to Yi Lian and others. Yes, sister. Zhang Xiaonan nodded. As the person with the lowest cultivation level, she consciously helped others pick up their equipment. Let others save their energy and use it to deal with the monsters. There aren't many things in Xiao Lingfeng's backpack, because most of them are in the carry-on space. The things in the backpack are just for the sake of convenience, just some food and drink. The Kanglan Mountains are the closest mountain range to Jinlan City, and the outer edges of the mountains are also very dangerous. Servant-level monsters are everywhere, and if you are unlucky, you may even encounter elite-level monsters. Before entering the Kanglan Mountains, everyone encountered a group of slave-level monsters. This group of slave-level monsters only have second and third level cultivation. Xiao Lingfeng can deal with them as long as he spends some time. What's more, there is a Taoist realm powerhouse like Zi Shaoling sitting in charge at this moment? Zi Shaoling just shouted softly and used a martial skill, and all the monsters were cut in half. Seeing Zi Shaoling's terror, Xiao Lingfeng became even more excited. Because there were more than 20 monsters in this group, and there was nothing that could be sold at a good price, so everyone stopped collecting them. This gave Xiao Lingfeng a chance to pick up the slack. Ding Dong, the host devoured 21 second-order slave-level monsters and gained 420 devouring points. Ding Dong, the host devoured 6 third-order slave-level monsters and gained 180 devouring points. The host obtains magical talent, scavenging, a wave of riches. Xiao Lingfeng directly picked up devouring points. Although the devouring points obtained by a single monster are pitifully small, if the number increases, the rewards will be terrifying. As for this magical talent, Xiao Lingfeng was also a little speechless. Forget it, after all, not all Warcraft have powerful magical talents, there are always some who are too weak. However, as long as he encounters another group of monsters and devours them all, Xiao Lingfeng can directly practice Yuelu and Gong. This made Xiao Lingfeng look forward to it. However, what disappointed Xiao Lingfeng was that the group did not encounter any monsters on the way. After asking, I found out that Zi Shaoling was a strong person in the Taoist realm, and the spiritual power in her body could make the weak monsters around her feel instinctively afraid. After feeling the fear, the monster would either run away or hide in the dark and not come out at all. The Warcraft group they encountered before was simply too numerous to evacuate in time. However, Xiao Lingfeng didn't care too much. After all, the devouring points he got for nothing was enough to make him excited. The information about Li Yanqiao was mentioned in the mission. There may be one growing in a flame canyon in the Kanglan Mountains. Everyone only needs to provide a lian grass that is more than 10 years old. Herbs of this level like Li Yanqiao are usually guarded by powerful monsters, so they are also very dangerous. That night, everyone found a safe cave and lit a fire inside to rest. Xiao Lingfeng sat cross-legged on the side, his consciousness sinking into the system. At this time, he had a total of 620 devouring points, which was considered a huge sum of money. System, let me practice the first level of Moon Wheel Gong. Xiao Lingfeng said. Moon Wheel Gong is a top-grade kung fu. On the first level, a moon shadow is formed in the dantian, which allows the spiritual energy in the body to circulate endlessly. At the same time, it can also greatly speed up the absorption of spiritual energy from the outside world, thereby making the spiritual energy in the body more solid. The high-grade skills in the system all require devouring points to learn, and they can only be upgraded through devouring points in the future. But his Moon Wheel Kung Fu is different. Although it is still a top-grade technique, it only requires devouring points to master, and he can also practice subsequent upgrades by himself. For Xiao Lingfeng, who is not very rich, swallowing points can save money. Ding Dong, the host practices the first level of Moon Wheel Gong and deducts devouring points. As the system prompts, it falls. Xiao Lingfeng felt that the spiritual energy in his dantian began to condense, and then gradually solidified. It turned into a looming shadow of the full moon. Lunar Gong, the first level. There is a moon shadow in dantian. In just an instant, Xiao Lingfeng felt that the spiritual energy in his body had become much more solidified, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world was several times faster than before. High-grade skills are skills that can support a warrior to reach the soul state. Techniques that are useful for those in the soul phase realm, but when used on a person like him who is in the Tongmai realm, the speed of improvement is not ordinary and terrifying. At this rate, in more than half a month, the spiritual energy in Xiao Lingfeng's body will probably be solid enough to support him in condensing his Tao seeds. It is indeed a top-grade technique, and the speed of practice is truly terrifying. Xiao Lingfeng said excitedly. Top-grade exercises are so terrifying, so how terrifying should top-grade exercises that are even more advanced than top-grade exercises be? Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but dream again. The magical thing about Yueluan Gong is that Xiao Lingfeng does not need to separate his mind to practice. The moon shadow in his dantian will absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own to increase his cultivation level. It greatly enriched Xiao Lingfeng's time, allowing him to devote himself to other things. The night passed. Xiao Lingfeng felt that the spiritual energy in his body had become more solidified. After a brief rest, everyone set out on the road again, heading towards the Flame Canyon. Senior sister, I would like to ask, how many points do you need to buy the martial arts in Taishian Sword Academy? On the way, Xiao Lingfeng asked curiously. Outer courtyard disciples can only purchase low-grade martial arts and a few mid-grade martial arts. The price depends on the power of the grade, ranging from 100 points to several thousand points. Zi Shaoling thought for a while and said. What? Junior brother Lingfeng, do you want to practice new martial arts? Zi Shaoling looked at Xiao Lingfeng and asked. Well, the only martial arts I have mastered so far is Tongmai Fist, and there are too few offensive methods. I'm thinking of buying a few martial arts to practice when I go back this time. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and said. Yes, you are from Xingshou village. Zi Shaoling nodded when he heard this. Having been to Xingshou village, she knew very well how poor it was. Occasionally, other villages will have Taoist realm experts in charge, and no matter how bad the situation is, there will also be experts at the 7th or 8th level of the Tongmai realm. And in Xingshou village, which is located in the mountains, the strongest people are only 2 5th level Tongmai realm. There is only one martial arts skill, and even less cultivation techniques. In such an environment, Zi Shaoling also found it incredible that a genius could be born who had awakened his magical talent. Facts also proved that Xiao Lingfeng did not disappoint her. How long has it been? Xiao Lingfeng practiced from the 4th level of Tongmai realm to the 8th level of Tongmai realm. This kind of improvement speed was something even Zi Shaoling could not imagine before. Let's do this. I'll tell my dad when I get back and I'll prepare some middle-grade martial arts for you so you don't need to spend disciple points. Zi Shaoling looked at Xiao Lingfeng and said, Junior brother, what type of martial arts do you want? Boxing or using weapons? Sister, is this not good? Xiao Lingfeng scratched his nose and said. He didn't expect Zi Shaoling to hear that he wanted to practice martial arts. He even said that he would prepare some middle-level martial arts skills for him when he returned. Okay. Is this what it feels like to be nurtured? What's wrong? As long as you don't disappoint me, tell me what kind of martial arts you want. Zi Shaoling said. Weapons? Does anyone use a heavy ruler? Xiao Lingfeng thought for a while and said. Chongqi? It seems that there really is one, but this kind of weapon is very unpopular. Junior brother, why do you want to practice this kind of martial arts? Zi Shaoling frowned and thought about it carefully. After a while, she nodded. Nothing, I suddenly remembered a classmate, his name is Xiao Yan. Xiao Lingfeng smiled and said. The day he traveled through time, Xiao Yan's name really frightened him. He almost thought he had met Emperor Yan. Now you are qualified to practice martial arts using weapons. He didn't know why, but he just wanted to practice heavy ruler. Xiao Yan? Zi Shaoling was stunned for a moment, seeming to have some impression of this name. Then, she remembered the scene of Xiao Yan being knocked down by Qiu Lingfeng's punch. Okay. Although Xiao Yan is also a malleable talent, compared with Qiu Lingfeng, there is no comparison at all. As everyone went deeper, the surrounding temperature gradually began to rise. Not far away, you can see a flaming red mountain range. That's the Flame Canyon, be careful. Zi Shaoling warned. No one dared to neglect it. Even Zi Shaoling, a strong Taoist realm expert, is so cautious. Do they still dare to relax? Qiu Lingfeng could feel that the closer he got to the Flame Canyon, the hotter the surrounding spiritual energy became. After being absorbed into the body, even the body feels uncontrollably and unstoppably hot. This Flame Canyon is so weird. Why is the temperature here so high? Qiu Lingfeng thought to himself. It is rumored that the Flame Canyon was originally an ordinary canyon. A king-level monster once fell here, and a strange flame was derived. This fire lasted for a long time. Under the influence of the flame, over time, it became the current Flame Canyon. Zi Shaoling said slowly. King level? It is probably in existence above the general level monsters. But it is still too far away for Qiu Lingfeng now. Inside the Flame Canyon, there isn't much life at first glance. If you look closely, you will find that the plants and animals here are strangely orange and deep red in color. It blends in with the color of the canyon. I don't know if it was influenced by the Flame Canyon, but the monsters here are also very violent. Once Qiu Lingfeng and others pass by their territory, they will pounce on them desperately. This made Qiu Lingfeng pick up a lot of mistakes. Just over an hour after entering, I picked up 120 devouring points. During this period, I even discovered 2 fire magic cores, which can be sold for a lot of points. It's so hot here, I'm dying. Zhao Bo was sweating profusely and shouted to Qiu Lingfeng, Lingfeng, with your magical talent, can you make some ice cubes to cool us all down? Hearing this, Qiu Lingfeng's forehead darkened. Do you think he is an ice machine? Are you still using your magical talent to create ice? It can't be done. Let's warm it up. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and said. He was also hot and sweaty now. The sun had already set by this time. Logically speaking, the temperature in Flame Canyon should have dropped. But the temperature did not drop at all, and it was even like daytime in the Flame Canyon. I have to say that this Flame Canyon is very strange. The water everyone carried with them was consumed quickly, and if this continued, they would all be finished in less than half a day. As a powerful person in the Taoist realm, Zi Shaoling didn't mind even if she didn't eat or drink for several days and nights. But at this moment, I also take a sip of water from time to time to quench my thirst and relieve the heat. If ordinary people come here, they will definitely die. Zi Shaoling said. Then, he glanced at the hot and pale Zhang Xiaonan behind the team. Zhang Xiaonan was only at the second level of Tongmai realm, the closest to an ordinary person, and she could hardly hold on anymore. Little man, don't hold on, can you rest here for a while? Xiao Yener said with some worry. She was really afraid that Zhang Xiaonan would faint from heatstroke. It doesn't matter, I can still go on. Zhang Xiaonan shook his head and said. We'd better rest for a while. There happens to be a cave in front of us. Little man, don't hold on. If you faint from heatstroke, we will have to take care of you. Qiu Lingfeng glanced at a cave 100 meters ahead, and then turned to face the crowd. Sorry, Zhang Xiaonan didn't know if his brain was too hot and confused, but he actually apologized. What are you saying you're sorry for? Come on, let's get there quickly. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and said. The temperature in the cave is completely different from the outside, but the same as outside the Flame Canyon, and the wind is gusting, which is very strange. After everyone entered the cave at once, they couldn't help but shudder. Although the wind inside was very strange, everyone was obviously enjoying it. Compared to the scorching heat outside, the cave is much more comfortable. I didn't expect there to be such a strong wind inside these caves. It's so comfortable. Zhao Bai said, if I had known this, we wouldn't be so uncomfortable with the heat. As soon as you recover, keep walking. Xiao Lingfeng reminded. Then we used night vision to inspect the cave. He discovered that there was a downward passage deep in the flame canyon, and the wind came from it. Apparently, this cave is connected to another place. Xiao Lingfeng even saw several piles of monster feces on the ground in the distance. It's okay to rest outside this cave, but it's very dangerous if you go deeper. Ah, sneeze. Zhang Xiaonan hugged his shoulders and couldn't help sneezing. Is it too cold in here? Zhang Xiaonan shivered coldly and said, this flame canyon is really not a place for people to stay. It's life-threateningly cold inside the cave, and it's life-threateningly hot outside. Xiao Lingfeng looked at Zhang Xiaonan's appearance, took out a thick coat from his pocket, handed it over, and said, you should dress first, otherwise you won't be able to bear the cold in here. Why do you still have a winter coat in your backpack? Xiao Yener looked at Xiao Lingfeng and said in surprise. Just in case. Xiao Lingfeng shrugged and said. If he only had a backpack, he would definitely not bring these things to weigh down the backpack. But who told him to have a portable space? Ability to carry many things with you. All of a sudden, I went from bringing only the essentials to something I could do without, but couldn't live without. Thank you. Zhang Xiaonan took the coat and put it on, finally feeling a lot warmer. It's strange to say that the entrance of the cave and the canyon are clearly distinct. If you take a step forward, you will feel the heat, and if you take a step back, you will feel cold to the bone. When everyone could no longer stand the cold, the group left the cave. Plunged back into the fiery heat of the flame canyon. Everyone even felt very comfortable when they came out of the ice cellar-like cave. We are not far from the inner edge of the canyon where the lian grass grows. Victory is right in front of us. After we get the lian grass, we can leave this hellish place. Let's cheer up quickly. Xiao Lingfeng saw that the girls Du Shui, Xiao Yener and others were already tired, so he encouraged them. As soon as he said this, the speed of travel became much faster. As everyone went deeper, more and more monsters were encountered on the road. On average, you will encounter a monster every few hundred meters. And their levels are all around level 6 slaves. As usual, these monsters were all left to Xiao Lingfeng and others to deal with. With the accumulation of combat experience, everyone's combat effectiveness has also improved rapidly. There is no longer the same hardship as when we first encountered World of Warcraft. During the battle, everyone gradually discovered something was wrong. Yi Yuqing and Zhao Bai tried their best but could only cause some damage to the monster. Xiao Lingfeng also punched with the same punch, but the damage caused was greater than the damage caused by Yi Yuqing and Zhao Bai together. After finishing another scorpion-shaped monster, everyone took a short rest. Zhang Xiaonan began to check whether this monster had a magic core. Generally speaking, everyone simply ignores the corpses of monsters without magic cores. Because there is no need to waste energy and carry so much loot, only the magic core is the most valuable. And Xiao Lingfeng can also take advantage of this opportunity to devour it to gain devouring points and magical talents. Lingfeng, what kind of cultivation level do you have? Why do you feel that you are so much better than me and Zhao Bai? Yi Yuqing asked curiously. As soon as he said these words, others also cast curious glances at Xiao Lingfeng. 8th stage of Tongmai realm. Xiao Lingfeng sighed, knowing that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he had to shrug and confess. Pfft, what? You are in the Tongmai realm, 8th stage? You didn't lie to me? Yi Yuqing spurted out. It was too late to take care of his image. He looked at Xiao Lingfeng and continued. He is really the 8th level of Tongmai realm, and he was already at the 8th level of Tongmai realm before setting off. Zi Xiaoling said from the side. Everyone believed in Zi Xiaoling's words. A strong person in the Dao spirit realm can see through the cultivation of a warrior in the Tongmai realm at a glance, so there is no way he can make mistakes. Your speed of improvement is too scary, isn't it? Are you still human? Zhao Bai said blankly, when you first entered school, you and we were both at the 5th level of Tongmai realm, right? There is no foundation for the realm of Tongmai, because if the main meridians are connected, they are connected, and if they are not connected, they are not connected. The first level of opening the meridians is looking at the speed of opening the meridians. However, the speed at which an ordinary person can penetrate a main meridian can range from a few months to several years. But where can anyone practice as fast as Qiu Lingfeng? You have awakened as a warrior, and it's only been a month since you died, right? Zhang Xiaonan looked at Qiu Lingfeng and said in shock. 1 month? Others were even more shocked after hearing Zhang Xiaonan's words. How on earth did you do it? Yi Lian asked curiously. It must be talent, right? Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and blamed everything on talent. After all, talent is such a mysterious thing. Don't ask, just ask because I have awakened my supernatural talent and my talent is good. Okay, don't envy him. He has awakened his magical talent. It is destined that his talent will not be ordinary. Zi Shaoling saw the group of people in shock and couldn't help but speak. Even if this is the case, isn't it too shocking? It doesn't matter that he started late, his cultivation speed is still so fast, how can anyone survive? Zhao Baisheng said helplessly, Lao Yi, let's learn from him later and live in the training room. Go on your own, I don't have that many points to keep building like this. Yi Yuqing said speechlessly. Okay, let's go quickly. Zi Shaoling said. After everyone heard this, they also walked towards the depths. Zi Shaoling pulled Qiu Lingfeng and walked at the back of the team, whispering, Lingfeng, you can't be proud anymore. Okay, I know. Qiu Lingfeng nodded, my goal is to be promoted directly to the inner court during the disciple selection in 2 months. I feel relieved if you do this. Remember, the outer courtyard is a springboard for you, but it is different for others. Don't compare with Zhang Xiaonan and the others. Zi Shaoling warned. What she said is indeed very realistic. But this is also a good thing for people like Zhang Xiaonan who have relatively ordinary talents. The dangers faced by the disciples in the inner courtyard are much more dangerous than those faced by the disciples in the outer courtyard. Because the truly cruel side of this world can only be seen by warriors at the top. After going dozens of miles deeper into the Flame Canyon, Zhang Xiaonan and the others could no longer hold on anymore. With their previous experience, everyone found a cave and rested inside. However, there is no dark wind in this cave like the previous one. It is still very hot at the entrance of the cave, and you can only feel a little cool after walking more than 10 meters. However, even so, everyone can recover their physical strength here. Sister, you have a real-time map in your communication watch. How long will it take for us to reach the place where the flame grass grows? Qiu Lingfeng asked while performing the moon wheel gong. At this moment, he had already devoured more than a dozen magical beasts. Lunar Gong has also mastered the second level, with 420 devouring points left. And the spiritual energy in his body has solidified to the point where it can condense Tao seeds. But he still didn't break through. Because this degree of solidification is not his limit. Tao seeds are very important to Taoist realm warriors. Because the martial arts tree in the body is developed based on Tao seeds, and the seeds determine the upper limit of the Tao tree. There are good and bad Tao species. The most inferior Tao species is the unmarked Tao species, and above this are the 1 to 9 line Tao species. Simply put, the number of lines a Taoist possesses determines how many chances of failure there will be when breaking through the realm in the future. Just like Zi Shaoling, her Tao seed is a 7-line Tao seed. This means that when Zi Shaoling breaks through the realm in the future, she will have 7 chances of failure. As for the so-called failure, Qiu Lingfeng is still not sure yet. However, Zi Shaoling also explained to him that this chance of failure would only be reflected after the Tao tree gave birth to Tao Lei. As for the Tao tree without lines, the Tao tree that develops will not be able to produce Tao buds throughout its life. This kind of Tao spirit realm belongs to the lower end of the Tao spirit realm. Although Qiu Lingfeng was able to condense the Tao seed at this time, he could only condense the unmarked Tao seed. Qiu Lingfeng would not be so stupid and impulsive as to condense Tao seeds. Even if he wants to condense his Tao seeds now, Zi Shaoling will definitely not let him condense them. Because this is tantamount to jeopardizing your future. With the 9 patterns of Taoism, I don't know where I will end up. Qiu Lingfeng looked at the spiritual energy gradually solidifying in his body and said secretly. Now he can already feel the signs of breakthrough, but this feeling is not strong. This means that this has not yet reached his upper limit. Xiao Lingfeng estimated that he would have to condense a 5-line Taoist seed at the end. Otherwise, he would not be worthy of the title of genius above his head. In the Dantian, a waning moon absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth all the time, consolidating the spiritual energy in Xiao Lingfeng's body. This waning moon is the embodiment of the second level of Moon Wheel Gong. Aura generates moon shadow, which is the first level. The shadow of the moon turns into the waning moon, which is the second level. The waning moon and the full moon are the third layer. After hearing Xiao Lingfeng's words, Zi Shaoling glanced at her communication watch. There are still about 12 miles, it will be soon. Zi Shaoling said, by the way, it's already 10 o'clock in the evening. How about we rest here one night before leaving? The interior of the Flame Canyon was as bright as day, making it impossible to distinguish between day and night. It is good. Zi Shaoling said this and received nods from everyone. They were already exhausted, but Zi Shaoling didn't speak, and they didn't dare to say they wanted to rest. After eating something simple, everyone began to rest. As for the night vigil work, Xiao Lingfeng naturally volunteered to undertake it. His energy is pretty good at the moment, and he doesn't know if it's because he devoured too many magical beasts today. As soon as the idea came to his mind, he called up the attribute panel. Host, Xiao Lingfeng Cultivation, 8th stage of Tongmai Realm Kung Fu, Burning Pulse Technique, Moon Will Gong Martial Arts, Tongmai Fist Magical Talents, Frozen Sky Eyes, Giant Claws, Night Vision, Scavenging, Fire Possession. Devour Points, 420 Fusion Opportunities, 0, looking at the densely packed magical talents, Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but feel dizzy. It seems that every time he devours a new magical beast, he will gain a magical talent. This was originally a good thing, but some magical talents were so useless that Xiao Lingfeng couldn't use them at all. System, is there any way you can make these magical talents useful? Xiao Lingfeng asked about the system. Ding dong, the host can choose to convert magical talents into magical fragments to give magical talents to others. Or spend 500 devouring points to combine 5 magical talents into a more advanced magical talent. The system quickly gave an answer. Fragments of magical powers? Granting magical talents to others? This option is okay, and the next option is also good. 5 magical talents are merged into a new magical talent. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the 2 choices given by the system and nodded, very satisfied. Or the host can choose to turn on the system screening function to automatically screen out useless and useless magical talents. This choice is an irreversible operation. As compensation, the host can obtain the top magical talent, identification. The system suddenly gave the last answer. Top magical talent, appraisal? Xiao Lingfeng's eyes lit up. I have to say, these words about system are very blinking. To put it bluntly, after obtaining this top-level magical talent, Xiao Lingfeng will no longer be able to obtain useless magical talents in the future. In other words, it is to exchange countless useless magical talents in the future for this top magical talent. To change, or not to change? Xiao Lingfeng was caught in the middle. Change it for me. Xiao Lingfeng finally gritted his teeth and exchanged for this top magical talent. Because those useless magical talents he wants are of no use, they just take up space, so he might as well change to this top magical talent. Ding dong, the host has enabled the magical power identification function. This operation is irreversible. The host will receive a compensation reward, the top magical power talent, identification. Supernatural talent, appraisal description, top-notch magical talent, able to see through everything in the world. Identify. When Xiao Lingfeng first got this magical talent, he couldn't help but look at the rock wall beside him. The composition of the rocks in the Flame Canyon is, another piece of information came to Xiao Lingfeng's mind. Identify. Xiao Lingfeng turned to look at Zhang Xiaonan and others, and made an appraisal. Zhang Xiaonan, 2nd level of Tongmai Realm Yi Lian, 4th level of Tongmai Realm Du Shui, 4th level of Tongmai Realm, tell me how to appraise this magical talent. Xiao Lingfeng had a sudden idea and used appraisal to make an appraisal. Top magical talents, as the proficiency increases, the information identified will become more and more detailed. Another voice soon sounded in Xiao Lingfeng's mind. It turns out it's more than that. Xiao Lingfeng nodded with satisfaction. This magical talent will also upgrade itself, which is worthy of its reputation as a top magical talent. Burns the sky. After everyone had a good rest, they started on the journey again. Since there was only the last dozen miles left, everyone seemed very excited. At the core of the Flame Canyon, the temperature here is even more terrifying, and even the air seems to be able to burn people. You all stay outside, my senior sister and I will go in. Xiao Lingfeng felt that with the strength of Yi Yuqing and others, it would definitely be a disaster, so he said. Then be careful. Zhang Xiaonan also knew that they were a burden, so he didn't say much and just told Xiao Lingfeng to be careful. Well, there is a cave over there, Lao Yi, take everyone there to rest while my senior sister and I come out. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and said. It is good. Yi Yuqing did not refuse and led the others towards the cave. After that, Xiao Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling looked at each other and went deep into the core area of the Flame Canyon. Xiao Lingfeng also has a talent for heat resistance. It becomes very important at this time. Without this magical talent, Xiao Lingfeng would not be able to last long in the core area. After having the identification, it became easier for Xiao Lingfeng to find Li Yanchao. Among the vast red rocks, a white herb stands in the gap. Li Yanchao, a second-level elixir, can be used to refine elixirs. After identification, Xiao Lingfeng instantly knew that this white herb was the Li Yanchao they were looking for. Senior sister, there is a lian grass in front of you. Xiao Lingfeng reminded. Zi Shaoling looked at Li Yanchao, but her expression was not excited at all. Instead, she became solemn and reminded, be careful, there are usually monsters guarding herbs of this level. Liankao is also a great tonic for the monsters living in the Flame Canyon. Generally speaking, powerful monsters will stay not far from the herbs, waiting for them to mature. The lian grass in front of me is obviously mature. But there were no visible monsters nearby, which was very strange. I'm going to pick the flame grass, please pay attention to your surroundings. Zi Shaoling said. She is a warrior in the second realm of Daoling and can react faster when encountering danger. After saying that, Zi Shaoling walked towards Li Yanchao. Xiao Lingfeng also began to be wary of his surroundings. Just when Zi Shaoling's hand was about to touch Li Yanchao. On the hillside not far away, a big red tiger came out and pounced towards Zi Shaoling. The tiger falling from the sky caught both Zi Shaoling and Xiao Lingfeng off guard. Senior sister, be careful. Frozen sky eyes. Xiao Lingfeng reminded loudly, and at the same time used his magical talent to freeze the big red tiger. Zi Shaoling also instantly picked off the flame grass and put it into a special container. So close. Zi Shaoling's heart was still pounding. If it had been a little later, she would definitely die. This lian grass turned out to be a trap. Bait waiting for her to pick. If Xiao Lingfeng hadn't used her magical talent in time, she wouldn't have been able to pick this lian grass. Kaka. The ice on Dahu's body began to crack. A first-class elite monster. The cultivation level is comparable to that of a warrior in the first level of Daoling. With his true strength, even if several first-level Taoist warriors work together, it would be difficult to kill him. Even if Zi Shaoling faces him, he will still have to fight hard. Identify. Xiao Lingfeng used appraisal on Dahu. The fiery tiger, a first-class elite, can spit out fiery flames. The information about the red tiger poured into Xiao Lingfeng's mind. It is indeed a first-class elite. Xiao Lingfeng thought to himself. Zi Shaoling retreated to Xiao Lingfeng at this time, handed the box containing Li Yanchao to Xiao Lingfeng, and said, Junior brother, please keep the Li Yanchao, and I will deal with this monster. Senior sister, you have to be careful. This monster is a first-level elite. It is called the Flame Tiger and can spit out flames. Xiao Lingfeng said. Zi Shaoling nodded, drew out the sword from her waist, and struck towards the fiery tiger. Tai Xian Sword Ju, the first form. Zi Shaoling's spiritual power burst out, and a terrifying sword energy slashed towards the flaming tiger. Roar! The fiery tiger roared loudly, and a terrifying flame actually spewed out from its mouth. The flames and sword energy intertwined, and terrifying energy suddenly burst out. Xiao Lingfeng on the side quickly found a bunker and hid behind it. In a duel at the Taoist realm, you can use spiritual power. The aftermath of the battle is indeed much more terrifying. Xiao Lingfeng looked at Zi Shaoling and Lianhu and thought to himself. Even if he is now at the 8th level of the Tongmai realm, even if he is gifted with magical powers. However, the blazing tiger can still kill him easily. And this is why Xiao Lingfeng can only hide aside. The Tongmai realm and the Daoling realm cannot be compared at all. In the final analysis, those in the Tongmai realm are still ordinary people, but they are just ordinary people whose bodies are several times stronger. In the Taoist realm, spiritual power is born in the body, which is essentially different from ordinary people. After Zi Shaoling and Fiery Tiger fought for several minutes, the Flame Tiger gradually realized that it was no match for the humans in front of him, and he wanted to retreat. Zi Shaoling saw that the Fiery Tiger had given up, and its offensive became even more fierce. Xiao Lingfeng also found the opportunity and used the Frozen Sky Eyes. The Flaming Tiger was instantly frozen. Zi Shaoling also took the opportunity to drop her sword and cut off the head of the Blazing Tiger. Junior brother, your magical talent is really powerful. Without your final control, I would have to go through another hard battle to kill this monster. Zi Shaoling panted and smiled at Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng walked over and opened the belly of the Flame Tiger. After some inspection, he found a fire magic core the size of an egg. The energy inside the magic core born in the body of an elite-level monster is far greater than that of a slave-level monster, and even its size is much larger. Senior sister, this monster still has a magic core inside its body. Xiao Lingfeng said excitedly. Well, I will sell this magic core in the inner courtyard, and then we will split the points equally. Zi Shaoling nodded and said. It's just a pity that we can't take this monster corpse away. Then Zi Shaoling looked at the corpse of the Fiery Tiger and said with regret. After Xiao Lingfeng heard Zi Shaoling's words, he began to feel excited. Just because the body can't be taken away, doesn't that mean he can devour it? I don't know how big the improvement will be after being devoured by elite monsters. After Zi Shaoling took a rest, she left with Xiao Lingfeng. Before leaving, Xiao Lingfeng also took the opportunity to devour the Flame Tiger. Ding dong, the host has swallowed the first order elite monster, the Flame Tiger. Congratulations on obtaining the magical talent, Divine Flame Burning Sky, congratulations on getting 500 devouring points. The system sounded a prompt, which sounded like the sound of nature in Xiao Lingfeng's ears at this moment. Especially the devouring point of a first order elite monster is as high as you know. After being devoured by an 8th order slave level monster, you can only obtain 80 devouring points. Of course, the difficulty of hunting elite-level monsters is not ordinary. If it weren't for Zi Shaoling, Xiao Lingfeng could only take a detour when he saw the elite monster. Ruler after the two of them left the core area of Flame Canyon, they met up with Yi Yuqing and others. On the way back, all the monsters were handed over to Yi Yuqing and others to deal with. Because the spiritual power in Zi Shaoling's body was severely consumed, she was temporarily unable to exert her full strength and needed a good rest. After 2 days, everyone finally left the Flame Canyon. As soon as they came out of the Flame Canyon, everyone felt refreshed. It's still much cooler outside. This Flame Canyon is really not a place for people to stay. It's still comfortable outside. Zhao Bai sighed with emotion. Stop talking anymore, let's go back and hand in the mission. Xiao Lingfeng said. The gains he gained from this trip were undoubtedly huge. After devouring the Flame Tiger, the spiritual energy in his body had been condensed to the point where he could condense the 3 lines of Taoism in one fell swoop. After that, everyone quickened their pace and rushed towards Jinlan City. On the way, Xiao Lingfeng also met people from Nandu Academy. Among them was an old acquaintance, Xiao Yan. After some pleasantries, Xiao Lingfeng learned that Xiao Yan and his group were also going to the Flame Canyon to pick lian grass. Then the two groups separated. That Xiao Yan's talent is pretty good. He has already broken through to the 6th level of Tongmai realm, Zi Shaoling said in shock. 6th level of Tongmai realm? So fast. Xiao Lingfeng said in surprise. how long has it been? Xiao Yan broke through to the 6th level of Tongmai realm. Could it be that he has an old man who knows how to make medicine? Ah, this. Everything is starting to get interesting. Meanwhile, on the other side. Junior brother Xiao, your old classmate, has a very high level of cultivation. He is actually at the 8th level of the Tongmai realm. In Xiao Yan's team, the senior brother who led the team said, 8th level of Tongmai realm. The other disciples from the outer courtyard of Nandu Academy were extremely shocked. With this level of cultivation, they could already participate in the disciple selection. After hearing the news, Xiao Yan's eyes darkened, and then a trace of jealousy took root in his heart. Originally, Xiao Lingfeng was unknown. Who would have thought that this unknown person would one day awaken his magical talent and then rise up with lightning speed? Can this not make people jealous? The few monsters they occasionally encountered on the way back were easily dealt with by Yi Yuqing and others. The practical experience accumulated during this period has greatly improved them. After going back this time and getting the Tongmai pill, I can probably try to break through the realm. After returning to Taishan Sword Academy to receive the reward, everyone sold the magic cores obtained from killing monsters during this period. Except for the elite fire magic core of the Blazing Tiger, which was not sold, everyone had 8 magic cores in their hands. A total of points were sold at a high price. According to their contribution to the task, Xiao Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling received, and points respectively. The remaining points were divided equally between Yi Yuqing and the 6 others. After dividing the points, Zi Shaoling left the outer courtyard disciple hall and gave her meridian opening pill to Xiao Lingfeng. As a Taoist realm warrior, the Tongmai pill was of no use to her. But she seems to have forgotten. The Tongmai pill is of no use to Xiao Lingfeng. This Tongmai pill is only useful for unblocking the meridians and has no effect at all on condensing spiritual energy. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the 2 Tongmai pills in his hand and shook his head helplessly, giving them all to Zhang Xiaonan. Little man, your cultivation level is the lowest right now. If you don't want to hold you back in the future, just accept these 2 meridians. If you want to thank me, show your strength. Seeing that Zhang Xiaonan refused to accept it, Xiao Lingfeng spoke. After listening to Xiao Lingfeng's words, Zhang Xiaonan reluctantly accepted it. Then just think I'm borrowing it from you. Zhang Xiaonan looked at Xiao Lingfeng and said. Ah. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. Then he went back to the dormitory with Yi Yuqing and Zhao Bai. After the boys left, Du Shui and Xiao Yan both cast envious glances at Zhang Xiaonan. Little man, you are so kind. Ling Feng has been so kind to you. Now you have 3 meridians. Du Shui said with some greed. I won't get it for free. Zhang Xiaonan shook his head. Okay, what are you getting for free? Ling Feng is already at the 8th level of Tongmai realm and is about to prepare for the selection of disciples to enter the inner courtyard. It will be difficult for you to find someone in the future. Xiao Yener said from the side. Let's go back to the dormitory. Yi Lian said. Then, the 4 people left the outer courtyard disciple hall. As soon as they arrived at the dormitory, Zhao Bai and Yi Yuqing couldn't wait to swallow the Tongmai pill. Xiao Lingfeng sat cross-legged on the bed and began to sort out the gains from this trip to the Flame Canyon. First of all, it seems that his cultivation level has not increased, but in fact he has been promoted from condensing the grainless Taoism to condensing the 3-grain Taoism. Although this improvement cannot be seen by others, and there is no specific improvement in strength, once Xiao Lingfeng breaks through to the Tao spirit realm, his strength will improve by leaps and bounds. The more Tao seeds there are, the more powerful the spiritual power is. And his devouring points also increased to 10-20 points. After some hesitation, Xiao Lingfeng mastered the complete Moon Will Kung Fu. There are 720 devouring points left, and the waning moon in his body has also transformed into a full moon, condensing spiritual energy dozens of times faster. The 3rd level of Moon Will Gong can improve the cultivation level of those who are strong in the soul phase realm. What's more, what about a newbie like him who has never even entered the Tao spirit realm? Xiao Lingfeng estimated that according to the current solidification speed, it would only take a month for the spiritual energy in his body to solidify to the extreme. Then, Xiao Lingfeng checked the system mall to see if there were any weapons for sale. Weapon, broken ancient mysterious ruler. Color, brown-black. Grade, secondary. Weight, pounds. Size, 1.7 meters long, 1.5 feet wide. Category, blunt weapons. Description, rumor has it that it is a fragment of the Tiancheng pillar. It is extremely thick and contains terrifying earth power. It is also good for condensing spiritual energy. Price, 500 devouring points. Zi Shaoling said that she wanted to find him a heavy foot martial art, and this heavy foot weapon was undoubtedly the most suitable at the moment. Hey. It would be interesting to hit Xiao Yan with a heavy ruler. Without hesitation, Xiao Lingfeng purchased this ancient mysterious ruler directly. The system directly distributes it to the portable space, and Xiao Lingfeng can take it out whenever he wants. Overall, Xiao Lingfeng is quite satisfied with this ancient mysterious ruler. What's more annoying is the weight of the ancient mysterious ruler, which is as high as 1,000 kilograms. You know, Xiao Lingfeng's current strength is only pounds. It is quite a challenge to play with this ancient mysterious ruler easily. At present, Xiao Lingfeng seems to be able to only use the ancient mysterious ruler with the power of the giant claw. The power increasing exercises in the system mall seem to start at least at the top level. To learn the first level requires up to 2,500 devouring points, which is enough to kill 5 first-order elite level monsters. Xiao Lingfeng suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Not flow outsiders field in the next few days, Xiao Lingfeng stayed in the training room to condense his spiritual energy. Because the efficiency of practicing in the practice room is doubled, getting twice the result with half the effort. And he has enough points to support his cultivation for a long time. The overall strength of Yi Yuqing and others has also improved to a higher level. Under the power of the Tongmai pill, all members have opened up a main meridian. The biggest one among them is Zhang Xiaonan. With the 3 Tongmai pills and her previous accumulation, she suddenly broke through to the 5th level of Tongmai realm, which is the same as Yi Lian and others. When the spiritual energy in the training room faded again, Xiao Lingfeng breathed a long sigh of relief, got up and went to the cafeteria to eat. During this period, his daily life was very boring. He practiced in the training room and went to the cafeteria to eat. Internal emergencies and the like can be resolved at the entrance to the training area of the disciple hall. The advantage of doing this is that the spiritual energy in Xiao Lingfeng's body has solidified very quickly, and now it has reached the standard of the 4th pattern. This is a speed that others cannot imagine. Others don't have top-grade skills, and even if they do, their mastery is far inferior to Xiao Lingfeng's. How can the skills of the first level be comparable to the skills of the realm of perfection? Sneeze. In the disciple hall of the outer courtyard of Nandu Academy on the other side of Jinlan City, a young man who was also practicing hard in the training room sneezed. After picking the Li Yanchao, everyone else chose elixirs. Only I chose to buy a middle-grade skill. From this point of view, the eyes of others are still too shallow. Even if elixirs can quickly improve their cultivation, but in the long run, it will definitely not be as good as the Kung Fu. The middle-grade Kung Fu. How many people in the Tongmai realm can master it? Xiao Yan wiped his nose and said excitedly. For a moment, Xiao Yan even thought that he would aspire to the pinnacle of martial arts. At that time, turning your hands will turn into clouds and turning your hands will turn into rain. One thought can make the difference between life and death. One sword can cut off heaven and earth. Look down on the world and be invincible in the world. Beep beep. After Xiao Lingfeng had eaten and drank enough, when he rushed towards the disciple hall, the communication watch on his wrist recalled the notification sound. He raised his hand and saw that it was Zi Shaoling who had transferred him disciple points. Junior brother, the points sold for the Elite Warcraft core totaled. After, you have. Have you received it? A high-level magic core is really expensive. Although Xiao Lingfeng and others had sold a lot of magic cores before. But they are all the magic cores of 3rd and 4th level slaves. The level is not high, so the price is not high. 8 of them were sold for a total of points. Like now, a first-order elite magic core is sold for a high price of disciple points. Already received, thank you, senior sister. Xiao Lingfeng quickly replied to the message. Why are you thanking me? If it weren't for you, it would still be a question of whether I could keep that blazing tiger. The blood of that blazing tiger is very unusual. It can fight against me. That's why I wanted to fight yesterday. It's so hard to kill it. It's actually very easy for me to kill an ordinary first-order elite monster. Seeing Zi Xiaoling's reply, Xiao Lingfeng nodded slightly, that's it. By the way, junior brother, where are you now? I'm going to find you. I'm in the disciple hall of the outer courtyard. What do you want from me, senior sister? Xiao Lingfeng asked puzzledly. Junior brother, you are practicing really hard. Yes, senior sister is very pleased. Please wait for me at the gate of the outer courtyard's disciple hall. Thinking of Zi Xiaoling's cute appearance and saying such old-fashioned words. I don't know why Xiao Lingfeng always feels full of joy. Even though he called Zi Xiaoling his senior sister, Zi Xiaoling was already so old. He called Zi Xiaoling his senior sister just because she was an inner disciple and she was the first to enter. Zi Xiaoling's actual age is only 16 years old. This shows how terrifying her own martial arts talent is. The second realm of Taoism, the seven-line Taoism. As for the more detailed realm, Xiao Lingfeng is still unknown. After all, Tao root is just a general and vague concept, which means that Tao seed begins to take root. The more roots there are, the stronger the strength will be. In the Tao spirit realm, the competition is to see whose Tao tree has a higher grade and stronger spiritual power. The 6 realms of Taoism are actually just 6 vague concepts. Below these, there are even more detailed realms. However, Xiao Lingfeng, who is under the Tao spirit realm, is currently unable to pry into the secrets of this realm. Some things are better to be understood by oneself. Otherwise, the excitement of unveiling would be lost, wouldn't it? Xiao Lingfeng stood at the door of the outer courtyard disciple hall, waiting for Zi Xiaoling. Not long after, Zi Xiaoling was seen running over in a hurry. He doesn't have the stability that other Taoist realm powerhouses should have. Senior sister, why are you looking for me specifically? Xiao Lingfeng said doubtfully. You don't want martial arts anymore? I told my dad about your performance this time. He is very interested in you now and wants me to take you into the inner courtyard. Zi Xiaoling looked at me and said, when you meet my dad, you must be smarter, got it? It's best to become my dad's disciple all at once, so that senior sister can give you more resources in the future, so that my dad won't keep nagging me about my prodigality. After all, there is no money left. Outsider Tian, at least I don't give other people's disciples an advantage. What? Xiao Lingfeng felt his head was buzzing now. Although he knew Zi Xiaoling didn't mean that, he still couldn't help but think about it. Why don't the wealth flow to outsiders? Senior sister, you are not as advantageous as other disciples? I can't think about it. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up. Seeing that Xiao Lingfeng was not moving, Zi Xiaoling took the latter's hand and ran towards the inner courtyard area. Senior sister, please slow down. I'm just in the Tongmai realm, I can't keep up. I'm going to fall. Xiao Lingfeng tried his best to keep up with Zi Xiaoling's speed and shouted. Zi Xiaoling is a strong man in the Taoist realm, can he run at a speed comparable to him? After hearing this, Zi Xiaoling slowed down a lot. Xiao Lingfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he fell, according to Zi Xiaoling's temperament, he would definitely not be able to notice that he had fallen, and he might be dragged to the inner courtyard like this. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for adults? A dignified 8th level Tongmai realm warrior was dragged to the ground. Zi Xiaoling stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and said, Hey, I'm too excited. I'm sorry. Forget it, senior sister, can you let go of my hand now? Xiao Lingfeng rolled his eyes and shook his head. Although Zi Xiaoling's little hands were delicate and soft, Xiao Lingfeng didn't want to be watched all the way to the inner courtyard by others. I might have thought that he, a dignified 8th level martial artist in the Tongmai realm, was being kept by a female disciple of the inner court's Taoist realm. Okay. Although now he accepts Zi Xiaoling's resources, it is almost the same taste, but the nature is not the same. And the sea is shattered. Arriving at the entrance of the inner courtyard, Xiao Lingfeng was led into the inner courtyard by Zi Xiaoling. As a disciple of the outer courtyard, Xiao Lingfeng was not qualified to enter the inner courtyard. And Zi Xiaoling was not qualified to lead the disciples from the outer courtyard into the inner courtyard at will. The reason why Xiao Lingfeng was able to come in was all because of Zi Xiaoling's father's elder token. The management model of the inner courtyard is completely different from that of the outer courtyard. All disciples in the inner courtyard must become disciples of the elders and receive guidance. The lowest threshold for an inner dean elder is to have cultivation in the fifth realm of Taoism. As for Zi Xiaoling's father, he is the great elder of the inner courtyard. The cultivation level is even more terrifying in the soul state. Ranked among the top powerhouses in Jinlan City. Seeing a strong person of this level for the first time made Xiao Lingfeng feel excited and unable to calm down. Zi Xiaoling took Xiao Lingfeng to the Grand Elders Hall. At this time, there was already a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s waiting there. The man is wearing a jade-like white robe, with a tall and straight body, a majestic face, and is not angry. And he is the great elder of the inner courtyard, Zi Xiaoling's father, Zi Rulong. It is hard to imagine that the most powerful elder in the inner court is so young. 8th level of Tongmai realm. Zi Rulong glanced at Xiao Lingfeng and nodded with satisfaction. I heard from Linger that it's only been a month since you awakened as a warrior? Zi Rulong asked. Yes. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. If I remember correctly, Linger gave you the moon Wugong just 2 weeks ago, right? You actually formed a full moon in your dantian in such a short period of time, practicing the moon Wugong to perfection. Zi Rulong then slowly opened his mouth and said. Hearing this, Xiao Lingfeng trembled all over. A strong person in the soul realm can actually have insight into the dantian of a warrior? After Zi Rulong revealed the details at a glance, Xiao Lingfeng was shocked. Don't be afraid. Zi Rulong laughed and said, I won't hurt you, but your talent is really rare. No one has ever had such a terrifying talent before you. Dad, what did you just say? Junior brother, has he perfected the moon wheel gong? Did you read that right? Zi Xiaoling glanced at Xiao Lingfeng in shock, then turned to ask Zi Rulong. How could I be wrong? Zi Rulong shook his head and said. But he only knows the pulse level. How can he practice Yueluan Gong to perfection? Even I can only master the second level. Zi Xiaoling said in surprise. There are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. Linger, guess again, how many Tao seeds can the spiritual energy in your junior brother's body be condensed into? Zi Rulong glanced at Xiao Lingfeng with a smile and asked. Junior brother, he entered the Tongmai realm not long ago. Even if he is extremely talented and has perfect moon will gong, he can only condense one line of Tao seed at most. Zi Xiaoling thought she looked up to Xiao Lingfeng and said. You must know that she spent 2 years in the 8th level of Tongmai realm before condensing the 7 lines of Taoism in one fell swoop. How many days has it been since Xiao Lingfeng broke through the Tongmai realm? In her opinion, it is already very good that Xiao Lingfeng can condense one line of Tao seeds now. Wrong. If I hadn't misjudged him, he can already condense the 4 lines of Taoism. Zi Rulong continued. At this moment, Xiao Lingfeng was beginning to feel uneasy. His cultivation speed is really weird. What if others know that he has a system and have evil thoughts about his system? 4 lines of Taoism? How is this possible? Zi Xiaoling shouted in surprise. Then she looked at Xiao Lingfeng with some annoyance and said, Junior brother, your cultivation level has broken through so quickly, why didn't you tell me? Do you treat me, your senior sister, as an outsider? This is not true. Xiao Lingfeng seemed uneasy. Okay, Linger, everyone has secrets that no one can tell. Lingfeng probably keeps such a low profile because he doesn't want to attract too much attention. Zi Rulong slowly opened his mouth and helped Xiao Lingfeng. Listen to Linger, do you want to practice a heavy foot martial arts? Then, Zi Rulong finally got down to business. Yes. Xiao Lingfeng nodded hurriedly. In the eyes of Zirulong, a strong man in the soul realm, he doesn't have any secrets. This state of complete exposure is really scary. Chongqi is too unpopular. In the Taishian Sword Academy, I am the only one with one. Are you sure you want to learn it? Zirulong asked. Ah. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. Okay, then you can accept this martial art. Zirulong nodded slightly and turned his palm. A martial arts secret book appeared in his hand out of thin air. Portable space. Zirulong also has a personal space. Is it possible that he also has a system? However, this idea was quickly rejected by Xiao Lingfeng. This portable space should be the means of the powerful in the soul realm, not the so-called system. After receiving the secret book, Xiao Lingfeng heard a prompt sound from the system. Ding dong, I have detected the high-grade martial skill shattering the earth and covering the sea. Do you want to spend 1800 devouring points to master it directly? It's actually a top-grade martial art. There are just too many swallowing points required to fully master it, otherwise it would be pretty perfect. I don't have any heavy-footed weapons here at the moment. You have to customize one yourself. Zirulong said. The disciples have prepared the weapons to be used. Xiao Lingfeng said. His ancient mysterious ruler is a second-level weapon, and it can still exert its power in the hands of a strong person in the Taoist realm. It's enough to last him a long time. That's good. Zirulong nodded. Linger, take him back to the outer courtyard, I still have things to deal with. Then, Zirulong opened his mouth and said. Zi Xiaoling's face changed and she said hastily, Dad, junior brother Lingfeng is so talented, don't you plan to accept him as your disciple? Hearing this, Zirulong laughed and said, Don't worry, I will arrange this matter freely. Your junior brother Lingfeng is too talented. As a father, I can't tutor him. When he breaks through to the Taoist realm, I will introduce him to a good teacher and I will not treat him badly. Great elder, if there is nothing else, this disciple will leave first. Xiao Lingfeng cupped his fists and said. Although Zirulong is Zi Xiaoling's father, the feeling of being seen through is really uncomfortable. He doesn't want to stay here any longer. Junior brother, wait for me. Zi Xiaoling chased after him. Looking at Xiao Lingfeng's hurried back, Zirulong murmured with a smile on his face, this Xiao Lingfeng is really well hidden. Even Linger was deceived. If I hadn't been a soul phase realm warrior, I would have thought that he had just broken through to the 8th level of Tongmai realm. He has completely mastered the Lungong, and has even been able to condense the 4 lines of Taoism. This kind of talent is enough to be called the #1 genius in Jinlan City. Zi Xiaoling sent Xiao Lingfeng out of the inner courtyard of Taishian Sword Academy. Junior brother, you actually hid it so deeply. Zi Xiaoling looked at Xiao Lingfeng dissatisfied and said. She thought she knew Xiao Lingfeng's details very well, but how long had it been? Xiao Lingfeng was actually able to condense the 4 lines of Tao seeds. Ha, I just want to give you a surprise, senior sister. Xiao Lingfeng laughed and said perfunctorily. He really didn't expect that Zirulong could see through all his details at a glance. This feeling is too bad. If my father hadn't told me, wouldn't you have secretly broken through to the Tao spirit realm? Zi Xiaoling said. It won't. Xiao Lingfeng said with a guilty conscience. He really wanted to do this. Tongmai people, Tongmai soul. I want to practice secretly and then amaze everyone. But now it seems that it is obviously impossible for Xiao Lingfeng to keep a low profile. Then how many lines of Tao seeds do you plan to condense? But at your current speed, it won't be long before you can condense 7 lines of Tao seeds, right? Zi Xiaoling looked at Xiao Lingfeng and said. Junior brother, let me tell you, when you feel that the meridians and dantian in your body cannot contain the spiritual energy, you must also use your will to suppress the idea of breakthrough. You must hold back this feeling of breakthrough. Zi Xiaoling warned again, I was actually only able to condense the Tao seed of 6 lines at first, but in the end I held it in for 2 months and finally condensed the Tao seed of 7 lines. Yes, I understand. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. Even if Zi Xiaoling didn't say anything, he would still restrain the idea of a breakthrough. The Tao seed determines the upper limit of the Tao spirit realm. Xiao Lingfeng didn't want to be weaker than others. When disaster strikes, it is the original sin to be weak. Instead of blaming others for not saving themselves, it is better to work hard to improve yourself. At that time, if the predecessor had Xiao Lingfeng's current cultivation level, his parents would not have died. The obsession from his predecessor and Xiao Lingfeng's own desire for survival are the driving force for him to work hard to become stronger. After saying goodbye to Zi Shaoling, Xiao Lingfeng entered the training room in the disciple hall of the outer courtyard and began a long period of training. This time Xiao Lingfeng entered a special martial arts training room, which covered a larger area and had twice as much spiritual energy as the outside world. Of course, half a day of use requires 300 disciple points. But these are nothing to Xiao Lingfeng. Taking out the ancient mysterious ruler from his portable space, Xiao Lingfeng used the system to master the first layer of earth-splitting sea-crushing ruler. The earth-splitting sea ruler is a top-grade martial skill, and it is obviously impossible for him to master it on his own with a small level of Tonmai realm. You can only rely on the system to force entry. Moreover, Xiao Lingfeng has not yet produced spiritual power in his body, and the power he can use is very small. There are 6 levels in total of earth-splitting sea ruler. Each level of the system requires 300 devouring points to be mastered, and 1800 devouring points are required to fully master it. Xiao Lingfeng only needs to get started. The ancient mysterious ruler weighs 1000 kilograms, and it is still very difficult for Xiao Lingfeng to swing it now. And if you want to use the first move to split the earth and cover the sea, it is even more of a challenge. After trying dozens of times, Xiao Lingfeng still didn't get the results he wanted. Mighty Claw. In desperation, Xiao Lingfeng activated his magical talent. After the power surged 3 times, the ancient mysterious ruler was easily danced, and the first move of the earth-shattering sea-shattering ruler was successfully performed. A heavy blow struck down vertically, causing a large crack on the floor. You know, the floor in the martial arts training room is specially made. It is also difficult for Daoling second-level warriors to cause damage early. This shows that Xiao Lingfeng's power is not weaker than that of a Daoling second-level warrior. The only shortcoming is also obvious. After falling 1 foot, Xiao Lingfeng felt that all the strength in his body was drained. Yes, the earth-shattering sea-shattering ruler returns to strength, but Xiao Lingfeng can only use it once. If he misses a hit, Xiao Lingfeng will fall into passivity. This move is only suitable for use as a trump card. Then, Xiao Lingfeng tested another of his magical talents, Divine Flame Burning Sky. This magical talent was obtained after devouring the flame tiger. The effect is also very terrifying. It can condense a ball of flame in the hand. After being thrown, it can explode into a field of fire with a range of meters. Because it is a magical fire, it is extremely difficult to extinguish and is extremely lethal. Xiao Lingfeng carefully counted the burning time, which was a full quarter of an hour. And the consumption of this magical talent is much greater than that of the frozen sky eye. With Xiao Lingfeng's current strength, he can only use the divine flame to burn the sky once. But it has to be said that this magical talent is also very suitable for use as a trump card. In the following days, Xiao Lingfeng continued to repeat his monotonous daily routine. He meditated in the training room and went to the disciple cafeteria to fill his stomach. Originally Xiao Lingfeng's cultivation speed was extremely fast, after such a long and sleepless practice. The spiritual energy in Xiao Lingfeng's body has solidified to the extent that he can condense the 6 lines of Taoism. At this time, only 7 days had passed. The double spiritual energy in the training room brought Xiao Lingfeng an extraordinary improvement. If he continues at this rate, Xiao Lingfeng will be able to try to condense the 9 lines of Taoism in about 10 days. However, what makes Xiao Lingfeng more curious is that the spiritual energy in his body does not make him feel uncomfortable. I can still feel a little full, but far from reaching the limit. Under Xiao Lingfeng's training, Xiao Lingfeng's physical strength also increased again, reaching a level of about kilograms. This has nothing to do with a breakthrough in cultivation, it is simply a matter of playing with the ancient mysterious ruler too much and gaining strength through training. While Xiao Lingfeng was rapidly increasing his cultivation, Yi Yuqing and others also did not forget to practice and accept tasks. The other 6 people also took on several tasks during this time. He did not disturb Qiu Lingfeng's retreat, but worked hard to catch up with Qiu Lingfeng. After all, Qiu Lingfeng's terrifying cultivation speed is really shocking. If you don't work hard, you'll be embarrassed to stand in front of him. On the day when Qiu Lingfeng left the training room, Qiu Lingfeng also received the news that Xiao Yener and Yi Yuqing were together. It turns out that when the young man asked me if Lao Yi had a girlfriend, was he asking for Xiao Yener? Qiu Lingfeng looked at the message sent by Zhang Xiaonan and muttered. Originally, he thought that the friend Zhang Xiaonan mentioned was herself. By the way, tomorrow is the training class that takes place every 5 days. I haven't been to it even once until now. Let's go and listen to the so-called training class tomorrow. Qiu Lingfeng said to himself. Then he walked towards the dormitory building. When he returned to the dormitory, Qiu Lingfeng saw Zhao Bai lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. Hearing the sound, Zhao Bai opened his sleepy eyes, half raised his body and looked at Qiu Lingfeng. Akiu, you're finally back. I almost forgot about you as my roommate. Zhao Bai lay on the bed again and said sleepily. Why are you the only one in the dormitory? Where is Lao Yi? Qiu Lingfeng said in confusion. He should go make little people with Xiao Yener now. Zhao Bai turned over and said. Well. Qiu Lingfeng's mouth twitched. The next morning. As soon as Qiu Lingfeng got up from the bed, he saw Yi Yuqing walking in with a yawn and a tired look on his face. Lingfeng, are you back? Yan Yi Yuqing glanced at Qiu Lingfeng listlessly and said hello. Old Yi, why did you still empty out your money? Qiu Lingfeng looked at Yi Yuqing with raised eyebrows and asked. You think I want to go out and do a few more tricks? Yi Yuqing climbed onto his bed, lying on his stomach and said. Can't you just play it all at once? Qiu Lingfeng said speechlessly. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Yi Yuqing bounced up from the bed before he reacted. You can sleep on your own, I'll make you tired. Qiu Lingfeng shook his head and said, speaking of which, I'm still very curious as to why you and Xiao Yener are together and things are developing so fast. She confessed to me first. In fact, I don't have any feelings for her, but she is pretty, so I will try to cultivate a relationship with her first. Yi Yuqing said. All right. Qiu Lingfeng's forehead darkened and he didn't know what to say. Is there so much fun in the city now? Emotions can be cultivated in hotels. Okay. Can't read. I can only wish Xiao Yener good luck, don't be dumped by Yi Yuqing and end up miserable. At the same time, Zhang Xiaonan's dormitory. Xiao Yener returned to the dormitory. With a blushing face and said excitedly, Sisters, I have completely captured Yuqing's people. Ha? So fast? What? You and him just, last night when Zhang Xiaonan and Du Shui heard Xiao Yener's voice, they immediately got up from the bed and looked at the excited Xiao Yener in surprise. Who took the initiative, you or him? Yi Lian slowly got up and asked. Well, I don't remember. Anyway, my head felt dizzy when I hugged him. I'm too embarrassed to talk about what happened next. Xiao Yener's face turned red and she said vaguely. Are you sure he likes you? Yi Lian looked at Xiao Yener and asked sharply. Zhang Xiaonan and Du Shui's expressions changed upon hearing this, and Zhang Xiaonan said hurriedly, Xiao Lian, what are you talking about? Yi Yuqing has done that kind of thing with Yener. Doesn't it mean that he likes her? That's right, Xiao Lian, if Yuqing didn't like me, he wouldn't have done that last night, right? Xiao Yener blushed and said hesitantly. Yener, you handed yourself over too early. Yi Lian said. Yuqing is so good, so many girls will definitely like him. If I didn't seize the opportunity quickly, I would definitely be snatched away. Xiao Yener said. Forget it, it's a done deal now, and nothing can be changed even if you want to. Yi Lian climbed down the stairs and said, and Yi Yuqing is not as good as you think. Besides, isn't Qiu Lingfeng who came with the boy better? He is the same age as us, and he has already reached the 8th level of Tong My Realm less than a month after awakening. After saying that, she went out to the balcony to wash up. Qiu Lingfeng, forget it, he just recognizes the young man in our dormitory. We can't catch him even if we want to. Last time we came back from a mission together, he didn't even want any of the Tong Mai pills for himself and gave them all to the young man. Du Shui said from the side. Then he glanced at Zhang Xiaonan enviously and continued, I would like to be like the little boy and be looked down upon by Qiu Lingfeng. Xiao Xue, what are you talking about? The relationship between Ling Feng and I is very normal. It's just an ordinary relationship between classmates. Zhang Xiaonan's face turned red and he explained. Then why are you blushing? And how can ordinary classmates give you 2 Tong Mai pills? Why did he only give them to you and not to us? You just don't know how to be blessed in the midst of blessings. Du Shui said, if I have a boy who is willing to give me 2 Tong Mai pills, I will definitely agree to be with him. Why are you talking about Qiu Lingfeng? Aren't we talking about Yu Cheng and me? Xiao Yener felt that she was being left alone, and she pouted dissatisfiedly. You two should get up quickly. There will be a training class soon. It only happens once every 5 days. After Yi Lian finished washing, he walked in and said to Zhang Xiaonan and Du Shui. Yener, I actually don't want to hit you, but I don't think you and Yi Yuqing will have a good outcome. Yi Lian glanced at Xiao Yener and said seriously. Yi Lian, what do you mean? Xiao Yener said dissatisfiedly, since I started chasing Yu Cheng, you have been gossiping there. Now that I have slept with Yu Cheng, are you feeling sour again? No. Yi Lian shook his head. Xiao Lian, what you said is too much. Yener and Yi Yuqing are together. We should give our blessings instead of saying that their relationship will not end well. Du Shui walked to Xiao Yener and said. Du Shui and Xiao Yener came from the same village, and their relationship was very good. In addition, Yi Lian has been expressing his disapproval of this relationship since Xiao Yener just came back. Du Shui couldn't stand it any longer, so she continued, the relationship between you and Yi Yuqing seems to be quite close. Is it possible that you also like Yi Yuqing? Xiao Lian, relationships are also about a first-come, first-served basis. You left Yi Yuqing alone and didn't pursue her. Our Xiao Xue caught up with you. Just don't be jealous, let alone make sarcastic remarks. Okay, we are all sisters in the same dormitory, why are we arguing? Zhang Xiaonan saw something was wrong in the atmosphere and hurriedly came out to persuade. Little man, you have Ling Feng who treats you well. You don't know how tired Yener is to be with Yi Yuqing. Now that Yi Lian is making sarcastic remarks like this, I can't stand it anymore. Du Shui said. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaonan could only stand aside like this. I actually think what Xiao Lian said is right. It's better for girls to be more reserved. If Yener is too proactive, she will inevitably be regarded as a random girl by Yi Yuqing and leave a bad impression. Xiao Lian was also thinking about Yener's image in Yi Yuqing's mind, but what Xiao Lian said was a little unpleasant. Zhang Xiaonan tried to smooth things over and explained. Yu Cheng said what he said last night. He didn't expect that I was still a virgin. He swore that he would be good to me for the rest of his life. How could he think that I was casual, how could he not want me? Xiao Yener lowered her head and choked, tears flowing from her eyes and dripping down her fair cheeks to the ground. Seeing Xiao Yener in good condition, she started crying. Du Shui and Zhang Xiaonan were immediately at a loss and hurriedly hugged Xiao Yener. Yener, don't cry. Xiao Lian is just worried about this. Yi Yuqing doesn't seem like a romantic person. He will definitely be responsible for you. Du Shui hurriedly comforted. Yi Lian watched this scene with a complicated expression. I'm going to the cafeteria to eat first, and I won't be going back to the dormitory for a while. After Yi Lian finished speaking, he left the dormitory. Yener, don't be so sensitive. Think about it carefully. If Yi Yuqing didn't like you, how could he still do that kind of thing with you? Du Shui continued to comfort. Ah. Hearing this, Xiao Yener finally felt better. After Yi Lian left the dormitory, he flipped through his communication watch. Found Qiu Lingfeng's contact information. Qiu Lingfeng, have you seen it? If so, please give me a reply. I have something to ask you. Beep beep. Xiao Lingfeng, who was still brushing his teeth in the dormitory at this time, heard the notification sound of his communication watch and raised his hand to read the message. After finding out that the message was from Yi Lian, he was a little surprised at first. After reacting, he became curious. Is there anything that Yi Lian, a big class girl, needs help with? She actually sent him a message so early in the morning. What's up? Xiao Lingfeng typed out the reply with a toothbrush in his mouth. I want to know what Yi Yuqing thinks of Yenner. Yi Lian asked. Lao Yi said, it depends on how well the relationship is cultivated. Xiao Lingfeng raised his eyebrows, and his spirit of gossip instantly ignited. Are Yi Lian and Yi Yuqing really having an affair? How come Yi Yuqing had just slept with Xiao Yenner, and Yi Lian came to ask him what Yi Yuqing thought of Xiao Yenner? Okay, I understand, thank you. Yi Lian also responded quickly. You're welcome, I would like to know why you are so concerned about Lao Yi and Xiao Yenner? Xiao Lingfeng typed this message out of nowhere and sent it. As soon as he sent it, he regretted it. Pity. His communication watch was just a giveaway. There is no way to withdraw this function at all, and there is no chance to regret it. This was the first time Xiao Lingfeng began to reflect on why he was so poor. Yenner is my roommate, and I have to keep an eye on Yi Yuqing. But what I didn't expect was, Yenner seemed to be too afraid of losing Yi Yuqing, and actually handed herself over early. I want you. Supervise Yi Yuqing well, okay? Yi Lian replied with a long text. I don't often stay in the dormitory. If you need supervision, wouldn't it be better to have Supervisor Zhao Bai do it? Xiao Lingfeng declined politely. He doesn't want to be a tool. By supervising Yi Yuqing, isn't he acting as a spy for Xiao Yenner's potential love rival Yi Lian? After that, Yi Yuqing and Xiao Yenner broke up, and he became the biggest sinner. I would rather demolish 10 temples than destroy one marriage. How could Xiao Lingfeng have the nerve to break up a man's love for a concubine? At the same time, Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but sigh. When a girl in a girl's dormitory likes a boy at the same time, then this dormitory is equivalent to the Shura field in the harem. It is not impossible to have 4 girls in 8 groups. After rejecting Yi Lian, Zhao Bai also got up. After he had washed up, the two of them went to the cafeteria together. However, when the two of them arrived downstairs of the dormitory, they saw Yi Lian already waiting at the bottom of the building. Ling Feng. After Yi Lian saw Xiao Lingfeng, he walked over quickly. Well, I feel uncomfortable in my stomach. I'll go back to the dormitory first. Akia, you can go to the cafeteria with Yi Lian first. Zhao Bai wisely covered his stomach and used Shit Escape to escape. He thought he had created an opportunity for Xiao Lingfeng and Yi Lian to be alone, and he was still happy about bringing them together. As everyone knows, Xiao Lingfeng doesn't really want to meet Yi Lian at this time, because he didn't want to be entrusted by Yi Lian to supervise Yi Yuqing. Why are you waiting down here? Xiao Lingfeng scratched his nose and said awkwardly. I didn't have breakfast, let's go to the cafeteria together. Yi Lian looked at Xiao Lingfeng and said. Well. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. Then, the two of them went to the cafeteria together. On the way, Yi Lian didn't talk about supervising Yi Yuqing, but talked about other things. Have you been in the training room during this time? I never saw you when I took on the mission. Yi Lian asked. Yes, I have been in the training room these days. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and replied. You practice so seriously. It's no wonder that your cultivation has improved so quickly. Now that you're out, does it mean that you are about to reach the Taoist realm? Yi Lian looked at Xiao Lingfeng curiously and asked. It's still far away. How can there be such an easy breakthrough in the Tao spirit realm? Xiao Lingfeng shook his head and said. Although we can now condense the 6 lines of Tao seeds to directly break through to the Tao spirit realm, he is still far from Xiao Lingfeng's threshold. Then you can still condense the Tao seed now, right? Let me think about it, you should be able to condense 1 line of Tao seed now, right? Yi Lian said. That's it. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. So? Yi Lian was stunned for a moment, then said, Ling Feng, you should not be too discouraged. The boy from the village doesn't even have the 8th level of the Pulse Realm at your age. You are already very good. I believe you will be able to condense the Tao seed of the first line soon. Hearing this, Xiao Lingfeng was a little dumbfounded. But he didn't want to expose his current true cultivation level, so he could only nod and said, thank you then. After you can condense one line of Tao seed, don't rush to breakthrough. With your qualifications, it is not difficult to condense 5 lines of Tao seed. Yi Lian said. Okay, I'll make a note of it. Xiao Lingfeng nodded obediently. The two of them chatted without saying a word until they reached the cafeteria and started eating together. The two of them picked an empty seat in the corner on the first floor and sat down to eat. As soon as the two of them sat down, 3 more girls walked in through the cafeteria door, none other than Zhang Xiaonan and the others. After the 3 of them had some porridge, they looked for an empty seat. Hey, little man, do you think those 2 people are Yi Lian and Xiao Lingfeng? Du Shui glanced at Xiao Lingfeng and Yi Lian sitting in the corner, hurriedly patted Zhang Xiaonan and asked. It's really Yi Lian and Lingfeng, Zhang Xiaonan said with some surprise. In her impression, Xiao Lingfeng was not so close to Yi Lian. Why did you come to have breakfast together this morning? When I think about what she just said to come down early. This Yi Lian is so shameless. Even if he is jealous of Yenner, he still wants to steal Lingfeng from you, little boy. Can you bear this, little boy? Du Shui frowned and snorted coldly. We don't know much about what happened, so how can we draw conclusions so easily? Although Zhang Xiaonan didn't quite believe Du Shui's words, the scene in front of her did make her feel uncomfortable. The facts are right in front of us. She said good things about Xiao Lingfeng this morning. It turns out that she also likes Xiao Lingfeng. She is so beautiful, no wonder she is a vixen. Du Shui said with added jealousy. She had no confidence in her appearance. After seeing how beautiful Yi Lian was, she could not help but think badly of Yi Lian. Xiao Shui, how can you say such things about Xiao Lian? She is also our roommate after all. Zhang Xiaonan's expression changed and he said. If she really thinks of us as roommates, will she say what she said before? Will she come over for breakfast with Xiao Lingfeng? Du Shui snorted and said, little man, think about it carefully. If Xiao Lingfeng doesn't like you, why should he give you those Tongmai pills? He could have given them to others. If you don't work hard and let Yi Lian take Xiao Lingfeng away, where will you be? Go cry? Zhang Xiaonan knew that there was more than one reason why Xiao Lingfeng would give her the Tongmai pill. But she knew very well that Xiao Lingfeng didn't give her the Tongmai pill because he liked her. However, when she heard Du Shui's words, she didn't feel very good. If it were the former cousin Xiaoya, she would definitely be a match made in heaven with Xiao Lingfeng. But now cousin Xiaoya, compared with Yi Lian, her appearance is not 1/30 worse, not to mention that cousin Xiaoya is far away in Xingshou village. Xiao Lingfeng is a young and energetic boy. If he can't resist the temptation. In an instant, Zhang Xiaonan thought a lot. Xianyan cream? While chatting with Yi Lian, Xiao Lingfeng heard something like this from Yi Lian and couldn't help but become curious. What? Are you interested in fairy cream? Generally speaking, only girls like this kind of thing. Yi Lian said in surprise. What exactly is this fairy cream? Xiao Lingfeng asked. It's as the name suggests, fairy beauty ointment. It is said that it was originally a good wound medicine. Even if there is a hole in the body, just a little bit can quickly restore the injury. Later, after a female warrior discovered that this product could whiten and remove scars, the price went up. Now it is hard to find this cream on the market, because the fairy cream is basically monopolized by the ladies of big families. Yi Lian spoke slowly. Can I exchange disciple points for immortal beauty cream? How much does it cost? Xiao Lingfeng asked eagerly. Disciple points, about 12 points, and only inner courtyard disciples can purchase them. Yi Lian thought for a while and said, why are you interested in this kind of item? With 12 points, you can already buy other elixirs with better effects. Why do you have to buy this fairy cream? Xiao Lingfeng shook his head and continued to ask, can this fairy cream remove old scars? The reason why the price is so high is that it is very good at removing scars. Otherwise, those ladies would not be stupid to pay such a high price for an ointment with mediocre scar removal effect. Yi Lian nodded. Can only inner courtyard disciples buy it? I understand. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. It was not a big problem for him that only inner court disciples could buy it. He can break through to the Taoist realm at any time and become an inner court disciple. You can also ask Zi Shaoling to buy it for him. After finishing breakfast, the two left the cafeteria and headed to the classroom. The disciples of the outer courtyard of Taishan Sword Academy took training classes once every 5 days for the first half of the year, and were completely free range for the next 3.5 years. The full name of the training class is the Training Theory Class. The content of the class is basically the theories of a selection of major kung fu in the Tongmai realm, the theory of the compatibility of meridians and spiritual qi, the life of a cultivator, from entry to entombment, Tao seed, a seed that can transform a warrior knowledge. Generally speaking, it is to teach students how to take the path of cultivation in the future. At the end of their cultivation, they will basically be 8th level warriors of Tongmai realm. If you have not become an 8th level warrior in the Tongmai realm within 4 years, it proves that you really do not have the qualifications to be a warrior, and you can pack up and go home. The outer courtyard of Taishan Sword Academy sounds nice, but it is actually a long-term disciple assessment. Because some people have special physiques and have a thick and thin hairstyle. There were 3 years of silence, 5 years of silence, and then there were so many dragons. In order not to miss this group of talents, Taishan Sword Academy specially set up an outer courtyard. There will only be 2 disciples in the outer courtyard in the future, one will graduate and the other will be promoted to the inner courtyard. In fact, it is called graduation. In fact, it is saying that your qualifications are not up to standard and you are wasting resources by staying in Taishan Sword Academy. You should pack up and get out as soon as possible. Oh, of course, there are also a very small number of people who have accidents within 4 years and are unable to enter the 8th level of Tongmai realm for the rest of their lives. Just like Xiao Lingfeng's former roommate, Hao Xiao, because he broke an arm and lacked a main meridian, he could only stay in the 7th level of the Tongmai realm for the rest of his life. Taishan Sword Academy also directly persuaded these disciples to quit. Don't ask, just ask, the world of strong people is too dangerous, and you will be in danger if you stay in Taishan Sword Academy. It's better to stay in Jinlan City and wait for the next generation to come and hope for success. When you go out, turn right and walk slowly. Have a nice trip. Say it gone. After listening to the morning training class, Xiao Lingfeng left the classroom. After hearing about Xianyan cream from Yi Lian, Xiao Lingfeng had no intention of attending class. His current cultivation level has surpassed that of most freshmen, and he has begun to think about condensing Tao seeds. It doesn't matter whether he listens to the theories about the Tongmai realm in the practice theory class, but he has no use anyway. All he cares about now is the immortal cream. Xiao Lingfeng still has disciple points. Although it has surpassed most of the outer courtyard disciples, it is still far away from the immortal beauty cream. 12 disciple points. Now Xiao Lingfeng only has one idea: take the mission and earn points. You ask him why he wants this fairy cream? Because, in an inconspicuous blacksmith shop in Xingshou village, there was a fairy who needed it. Turn in the eggs and cubs of the burning skylark. One egg has 5,000 disciple points, and one burning skylark cub has 4 disciple points. There is no upper limit. Required members, for Taoist realm disciples, Tongmai realm 8th level disciples. Xiao Lingfeng quickly found his favorite task. The only thing that gave him a headache was the needs of the members. Where can he recruit people? Brother, do you also want to take on this mission? A young man saw Xiao Lingfeng looking at this task, ran over, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Correct." Xiao Lingfeng nodded. Your cultivation is at the 8th level of Tongmai realm, right? The young man asked. Yes. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. That's just right. We are missing an 8th level member of Tongmai realm. You can take on this mission with us. The young man said, the specific distribution is that the 4 Taoist realm brothers and sisters will account for, and the remaining, we'll go to our outer courtyard disciples. Will you come? So dark? Xiao Lingfeng's forehead darkened and he said. What's wrong with this? It's great if we can split the remaining 2 points equally. The other senior brothers and sisters must also get at least %. The young man said, Is this your first time working with a senior brother or sister from the Dowling realm? Hearing this, Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but think of Zi Shaoling. Okay. As expected, senior sister Shaoling is kind-hearted. Forest, are you going? If not, we'll find someone else. The young man spoke again. Go. Xiao Lingfeng thought for a while, and it seemed that there were no other good tasks here, so it was a bit of a trap. But if you get enough eggs and babies, it's pretty good. The most important thing is that he can't take on the mission alone. It was useless to call Zi Shaoling, because there were only 2 people in total. After filling in the information and receiving the mission, the 8 of them left Taishan Sword Academy together. When leaving the Sword Academy, Xiao Lingfeng also sent a message to others, saying that he had received a mission and would leave Taishan Sword Academy for a while. The current team configuration of Xiao Lingfeng can be said to be very good. There are 4 Dao Spirit Realm warriors, but they are all Dao Spirit Realm warriors. The strongest one is the sword-wielding senior sister, her name is Ma Lingshu. It is said that her Taoist seed is the 4th line Taoist seed, and her Taoist seed has been split into 3. The young man who recruited Xiao Lingfeng into the team pointed at the senior sister who led the team and said. His name is Song Jiala, and he entered Taishan Sword Academy to train the year before last. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the senior sister who led the team. Her appearance was about %, and she seemed to have no airs and was very approachable. The most important thing is that this senior sister is only 17. 4 lines of Tao seed, 3 cracks of Tao seed. This means that this senior sister is also a genius. Of course, she is not as evil as Zi Shaoling. 16 years old, 7 lines of Tao seed gives birth to Tao root. The cultivation levels of the other 3 inner courtyard disciples are almost the same, and they are all at the level of Tao seed 2 split. The only difference may be the difference in the number of Tao seed lines. The cultivation of the first level of Taoist spirit is to cultivate the lines into cracks based on the original Taoism. The more cracks there are, the faster the spiritual energy is absorbed and the more pure and powerful the spiritual power is. In other words, the number of Tao seed cracks is linked to the number of Tao seed grains. The lower the number of Tao seeds, the faster the promotion. The corresponding price is weakness. In terms of breakthrough speed, the breakthrough speed of martial artists without patterns is definitely the fastest among those in the Dao Spirit realm. Every realm in the Taoist realm can be broken through simply by settling down. Correspondingly, warriors of the Taoist race without patterns will not be able to enter Tao Lei for the rest of their lives. This senior sister Ma is very talented. Xiao Lingfeng said. Yes, if I could gather my Tao seeds and enter the Tao Spirit realm in this life, I would wake up laughing even in my dreams. Song Jiala sighed. Don't think that it's easy to enter the Taoist realm. The threshold of condensing Taoism is what blocks most people. Even the weakest traceless Taoist species is the same. Are you a freshman this year? A female disciple from the inner courtyard walked up to Xiao Lingfeng and asked. Her name is Zhang Qiulan, and she lives up to her name. She has a pair of narrow and charming eyes, a face like a peach blossom, and is dressed in a light blue dress, which outlines her mature and plump figure. 3 lines of Tao seed, 2 cracks of Tao seed. Well, this year's freshman. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. Are you from Jinlan City? Zhang Qiulan asked. No, I'm from the village. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head. Are you from the village too? No. Which village are you from? Are all the new students coming to the village these days so perverted? Are there even those in the 8th level of Tongmai realm? A group of disciples from the outer courtyard exclaimed. Even the other inner courtyard disciples looked over with surprised expressions. It will take the second half of the year for the talented disciples recruited from the villages outside Jinlan City to reach the 8th level of Tongmai realm. They had never heard of someone like Xiao Lingfeng, who had become an 8th level martial artist in the Tongmai realm not long after he came here. I'm from Xingshou village. You probably haven't heard of me. Xiao Lingfeng said. Indeed, I haven't heard of it. The others nodded and said. Then junior brother, isn't your talent very good? Zhang Qiulan said a little surprised. I heard that there are a few freshmen in this class who have supernatural talents. Are you one of them? Song Jiala asked tentatively. As a new student from the village, he was able to reach the 8th level of Tongmai realm in such a short period of time. It can be seen that Xiao Lingfeng's talent is definitely not simple. If there's anyone among them who has awakened the talent of ice magical power, it should be me. Xiao Lingfeng said calmly. Are you kidding me? Have you awakened your magical talent? Song Jiala looked surprised, and so did everyone else. Originally just a teammate to make up the numbers, he turned out to be a genius who had awakened his magical talent. This is also very lucky, right? This is nothing to joke about. You will know when you try it. Xiao Lingfeng shrugged. Your cultivation level is already at the 8th level of Tongmai realm. Doesn't it mean that you will also participate in the disciple selection in a month's time? Zhang Qiulan said. Well, I want to participate too. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and said, Song Jiala, you also want to participate, right? Those of us, don't even think about it. Disciple selection is all a fight between gods and gods. We mortals will suffer. Song Jiala said speechlessly. Okay. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. Then, the 8 people left Jinlan City together and headed to the Kanglan Mountains. This mission is to burn the eggs and cubs of the skylark. The burning skylark is a tameable magical beast, and its flying speed is comparable to that of a warrior in the 1st level of the Tao spirit realm. He has a docile personality and is weak in strength. The only pity is that if you want to tame the burning skylark and become a mount, you must castrate something. This makes it impossible to breed on a large scale in cities. That's why Xiao Lingfeng and others will receive this task. The fully adult burning skylark is just an 8th level slave monster and is nothing to worry about. The only one who is more troublesome is the king of birds among the birds, because the king of birds is a real elite monster. As long as Xiao Lingfeng and others do not alert the bird king, it will be very simple to obtain the eggs or cubs of the skylark. After 2 days of long journey, everyone finally arrived outside a stone forest. In Fenyan Stone Forest, most of the stone pillars here are orange-yellow in color, and there are some golden fine lines on the stone pillars. From a distance, it looks like cloud patterns are artificially painted on them. Therefore, it was named Fenyan Stone Forest, and Fenyunk was also named Fenyunk because it lived here. In fact, the burning skylark is not a fire-attributed monster, but an out-and-out wind-attributed monster. In the stone forest, there are many nests of skylarks. This period is the breeding season of the skylark, which is a good time for us to steal eggs and cubs. Everyone should try to get as many eggs as possible. If they encounter cubs that have just hatched, they will take them away directly. If they have grown, don't take away the fledged cubs, they are too big and will get in the way. Ma Lingshu reminded everyone before they entered Fenyan Stone Forest. Yes. The others nodded, then dispersed and went their separate ways. Fenyan Stone Forest. Xiao Lingfeng had arrived near a bird's nest. At this time, there were only 2 baby birds in the nest, and the baby birds were only about 1 foot in size. Next to the baby bird, there are 7 red-gray eggs. The eggs of the burning skylark are much larger than the ostrich eggs in the previous life. Ha, ha, Xiao Lingfeng climbed up the bird's nest easily, and the young skylark immediately screamed. System, can bird eggs also be put into the portable space? Xiao Lingfeng asked curiously. Ding dong, the portable space can be used to store any items, and there are no restrictions. The system prompts. In other words, can living people be placed in the portable space? There is no restriction that only dead objects can be placed? Xiao Lingfeng's eyes lit up when he heard this. The storage rings and storage bags in the previous life novels all have restrictions that can only contain dead objects, and cannot contain living objects at all. This system's portable space alone surpasses other storage spaces in an instant. Ding dong, no. The system replied. Okay, I understand. Xiao Lingfeng nodded, and then began to identify the eggs. The skylark egg has been fertilized and is hatching. The skylark egg, fertilized, stillborn unfertilized skylark egg with the use of identification skills. The information about these eggs also appeared in Xiao Lingfeng's mind. After Xiao Lingfeng carefully selected them, he finally left the 2 skylark cubs and the 2 skylark eggs that were about to hatch. As for the others, of course he took them away with him. There is no requirement for the eggs to be turned in during the mission, as long as they are the eggs of the burning skylark. One is worth points. As for the cubs, Xiao Lingfeng didn't want to think about it. Although a cub can get points, it is too easy to die after traveling a long distance and having to take careful care of it. After sweeping the bird's nest, Xiao Lingfeng went to the bird's nest next to it. Chirp, just when Xiao Lingfeng arrived at another bird's nest. A huge shadow fell from the sky and pecked Xiao Lingfeng fiercely. Burning Skylark, the 7th level slave monster, Xiao Lingfeng had no time to dodge and could only use his magical talent. Frozen Sky Eyes. Xiao Lingfeng directly froze the burning skylark. Burning skylark's body hit the rock straight and then fell towards the ground. Xiao Lingfeng also took this opportunity to quickly climb down the stone pillar and hide in the corner. The bird's nest is tens of meters high. If it is shot down, Xiao Lingfeng may be thrown to death. Chirp! The skylark that was frozen by the ice regained its ability to move, then spread its wings and flew up, chirping. Then the other skylarks who were stationed in the stone forest and had not gone out to look for food were alerted. In an instant, the burning skylarks surrounded the stone pillars near Xiao Lingfeng and kept approaching here. Xiao Lingfeng looked at this scene and did not panic. Instead, he slowly took out the ancient mysterious ruler from his pocket. At the same time, he retreated to one side, wanting to leave the encirclement. Xiao Lingfeng didn't want to fight with these skylarks unless he had to. Because it is very difficult for him to deal with these skylarks now. Soon, Xiao Lingfeng discovered that there were densely packed skylarks in the surrounding sky, which made people feel numb. Everyone has been discovered? Xiao Lingfeng felt a chill in his heart and secretly thought something was wrong. One after another, the skylarks hovered in the air, exposing the positions of the 8 people. Then, a skylark with bright feathers appeared in mid-air. This skylark has a fine red crest on its head, and the feathers on its body are golden, completely different from the gray-red of other skylarks. King Burning Skylark. Xiao Lingfeng's pupils shrank. The Burning Skylark King, a 2nd-level elite monster. Everyone come together. At this time, Ma Lingshu's voice sounded in Finyun Stone Forest. All the disciples who heard the voice ran towards the place where Ma Lingshu's voice came from. Are these people gathering together for fear of dying? Xiao Lingfeng thought to himself. He did not choose to go over and confront Fenyun head-on. Instead, he hid behind the stone forest and quietly changed his position. Ma Lingshu and the others did not have his magical power of identification, so they could not directly see through King Burning Skylark's cultivation. Although the Burning Skylark King is at the bottom among elite monsters. But it was more than enough to deal with a few warriors whose cultivation was only at the 1st level of Taoist spirit. If Xiao Lingfeng goes there now, he will just die. He is not stupid. Forget it, I still can't ignore them. After taking just a few steps, Xiao Lingfeng shook his head and sighed. In the end, I chose to sneak over secretly, not wanting to expose my whereabouts. At this time, 7 people from Ma Lingshu had gathered together. Where is Xiao Lingfeng? Ma Lingshu asked with a frown. I don't know, maybe I was entangled by the burning skylark. A male disciple from the inner courtyard said. No, all the skylarks nearby have gathered here, he must have escaped. Another male disciple from the inner courtyard said. He doesn't seem like someone who would run away from a fight. Song Jiala said. It doesn't look like it, but who knows? Another disciple spoke. Okay, stop talking. Be careful of the burning skylark's attack. Let us deal with the burning skylark king. Ma Lingshu said. Then the spiritual power all over his body exploded, and the long sword left his hand and stabbed towards the burning skylark king. Call out the long sword pierced the air, causing a burst of sound. At the same time, Ma Lingxiu also stepped on the steep stone pillars, relied on her own speed to rush up, and attacked the burning Skylark King. When other inner court disciples saw Ma Lingxiu taking action, they also burst out with spiritual power and killed the burning Skylark King. Xiao Lingfeng was hiding in the corner, waiting for an opportunity to destroy these skylarks. The other burning skylarks also pecked at the disciples in the outer courtyard. There are dozens of skylarks, how terrifying is their momentum? Song Jiala and others were frightened into silence and did not dare to move at all. These pig teammates. Xiao Lingfeng looked at this scene and was speechless. Giant claw ruler that splits the earth and covers the sea. Xiao Lingfeng hid in the dark, the spiritual energy in his meridians began to boil, and then he performed the first move of splitting the earth and covering the sea. The terrifying power directly sent out a shock wave, dividing Song Jiala and others from burning Skylark. There were even 2 burning Skylarks who were not in a hurry to dodge and were instantly killed by Xiao Lingfeng. The power of the first form of earth-shattering and sea-shaking ruler is enough to rival a strike from a powerful person in the second realm of Dao Ling. Killing the slave-level burning Skylark instantly is not a problem. System, swallow those 2 Skylarks for me. Xiao Lingfeng said silently. At the same time, Song Jiala and others were completely stunned. The attack just now did not look like something a Tongmai realm warrior could perform. After Xiao Lingfeng swung out one foot, his position was also exposed. So he did not choose to hide, but dragged the ancient mysterious ruler out. Are you all frightened by the burning Skylark? Don't you know how to fight back? If I hadn't taken action just now, you would all be dead. Xiao Lingfeng said. Lingfeng, just that attack? Song Jiala asked in surprise. Why are you asking so many questions? Grab your weapons and fight back if you still want to die. Xiao Lingfeng didn't have time to talk nonsense. After finishing speaking, he held the ancient mysterious ruler with both hands and became alert. Where did you get this heavy ruler? Why haven't you seen it before? One person asked curiously. Hearing this, Xiao Lingfeng's expression changed, but he had forgotten how to explain this. The ancient mysterious ruler has always been kept in his personal space. So far, Xiao Lingfeng only knows that Zi Rulong, a strong person in the soul realm, has similar abilities. Another of my magical talents, I can summon my weapons. Xiao Lingfeng said casually. No one else can verify the authenticity anyway. Chirp! A skylark swooped down and pecked at Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng waved the ancient mysterious ruler with difficulty, trying to swat the skylark away. However, before Xiao Lingfeng could lift the ancient mysterious ruler, the burning skylark was about to peck him. Xiao Lingfeng reacted quickly, hurriedly let go of the ancient mysterious ruler, and then jumped. The skylark pecked at nothing. At the same time, Xiao Lingfeng hugged the neck of the skylark and pulled out the dagger from his waist. A heavy cut was made on Fen Yung's neck, and hot blood spurted out immediately. Xiao Lingfeng also took the opportunity to jump down, and the skylark flew upwards desperately. However, it hit a stone pillar on one side and finally fell straight to the ground, dying. Relying only on your own strength, it is really difficult to use the ancient mysterious ruler. Xiao Lingfeng thought to himself and put away the ancient mysterious ruler at the same time. Before he breaks through to the Dao spirit realm, he obviously cannot use the ancient mysterious ruler at will. He was able to successfully attack by hiding in the dark just now. In this situation, the dagger still works. I have to say that Zhang Dania's craftsmanship is indeed superb. The carefully crafted dagger can easily cut through even the flesh of an 8th-level slave. Seeing Xiao Lingfeng kill a burning skylark so easily, the others were stunned. Since when did the burning skylark become so easy to solve? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Seeing the death of the skylark, several skylarks hovering in the sky also pecked at Xiao Lingfeng. At the same time, more than a dozen burning skylarks were killing Song Jiala and others. Again? Xiao Lingfeng raised his eyebrows, and with just one glance, he could see through the level of this group of skylarks. There is only one 8th-level slave, and the others are all 7th-level slaves, so there is nothing to worry about. Relying on his own advantages, Xiao Lingfeng shuttled between the stone forests, and flying between the stone forests also caused the skylark's speed to drop sharply. Xiao Lingfeng glanced back from time to time, observing the distance between himself and the burning skylark. And he is not afraid that the skylark will destroy these stone forests, because there are basically the cubs and eggs of the skylark on the stone pillars. Once damaged, the damage will be greater. Xiao Lingfeng made a large circle, and the only one left following him in the stone forest was the 8th level slave. The other burning skylarks flew above the stone forest and looked down at Xiao Lingfeng from mid-air. The time is ripe. Xiao Lingfeng knew that this was his chance to take action. There were too many burning skylarks just now. If he counterattacked directly, it would probably be a disaster. So he took advantage of his agility in moving through the stone forest, forcing some of the skylarks to fly back into the air. Create a suitable opportunity for yourself to take action. Now if other burning skylarks want to attack him, they can only fly down. As long as he moves fast enough, he can dodge easily. In the stone forest, the attack method of these skylarks is very simple, which is to peck people with their beaks. As for other attack methods, they will destroy the stone forest and damage the skylark nest above. These burning skylarks guarding the stone forest will naturally not do anything to destroy the stone forest. A dagger appeared in Xiao Lingfeng's hand, and he turned around and stabbed the 8th level burning skylark. Chirp! The burning skylark did not expect that Xiao Lingfeng would suddenly attack it, so it hurriedly spread its wings, trying to stop itself. Late! Xiao Lingfeng shouted. The dagger in his hand had already been stabbed hard at the base of the skylark's wing, and a long mouth was drawn out. The hot blood immediately stained Xiao Lingfeng's hands. Chirp! Fenyang fought back hard and kicked hard at Xiao Lingfeng with her claws. Xiao Lingfeng didn't dodge in a hurry, and there were suddenly a few bleeding wounds on his legs. Bang! This skylark was unable to fly because one of its wings was injured, and its body fell to the ground. Because the skylark's ability to move on the ground is very weak, the only thing that can pose a threat to Xiao Lingfeng now is its beak. Xiao Lingfeng quickly eliminated the burning skylark and then swallowed it. Seeing this, the other burning skylarks did not dare to step forward easily. Because Xiao Lingfeng had easily eliminated the 2 8th level slaves Fenyang. The other burning skylarks have learned to be clever and are afraid that they will be killed by Xiao Lingfeng alone. Xiao Lingfeng raised his head and glanced at the other burning skylarks, as if he didn't dare to act rashly for the time being. He also seized this opportunity and quickly climbed up a nearby stone pillar. I used identification to identify them and took away 3 fairly good eggs. Chirp! Seeing Xiao Lingfeng stealing eggs again, other skylarks circling nearby immediately attacked Xiao Lingfeng. It's good to come. Xiao Lingfeng raised the corner of his mouth. Frozen sky eyes. Giant claw ruler that splits the earth and covers the sea. The ancient mysterious ruler instantly appeared in his hand, and the spiritual energy in his meridians began to flow and boil, and then a terrifying wave of air slashed out. At the same time, a cold light swept across, freezing all the skylarks in an instant. The airwave directly killed the group of burning skylarks, and their bodies fell to the ground. Then, Xiao Lingfeng collapsed and sat on the top of the stone pillar without any strength, panting and looking at the body of the burning skylark on that place. Sure enough, for me now, the longer the interval between using magical powers, the smaller the side effects on the body. Xiao Lingfeng thought to himself. He had actually been stalling for time just now. Just for this moment. Swallow. Xiao Lingfeng thought silently in his heart. As the system sounded a series of prompts. The spiritual energy in Xiao Lingfeng's body was so rich that it could condense the 7 lines of Taoism. What surprised Xiao Lingfeng even more was that at this moment, he still didn't feel uncomfortable with the swelling of his meridians. In other words, the 7 patterns Dao seed is far from his limit. After his body recovered a lot, Xiao Lingfeng took away more than a dozen bird eggs. After that, Xiao Lingfeng rushed towards Song Jiala and others. The location of Song Jiala and others. At this time, there were already several burning skylark corpses. But Song Jiala and others also had scars all over their bodies, and they didn't have Xiao Lingfeng's strength. The high-grade skills did not improve Xiao Lingfeng's strength in the slightest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there are 16 slave-level skylarks left. Xiao Lingfeng swept away the burning skylark that Song Jiala was fighting and thought to himself. At the same time, he also looked towards higher places. For disciples of the Dowling Inner Academy shuttled between the stone pillars, seizing the opportunity to attack the burning Skylark King. But the situation is still not optimistic. King Burning Skylark is almost unscathed, but 2 inner court disciples have already been injured. Hold on, I'll cooperate with my senior brothers and sisters to deal with the burning Skylark King first. Xiao Lingfeng shouted towards Song Jiala and the others. Lingfeng, so you're okay? Song Jiala turned around in surprise when he heard Xiao Lingfeng's voice. Unexpectedly, his action caused a burning skylark to seize the opportunity, and its sharp claws directly pierced one of his arms, causing blood to flow out. Fool! Xiao Lingfeng frowned and said, he dared to look back at him during the battle. He was either a fool or a fool. Forget it, let's help you first. Xiao Lingfeng realized that Song Jiala and others could not hold on much longer, so he simply put down the burning Skylark King. Originally, he wanted to help the inner court disciples get rid of the burning Skylark King first, and then deal with this group of burning Skylarks to save some energy. But now it seems that Song Jiala and others will not be able to survive until that time. There are only 3 seconds left, seize the opportunity to attack. Xiao Lingfeng shouted. At the same time, he silently recited in his heart, frozen eyes. Suddenly, a vertical eye appeared between his eyebrows, and a cold light flashed out. Directly freeze the 16 burning skylarks. While the eye sealed the burning skylark, Xiao Lingfeng's vision almost went dark and he fell to the ground. The loss of continuous use of magical talents is very scary for him. Because of this, Xiao Lingfeng once again felt that he was lacking in attack methods. Sure enough, my foundation is still too shallow. Xiao Lingfeng sighed in his heart. Now, although he could easily deal with the 8th level slaves alone, facing a large group of them, he would still be unable to withstand them. The 16 slave level skylarks in front of him almost made him pass out. It's hard to imagine how he could survive in such a terrifying world with such little strength. After you get enough points this time, let's retreat and prepare for disciple selection. Xiao Lingfeng made up his mind. What kind of leapfrog battle is too unstable in Xiao Lingfeng's opinion? Because it's easy to take off. A truly strong person should crush everyone. Instead of relying on the sword to take the wrong side and defeat the strong with the weak. Maybe such people really exist, but Xiao Lingfeng obviously doesn't. What he can do is to constantly improve himself so that he can protect himself when facing danger. After all the burning skylarks were frozen, they fell towards the ground. What a powerful magical talent! Song Jiala and the others looked at the falling burning skylark and couldn't help but feel shocked. At the same time, they did not forget Xiao Lingfeng's reminder, 3 seconds. They only have 3 seconds. In just a moment, Song Jiala and others held weapons and slashed at Fen Yunque. 3 burning skylarks were eliminated in an instant. Xiao Lingfeng was not idle either, using his giant claws. Raising the ancient mysterious ruler high, he dropped the ruler with a move that split the ground and covered the sea. He killed nearly 10 skylarks in one breath. Then Xiao Lingfeng collapsed on the ground without any strength. System, is there any elixir to restore physical strength? Xiao Lingfeng asked. Elixir, Shu Yuan Dan level, 2nd description, after taking it, you can restore your own state in 3 seconds. You can take up to 3 pills in one day. After the power of recovery from the pill is exhausted, it will take longer to recover. Price, 300 devouring points, bought it for me. Xiao Lingfeng is now considered very wealthy, with a devouring point of more than 1,500 points, not to mention a mere continuing Yuan Dan. After taking the Yuan pill purchased from the system, Xiao Lingfeng felt that the side effects of using his magical talent disappeared, and his physical strength returned to its peak. Phew, he finally came back to life. Xiao Lingfeng got up from the ground, and Song Jiala and others rushed over at this time. Song Jiala helped Xiao Lingfeng up and said excitedly, Lingfeng, your magical talent is too powerful, isn't it? And your strength is too terrifying. You can kill so many burning skylarks in one move. Don't worry about me for now. Go and help senior brothers and sisters deal with the burning Skylark King. Xiao Lingfeng looked up at the burning Skylark King in mid-air and said, Lingfeng, are you kidding? That's right. Ling Feng, we are only Tongmai Realm warriors, how can we deal with the elite burning Skylark King? The other two outer courtyard disciples said with shocked faces. Xiao Lingfeng slapped his head and said he was hasty. He had forgotten that not everyone has a bunch of magical talents like him. If Song Jiala and others were to deal with the burning Skylark King, they would simply go and die. Elite-level monsters and slave-level monsters are not the same concept at all. Xiao Lingfeng quickly climbed to the top along the stone pillar and used the appraisal to carefully observe the information about the burning Skylark King. There is no doubt that although the burning Skylark King is a second-level elite monster, it is obviously weaker than the flame tiger that he and Zi Shaoling jointly defeated last time. This comes from the gap in blood. The blazing tiger was a big cat before the spiritual energy was revived, and the burning Skylark King was just a small bird before the spiritual energy was revived. Even if the burning Skylark King is higher in level, there is no comparison between the two. What are you doing here? Ma Lingshu landed on a stone pillar not far from Qiu Lingfeng, spotted Qiu Lingfeng's figure, and couldn't help but frown and asked. Come up and help. Qiu Lingfeng said. Hurry down, you don't need to intervene here. Ma Lingshu felt annoyed and said. An elite-level monster can kill a Tongmai Realm warrior with just one attack. Isn't Qiu Lingfeng going to die now? Ma Lingshu and others were busy fighting the burning Skylark King just now, and had no idea about the battle that just happened below. If she had known, Ma Lingshu probably would not have said such a thing. Because Qiu Lingfeng's first move of earth-shattering and sea-shattering ruler was enough to match the strike of a second-level Daoling warrior. The second-level elite monster, I can only freeze it for 1 second. You can lead it to a place where it can be attacked, and I will use my magical talent to freeze it. Qiu Lingfeng said. Are you serious? Your magical talent can also freeze elite-level monsters? Ma Lingshu said in surprise. Believe it or not. Qiu Lingfeng was so angry. At this time, she still doubted whether what she said was true. How could Qiu Lingfeng not see that the 4 disciples in the inner courtyard were now at the end of their strength? If he didn't help, he would definitely die like this. Everyone, quickly lead the burning Skylark King to a place where we can attack. Ling Feng said he is sure to freeze the burning Skylark King. Ma Lingshu gritted her teeth and shouted. She had no choice but to know how dangerous their situation was now, so she could only try to trust Qiu Lingfeng once. If they failed, they might not even have a chance to escape. After Ma Lingshu finished speaking, the other inner courtyard disciples began to gather together regardless of anything else. Seeing this, the burning Skylark King also flew over and grabbed Qiu Lingfeng with his claws. As an elite-level monster, it can naturally sense that Qiu Lingfeng is the weakest among them all. Moreover, Qiu Lingfeng killed many skylarks just now, and it saw them all. Frozen sky eyes. A vertical eye appeared between Qiu Lingfeng's eyebrows, and a cold light swept towards the burning Skylark King. In just an instant, the body of burning Skylark King was sealed by ice. Hurry up! Qiu Lingfeng shouted. When his voice fell, the other inner courtyard disciples had already moved. They all used their killing moves to kill the burning Skylark King. The 4 attacks landed firmly on the burning Skylark King, leaving 4 more torn wounds on its body. Bang! The ice on burning Skylark King shattered instantly. Chirp! The burning Skylark King roared angrily. Frozen sky eyes. Before the chirping could end, Qiu Lingfeng once again used a frozen sky eye. Freeze it again. The body of burning Skylark King also began to fall at this time. A group of inner court disciples also seized the opportunity and attacked again. The burning Skylark King once again had 4 wounds with bone-deep wounds on his body. Bang! The ice breaks again. At this time, the burning Skylark King was seriously injured, and the several wounds on his body were no longer enough to support its flight. The huge body began to shake. Hiss! Frozen sky eyes. Qiu Lingfeng took a breath and used the frozen sky eyes again. The burning Skylark King was once again frozen, under another round of offensive from the disciples in the inner courtyard. The huge body of the burning Skylark King suddenly fell to the ground. Qiu Lingfeng sat on the stone pillar with a tired look on his face. There was a bird's nest not far from him. After some identification, all the unhatched eggs were useless. Without saying anything, Zhou Lingfeng took them all away. Points picked up for nothing, don't want them for nothing. A group of inner court disciples also fell to the ground and killed the burning Skylark King. Zhou Lingfeng raised his head slightly, and his expression suddenly changed. Because on the horizon in the distance, a large black skylark appeared, and other skylarks returned from looking for food. Not good. The other burning skylarks are back, we have to leave quickly. Zhou Lingfeng shouted while falling rapidly along the stone pillar. What? The others no longer cared about the corpses of the burning skylarks on the ground. They looked up into the distance and found that the burning skylarks were really back. If they don't leave here soon, the angry birds will kill them right here. Everyone carried at least 5 bird eggs, and the harvest from this trip can be said to be very rich. Quickly retreat. Leave these corpses alone. Ma Lingshu gritted her teeth and said with determination. The corpse of an elite-level monster is undoubtedly valuable. Especially the feathers of the burning Skylark King can be sold for a high price. But now they can no longer think about it that much. If they don't leave, they will die here. System, I will devour the remaining corpses. When it comes to picking up leaks, Zhou Lingfeng has never convinced anyone so far. Ding dong, the host has swallowed the second-level elite monster king burning Skylark. Acquire magical talent, Feng Yun Wing. Get 1000 devouring points. Ding dong, the host devoured 13 8th level slave monsters, the burning Skylark, and gained 1040 devouring points. Ding dong, the host devoured 8 level 7 slave beasts, the burning Skylark, and gained 560 devouring points. As the system sounded a prompt, Zhou Lingfeng directly credited 2600 devouring points. Zhou Lingfeng's devouring point reached a high of 3820 points. Moreover, the spiritual energy in Zhou Lingfeng's body at this time was so rich that it was about to condense into 8 lines of Taoism. With just a tiny bit left, Zhou Lingfeng could condense the 8 marks of Taoism and gain a firm foothold among geniuses. By the time I participate in the disciple selection, I should be able to condense the 9 lines of Taoism. Zhou Lingfeng felt excited. Then, everyone began to escape from Fengyun Stone Forest. Chirp! Chirp! When everyone was about to leave the Fengyun Stone Forest, they heard the angry and harsh cries of the Fengyun birds behind them. There are still 15 Skylark Kings. Zhou Lingfeng looked back and was immediately frightened. If they were left there, their group would definitely die without a burial place. After everyone left Fengyun Stone Forest, they rushed towards Jinlan City in a hurry. After running for nearly several miles, everyone stopped panting. Hoo-hoo, how many eggs did you get? A male disciple from the inner courtyard asked while panting. 7. 5. 6. Song Jiala and the others replied. The 4 inner court disciples were unified, and they all took away 8 bird eggs. Junior brother Lingfeng, how many pills did you take? Ma Lingshu asked. 10. Zhou Lingfeng thought for a moment and pretended to take out 10 bird eggs from his backpack. So much? A male disciple in the inner courtyard looked at the 10 bird eggs that Zhou Lingfeng took out in surprise. Lingfeng, do you want to take on missions with us in the future? I can give you a larger share in the future. Ma Lingshu looked at Zhou Lingfeng and said to win over him. With a helper who can freeze monsters, it will be much easier to fight in the future. No, after this mission is over, I will go into seclusion and start the selection of disciples. Zhou Lingfeng shook his head. Don't look at the total of 30 Skylark eggs harvested this time, which is a total of points. But in fact, Zhou Lingfeng only had points in his hands. Most of it was taken up by these 4 inner court disciples. If Zhou Lingfeng follows Ma Lingshu and others on missions in the future, he will definitely be cheated. Zhou Lingfeng also had 32 Skylark eggs in his backpack. He planned to keep these eggs and let Zi Shaoling take action for him in the future. Before returning to Jinlan City, Ma Lingshu asked everyone to hand her backpack to her. The reason is that they are afraid that Zhou Lingfeng and others will damage the eggs of the Skylark and they will not be able to hand them over when the time comes. In fact, they were afraid that Qiu Lingfeng and others might still have hidden eggs. After handing the backpack to Ma Lingshu, she transferred points to Song Jiala and others. Qiu Lingfeng transferred points. Senior sister, you transferred too many times. Qiu Lingfeng looked at his payment information and said, I didn't transfer too much. You deserve this, junior brother. If you want to take on tasks in the future, please contact senior sister. Ma Lingshu said gently. She would definitely win over Qiu Lingfeng's help. Not to mention that Qiu Lingfeng will definitely be able to enter the inner courtyard in the future. Just this magical talent is enough to attract people. A tool that can freeze elite-level monsters. Is there anything better than this? Then thank you, senior sister. Qiu Lingfeng hugged his fists and said. After another 2 days, everyone returned to Taishan Sword Academy. As soon as he returned to Taishan Sword Academy, Qiu Lingfeng contacted Zi Shaoling. Zi Shaoling, junior brother, what do you want from me? Senior sister, I have more than 30 skylark eggs here right now. Can you help me get rid of them? Qiu Lingfeng explained his purpose. It's easy to say, but shouldn't this kind of thing be handed over directly to the mission hall? Zi Shaoling replied. The disciples from the inner courtyard who formed the team with me were too shady. Of the 30 points, I only got points in the end. In the end, the senior sister who led the team wanted to win over me, so she gave me the points. 30,000 points. Qiu Lingfeng replied. It's no wonder that Qiu Lingfeng thinks Ma Lingshu and others are evil. Because Qiu Lingfeng's strength is obviously not proportional to the reward he can get. Qiu Lingfeng's fighting power was not inferior to that of Ma Lingshu and others, and he even handed over the most eggs. In the end, he just drank soup. Who can accept this? Of course, Qiu Lingfeng also had a hand. The 10 eggs he handed over were all useless eggs. And the remaining 32 bird eggs in his personal space can basically hatch into skylarks. So that's it. Junior brother, you don't know something. Tasks that require the intervention of inner court disciples are basically allocated according to this method. Zi Shaoling explained, because generally speaking, Tongmei realm disciples are just soybeans and don't need to put in much effort at all. But junior brother Lingfeng, it's different. Your combat power should now be comparable to that of a warrior in the first realm of Dowling. Is it a battle? Yes. Qiu Lingfeng thought for a while and replied calmly without covering up. Junior brother, you are indeed a freak. You go to the entrance of the inner courtyard and wait for me. I will go find you later. Zi Shaoling said. After seeing this news, Qiu Lingfeng rushed to the entrance of the inner courtyard. When he came to the entrance of the inner courtyard, he saw Zi Shaoling already waiting there. I'm sorry, senior sister, for keeping you waiting. Qiu Lingfeng ran over and said a little embarrassed. It's okay, I just arrived. Zi Shaoling looked at Qiu Lingfeng with joy on her face. She became more and more fond of this junior fellow student who had just entered school this year. There is no way, who wants Qiu Lingfeng's talent to be so eye-catching? Supernatural talent. This is something that only top geniuses can awaken directly. And Qiu Lingfeng did not disappoint her. His performance so far has been amazing. There are 32 skylark eggs in this backpack. By the way, senior sister, as long as these eggs are hatched properly, they can all hatch into skylarks. Can you sell them more points? Qiu Lingfeng handed the backpack behind him to Zi Shaoling and asked at the same time. Really? If that's the case, I'm sure I can sell one for points. Zi Shaoling said with some surprise. Generally speaking, the hatching rate of eggs collected from the mission hall is not high. In addition to unfertilized eggs, bumps along the way may shake the yolks of bird eggs, causing stillbirth during hatching. Moreover, some eggs are already in the middle or late stages of incubation. Due to the loss of temperature on the road, the incubating eggs will also fail to hatch. Senior sister Shaoling, how could I lie to you? You are so good to me, I won't lie to anyone if I lie to you. Qiu Lingfeng nodded solemnly. Okay, I know you won't lie to me. Zi Shaoling nodded happily. By the way, senior sister Shaoling, after you sell these eggs, can you help me buy a pair of fairy cream? All the extra points will be given to you. Xiao Lingfeng rubbed his hands and said uneasily. Xianyan cream? Junior brother, do you want to give it to a girl? When Zi Shaoling heard this, she frowned and asked. Well, she is the daughter of the family that adopted me. She was disfigured by a monster during her graduation patrol the year before last. Xiao Lingfeng didn't hide anything and said frankly. Oh, so that's it. Then I'll help you with this. But with so many eggs, it will take me a while even if I want to take action. It might be a bit slow. Zi Shaoling nodded and said, if you are in a hurry, can I help you first and buy a pair of fairy cream? If you don't mind, senior sister, then I'll trouble you. Xiao Lingfeng was excited and nodded. At this moment, he didn't know that he had accurately stepped on the thunder. Oh, is that girl important to you, junior brother? Z. Shaoling nodded and said thoughtfully. Well, she's like family to me. Xiao Lingfeng recalled Zhang Yi's clear eyes, and his heart suddenly warmed up. The corners of his mouth also raised involuntarily, and he nodded. Then you come here and wait for me tomorrow afternoon, and I will give you the fairy cream. Zi Shaoling said, by the way, junior brother, even if you get the immortal cream, you won't be able to return to the village for a while. Senior sister, after I select my disciples, I am ready to break through to the Taoist realm. Xiao Lingfeng said. Ah? So fast? But it hasn't been long since you entered the 8th level of Tongmai realm. The number of Tao seeds is related to your future practice. You must not be too hasty. Zi Shaoling said in surprise. Don't worry, senior sister, I remember everything you said. Xiao Lingfeng deliberately let it slip and said with a smile. If he confesses to Zi Shaoling now, he will soon be able to condense the 8 lines of Taoism. I don't know what kind of expression the latter will show. Well, that's good. You must never break through casually. Otherwise, senior sister, I will never pay attention to you again. Zi Shaoling warned very seriously, her small face full of seriousness. For you, you must at least condense one of the 6 lines. No, the 7 lines of Taoism. Zi Shaoling said. 7 marked Tao seed? Senior sister, you look down on me too much, right? I have to condense a 9 marked Tao seed, right? Xiao Lingfeng joked. Bah! Do you think the 7-line Tao seed is so easy to condense? Do you still look down on you? Do you know that even my father was only in the Tao spirit realm of the 5-line Tao seed? Currently, there are only 5 geniuses with the 7 marks Tao seed in the entire Jinlan city, and they are all from our generation. There is not even one 8-marked Taoist seed in the entire Jinlan city. Do you now know how difficult it is to condense it? Zi Shaoling snorted, raised her head and said proudly. It seems that I will become the only genius in Jinlan city who has gathered more than 8 grains of Taoism. Xiao Lingfeng thought to himself. Sister, let me guess. You should be able to condense the 5 lines of Taoism now, right? Zi Shaoling held up her jade-white chin with her little hand, looked at Xiao Lingfeng up and down, and gave Xiao Lingfeng a high-ranking evaluation. His senior sister Shaoling is really sharp and fiery. I originally wanted to hide it from you, senior sister, but I didn't expect you to see it. Senior sister, you are simply too powerful. Xiao Lingfeng pretended to be surprised and said. Although he calls Zi Shaoling his senior sister, Zi Shaoling's age is 2 years younger than him. So? Xiao Lingfeng amused the child naturally. Girl in the universe, ha ha ha. Your senior sister, I am actually very powerful. You can't hide anything from me. Zi Shaoling was so happy to be praised by Xiao Lingfeng, she suddenly became proud, raised her little head and said loudly. Yes, yes, as the most beautiful girl in the universe, senior sister is certainly very powerful. Xiao Lingfeng continued to tease the senior sister, wanting to laugh but not daring to laugh. Ha! The most beautiful girl in the universe? When Zi Shaoling heard this, her eyes lit up. She turned to look at Xiao Lingfeng curiously and continued, Junior brother, what does this word mean? Xiao Lingfeng was stunned for a moment. Although this world where spiritual energy was revived also had technology. But at Zi Xiaoling's age, she is still a young girl who has been practicing. I'm afraid I really don't know what the most beautiful girl in the universe means. To put it simply and bluntly, she is the most beautiful girl in the world. Xiao Lingfeng thought for a while and explained. What? Hearing this, Zi Xiaoling's face turned red. Really? Really? Junior brother, do you really think so? Zi Xiaoling asked anxiously. Of course. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and said. The most beautiful girl in the universe, the most beautiful girl in the universe, he, this will be my nickname from now on. Zi Xiaoling repeated it twice, and then shouted excitedly. Then, Xiao Lingfeng saw Zi Xiaoling tinkering with her communication watch. I also vaguely saw a prompt box asking whether to pay 10 disciple points. Beep beep. Xiao Lingfeng's communication watch sounded a notification sound. When he raised his hand and looked at it, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Because at this moment, there is only one new message on his communication watch, the most beautiful girl in the universe, junior brother Lingfeng. Can Zi Xiaoling change the nickname of the communication watch? Is this the rich man? Sure enough, you can do whatever you want. Junior brother Lingfeng, have you seen it? Zi Xiaoling looked up at Xiao Lingfeng and asked. I've already seen it. By the way, senior sister Xiaoling, is it worth it for you to spend disciple points just to change your name? Xiao Lingfeng suddenly felt that he had lost his temper and asked. It's okay. My communication watch is bound to my dad's account, and all points deducted will go to his account. Zi Xiaoling waved her hand and said nonchalantly. Hiss, Xiao Lingfeng gasped. It seemed like he was really in trouble. Excuse me, is it too late for him to resist the train and escape overnight? Okay, let's not talk anymore. Junior brother, I will go back to the inner courtyard to help you deal with these eggs. Zi Xiaoling was obviously in a very good mood and waved happily towards Xiao Lingfeng. Still humming a song, he walked briskly back to the inner courtyard. I hope senior sister is okay. Xiao Lingfeng crossed his hands on his chest and prayed silently. 100,000 disciple points just to change his name. There is no such thing as a prodigal. If Zi Rulong knew this, it would be him who changed Zi Xiaoling's name. Xiao Lingfeng might not be able to hang out in the outer courtyard anymore. When he thought of this, Xiao Lingfeng felt a little uneasy and trotted away from here. After running all the way back to the dormitory, Xiao Lingfeng saw Yi Yuchen lying on the bed like a corpse. Lao Yi, why are you sleeping on the bed? Why are you and I talking to Xiao Yenner if you don't want to be with you? Xiao Lingfeng said curiously. What Chao? Ah Cho, you are back from your mission. Yi Yucheng raised his head and said with an annoyed look, Stop talking, Xiao Yenner is too clingy and annoying. I finally calmed down now, so don't disturb me. Beep beep. Beep beep. On the table under Yi Yucheng's bed, there is Yi Yucheng's communication watch. At this time, the communication watch kept playing the message. Without exception, they all belonged to Xiao Yenner. Lao Yi, why don't you reply to her message? Your watch keeps beeping. Xiao Lingfeng looked at Yi Yucheng's communication watch and said. I don't want it. It's so annoying. I can't beat her anymore. If I had known, I wouldn't sleep with her. Yi Yucheng turned his head and said. If you don't reply, I will reply to her for you. Xiao Lingfeng said with a sigh. Ignore this matter, it's annoying. Yi Yucheng waved his hand and said, she'll give up when she reacts. Okay, I can't control you. Xiao Lingfeng shrugged, sighed, and simply went to the balcony to breathe fresh air. Beep beep. At this time, Xiao Lingfeng's communication watch sounded. Xiao Lingfeng raised his hand and glanced at it. It was a message from Zhang Xiaonan. Lingfeng, have you returned to Taishan Sword Academy now? If you are in the Sword Academy, can you help me contact Yi Yucheng? Yenner can't contact him and is crying miserably in the dormitory now. Yi Yucheng doesn't need to say anything, just reply to Yenner. After reading Zhang Xiaonan's news, Xiao Lingfeng shook his head. Isn't this Xiao Yener the female version of a dog licker? The disadvantage of love is that it is so humble. I mistakenly thought I had found true love, but the other person just wanted to have fun. But Xiao Lingfeng couldn't stand it anymore. Walked into the dormitory and came to Yi Yucheng's bed. Boom!
Xiao Lingfeng slapped Yi Yucheng's bedside hard twice, making two loud noises.
What do you want to do? Yi Yucheng frowned and said. Olji, I'm not telling you.
If you really don't like Xiao Yener, tell her directly.
What do you mean by leaving her alone now? Do you think this is fun? Xiao Lingfeng said. I'm too lazy to talk to her.
It's so uncomfortable to be her first love.
She wants to cling to me 24 hours a day. Who can bear it? Yi Yucheng turned around and said.
Then don't sleep with her in the first place.
Now you're really happy farting here. Xiao Lingfeng said. Silly bai, you'd better stop talking before I'm completely gone.
Yi Yucheng glanced at Xiao Lingfeng and cursed.
You are such a scumbag, do you still have any sense? Xiao Lingfeng frowned and said.
Yi Yucheng simply ignored Xiao Lingfeng, buried his head in the quilt and ignored him.
Beep beep. Xiao Lingfeng's communication watch beeped again.
He raised his hand and saw that Zhang Xiaonan had sent him a message again. Lingfeng, it's not good, Yener is about to commit suicide and is already on the rooftop now.
When Xiao Lingfeng learned the news, he couldn't help but cursed. Bang bang bang. Xiao Lingfeng raised his foot and kicked Yi Yucheng hard on the bed. My ma coins. Do you really think I won't be angry? Yi Yucheng yelled angrily. Who doesn't know how to swear? Who doesn't know how to shout? Xiao Yener is on the rooftop of the dormitory next door, committing suicide. Are you still lying on the bed pretending to be dead? Are you still a human being?
Xiao Lingfeng jumped on the bed, grabbed Yi Yucheng's collar, and yelled. Xiao Lingfeng carried Yi Yucheng down to the dormitory building, and saw a circle of people gathering at the bottom of the building on the other side. Following everyone's line of sight, there was an unexplained figure on the edge of the rooftop, and it could be vaguely seen that it was a girl. Little man, where are you now? I'm downstairs in your dormitory. Xiao Lingfeng quickly sent a message to Zhang Xiaonan.
Is Yi Yucheng coming?
Zhang Xiaonan replied.
I brought him here. Xiao Lingfeng said. With his strength, Yi Yucheng was carried over like a little chicken.
Then hurry up and come to the rooftop.
Zhang Xiaonan replied.
When Xiao Lingfeng heard this, he didn't care about anything else.
Carrying Yi Yucheng to the rooftop. Put me down quickly and I will leave on my own. Yi Yucheng shouted. Who knows if you can run? Come up with me. Xiao Lingfeng did not agree and led Yi Yucheng to the stairs with a strong attitude. After a while, Xiao Lingfeng brought Yi Yucheng to the rooftop.
At this time, in addition to Xiao Yener who wanted to commit suicide, there were Zhang Xiaonan, 3 girls, and a female housekeeper on the rooftop.
Yener, look quickly. Yi Yucheng is here. Can you come over?
Du Shui shouted after seeing Yi Yucheng being carried over by Xiao Lingfeng.
Yucheng, let me ask you, have you ever liked me? Xiao Yener looked at Yi Yucheng with red and swollen eyes and asked. No, Yi Yucheng said very calmly. You.
At this time, everyone on the rooftop looked at Yi Yucheng in shock and anger. Yilian clenched his pink fists and looked at his cousin with an angry look.
Okay, I get it. Xiao Yener smiled sadly and nodded.
Then he jumped back and his body fell towards the ground. Xiao Yener was only a 5th-level martial artist in the Tongmai realm. If she fell from the rooftop of nearly 40 meters, she would definitely die.
No! Swallow!
Zhang Xiaonan and Du Shui exclaimed at the same time and hurriedly ran towards the edge of the rooftop.
What? She really jumped off the building. Someone catch her quickly. The crowd below let out a piercing scream. Bang! Immediately afterwards, a dull collision sounded. Snapped.
Yilian raised his hand and slapped Yi Yucheng hard in the face.
I really misjudged you, Yi Yucheng. Xiao Lingfeng also shouted angrily at Yi Yucheng. Then, he also ran to the edge of the rooftop to check the situation. At this time, Xiao Yener was held up by the hands of the crowd and did not fall directly to the ground. But even so, Xiao Yener fainted. Someone immediately carried her to the infirmary. Saved. Xiao Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Not only him, but Zhang Xiaonan and Du Shui's tense nerves also relaxed slightly. After reacting, they both looked at Yi Yuqing angrily. Yi Yuqing! What did you mean just now? Do you want to kill Yener? Du Shui shouted towards Yi Yuqing. Yi Yuqing turned around and went downstairs with an indifferent expression. You still want to leave? You murderer! Du Shui blocked Yi Yuqing's path and said. Who told her to be so stupid? Get out of my way, I'm going back to the dormitory. Yi Yuqing said. Are you still thinking about going back to the dormitory? You made Yener jump off the building. Don't you want to see her at this time? Du Shui's face turned red with anger. It would be better if she died. Who told her to be so annoying? If she didn't cling to me so much, maybe I could endure it for a few more days. Yi Yuqing spoke coldly. Yi Lian walked over and looked at Yi Yuqing with cold eyes without saying a word. Cousin, do you want to hit me again? Yi Yuqing glanced at Yi Lian and said. Cousin? Xiao Lingfeng and others were stunned. They really didn't expect that Yi Yuqing and Yi Lian had such a relationship. Classmate, you can't leave. The housekeeper also stopped Yi Yuqing. Only disciples from the inner courtyard can serve as house stewards, so their cultivation levels are all in the Taoist realm. You dare to stop me? Yi Yuqing looked at the dormitory manager and asked. Do you know who I am? Yi Yuqing continued. I don't care who you are, but you can't leave now. The housekeeper said. I am from the Yi family, are you sure you dare to stop me? After Yi Yuqing finished speaking, he pushed the dormitory manager away and walked straight down the stairs. When Xiao Lingfeng saw this, he was about to catch Yi Yuqing back when he saw Yi Lian stopping him and said, Stop chasing. Why? Du Shui glared at Yi Lian and shouted, So you and Yi Yuqing are in the same group. Have you already disliked Yener and wanted her dead? You asked your cousin to come over and seduce Xiao Yener, causing her to jump off the building now. Sometimes, I have to admire a girl's imagination. How long has it been since? A complete story was made up by her. Of course, this has something to do with Du Shui's inner evaluation of Yi Lian. If Du Shui had never thought of Yi Lian like this, she would not have guessed like this right away. To put it bluntly, it's still the same sentence, plastic sisterhood. I do not have. Yi Lian could only shake his head and explain palely. Okay, the most important thing now is Xiao Yener, let's go over there quickly to see her condition. Xiao Lingfeng said. Little man, why did Xiao Yener suddenly come to the rooftop? Xiao Lingfeng asked doubtfully. She was crying just now and suddenly ran out of the dormitory. We couldn't catch up for a while. Then she was crying and shouting on the rooftop that she wanted to see Yi Yuqing, otherwise she would jump off the building and commit suicide. Zhang Xiaonan said with a guilty look on his face. If she had run faster, this situation might not have happened. I don't know what exactly made Yi Yuqing crazy. Xiao Lingfeng cursed and took Zhang Xiaonan and 3 girls downstairs. The dormitory manager also followed him halfway. After going downstairs, at the reminder of the onlookers, they went to the infirmary together. In the infirmary, Xiao Yener was lying on the bed with tears on her face and had already woken up. On the hospital bed next to her, there were several more students who were fixing the bones of their hands. They were probably injured when they caught Xiao Yan just now. Yener, what on earth did you get so crazy about just now? When Du Shui saw Xiao Yener, she ran over and hugged her and cried, Isn't it just Yi Yuqing? Why did you jump off the building for him? Do you know how worried I am about you? Xiao Yener's voice was so choked that she couldn't speak. Yi Lian, I have some questions to ask you. Xiao Lingfeng turned to look at Yi Lian and said, Let's go out and talk. It is good. Yi Lian hesitated for a while, finally glanced at Xiao Yener, gritted his teeth and nodded. Xiao Lingfeng took Yi Lian out of the infirmary. What do you wish to ask? Yi Lian said. Who are you and Yi Yucheng? You are not from the village at all, are you? Xiao Lingfeng said. When the dormitory manager stopped Yi Yucheng just now. Yi Yucheng said that I was from the Yi family, then pushed away the dormitory manager and left. It can be seen that the identities of Yi Yucheng and Yi Lian are not simple. We are indeed not from the village. We are locals of Jinlan City. We are members of the Yi family of Jinlan City. Yi Lian nodded and said. With your status, you don't need to live in the same dormitory with us, right? Xiao Lingfeng said. Yes, although Yi Yucheng and I are only collateral members of the Yi family, we still get this special treatment. Yi Lian nodded. Although Xiao Lingfeng still had many questions in his mind, he suppressed them and continued, then do you know the reason why Yi Yucheng abandoned Xiao Yan'er? Originally, I wasn't too optimistic about this relationship. After all, as a member of the Yi family, I can't have feelings for people in the village in private. He should have acted like this after his parents found out about it. Yi Lian confessed. Originally, she hoped that this relationship could last longer. Only. The way Yi Yucheng handled this matter was really disappointing. Even though Yi Lian knew that Yi Yucheng and Xiao Yan'er could not last forever, he was still angry at Yi Yucheng's way of handling it. She had never thought that her cousin was so outrageous emotionally. Moreover, after this incident, it would be difficult for her to survive in the dormitory. Because Du Shui was a little repulsive to her originally, and now her cousin almost killed Xiao Yan'er. It was really difficult for her to stay in the dormitory any longer. I will probably leave Taishian Sword Academy and go to Nandu Academy after today. Can you please not tell Xiaonan and the others? Yi Lian hesitated for a while and then said. Ah. Xiao Lingfeng thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Although this matter seems to have nothing to do with Yi Lian, according to Du Shui's temperament, he shouldn't let it go so easily. Yi Lian's best choice is to leave. Then, Yi Lian returned to the infirmary. Zhang Xiaonan walked out and came to Xiao Lingfeng's side. How is Xiao Yan'er doing now? Xiao Lingfeng asked. I don't know, but it seems like I have given up. Zhang Xiaonan shook his head and said with some distress, I really didn't expect Yi Yucheng to be such a person. Luckily I thought he was pretty good before. Sure enough, only time can tell what kind of person a person is. After speaking, Zhang Xiaonan glanced at Xiao Lingfeng again. Xiao Lingfeng noticed Zhang Xiaonan's gaze and felt a little embarrassed and said, Why do you suddenly look at me? Cousin-in-law, it's better for you. Zhang Xiaonan said with emotion. Cough cough, Xiao Lingfeng choked on Zhang Xiaonan's words. What kind of cousin-in-law? He and Zhang Ya haven't even gotten close to each other yet. Although he could cook rice with Zhang Yaxing the night before his patrol. But that night he held back. Xiao Lingfeng himself couldn't figure out the reason. In short, he just didn't want everything to be so hasty. That night, Zhang Ya would work up the courage to come. It was also because he was likely to die the next day, and Zhang Dania was trying hard to persuade him. As for Zhang Ya's inner thoughts, Xiao Lingfeng is still unclear. I'll go in and see Xiao Yan'er too. Xiao Lingfeng stood up and said. No, don't go in, otherwise Yan'er will think of that heartless man Yi Yucheng again when she sees you. Don't worry, we will definitely take good care of Yan'er this time and won't let her do anything stupid. Zhang Xiaonan stopped Xiao Lingfeng and said. Then what am I doing now? Xiao Lingfeng spread his hands and said. After being brought into such trouble by Xiao Yan'er, he didn't have much thought to go to the training room to practice. Just go back and rest first. I will contact you after Yan'er's condition has eased. Zhang Xiaonan thought for a while and said. Okay then. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Yi Lian walking out in despair. Xiao Lian, why are you out too? Zhang Xiaonan asked. It's better not to let Yan'er and Xiaoxue see me now, little man, go in. Yi Lian shook his head and said. Ah. Zhang Xiaonan heard this and entered the infirmary. Want to go for a walk? Yi Lian looked at Xiao Lingfeng and asked. Xiao Lingfeng could see that Yi Lian was not in a good mood now, so he nodded gently and said, Okay, but I'm not very familiar with the outer courtyard, so you have to lead the way. You are a person who only sees missions in cultivation. Of course you don't know the way.
Hearing this, Yi Lian laughed softly.
Ha, that's true.
Xiao Lingfeng thought for a while and said with a smile. There are only two places he is most familiar with in Taishian Sword Academy, the outer courtyard disciple hall and the outer courtyard cafeteria.
His life in Taishian Sword Academy was indeed boring. Because he was either practicing in the training room or working in the cafeteria. Where do you want to go for a walk? Xiao Lingfeng asked. I don't know, I just want to take a walk and relax. Yi Lian shook his head. Okay. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and followed Yi Lian around the Taishian sword courtyard. Except for Xiao Lingfeng's wandering around when he first came to the Sword Academy on the first day. The rest of the time the scenery was not enjoyed at all.
After all, Xiao Lingfeng's main focus is on improving his strength.
There is a saying well. Disaster or dawn, you never know which one will come sooner. Xiao Lingfeng didn't want to be without any backhand when facing a disaster.
What's more, if the strength is strong enough,
you can even get ahead of the disaster and catch it off guard. However, sometimes I calm down like this. It feels good to appreciate the flowers and plants.
The nerves that had been tense also relaxed. I never noticed before that there is such a beautiful place in Taishian Sword Academy.
Xiao Lingfeng followed Yi Lian to a small pavilion next to an artificial lake and said, Why didn't you notice? You've obviously never been here before.
Yi Lian seemed to be in a much better mood and joked towards Xiao Lingfeng.
Haha, indeed. Xiao Lingfeng laughed and nodded. Junior sister Yi.
At this time, a young man walked over not far away. He looked a bit ordinary and looked about 19 years old.
Who is this?
After the young man came over, he glanced at Xiao Lingfeng with some doubts and asked Yi Lian.
His name is Xiao Lingfeng, my teammate. Yi Lian replied. Hello, my name is Guo Chen.
The young man stretched out a hand towards Xiao Lingfeng.
Xiao Lingfeng.
Xiao Lingfeng also reached out and shook his hand gently. I'm sorry, junior sister Yi, I've been busy preparing for the selection of disciples these past few days.
Guo Chen said to Yi Lian. From his appearance, Xiao Lingfeng could tell that Guo Chen was obviously interested in Yi Lian. Of course, what Xiao Lingfeng was more concerned about was that Guo Chen also wanted to participate in the disciple selection.
This shows that Guo Chen is also his future opponent.
Xiao Lingfeng used an appraisal towards Guo Chen.
Guo Chen, the 8th level of Tongmai realm, can condense the 3 lines of Taoism. Guo Chen's cultivation was instantly seen through by Xiao Lingfeng.
For a 3-line Taoist, this talent is not low. Cream's senior brother Gui is the disciple who entered the outer courtyard last year? Xiao Lingfeng asked.
That's right, junior brother, if you practice well, you can also participate in the disciple selection in the 2nd year. When Guo Chen talked about this, there was still a little pride on his face. After all, only a few talented disciples can participate in the disciple selection in the 1st year. Because the threshold for participating in disciple selection is the 7th level of Tongmai realm. As for the freshmen coming from the village, it is even more foolish to dream of reaching the 7th level of Tongmai realm within 2 months. People like Gui Chen and others only participated in the disciple selection in their 2nd or 3rd year. In this way, your cultivation level will be higher and your chances of winning will be greater. Senior brother Guo Lingfeng will also participate in this year's disciple selection.
Yi Lian reminded from the side.
Guo Chen was stunned for a moment, then looked at Xiao Lingfeng and said, Junior brother, do you want to participate in the disciple selection with a cultivation level of the 7th level of Tongmai realm? Let me tell you, your chance of successfully passing is too small and unrealistic.
You should come again next year.
Senior brother, don't worry, I still have this bit of self-awareness.
Xiao Lingfeng said somewhat dumbfounded. He can't just say that his cultivation is higher than Guo Chen, right?
What a blow to this senior brother who entered the outer courtyard last year. After that, Xiao Lingfeng and Yi Lian had a piece of brown sugar between them.
Because Guo Chen also wants to follow. After being messed with by Guo Chen, Yi Lian immediately lost the intention to hang out. Xiao Lingfeng himself didn't have much interest. After saying goodbye to Yi Lian, he went to the training room. Junior brother, there is no use in improvising. Disciple selection relies on daily accumulation, not your cultivation attitude of improvising. After learning that Xiao Lingfeng was going to the training room, Hua Chen said earnestly from the side. Xiao Lingfeng ignored it. Is it possible that he still needs to answer Hua Chen? Does he spend his daily life in the training room? Now Xiao Lingfeng's training goal is very clear, striving to make the spiritual energy rich enough to condense the 9 lines of Tao seeds. In this way, his combat effectiveness is also at the top of the Tanmai realm. What? You said that by that time, Xiao Lingfeng could just break through to the Tao spirit realm and advance directly to the inner courtyard. Why go to such trouble to participate in this disciple selection? You think he doesn't want to? Who allows the disciples to be selected with ranking rewards? The opportunity to advance directly to the inner court is reserved for those warriors with poor talent who barely reach the threshold of the Tao spirit realm. The real battle between gods and gods is all about disciple selection. Disciples who are promoted directly to the inner courtyard cannot freely choose which elder to practice under. If you are not favored by any elder, you can only practice your own. The disciples selected by the disciple selection have the opportunity to freely choose to practice under the disciples of the elders, and can join the disciples of any elder. Moreover, the top 3 selected by the disciples also have the opportunity to enter the spiritual energy pagoda to practice. This is a benefit that only belongs to the inner court disciples. The spiritual energy in the spiritual energy pagoda is 30 times stronger than that in the outside world. 1 day of cultivation inside is worth a month. Ordinary inner court disciples who want to enter the spiritual chi pagoda to practice for half a day need to pay disciple points. The top 3 who enter the inner courtyard through disciple selection have the qualification to enter the spiritual energy pagoda for free. Moreover, there are additional rewards for the top 10 selected by disciples. The benefits are far greater than the direct flight to the inner courtyard. If this were not the case, Xiao Lingfeng would not bother to participate in the disciple selection, but would directly break through to the Daoling realm and advance to the inner courtyard. After withdrawing his thoughts, Xiao Lingfeng came to the training room and started boring training. Half a day passed quickly. As the spiritual energy in the training room dissipated, Xiao Lingfeng was also hungry, so he got up and went to the cafeteria. When he finished his meal and looked at the time, it was almost afternoon. Thinking of what Zi Shaoling said, Xiao Lingfeng rushed towards the entrance of the inner courtyard. Zi Shaoling said that she would wait for her at the entrance of the inner courtyard this afternoon and she would give her the fairy beauty cream to her. Regarding the fairy cream, Xiao Lingfeng did not dare to neglect it at all. Because this is related to Sister Xiaoya's heartache. I am afraid that disfigurement is unacceptable to any girl. What's more, the person who was disfigured was a beautiful woman. Beep beep. As soon as Xiao Lingfeng arrived at the entrance of the inner courtyard, his communication watch buzzed. It was the message Zi Shaoling sent him: the most beautiful girl in the universe, junior brother Lingfeng, come to the entrance of the inner courtyard now, and I will give you the fairy cream. Okay, senior sister, I'll be there right away. Xiao Lingfeng thought for a while and replied. It's better not to let Zi Shaoling, who has already reached the entrance of the inner courtyard. It saves the senior sister from rushing over in a hurry and destroying the fairy cream. Then he would be heartbroken to death. As soon as he finished sending the message, he saw the figure of a girl walking in the distance. Judging from the body shape, it should be Zi Shaoling. After Zi Shaoling discovered Xiao Lingfeng, her steps were obviously much faster. When Xiao Lingfeng saw this, he immediately became anxious and shouted, "Senior sister, walk slower and be careful. Be careful. Don't ruin my fairy cream." Xiao Lingfeng didn't dare to shout the last sentence, otherwise Zi Shaoling would have gone berserk on the spot. I am a dignified Taoist spirit warrior, do I still need to be careful when walking? Zi Shaoling trotted over and almost gave Xiao Lingfeng a heart attack. I didn't expect you, junior brother, to be so eager to see me, senior sister, that you even went out of your way to wait for me here. Zi Shaoling snorted and handed the fairy cream to Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng took it carefully and held it in his arms for fear of dropping it. Look at your baby face, isn't it just a fairy cream? Zi Shaoling frowned. She couldn't tell what she was feeling right now. In short, there was a very strange and uncomfortable feeling lingering in her heart. This is not a fairy ointment, it is also a medicine. Xiao Lingfeng smiled stupidly. Xianyan cream itself is medicine, but the price will only increase after people discover its whitening and scar-removing effects. Zi Shaoling said. Anyway, this is important to me. Xiao Lingfeng thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. But he didn't know how to describe the joy in his heart. That's weird. Zi Shaoling sighed leisurely. What's wrong? Senior sister Shaoling? Xiao Lingfeng asked puzzledly. I don't know why, but seeing your appearance, I suddenly don't want to give you the fairy cream anymore. Zi Shaoling also said very distressedly. Ah? Is senior sister also interested in Xianyan cream? Xiao Lingfeng asked. Although I am interested, I am the most beautiful girl in the universe. This kind of thing is dispensable to me, and I don't want to steal your treasure from you, junior brother. Zi Shaoling said. But she always felt like she had said something wrong somewhere. The reason for her discomfort didn't seem to be because of the fairy cream. After parting ways with Zi Shaoling at the entrance of the inner courtyard, Xiao Lingfeng returned to the practice room and began a long and boring practice. In just 1 week, the spiritual energy in Xiao Lingfeng's body reached the level where he could condense the 8 grains of Taoism. After that, Xiao Lingfeng suppressed the idea of breakthrough and focused on improving his strength. Xiao Lingfeng didn't leave until Zi Shaoling informed him that registration for disciple selection had begun. After coming out of seclusion, Xiao Lingfeng's aura was so rich that he could condense the 8-line Dao seed. Although he was a little far away from the 9-line Dao seed, it was not far away. His physical strength reached kilograms. According to the setting that if you break through a level of cultivation in the Tongmai realm, your strength will increase by 200 pounds, I should be considered at the 9th level of the Tongmai realm now, right? When Xiao Lingfeng came out of seclusion, he clenched his fists and said to himself. But this is just a joke. There are only 8 stages of the Tongmai realm, after which there is the accumulation of condensed Tao seeds. If condensing Tao seeds can be regarded as a realm, then there are a total of 18 realms in Tongmai realm. From 1 to 8 sections of the Tongmai, Tao species have no lines to 9 lines. The only difference is that as long as the spiritual energy in the body can condense the Tao seed, the warrior can break through to the Tao spirit realm at any time. After leaving the training room, Xiao Lingfeng went to the Disciple Selection and Registration Office. The Disciple Selection and Registration Office is right at the entrance of the Disciple Hall, so Xiao Lingfeng found it easily. At this time, a long queue formed in front of the registration office. After a cursory glance, there were probably more than 100 people queuing up, and the number was still growing. Many disciples from the outer courtyard are waiting to participate in the disciple selection and enter the inner courtyard. Xiao Lingfeng quickly went to line up to sign up. After waiting in line for more than half an hour, it was finally Xiao Lingfeng's turn. The people responsible for registration are all disciples of the inner courtyard, so it can be easily seen whether the cultivation level filled in by the disciples of the outer courtyard is true. Xiao Lingfeng simply filled in the information and received a small sign with the serial number 0210. It proves that he is the 210th participant in this disciple selection. After registering, Xiao Lingfeng was told that the disciple selection meeting would start at noon tomorrow. The specific content has been sent to Xiao Lingfeng's communication watch. After leaving the registration office, Xiao Lingfeng checked the details of the disciple selection. Disciple selection is divided into 3 parts. The first part is for the disciples to leave Jinlan City and go to the Kanglan Mountains to survive for a month. Disciples who successfully survive will be rewarded with 5,000 disciple points. The second part is a battle royal to determine the top 10. The third part is the final ranking battle. The top 10 disciples compete against each other, and the ranking is determined based on the number of wins. If the number of wins is the same, the 2 disciples with the same number of wins will decide the winner again. Surviving in the Kanglan Mountains for a month? This is indeed a challenge. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the description and was only interested in the first part.
Xiao Lingfeng has been to Kanglan Mountain Range several times. I can't say that he is familiar with it, but he is not unfamiliar either. The number of monsters in the Kanglan Mountains was far more terrifying than the dark forest that Xiao Lingfeng patrolled for the first time. In other words, the Kanglan Mountains are more dangerous. Moreover, this first part does not care about life or death. In other words, some disciples will die in this first part of selection. Since he had to survive for a month, Xiao Lingfeng naturally had to be prepared. He still has more than 8 points and can purchase a lot of supplies. Because there is carry-on space, Xiao Lingfeng does not need to carry only some basic belongings like others. After Xiao Lingfeng bought a lot of necessary items, he began to wait for the disciple selection to begin.
Xiao Lingfeng spent points on this sweep. The biggest expense is buying elixirs and traps. The rest are some elixirs for water purification and spirit flamestones for making fire. Of course, Xiao Lingfeng also bought a lot of seasonings and a recipe book. When you go out, you can't treat your stomach badly. The next day, a group of disciples from the outer courtyard who had signed up for disciple selection arrived outside the disciple hall. There were nearly 400 people in total. After all, the disciple selection can be regarded as a battle between gods and gods, so there are only a few outer courtyard disciples participating in the disciple selection. At this time, a huge black shadow fell outside the disciple hall. Looking closely, this huge black shadow is a huge falcon. The body is more than 50 meters in size, the feathers are black and shiny, and the whole body reveals a terrifying aura. He immediately made all the disciples from the outer courtyard remain silent and did not dare to move even a little bit. Identification.
Xiao Lingfeng looked at the giant falcon in front of him and used his skills to identify it out of curiosity.
Falcon, a third-level elite monster. Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but take a breath.
No wonder he felt that the falcon in front of him was so terrifying. It turns out that it is comparable to the existence of the third realm of Daoling. At this time, a girl jumped down from the falcon's head. The girl looks about 20 years old.
She is wearing a black robe and a ponytail.
She looks very capable. And her cultivation is even more terrifying at the 4th level of Taoism.
After landing, the girl whistled lightly. 9 more falcons landed, all 2nd-level elite monsters. My name is Mo Chioying, and I am the leading disciple this time.
The girl introduced herself and at the same time pressed her hands. All 10 falcons lowered their bodies and prostrated on the ground. Because the journey to the Kanglan Mountains will take up at least 1 day, the leaders of the inner courtyard specially selected 10 falcons to pick up and drop off all the junior brothers and sisters. Without further ado, all junior brothers and sisters, please hurry up. As Mo Chioying finished speaking, a group of disciples from the outer courtyard jumped on the falcon's back.
The falcon is much larger than the skylark. If we want to describe the difference between the two, it would be the difference between a motorcycle and a bus.
Of course, the premise is that the person driving the motorcycle is not the third brother, otherwise it is possible for Fenyang to be crushed to death. Nearly 400 disciples all boarded the falcon.
Junior brothers and sisters, please hold on tight.
Mo Chioying said, then jumped on top of a falcon and blew a whistle. Then, 10 falcons took to the sky, flying towards the Kanglan Mountains.
The falcon is much faster than the skylark. Xiao Lingfeng only saw the scene underground and quickly retreated.
Only 2 hours passed before everyone arrived at the Kanglan Mountains. 10 falcons landed at the entrance of the Kanglan Mountains, and all the disciples from the outer courtyard jumped to the ground. Junior brothers and sisters, I would like to wish you good luck.
Mo Chioying said, remember, you must bring your number plate with you. It contains a positioning chip so that we can find you when the time comes.
After finishing speaking, Mo Chioying left here with 10 falcons. Nearly 400 outer courtyard disciples, you looked at me and I looked at you, and eventually they all entered the Kanglan Mountains. It has to be said that the time when everyone came to the Kanglan Mountains was a little unlucky.
It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon and the sun was going down.
Therefore, the first step for everyone after entering the Kanglan Mountains is to find a place where they can safely spend the first night. Otherwise, they may become part of the population eradication plan. Some familiar disciples from the outer courtyard chose to go together. Xiao Lingfang also joined a team that already had 4 people. The team with the largest number of people even exceeded 20. Even Xiao Lingfang had to admire their courage. With so many people, Warcraft will definitely attack this group of people as its primary target. Xiao Lingfang's team of 5 went deep into the Kanglan Mountains. You can just follow me. During the year I was in the outer courtyard, I took on a lot of tasks. The Kanglan Mountains are just like my home. Guo Chen walked at the front of the team and said, patting his chest. This small team that Xiao Lingfang joined was formed by him. If it weren't for this reason, Xiao Lingfang would have planned to go it alone. After all, he didn't have much social interaction in the outer courtyard. The few people he knew in the outer courtyard were all his roommates and Zhang Xiaonan's roommates. Fortunately, I met Guo Chen yesterday. Although the impression was not very good, it did not affect Xiao Lingfang's idea of taking them. He couldn't help the other people, but he could still help the 4 of them. Guo Chen. Junior brother Qiao, let me tell you, the best decision you made in your life was to follow me, senior brother Guo. As Guo Chen spoke, he turned to Xiao Lingfang and waved his chest. Xiao Lingfang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Is it possible that he can still say that the reason why he appeared in this team was because he was afraid that Guo Chen and the others would die? The other 3 teammates seemed to have great trust in Guo Chen. Xiao Lingfang used the appraisal to check the cultivation levels of the 3 people. They are all at the 8th level of Tongmai realm, but the lack of accumulation is obviously because they have just entered this realm. The Tao seeds that can be condensed do not have a high number of patterns, 1 has no patterns, and 2 have 1 pattern. As for the names, Xiao Lingfang also remembered them. The 2 men were named Zhang Hongsheng and Wang Tao. The only female disciple in the team is named Li Minmin. After the 5 people found a clean cave, they rested here temporarily. Using the spirit flame stone to raise a bonfire, everyone ate the food in their backpacks. Taishian Sword Academy did not take away the equipment of the disciples of the outer courtyard like the survival challenge programs on Earth. After all, if you really do that, you will take away not just the equipment, but your life. The magical beasts in the Kanglan Mountains, even the most harmless-looking little rabbit, might be able to kill a tiger on Earth. Senior brother Guo, do you have any plans for the next month? As Xiao Lingfang spoke, he took out a bagged roast chicken from his backpack, and the others immediately cast greedy glances at him. They all glanced at the compressed dry food in their hands, and then at the large roast chicken in Xiao Lingfang's hand. Unlike other disciples from the outer courtyard, Xiao Lingfang does not have to worry about carrying items. Others may be scrimping and racking their brains to carve out a little space in their backpack. But Xiao Lingfang is different. The 100 cubic meters of space he carries with him is larger than his home in his previous life, so he doesn't need to worry about this at all. To put it bluntly, Xiao Lingfang would have no problem hiding himself in a cave for a month. Because the fresh water and food he brought with him were enough to last him for a month. Seeing the greedy looks of the others, Xiao Lingfang was too embarrassed to eat alone, so he took out 4 roast chickens from his backpack and handed them to the others. I have a lot more here, you can eat together. Xiao Lingfang said. Lingfang, your backpack shouldn't be full of these things, right? Li Minmin took the roast chicken and asked curiously. How do you know? You can't treat your stomach badly when you go out. Unfortunately, I am pressed for time today, otherwise I would definitely go out hunting. Xiao Lingfang nodded in surprise. You don't have a weapon or anything? Wang Tao asked. I brought it. Xiao Lingfang pointed to the dagger that was always tied to his waist and said. Hiss, looking at the dagger of up to 20 centimeters on Xiao Lingfang's waist, Wang Tao felt his scalp numb. Take another look at the weapons and equipment they brought. Bullets, firearms, crossbows, arrows, and swords. Could it be that Xiao Lingfang was out for an outing? To make only this little preparation? Cough, it's all right. Guo Chen coughed lightly and said, Junior brother Qiao, senior brother has recorded your infatuation. Senior brother will protect you when the time comes. Then thank you, brother. Xiao Lingfang smiled bitterly. After that, while everyone was eating, they watched Xiao Lingfang take out a large bottle of juice drink from his backpack and eat the roasted chicken one bite at a time. Looking at this scene, Guo Chen and others almost thought they were back in Jilan City again. Guo Chen dared to bet that among the outer disciples in the Kanglan Mountains, there was absolutely no one as carefree as Qiu Lingfeng. However, Guo Chen and others had already taken Qiu Lingfeng's roast chicken, so they were embarrassed to say anything at this time.
Senior brother Guo, do you have any plans for the next month?
Qiu Lingfeng's mouth was full of oil as he looked at Guo Chen and asked.
Not yet. Junior brother Qiu, do you have any good ideas? Guo Chen asked with the corner of his mouth twitching.
Oh, tomorrow we will divide into 2 teams and go to find a place to live and a water source respectively.
These 2 must be solved first.
Qiu Lingfeng thought for a while and said.
What's next? Guo Chen nodded and asked.
After finding a clean water source and a place to live, we must settle down and build fortifications to prevent the invasion of monsters, Qiu Lingfeng expressed his thoughts.
Everyone nodded their heads. Although Qiu Lingfeng's behavior was unreliable, what he said was feasible. Okay, then just do as you say. Guo Chen nodded.
After everyone had eaten and drank enough, they threw the food residues far away in the cave and returned to the cave. Qiu Lingfeng placed several traps at the entrance of the cave and sprinkled them with powder to mask the smell and repel insects.
Then, everyone was ready to rest.
Because of the traps and medicinal powder, there is no need for anyone to stand up and keep vigil, as long as the occasional firewood is added. Unlike others who simply got into sleeping bags, Qiu Lingfeng also made an extra bunk on the ground.
Even in this Kanglan Mountains, don't forget 2 words, dignity. Of course, Qiu Lingfeng's move also made others even more speechless. Knew it.
This Qiu Lingfeng has never been to the Kanglan Mountains several times, and he looks like a novice from every angle.
Why does his backpack contain all these useless things?
The next morning, when the sun was rising, everyone simply ate something and replenished their fluids, then divided into 2 teams and started looking for water sources and places to live. Qiu Lingfeng is in a group with Wang Tao and Li Minmin.
Guo Chen and Zhang Hongsheng are in a group.
On the way, Qiu Lingfeng and others also saw the body of an outer courtyard disciple who came with them yesterday. The corpse had been chewed by monsters beyond recognition, and blood from the intestines was everywhere.
Li Minmin no longer had the eyes to see. We came here together after all. We can't just watch you expose your body in the wilderness.
Qiu Lingfeng sighed, buried the body, and erected a small tombstone.
Aren't these monsters too scary?
Li Minmin said with a disgusted look on her face. So, you need to be careful in everything in the Kanglan Mountains,
Qiu Lingfeng said.
When Wang Tao and Li Minmin heard this, their foreheads darkened. Just because of Qiu Lingfeng's behavior last night, they felt from the bottom of their hearts that this person was not reliable.
Who is a serious person who brings so much food and drink?
They all want to arm themselves with every possible use. After walking around in a circle, Qiu Lingfeng and others met other outer courtyard disciples. However, they did not show kindness to Qiu Lingfeng and others, but were full of hostility.
You guys get out of here quickly, we've taken this spot.
A disciple held a gun and pointed at Qiu Lingfeng and others.
Let's go now. Qiu Lingfeng and others left in a hurry. Don't look at this world, the appearance rate of guns seems to be low. In fact, guns are highly respected among Tongmai realm Daoling realm warriors. But there is one disadvantage, it is too expensive. A good gun costs millions. Whether ordinary bullets can pierce the skin of Warcraft is a question. Therefore, bullets must also be specially made. The higher the level of bullets, the more expensive they are. The lowest level of bullets costs 1 yuan. Therefore, most of the people who use guns are children from rich families whose families own mines. As for children from poor families, let's just play with cold weapons honestly. Those people are too stingy, right? We just fell in love with the same river as them, so what can we do if we get some water? Li Minmin said dissatisfied. Because in their view, that area is already their territory. Qiu Lingfeng said, we are a threat to them. But it doesn't matter, water sources are still pretty easy to find, the only thing that's more difficult to solve is the habitat. It's not okay to live in the cave all the time. We have to move out. Qiu Lingfeng said.
With that said, everyone started looking for water sources again. It was not easy to find a relatively clear river, and you could still see fish and shrimp in the river.
The water here is usable, remember this location. Xiao Lingfeng knelt down, filled 2 large bottles of water, and threw a water-purifying elixir into each. Wang Tao and Li Minmin also drank 2 bottles of water and followed Xiao Lingfeng's example and threw in a water-purifying pill. Are we going back next? Li Minmin asked. Well, the water quality here is not bad. If Senior Brother Guo and the others don't find a suitable habitat, then we can come here tomorrow to explore it carefully. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and said. It wasn't that he didn't want to explore the surroundings now, but the sun was about to set. Once the sun goes down, he has no confidence that he can survive with Wang Tao and Li Minmin. Unlike others, Xiao Lingfeng also has the magical talent of night vision, which allows him to see clearly in the jungle at night. Therefore, for Xiao Lingfeng, the Kanglan Mountains at night are no different from the Kanglan Mountains during the day. The only troublesome thing is that the monsters at night are better at hiding themselves and making sneak attacks. They rushed back to the cave before the sun went down. At this time, Guo Chen, Zhang Hongsheng and others were already waiting for Xiao Lingfeng and others. We found a lake with fish and stuff in it, and there was a nice long-term place around that. Guo Chen said, let's all go there together tomorrow. It is good. Xiao Lingfeng's eyes lit up, he nodded, took out the 2 bottles of water he had filled before, and said, the few water sources we found were basically occupied by people, and we finally found a small river. Junior Brother Qiu, do you have anything to eat with you? We are almost out of food. Guo Chen said with some embarrassment as he rubbed his hands. It's not that there is really no food, the most important thing is the packaged roast chicken in Lu Xiao Lingfeng's backpack. How can dry compressed biscuits be as delicious as roast chicken? I have a lot more, enough is enough. Xiao Lingfeng nodded, took out several more bags, and distributed them to everyone. I have some juice here, do you want it? Xiao Lingfeng took out the juice again and asked. Bring it together. Guo Chen nodded. Unknowingly, Xiao Lingfeng assimilated the 4 of them, Gui Chen. Originally, the 4 of them were still very resistant to Xiao Lingfeng bringing so much food, but, in the end, they were all defeated by 2 words, it tastes so good. Hey, it's a pity. After eating these, I can only kill those monsters to eat. Guo Chen sighed again and said. Xiao Lingfeng bumped his backpack, and there was a ringing sound inside. I brought pots and pans, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar and other condiments. Xiao Lingfeng said. Hiss. Junior Brother Qiu, are you here to camp? Guo Chen said with a shocked expression. But if you think about it carefully, this is not bad. In this dangerous Kanglan Mountains, only delicious food can make people relax. After eating and drinking, everyone began to rest. Waiting to move the position the next day, go to the small lake discovered by Guo Chen and Zhang Hongsheng. Early the next morning, everyone started to set off. On the way, they also encountered several blind rabbit-shaped monsters, all of which were killed by Guo Chen. Xiao Lingfeng held these dead rabbit ears and looked at them curiously. These 3 rabbits look quite good looking. They are earthy gray in color and have what look like 3 tails. But it is different from ordinary rabbits. It has a fluffy giant tail with 2 furball-like tails on both sides of the giant tail. Xiao Lingfeng glanced at Li Minmin again and found that she was looking at the 3 rabbits intently. Just when Xiao Lingfeng thought Li Minmin would say, the rabbit is so cute, how can you eat the rabbit? Li Minmin spoke, Bunny is so cute, it must be delicious, right? Lingfeng, I like spicy food, put more chili pepper. Well. Xiao Lingfeng's mouth twitched. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. When it was almost noon, several people finally arrived at the place Guo Chen mentioned. The scenery is not bad. The lake is sparkling and so beautiful. Following Guo Chen to the open area they had chosen, Xiao Lingfeng nodded with satisfaction. When Guo Chen and the others came over yesterday, they obviously cleaned up the place. Now a piece of ground has been cleared. How is it? Isn't it nice here? Guo Chen crossed his hands and showed off. Well, in the afternoon we will simply tidy up and make a temporary resting shed. Xiao Lingfeng said. After saying that, Xiao Lingfeng moved a few stones from nearby, set up a stove, and started cooking. For a moment, everyone seemed to be back in Jinlan City. Eating hot meals feels like my body and mind are being healed. Junior brother Chiu, I have to say that it is indeed a very wise choice for you to bring so many kitchen utensils and seasonings. Guo Chen said with a happy face and took a sip of fish soup. If it were in the past, they might only be able to eat baked food for the next month. Food cooked in other ways is simply delusional. So I said, don't treat your stomach badly when you go out. Xiao Lingfeng nodded with deep understanding. After a while, everyone had eaten and drank enough, and then disposed of the food residues. Everyone set up traps and animal-repelling powder around the camp, and then began to rest. Because there are many things to do tomorrow, we must recharge our batteries today. At this time, the silver moon hangs high in the sky, the lake is sparkling, the mist is misty, and the scene is as beautiful as a picture scroll. Xiao Lingfeng had no intention of resting. He had long noticed that there were many magical beasts on the other side of the lake at night. Naturally, he would not let go of this opportunity to obtain the devouring point. With Gui Chen and others around during the day, Xiao Lingfeng couldn't blatantly devour the monster. Because once the monster is swallowed by the system, it will become an ordinary beast. So in order not to expose this secret, Xiao Lingfeng could only choose not to swallow it. Now that Gui Chen and others have rested, he can naturally go out to hunt Warcraft with confidence and boldness. Although the sky was dark at this time, Xiao Lingfeng could still clearly see the scene in the forest. And this is all due to his magical talent, night vision. With the dagger in his hand, Xiao Lingfeng walked around the lake towards the other side. Why so many rabbits? When Xiao Lingfeng was about to reach the other side, he saw a large group of rabbits coming towards the lake. Most of these rabbits are 5th and 6th level slaves. And these rabbits are the kind that everyone is eating tonight, a 3-tailed rabbit with 2 fur balls and a giant tail behind it. Are these rabbits here to seek revenge? Xiao Lingfeng raised his eyebrows and thought doubtfully. Thinking like this, Xiao Lingfeng began to hide himself in the tree. After the group of rabbits came to the lake, they lined up neatly facing the center of the lake. This appearance seemed to be welcoming something. These rabbits seemed to be waiting for something? Xiao Lingfeng looked curiously in the direction the rabbits were facing. The surface of the lake is sparkling, with reflections of stars emerging. Then, Xiao Lingfeng's pupils shrank. I saw rippling waves in the middle of the lake. Layers of ripples spread from the center of the lake. Then a figure emerged from the center of the lake and swam towards the lake shore. As the figure approached, Xiao Lingfeng also saw clearly the appearance of the figure. It was a woman of about 20 years old, with no hair on her face, and her skin was as fair as jade. Seeing the woman's appearance, a group of 3-tailed rabbits immediately moved to an open space. Wow! There was a sound of water, and the woman walked onto the lake shore. The woman raised her head slightly, allowing Xiao Lingfeng to see her appearance clearly. An oval face with exquisite and perfect facial features is enough to make any woman feel ashamed in front of her, and it is enough to make any man obsessed and crazy. Further down, there is a perfect figure. And this delicate body was displayed in front of Xiao Lingfeng without reservation. However, he didn't have time to appreciate it all. Because the scene in front of me is so weird. This woman appeared out of the lake for no apparent reason, and attracted a group of 3-tailed rabbits to worship her. Xiao Lingfeng had never mentioned this matter before. Suddenly, the woman looked in the direction of Xiao Lingfeng. Then she raised the corners of her mouth slightly and walked toward Xiao Lingfeng's hiding place. She found me? Xiao Lingfeng was extremely shocked. He hurriedly cast an appraisal towards the woman. In an instant, Xiao Lingfeng felt severe pain in his head. Then his vision went dark and he fainted and fell to the ground. Wake up! Junior brother Qiu, wake up! Guo Chen's voice sounded in Xiao Lingfeng's ears. Gua, senior brother Gua? Xiao Lingfeng felt a splitting headache in his head and opened his eyes with difficulty. For some reason, he still felt chilly on his body. Junior brother Qiu, you are finally awake. When Guo Chen saw Xiao Lingfeng wake up, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Why did you faint here? And where are your clothes? Clothing?
Xiao Lingfeng looked down and his expression suddenly changed. Because at this moment, all he had left was his underpants, and his clothes were actually taken off. Then, Xiao Lingfeng suddenly recalled the mysterious woman who appeared in the lake last night.
What is her identity? Why do so many three-tailed rabbits gather at the lake?
And his clothes were missing, so it was obviously the mysterious woman who did it.
Junior brother Qiu, what happened to you last night? Guo Chen asked.
Nothing, Xiao Lingfeng frowned and shook his head.
I really don't understand you. I found you missing this morning.
I hurried out to look for you, but I found you sleeping here.
Guo Chen said speechlessly. Ahem, thank you, senior brother. Xiao Lingfeng coughed awkwardly.
Forget it, but it's not good to go back to the camp with your current appearance.
After all, there is a girl like Li Minmin. You wait here now, and I will get you a set of clothes.
Guo Chen shook his head and then got up and returned to the camp.
Xiao Lingfeng also got up from the ground.
All the traces left by the three-tailed rabbit last night have disappeared, and even the lake's surface is as sparkling and beautiful as yesterday.
If his clothes hadn't been taken off,
Xiao Lingfeng might really think that yesterday's scene of the three-tailed rabbits worshipping and the girl in the lake were all his dreams.
I took your clothes away. As compensation, I will give you a gift.
Xiao Lingfeng suddenly discovered that there was a line of small characters made of condensed spiritual energy on the tree trunk nearby. The small characters are written crookedly and have no artistic sense at all. However, through the brushstrokes, one can vaguely tell that it was written by a woman.
This small print was probably left by the mysterious woman last night.
Xiao Lingfeng stretched out his hand to explore, and the small lines of spiritual energy immediately turned into pure spiritual energy and flowed into his body. This spiritual energy poured into Xiao Lingfeng's meridians, almost allowing him to break through to the Tao spirit realm. Fortunately, Xiao Lingfeng's willpower was strong enough and he suppressed it quickly enough, otherwise it would not be impossible to become the Tao spirit realm on the spot.
You took off my clothes and you want me to break through? Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but curse. He tried every means to suppress the spiritual energy in his body, just because he didn't want to condense the Tao seeds so quickly. As a result, the spiritual energy left behind by the mysterious woman almost caused him to break through on the spot. Isn't this hurting him or what?
At this time, on a distant mountain range.
Ah, sneeze.
A woman sneezed without warning.
Strange, with my level of cultivation, how can I still sneeze?
The woman murmured in confusion.
After Guo Chen brought the clothes, Xiao Lingfeng put them on. Wait, why are these clothes a little too small? Xiao Lingfeng got dressed and realized something was wrong. This dress looks a little tired. Ahem. Li Minmin only brought a few extra clothes in the camp, so you know. Guo Chen coughed and explained.
All right, Xiao Lingfeng's forehead darkened and he nodded. The disciples of Taishan Sword Academy wear the male Lu Tong style of clothing, and the only difference is probably the size. Although it is a bit too small, it can still be worn by Xiao Lingfeng.
Who allowed his clothes to be taken off?
Xiao Lingfeng sniffed carefully, and there was still a faint scent of flowers and milk on the clothes.
Okay. Sure enough, Li Minmin's clothes were correct. After returning to the camp with Guo Chen, everyone began to arrange today's tasks. Because there is a lake next to it, there is no need to consider food and water sources. The only thing to solve is accommodation. All morning everyone was busy building shelters. After all, if you want to survive for a month, you need a good place to live. Moreover, there are no powerful monsters around the lake, so it is very safe. In one morning, everyone built the camp to take shape. The strength of warriors is much greater than that of ordinary people, and they must be able to build wooden houses much faster. By the time night falls, a small wooden house has been built. Everyone just gathered around the campfire and ate food. Today is really exhausting. Zhang Hongsheng said. There's more to do tomorrow.
Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but strike and said, now our 5 camps have just started, and there is still a lot to do.
Hey, I really don't understand. Can't we hide in a cave for this month like others?
We have to torture ourselves like this.
Zhang Hongsheng said. You can live in a cave if you like. No one will stop you. Just leave this house to us. Guo Chen said. Ahem, I was just joking. Why would I go to a cave if I can live more comfortably? Zhang Hongsheng coughed and said. In the next few days, everyone built a camp here. Although there were several attacks by monsters during this period, they were easily solved by Qiu Lingfeng and Guo Chen. After a few days of development, the camp now has 4 houses and is surrounded by walls wrapped with spikes. As for why there are only 4 houses for 5 people, the reason is very simple. Wang Tao and Li Minmin have been together for a long time, and now it is rare for them to have private space. I'm afraid even if I hold a knife to their necks and force them both, I can't even think of separating them. What about that? Ahem, everyone should go to bed early today. Wang Tao coughed awkwardly and said while eating. Guo Chen and Zhang Hongsheng both unanimously gave Wang Tao and Li Minmin smiles that men understood. This made Li Minmin blush and lowered her head in embarrassment. As Qiu Lingfeng ate, his mind recalled what happened a few nights ago. That mysterious woman, what is her identity? In the past few days, he had also asked Guo Chen sideways if there were any rumors about the mysterious woman in the Kanglin Mountains. But judging from Guo Chen's reaction, he probably hadn't heard of it either. I can only go back and ask senior sister in detail. Qiu Lingfeng thought in his heart. It's a pity that his communication watch is just an ordinary watch that can only tell time after leaving Jinlan City. Otherwise, he would definitely contact Zi Shaoling. There is no need to worry about the battery of the communication watch. Although it looks small, in fact, a battery can last at least half a year. When the battery runs out, you can replace it when you return to the academy. It costs points to replace the battery. Ling Feng, what are you thinking about? Zhang Hongsheng glanced at Qiu Lingfeng doubtfully and asked. Nothing, I'm thinking about tomorrow's schedule. Qiu Lingfeng shook his head and said. Telling Zhang Hongsheng and others directly about the mysterious woman in the lake would inevitably cause panic. Speaking of which, Ling Feng, what happened when your clothes were stripped off a few days ago? Zhang Hongsheng opened the pot and opened it. Qiu Lingfeng's forehead darkened and he said speechlessly, maybe it was picked up by some naughty rabbit. Rabbits are so delicious, no, rabbits are so cute. I don't allow you to say bad things about rabbits like that. Li Minmin said from the side. Cough. Looking at Li Minmin, Qiu Lingfeng was still a little embarrassed. After he changed back into his own clothes a few days ago, he wanted to return Li Minmin's clothes, but he was rejected and said to be given directly to him. Speaking of which, surviving here for a month doesn't seem too difficult. Wang Tao took a sip of the hot soup and sighed. Our place is much safer than other places, but it is different for other people. They may be hiding from monsters all day long. Qiu Lingfeng shrugged and said. I don't know if it's because of the existence of that mysterious woman that there are so few magical beasts around here. Even the monsters that occasionally appear are of very low level. And he looked very much like he had accidentally barged in, and he kept running away in a panic. There was no intention to attack Qiu Lingfeng and others at first. They only launched a counterattack after discovering that Qiu Lingfeng and others were ready to attack. This place is really weird. All these made Qiu Lingfeng feel that this place was weird. But for the time being, they haven't found anything unusual while living here, so it's fairly safe. That's just right, because we can all spend this month safely. Li Minmin said. Qiu Lingfeng thought for a while and nodded. It's a weird place, but it's safe. Moreover, no one is currently in danger, so staying here is undoubtedly the safest way. Once you leave here, you will never find such a safe place again. As night fell, the bonfires were extinguished and everyone rested. Listening to Wang Tao and Li Minmin's wooden house next door, there was a sound that made people's blood rush. Qiu Lingfeng had no choice but to leave the camp and go out for some air. When he came to the lake, Qiu Lingfeng washed his face. It's really better to be married after a long separation than to start having sex so soon. Qiu Lingfeng looked back at the camp and was quite speechless. But suddenly, Qiu Lingfeng's eyes narrowed. In the distance, I saw a beautiful figure slowly approaching. And that face was the mysterious woman Xiao Lingfeng saw at that time. It's her, she appears again. However, unlike the last time she appeared in the middle of the lake, the woman had obviously just returned from outside, followed by a large group of three-tailed rabbits. The woman apparently also discovered Xiao Lingfeng and waved to Xiao Lingfeng from the other side of the lake. Xiao Lingfeng was shocked at first when he saw the mysterious woman waving to him. The last time he wanted to use his identification skills to check the mysterious woman's information, he fainted on the spot. She also had her clothes taken away. The mysterious woman is still wearing his disciple's clothes now. It doesn't look like there's any hostility. Why don't you go take a look? Xiao Lingfeng thought to himself. Then, Xiao Lingfeng walked towards the other side. This time Xiao Lingfeng was smart and did not identify the mysterious woman's information. To avoid having her clothes taken away again after she faints. Before he even got close to the mysterious woman, the three-tailed rabbit behind her started to flutter and looked at Xiao Lingfeng with hostility. But when the woman pressed her hand slightly, all the three-tailed rabbits calmed down. You haven't broken through to the Tao spirit realm yet? The woman looked at Xiao Lingfeng and said in surprise. The voice sounded nice, but it was a bit harsh in Xiao Lingfeng's ears. No breakthrough yet? Gone. The realm I worked so hard to suppress was almost broken by you on the spot. Is it easy for me to suppress a realm? You still said you were giving me good fortune? He actually wanted to make me break through the realm. Forget it, I'll give you another thing to help you break through. The woman sighed, and then took out a pink fruit the size of a thumb from her arms. Then, the pink fruit flew towards Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng reached out and took it, and then his pupils shrank. Because after he got it, he felt a terrifying spiritual power fluctuation on the fruit. Yes, that's right. The aura fluctuations on this fruit are not spiritual energy, but spiritual power. Spiritual power is the symbol of Taoist realm warriors. What is the origin of this fruit? There are actually spiritual fluctuations. Identify. Xiao Lingfeng curiously tried to identify the pink fruit in his hand. Powdered Tao fruit can increase your cultivation after refining. Increase your cultivation? Powder the Tao fruit? Xiao Lingfeng frowned, a little confused, and said, does this so-called Tao fruit have other grades besides the powder grade? Unfortunately, identifying magical powers cannot answer his question. It couldn't solve Xiao Lingfeng's doubts. Where did this come from? Xiao Lingfeng looked at the mysterious woman and asked. It comes from humans. The mysterious woman spoke, then showed a sly smile and said, but don't worry, even though you ate the rabbit, I won't kill you. The mysterious woman's words made Xiao Lingfeng feel numb. Tao fruit, Tao fruit. From humans? Plus the spiritual power fluctuations on this pink fruit. Doesn't that mean that the pink fruit in his hand comes from a Taoist realm warrior? Because the sixth realm of Tao Ling is also called Tao fruit realm. When he thought that the Tao fruit in his hand came from a Tao spirit realm warrior, Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but drop the Tao fruit. That's good stuff. The mysterious woman frowned and said. Jade Hand sucked it, and the pink Tao fruit flew back into her hand. What is your identity? Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but hold the dagger at his waist and looked at the woman warily. You killed the tiger and you are my friend. The woman spoke up. Tiger? Xiao Lingfeng frowned slightly. It seems that he has only killed one tiger. That is the flaming tiger in the Flame Canyon. Could it be that the woman was talking about the flaming tiger? Eat it and you will become a Taoist realm warrior. The woman came over and wanted to stuff the Tao fruit into Xiao Lingfeng's mouth. Xiao Lingfeng retreated hastily. He didn't want to eat such an unlucky thing. Why don't you eat? The mysterious woman frowned and said, seemingly expressing her dissatisfaction. I have worked so hard to suppress my cultivation realm, but I just don't want a breakthrough. You woman, you are trying every possible means to make me break through the realm? What are your intentions? Xiao Lingfeng said angrily and helplessly in his heart. Of course, at the moment, he didn't know the depth of the mysterious woman, and he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only explain, I am suppressing the realm and consolidating the foundation. I cannot break through casually for the time being. So that's it. If you didn't tell me earlier, you made me think you couldn't break through last time. The mysterious woman nodded, suddenly enlightened. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the woman in front of him. He didn't know why, but he always felt that she was a little silly. Then keep this Dao fruit and use it later. The mysterious woman handed the Dao fruit to Xiao Lingfeng again. No need. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head hurriedly. No, you must accept it. The mysterious woman said urgently and forced it to Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng couldn't just throw this thing away, so he had to keep it in his portable space. I've finished using my clothes, and I'll give them back to you now. The mysterious woman said, and then she took off her clothes in front of Xiao Lingfeng like a normal person. Hiss! Xiao Lingfeng's scalp went numb. He turned around quickly and said, You clearly know that you need to wear clothes, which means you have a sense of shame. Why are you still not ashamed to take them off in front of me? If you don't wear clothes outside, you will be arrested. I have tried it before. The mysterious woman said something shocking. Cough cough cough, Xiao Lingfeng was completely speechless. Puff. There was a sound of water. The mysterious woman jumped into the lake again. At this time, folded clothes were already lying on the shore. Return the clothes to you, the woman said. Xiao Lingfeng turned around and looked at the mysterious woman in the water. The water rippled, and the woman's silhouette could be vaguely seen. Such a blurry picture has a different kind of temptation. Even Xiao Lingfeng himself didn't know how he restrained himself. Maybe, it's because I'm afraid of death. I'll give these clothes to you from now on, so that you don't have to go through so much trouble when you want to come out. Xiao Lingfeng said to the woman. It is good. The woman obviously had no idea of politeness and nodded. Then, several three-tailed rabbits took away the clothes on the ground. How do you control these three-tailed rabbits? There are no magical beasts around here. Is it because of you? Xiao Lingfeng looked at this scene and asked curiously. Although this mysterious woman is mysterious, she doesn't seem to have any hostility. Okay. The mysterious woman nodded frankly and said, The monsters around me are afraid of me. You can live over there. As for Xiao Lingfeng's first question, the mysterious woman had no intention of answering. Xiao Lingfeng didn't mention it again, so as not to make the mysterious woman unhappy. Then, the mysterious woman froze by the lake for a long time, frowning her beautiful eyebrows from time to time, as if she was thinking hard. Xiao Lingfeng didn't dare to disturb her and just watched her from the side. I remembered and wanted to say goodbye. It took a long time for the mysterious woman to speak. Xiao Lingfeng almost fainted. He had been thinking with you for so long. What should he say when saying goodbye? Xiao Lingfeng was disappointed, thinking that the mysterious woman was thinking about some profound issue. She looked so serious. Goodbye. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and said. Then, the mysterious woman sneaked into the middle of the lake. Everything returned to its original state, as if the mysterious woman had never appeared at all. That woman should not be human. This idea suddenly popped into Xiao Lingfeng's head. However, he couldn't verify this day. He could only wait until he returned to Taishan Sword Academy to ask Zi Shaoling. After that, Xiao Lingfeng returned to the camp. As soon as Xiao Lingfeng arrived at the camp, Li Minmin walked out of the house with a rosy face. After seeing Xiao Lingfeng, an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. Lingfeng, you haven't slept yet? Li Minmin asked. No, I just went out to get some fresh air. Why are you still up so late? Xiao Lingfeng frowned and asked knowingly. It's too hot tonight. I slept so hard that I was covered in sweat, and now I'm going to wash myself off. After Li Minmin finished speaking, she lowered her head and quickly walked around Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng looked at Li Minmin's back and shrugged. Should he say that there is a mysterious woman in the lake? Okay. Better not to say it. After all, that mysterious woman is too scary. And judging from the appearance of the mysterious woman, it is estimated that she will not come out again for the time being. After returning to his small wooden room, Xiao Lingfeng went to sleep.
Because they were preparing to settle down, Xiao Lingfeng and others had prepared the furniture properly. Otherwise, Li Minmin and Wang Tao wouldn't be firing on all cylinders tonight. When he thought of this, the figure of the mysterious woman could not help but appear in Xiao Lingfeng's mind. But Xiao Lingfeng soon shook his head, threw away distracting thoughts, and went to sleep seriously. Because of the existence of the mysterious woman, the place where Xiao Lingfeng and others were located was very safe. There are almost no monsters, and the monsters you occasionally encounter are those that break in accidentally and are very easy to deal with.
Xiao Lingfeng's life this month was really boring.
He originally thought that surviving for a month would be very difficult. Who knew that Gui Chen was so lucky to have picked such a geomantic treasure place?
As a result, Warcraft did not dare to come over to cause trouble.
Over the past month, Xiao Lingfeng and others' daily lives have been simple.
Everything to eat and drink is available in the lake.
Occasionally, if you want to change your taste and don't want to eat fish, you can go hunting in the distance.
Everyone even seemed to be practicing in the camp. If other disciples struggling to survive saw this, wouldn't they vomit blood on the spot?
Nima, we are working so hard to survive in the cracks, but it would be better for you to start practicing when you are bored. After a month, Xiao Lingfeng was able to condense the 9 lines of Taoism. What surprised Xiao Lingfeng was that even so, the meridians in his body showed no signs of reaching their limits. After trying his best to suppress the desire to break through to the Taoist realm, Xiao Lingfeng chose to continue to accumulate the spiritual energy in his body. Since his meridians have not reached their limit, it means that his limit is not here.
Why not continue to accumulate and condense a stronger 9 marks Tao seed?
Even if they are both of the 9 marks Taoism, there is still a difference between just reaching the threshold and reaching the end. Although it does not affect the state of the Taoist realm, it will definitely be linked to spiritual power.
After all, the cultivation level of Dao spirit realm warriors is above that of Dao seed.
The stronger the Dao seed, the stronger the spiritual power. I don't know if I will be able to cultivate the 10 lines of Taoism if I continue to practice like this. Xiao Lingfeng murmured in his heart.
But this thought was quickly thrown away by him.
After all, the highest number of patterns recorded in the book is only 9. This has been the case from ancient times to the present. No matter how talented the genius is, they all remain in the 9-line Dao seed. Xiao Lingfeng didn't think that his talent would be better than those geniuses who shocked the past and the present. He still has this self-awareness. On this day, a falcon landed on the shore of the lake. A figure jumped down from above. It was the inner courtyard senior sister Mo Qiuying who brought Xiao Lingfeng and others. When Mo Qiuying saw Xiao Lingfeng and others camp, she almost thought she had made a mistake.
These junior brothers and sisters from the outer courtyard are planning to live here permanently?
A house was actually built.
Xiao Lingfeng and others heard the movement by the lake and left the camp. When he saw Mo Qiuying, Wang Tao's face lit up and he asked, "Sister, can we go back now?" Don't ask him why he is so happy.
When you are so bored that you can only kill time with gunfire, you will naturally understand why Wang Tao is so happy.
Yes, go up.
Mo Qiuying didn't ask too much, because there were a bunch of people waiting for her to pick her up. After hearing this, a few people simply packed their bags and boarded the falcon. As for the facilities and buildings in the camp, they have not moved. They are all made of wood anyway, and if no one lives in them, they will collapse in a short time. Moreover, the remaining part of this camp has some commemorative significance.
Maybe I will come back to visit Kanglan Mountains in the future.
Especially Wang Tao and Li Minmin, after all, their house is full of traces of love.
After picking up Xiao Lingfeng and the other 5, Mo Qiuying went to pick up other outer courtyard disciples.
Just as Xiao Lingfeng expected, after a month of living in torture, many of the outer courtyard disciples were tortured to the point where they were no longer human beings. They lost a lot of weight, became a lot darker, their clothes were torn, and many of them died. Compared with them, Xiao Lingfeng and others have enjoyed their lives in the past month. In addition, there are a large group of outer courtyard disciples who are worse off than dead. No, they are already inner courtyard disciples. Yes, that's right, these people were forced to break through to the spiritual realm when they faced a life and death crisis. All the time spent on Tongmai realm was in vain. And because they have broken through to the Tao spirit realm, these disciples will be directly promoted to become disciples of the inner courtyard and will directly lose the qualifications for selection as disciples of the outer courtyard. For them, this is the hardest thing to accept. After all, many of them could have higher Tao seed marks. In the end, because he was facing a life and death crisis, he made a hasty breakthrough to the Taoist realm, which directly affected his future path to martial arts. In this way, can they not be so disheartened that life would be worse than death? Riding on the falcon, everyone quickly returned to Jinlan City. Although the time to return to Jinlan City is only more than 2 hours. But for a group of outer courtyard disciples who had just lived in the Kanglan Mountains for a month, it seemed extremely long. It was also at this time that they realized how happy life was in Jinlan City. No need to worry about monsters appearing at any time, no need to worry about being hungry every day. Finally home. Jinlan City, I'm back. Today I will transform into a cook and eat to my heart's content. After seeing the outline of Jinlan City, a group of disciples from the outer courtyard cried with joy and roared crazily. Mo Chioying was not surprised by this. After all, any normal person might do such a thing. It was already evening after everyone returned to Jinlan City. There were dedicated disciples responsible for counting the number of people, and it didn't take long for the number to be counted. By the way, all the information was sent to Qiu Lingfeng and others. A total of 390 disciples went to the Kanglan Mountains to survive for a month. 36 people died in battle, 173 people broke through to the Tao spirit realm, and 12 people were unfortunately disabled. The remaining disciples all successfully passed the first round of selection. The second round of melee was set at 9:30 p.m., that is, frowny face, in the morning, and the location was rarely set in the inner courtyard. Not only is this the case for the second round, but the third round is also held in the inner courtyard. Because only the inner courtyard has such a large-scale arena, the battle fluctuations of Taoist realm warriors are far more terrifying than those of Tonmai realm. After receiving the notification, Qiu Lingfeng and the other 5 made an appointment to go to the cafeteria for dinner. After a month's absence, many of the outer courtyard disciples who had participated in the first round of disciple selection came to the cafeteria with happy faces on their faces. Some of the emotional ones even shed tears. Finally I no longer have to endure those unpalatable foods. Qiu Lingfeng and the other 5 are okay, at least they don't need to do it themselves, and the variety of food in the cafeteria is obviously much more than in the Kanglan Mountains. After eating, they walked towards each other's dormitories. Unlike Qiu Lingfeng who lived in Building Bingjiu, Guochen and the others lived in Building Bing. Back in the dormitory, Qiu Lingfeng saw Zhao Bai eating. Now he is the only one who lives in Qiu Lingfeng's dormitory because Yi Yuqing and Hao Xiu have both left. Came back? Zhao Bai ate noodles and looked at Qiu Lingfeng. Well, tomorrow is the second round of selection. Qiu Lingfeng nodded and said, Old Zhao, what have you been busy with these days? What else can I be busy with? Except missions to earn points and practice? At this time next year, I guess I can try to participate in the disciple selection. If not, I can go directly to the inner courtyard. Zhao Bai shrugged and said. Then do your best. After Qiu Lingfeng finished speaking, he went to take a shower. As soon as he came out of the shower, Qiu Lingfeng's communication watch buzzed for a while. Zhang Xiaonan, Lingfeng, how is your disciple selection going? Did you come back safely? The most beautiful girl in the universe, junior brother, why didn't you send me a message as soon as you came back? If my dad hadn't told me that the first round of disciple selection was over, I wouldn't have known you were back. Angry_32, Qiu Lingfeng looked at these two pieces of news and raised the corner of his mouth. He first replied to Zhang Xiaonan, very good, I'm not in danger, and I'm back safely. Then he replied to Zi Xiaoling, senior sister, wasn't it too late for me to inform you? Don't be angry. It's not too late to tell you that you are safe. The most beautiful girl in the universe, I don't care, come to the entrance of the inner courtyard to meet me now. Senior sister, I just returned to the dormitory, the most beautiful girl in the universe, are you coming?
Xiao Lingfeng looked at Zi Xiaoling's message and did not dare to refuse, so he could only reply, "I'll be there soon." Speaking of, did Zi Xiaoling get a new communication watch? It even supports sending emojis. Although he can't see it from here. Who let his communication watch be just a giveaway? It can only be used in Jinlan City, and transfers can only be supported outside the city. Well, Zi Xiaoling is really a little rich woman. After Qiu Lingfeng replied to Zi Xiaoling, he didn't dare to neglect and immediately put on his shoes and went out. He jogged all the way to the entrance of the inner courtyard, and saw Zi Xiaoling already waiting for him under the lamp. Seeing Qiu Lingfeng running towards him, Zi Xiaoling waved to him. "Senior sister, why are you looking for me so late?" Qiu Lingfeng ran over and asked. "To celebrate your safe return, senior sister will take you out for a big meal." Zi Xiaoling took Qiu Lingfeng's arm and pulled him out of the academy. "No, sister, I'm full," Qiu Lingfeng said speechlessly. "He just finished eating with Guo Chen and the others in the cafeteria, okay?" However, as soon as he said these words, Zi Xiaoling on the side cast a look that made Qiu Lingfeng's scalp numb. Qiu Lingfeng immediately changed his words, "But now that senior sister mentioned it like this, I seem to be hungry again." "Well, let's go." "Junior brother, you have been in Jinlan City for so long, and you haven't even gone around the city. You have always been in Taishian Sword Academy, right?" Zi Xiaoling asked. "Yeah, after all, I don't have any money." Qiu Lingfeng nodded helplessly. He only had about 1,000 yuan on him, which Zheng Dainio gave him before leaving. The currency in Taishian Sword Academy is disciple points, but it is different in Jinlan City. The money spent is the banknotes he carries. "Don't worry tonight, senior sister is treating you." Zi Xiaoling, a wealthy man, patted his chest and said. Isn't it good?" Qiu Lingfeng still felt embarrassed and said. You have taken so many things from me, do you still care about this?" Zi Xiaoling snorted and said dissatisfied, "Or do you think of me, senior sister, as an outsider?" No, of course not." Qiu Lingfeng shook his head hurriedly. "That's it, let's go." Zi Xiaoling nodded with satisfaction, hugged Qiu Lingfeng's hand and ran. "Hey, senior sister, please slow down, I can't keep up." Qiu Lingfeng almost fell and said. Sorry, I forgot that you are not in the Taoist realm." Zi Xiaoling slowed down her pace, stuck out her lilac tongue in embarrassment, and said. "By the way, speaking of the Tao spirit realm, junior brother, how many Tao seeds can you condense now?" Zi Xiaoling asked again. "If I said that I can now condense the 9 lines of Taoism, would you believe it, senior sister?" Qiu Lingfeng thought for a while and rarely spoke the truth. Unexpectedly, Qiu Lingfeng's words directly caused Zi Xiaoling to twist Qiu Lingfeng's arm, which made the latter grin and gasp in pain. I'm asking you so seriously, and you're actually perfunctory with me. You don't think I won't be angry, do you? Seriously, how many Tao seeds can you gather?" Zi Xiaoling said angrily. "No, I really didn't bother you, senior sister." Qiu Lingfeng wanted to cry but had no tears. He can really condense the 9 lines of Taoism. But why doesn't Zi Xiaoling believe it? Answer me seriously. Zi Xiaoling looked into Qiu Lingfeng's eyes and said seriously. I can condense the 9 lines of Taoism. Qiu Lingfeng also looked into Zi Xiaoling's eyes and said very seriously. Being stared at by Qiu Lingfeng, Zi Xiaoling quickly looked away, lowered her head slightly and said, "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. But just remember not to break through easily. You must at least condense the 7 lines of Taoism." "No, I have been telling the truth." Qiu Lingfeng almost wanted to vomit blood. Xiaoling Zi Xiaoling left Taishian Sword Academy with Qiu Lingfeng. Jinlan City is brightly lit at night, and 1 or 2 cars occasionally pass by on the street. This situation made Qiu Lingfeng think of the Earth in his previous life. Of course, if there weren't those people riding Earth Warcraft running across the road. I'm afraid Qiu Lingfeng will also think that he has not traveled through time. Pretty? Zi Xiaoling noticed that Qiu Lingfeng's eyes had been looking curiously and asked with a smile. Jinlan City is also one of the 24 main cities of the human race. Such a night view cannot be seen except in the main city. Zi Shaoling raised her little head proudly and said, 24 main cities? Xiao Lingfeng's eyes lit up and he continued, Senior sister, that means that in addition to Jinlan City, there are 23 big cities in the world that are the same size as Jinlan City? Of course. However, the scale of our Jinlan City is relatively small among the 24 main cities. The largest city is known as the North Star of the human race. Zi Shaoling nodded and said, Junior brother, you come from a village, so it's normal for you not to understand these things. The North Star of the human race? Xiao Lingfeng murmured and asked, so what's the name of that city? I don't know the original name of that city, but it is now the imperial capital of the human race. Zi Shaoling shook her head and said, Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Senior sister is here to bring you out to see the world, not to tell you this. Zi Shaoling changed the subject. She was really not very good at talking about the history of the human race. She didn't want to be unable to answer Qiu Lingfeng's question. In that case, her senior sister would be too embarrassed, right? No. After I go back today, I must replenish my knowledge in this area. In case her junior brother asks again, she won't be able to answer. Zi Shaoling secretly made up her mind. Just keep walking along this road and you will reach Nandu Academy. Zi Shaoling pointed into the distance and said, Senior sister, how many families are there in Jinlan City? Xiao Lingfeng asked curiously again. 6, if you include the city lord's mansion, then there are 7. Zi, Yi, Mo, Yun, Lin, Lan, and the city lord Su family. Zi Shaoling opened her hands and counted them. Senior sister is also from a family? Xiao Lingfeng asked in surprise. Of course, but I am of collateral blood. Zi Shaoling stuck out her tongue and said, because the main line of the family cannot join other forces at will, and the sidelines do not have this restriction, so in order to have better training resources, I joined the Taishan Sword Academy. Collateral branch, Yi Yuqing is also a disciple of the collateral branch, so he can join Taishan Sword Academy. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and murmured. Junior brother, why do you ask this? Zi Shaoling asked. No, I'm just curious. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head and said, according to what senior sister said, did the disciples from these family branches choose to join Taishan Sword Academy or Nandu Academy because of their training resources? Of course, It's obvious that we all have the same surname and that we all have the same ancestor. We have to create a main line and collateral lines. Zi Shaoling said dissatisfiedly, only the disciples of the main line of the family have massive cultivation resources, and the disciples of the sidelines usually destroy themselves. If my father hadn't become the great elder of the inner court, I wouldn't have been able to reach the second level of Taoism so quickly. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and asked, so, those disciples carefully cultivated by the family are more talented than you, senior sister? Bah, can talent be cultivated? Such things are all innate. The talents of those family disciples are not necessarily better than mine. Most of them are just at a higher level of cultivation than me. In terms of real combat power, there are very few who can beat me. Zi Shaoling said. Xiao Lingfeng thought about it and thought so. The Taoist realm is a very magical realm, and the realm of cultivation does not mean everything. This is completely different from the Tongmai realm. Tongmai realm means that the higher the realm, the stronger it is. The strength of the Tao spirit realm is directly linked to the Tao seed. A warrior with a Dao seed Elay of the 9 lines Dao seed might be able to completely abuse a Dao tree Elay warrior with a 1-line Dao seed. In other words, in the realm of Dao Lingjing, a warrior with a low realm is not necessarily weak, and a warrior with a high realm is not necessarily strong. This is also the reason why condensing Tao seeds must not be hasty. Because this is directly related to the practice of Taoist realm. The two chatted all the way and arrived outside a luxuriously decorated restaurant. Let's go, senior sister will take you to have a nice meal. Zi Shaoling said with a smile. Then he took Xiao Lingfeng's arm and walked in. Welcome. On both sides of the door, there are a row of welcoming ladies.
Seeing Zi Shaoling and two people coming over, they all bowed at 90 degrees and shouted in sweet voices.
It must be very expensive to spend here, right? Xiao Lingfeng asked, feeling a little numb. It's okay.
Before I came out, I asked my dad if he could pay for tonight's consumption. He said yes, so he will pay for all our consumption tonight.
Don't worry.
Zi Shaoling patted her chest and said confidently, signaling Xiao Lingfeng not to be afraid.
Well.
With Zi Shaoling's words, Xiao Lingfeng finally gained some confidence.
Hello, distinguished guests, may I do anything for you too? A pretty waitress came over and asked Xiao Lingfeng. Tianzi private room plus imperial set menu.
Zi Shaoling said arrogantly, revealing his communication watch and indicating to the waiter that he could pay the bill now.
Okay, lady. The waiter instantly understood who was the leader between Xiao Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling, and he happily led Zi Shaoling to the front desk and paid the bill.
Then, she led Xiao Lingfeng and the two of them to the top floor of the restaurant. At the same time, in the inner courtyard of Taishian Sword Court, in Zi Rulong's bedroom. Zi Rulong was sipping tea leisurely and reading ancient books.
It looks so uncomfortable. Beep beep. A payment message suddenly popped up from Zi Rulong's communication watch. Puff.
Zi Rulong just glanced at it, and the tea in his mouth spurted out instantly.
Bang.
There was a sound, and the teacup in Zi Rulong's hand fell to the ground.
What's wrong? Husband?
Zi Rulong's concubine came up to her, carefully wiped the tea from the corner of Zi Rulong's mouth with her handkerchief, and asked softly. It's nothing, it's just that half a year's salary suddenly disappeared. Zi Rulong struggled to squeeze out a smile and said.
Good guy.
He means that he will pay for tonight's consumption. But he didn't expect that his daughter would kill her father so cruelly.
Sure enough, the female university is not allowed to stay.
Half of his salary was wiped out in one fell swoop without blinking an eye.
What? The concubine looked at Zi Rulong with a puzzled look. Apparently not aware of what happened. In the Tianziho private room of Jinyun Restaurant, the most luxurious restaurant in Jinlan City.
Xiao Lingfeng felt his scalp numb as he looked at the table full of delicacies. Even if he didn't pay the bill with him, he could still see how terrifying the price of such a meal was. Through identification, he was able to see the dish in front of him. The meat comes from elite-level monsters, and the vegetables are precious herbs.
Even white rice is spiritual rice that contains spiritual energy. Junior brother, don't just watch. Eat as hard as you can. If you can't eat anymore, pack it up and take it away. You can take it back to your roommates and others. Zi Shaoling gave Xiao Lingfeng a large piece of meat and said.
You've eaten so much of me, so you have to work hard. You're going to win glory tomorrow.
Do you understand?
Zi Shaolingyu held her chin with her hand, her eyes almost turned into crescent moons, and looked at Xiao Lingfeng and said. Xiao Lingfeng suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He nodded and said, Sister, don't worry, I will do my best.
Speaking of which, Zi Shaoling was too kind to him, right?
This feeling always makes Xiao Lingfeng feel a little uneasy.
No reward for no merit, Zi Shaoling must be trying to do something for him, right?
However, as soon as this idea popped up, it was quickly rejected by Xiao Lingfeng. He is a poor boy from a village, with nothing but nothing.
What can Zi Shaoling do to him? She probably just wants to win over him.
After he enters the inner courtyard in the future, he will become Zi Rulong's disciple. After all, the better Zi Shaoling treats him, the less likely he is to choose other elders.
Ah.
Zi Shaoling nodded with satisfaction and started eating. Xiao Lingfeng took a mouthful of elite-level monster meat, and the piece of meat instantly burst out with rich spiritual energy in his stomach, flowing through the meridians around his body. It directly increased the intensity of spiritual energy in his body.
In other words, he can now increase his cultivation level by eating. However, this is not the result that Xiao Lingfeng wants now.
Because he was already at the point where he could condense the 9 textured Taoist seeds, and now this surge of spiritual energy directly brought him to the peak of the 9 textured Taoist seeds. Although his own meridians are not yet full, his body cannot help but want a breakthrough.
To put it bluntly, as long as Qiu Lingfeng is not careful now and does not deliberately suppress his realm. He will condense a 9-marked Tao seed on the spot and enter the Taoist realm. And if he did this, the disciple selection he had put so much effort into would be in vain. Isn't he suppressing the realm just to reward the top disciples? To use an inappropriate description, Qiu Lingfeng now suppresses the idea of breakthrough. Just like holding in your fart when you are passing out, you must use all your willpower to hold it in. As long as he relaxes even a little bit, all his previous efforts will be in vain. Junior brother, why don't you eat? Zi Shaoling saw that Qiu Lingfeng's expression turned ugly after eating a piece of meat, and she frowned and asked in confusion. Sister, if I continue to eat, I'm afraid I will break through, Qiu Lingfeng explained with an ugly expression. What? Zi Shaoling was startled when she heard this. She quickly put down her bowls and chopsticks, got up and ran to Qiu Lingfeng's side, placing her jade handprint on Qiu Lingfeng's dantian. Immediately afterwards, Zi Shaoling's whole body erupted with terrifying spiritual power. Qiu Lingfeng felt a weight all over his body, and his desire to break through was instantly suppressed. What followed was a feeling of swelling in the meridians. Oh no, you're really about to break through. Zi Shaoling was so anxious that she almost cried. Senior sister, why are you crying? Qiu Lingfeng looked at Zi Shaoling, who was about to cry, and asked in surprise. Junior brother. I didn't mean it. Don't hate me, senior sister. I really didn't expect that piece of monster meat would make you break through. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought you here. Zi Shaoling explained with a cry of anxiety, hurry back to the Sword Academy with me now. I'll ask my dad to help you suppress your realm. I should be able to buy you another 2 months of time to condense your Tao seeds. With that said, Zi Shaoling wanted Qiu Lingfeng to take her away from here. What about this table of dishes? Qiu Lingfeng asked, pointing to a large table of precious dishes. These are not as important as your Taoism. Zi Shaoling pulled Qiu Lingfeng and left the private room in a hurry. Qiu Lingfeng had no choice but to turn around and put all the food into his portable space in one go. These are all good things. Zi Shaoling can ignore them, but he can't. When he breaks through to the Taoist realm later, these meals can increase his cultivation. This kind of opportunity to practice while eating doesn't come around very often. Zi Shaoling pulled Qiu Lingfeng and trotted all the way towards Taishan Sword Academy. At the same time, Zi Shaoling did not dare to let go of Qiu Lingfeng at all, and released all her spiritual power to suppress Qiu Lingfeng's desire to break through. Of course, this also made Qiu Lingfeng feel the expansion of his meridians for the first time. This feeling is really uncomfortable, but he also knows that as long as he relaxes at this moment, he will still directly condense the Tao seeds and be promoted to a Taoist realm warrior. This was not the result Qiu Lingfeng wanted. Even if he wanted to break through, he would have to wait until his disciples were selected before making a breakthrough. The rewards for disciple selection were so generous that he was not allowed to miss them. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Zi Shaoling said with a guilty look. Sister, you don't have to feel guilty. Qiu Lingfeng felt uncomfortable looking at Zi Shaoling, who was so anxious, and said. It's my fault. Whoa, if you can't gather better Tao seeds in the future, won't you be hating me for the rest of your life? After all, it was me who destroyed your foundation. Zi Shaoling finally couldn't control her inner emotions, and her tears rolled down like a bursting dam. Sister, you really don't have to feel guilty. When Qiu Lingfeng saw Zi Shaoling crying, he felt anxious and said. If others saw this, they would definitely think that he bullied Zi Shaoling. Zi Shaoling said while crying. Senior sister, I am a 9-marked Taoist. Even if I break through now, it won't matter. You really don't have to feel guilty. Qiu Lingfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and didn't know what to say. Don't lie to me. How can anyone condense the 9 lines of Tao seed so quickly? Even with your qualifications, you have just been able to condense the 6 lines of Tao seed now, right? It's all me who harmed you. Zi Shaoling shook her head and cried. Zi Shaoling just cried and pulled Xiu Lingfeng into the Taishan Sword Academy. It wasn't that Xiu Lingfeng didn't want to stop, but that he couldn't make Zi Shaoling stop. Zi Shaoling is a warrior in the second level of Daoling. How can Xiu Lingfeng, who is in the small level of Tongmai, be able to deal with him? Imminent originally, the disciples guarding the entrance to the inner courtyard of Taishan Sword Academy wanted to stop Zi Shaoling and Xiu Lingfeng. However, after receiving a fierce glare from Zi Shaoling, they were immediately allowed to pass. Joke. Who in the inner courtyard doesn't know Zi Shaoling, the daughter of the Great Elder? Originally, it was just a matter of procedure to stop her, but now Zi Shaoling looks like she will die if she dares to stop her. Those disciples guarding the entrance would not be asking for trouble. Zi Shaoling took Xiu Lingfeng outside Zi Rulong's bedroom and patted the door anxiously. I'm coming. A woman's voice came from inside, and after a while, the door was opened. Linger? Why are you in such a hurry? The person next to you the woman is very young and beautiful, she looks about 30 years old. Mom, is my dad here? My junior brother is about to break through to the Taoist realm. He must be suppressed. Zi Shaoling said anxiously. What is it? Zi Rulong walked out and glanced at Xiu Lingfeng, his expression suddenly changed. If he read it correctly, Xiu Lingfeng's aura was far richer than Zi Shaoling's. Doesn't this mean that Xiu Lingfeng can condense Tao seeds above 7 lines? How long has it been? Moreover, during the first round of disciple selection, the practice could be said to be in a state of complete desolation. But even so, Xiu Lingfeng has practiced to this point, and you can imagine how evil Xiu Lingfeng is. Daddy, please help junior brother. He just took a bite of the meat of an elite monster and couldn't suppress the spiritual energy in his body. If I hadn't used spiritual power to suppress it for him now, he might have broken through to the Taoist realm. Zi Shaoling didn't dare to let go of Xiu Lingfeng, after all, she was always releasing her spiritual power to suppress Xiu Lingfeng's realm. Great Elder, please help me suppress my realm. I want to get the rewards from the disciple selection. I have been suppressing my realm just for the sake of ranking rewards. If I break through now, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Xiu Lingfeng said with clasped fists. You come with me first. Zi Rulong also had a solemn look on his face. He could not yet see how many Tao seeds Xiu Lingfeng could condense, but it was definitely higher than the 7 Tao seeds. With such qualifications, if you can break through later, you can break through later. After all, every trace of spiritual energy accumulated when condensing Tao seeds will be infinitely amplified in the Tao spirit realm. After saying that, Zi Rulong left the dormitory with Xiu Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling and went to his retreat room. On the way, Zi Rulong asked, Linger, the imperial set meal you just had at Jin Yun restaurant, junior brother was about to break through just now. I was in a hurry to leave and forgot to shout to pack it up. It has probably been taken away now. Zi Shaoling reacted at this time, sighed and said, I only took one bite, and there was a table full of dishes that didn't even move. You, poof. When Zi Rulong heard this, his heart started to bleed with pain. After finally reaching the retreat room, Zi Rulong asked Xiu Lingfeng Panchi to sit on the futon. Let go. Zi Rulong glanced at Zi Shaoling and said. Oh. Zi Shaoling let go of her hand after hearing this. The spiritual energy in Xiu Lingfeng's body lost its spiritual suppression, and the swollen meridians throughout his body seemed to have found an outlet and began to flow involuntarily. The speed was getting faster and faster. At this time, no matter how hard Xiu Lingfeng suppressed, he could not stop the spiritual energy in his meridians. Breakthrough is imminent. At this moment, Zi Rulong's big hand pressed down and covered Xiu Lingfeng's Tianling cover. Then a sea of spiritual energy poured out from his body, and the turbulent spiritual energy in Xiu Lingfeng's body was instantly suppressed. At the same time, Xiu Lingfeng also felt that his meridians were filling up again, leaving only an uncomfortable feeling of fullness. It was a sign that his meridians had reached their limit. No, the spiritual energy in your body has been concentrated to the extreme. Even I can only suppress it for you for 3 days. Once the 3 days are up, you will condense the Tao seed. Zi Rulong said with a solemn expression. What?
Zi Shaoling heard that Qiu Lingfeng was about to break through in 3 days, and her emotions that had finally stabilized suddenly lost control again.
Dad, you must help junior brother. He is so talented and cannot just break through to the Taoist realm.
This will ruin his future.
Zi Shaoling pulled Zi Rulong's sleeves and said anxiously. Hearing this, Qiu Lingfeng nodded.
He also felt that his body had reached its limit. Originally, he thought he was still not far from the limit. Unexpectedly, that piece of monster meat turned out to be the straw that broke the camel's back.
Now he can undoubtedly condense a perfect Tao seed.
But he still has to participate in the disciple selection, so he must not break through. Even if the next few days are uncomfortable, he has to endure it.
The disciple selection can be completed within 3 days, right? Qiu Lingfeng asked. Ah. Zi Rulong responded in a deep voice. Then I'm relieved.
Qiu Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief and said with relief.
Why don't you worry? No. Absolutely not. I absolutely don't want you to break through to the Taoist realm so quickly. Zi Shaoling shouted anxiously. Then she shook Zi Rulong's arm anxiously and said, Dad, you must have a way to suppress your junior brother's spiritual energy, right?
It doesn't take 3 days. I want you to suppress his spiritual energy for 2 months, or I will never recognize you again.
Zi Rulong was almost so angry that he blew his beard and glared.
This daughter's elbows were almost turned into mosquito coils even before she was with Qiu Lingfeng.
What's next? It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't help it.
Zi Rulong sighed and said, the spiritual energy in his body has been condensed to the extreme, and the meridians have also reached the limit. If he continues to suppress it deliberately, it will only be harmful to him.
Moreover, he can now condense the 8 lines of Taoism.
With such qualifications, not only is it unique in the world, it can also be said to be rare in the world.
8 lines of Taoism?
Hearing this, Zi Shaoling was stunned on the spot.
Dad, you didn't lie to me, did you? Junior brother can now condense the 8 lines of Tao seeds? Zi Shaoling said.
The spiritual energy in his body now is several times stronger than when you first broke through.
Do you think he can't condense a higher level of Taoism than you? Zi Rulong asked rhetorically. How is this possible?
How long has it been since he advanced to the 8th level of Tongmai realm?
How could he compress his spiritual energy to this level so quickly?
Zi Shaoling said in disbelief.
Junior brother, why didn't you tell me earlier?
You made me worried to death.
After getting the answer from Zi Rulong, Zi Shaoling's hanging heart was relieved. Feeling relaxed, he couldn't help but cry again. A pair of small hands gently beat Qiu Lingfeng.
I told you earlier, it's just that you don't believe it, senior sister.
Qiu Lingfeng said dumbfounded and could only let Zi Shaoling do whatever he wanted.
He clearly told the truth, but Zi Shaoling didn't believe him. But it's not Zi Shaoling's fault. After all, in his current state, he is really afraid of breakthroughs.
If you can't break through, don't break through.
I don't care, it's all your fault anyway. It makes me worried to death.
Zi Shaoling snorted, still beating Qiu Lingfeng.
She really didn't expect that the Tao seed that Qiu Lingfeng could condense now was even more advanced than hers. Now, not only was she no longer worried, she was actually happy for Qiu Lingfeng. Of course, on the surface, she certainly couldn't forgive Qiu Lingfeng so easily. Otherwise, where would she put the face of her senior sister? Well, it's all my fault that I didn't explain it clearly to you, senior sister, right away.
Qiu Lingfeng raised his hands helplessly and surrendered. Well, I will forgive you this time. There will be no next time anyway. Seeing Qiu Lingfeng surrender, Zi Shaoling nodded and said with satisfaction. Linger, you go out first. I have something to talk to Lingfeng.
Zi Rulong squinted his eyes and said. Zi Shaoling glanced at Zi Rulong, nodded, pretended to glare at Qiu Lingfeng fiercely, and left the retreat room. Your talent is very strong, even better than all the geniuses I have ever seen. Zi Rulong put his hands behind his back, looked at Qiu Lingfeng and said.
In such a short period of time after entering the 8th stage of the Tongmai realm, Zhi Rulong had never heard of being able to condense such high-level Tao seeds. A genius who can awaken his magical talent is truly terrifying. Even if you enter the inner court next and ask me to tutor you, it will just be a waste of your talent. Zhi Rulong opened his mouth and continued. Great Elder, why do you want to tell me this? Xiao Lingfeng's expression changed and he asked. When Zhi Rulong said this, he obviously didn't want to accept him as his disciple. But he has received so many benefits from Zhi Shaoling, how can he not become a disciple of Zhi Rulong? Let me be your teacher, but I'm not qualified. Zhi Rulong said calmly, next year, Linger will go to Imperial College for further study. I hope you will accompany her. Imperial College? Xiao Lingfeng's face changed slightly. The imperial capital is known as the North Star of the human race. To have such an honor certainly proves its strength. Yes, Imperial College, Linger's talent is considered top-notch in Jinlan City, but it is only in the middle of the pack among Imperial College. I hope you will go with her and not let her be bullied. Zhi Rulong continued, are you willing? If you are willing, I will find a teacher for you who can truly teach you. You don't have to worry that I just randomly found a teacher for you. He's a great sage from the human race. The great sage of the human race? Xiao Lingfeng's heart trembled. Yes, that is a being who stands at the top of human martial arts, a being who can defeat king-level monsters. Zhi Rulong nodded and said, Warcraft are divided into 5 levels, slaves, elites, generals, commanders, and kings. The human race's great sage is an existence that can rival king-level Warcraft. Is there a more powerful existence above this? Xiao Lingfeng frowned and asked curiously. We haven't found it yet. There are not even a few king-level monsters at the moment. Moreover, monsters of this level are also restrained by the great saints of the human race. It is because of this that the human race has a chance to survive. Zhi Rulong shook his head and said, okay, I won't tell you more about these things. Let me ask you something again. Elder, please speak. Xiao Lingfeng said with clasped fists. What do you think of Linger? Zhi Rulong looked at Xiao Lingfeng and asked. How is senior sister Xiaoling? Xiao Lingfeng was stunned, thought for a while and said, senior sister is very kind and optimistic, and she's also good-looking. It's hard for people to hate her. Zhi Rulong didn't have any special reaction to Xiao Lingfeng's answer, but just snorted with some dissatisfaction. You go out first. Zhi Rulong said. Yes. Xiao Lingfeng left the retreat room after hearing this. This kid really has a thick head. Zhi Rulong shook his head and said dissatisfied. After leaving the retreat room, Xiao Lingfeng saw Zhi Shaoling waiting outside. Junior brother, what did my dad ask you about? Zhi Shaoling saw Xiao Lingfeng coming out, walked over, and asked. Oh, the great elder told me that you want me to go to Imperial College with you next year, and introduce me to a teacher by the way. Xiao Lingfeng said truthfully. So that's it, that's really great. Zhi Shaoling was delighted when she heard this and said, I was originally afraid of going there next year and not being familiar with the place, but since you want to go with me, junior brother, I'm not afraid anymore. Ah. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. Seeing Xiao Lingfeng's calm appearance, Zhi Shaoling frowned with dissatisfaction and said, What? Aren't you happy to go to Imperial College with me? Of course not. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head. He still didn't know why Zhi Shaoling said this, so he continued, How could I not be happy to be able to go to Imperial College to practice with my senior sister? Then why don't you smile? Zhi Shaoling asked. He, I laughed. Xiao Lingfeng showed his big white teeth stiffly and smiled. Stop. You're smiling so ugly. Zhi Shaoling stuck out her tongue and said with a look of disgust. Hearing this, Xiao Lingfeng scratched his nose in embarrassment. No. It's obviously you who always makes me laugh. Why do you still blame me for having an ugly smile? Forget it, I'll take you back to the outer courtyard. Zhi Shaoling waved her hand and said. With that said, Zhi Shaoling took Xiao Lingfeng's hand and took him away from here.
The disciple guarding the entrance to the inner courtyard saw Zi Shaoling coming back and immediately turned his head, pretending not to see it.
Nonsense, who didn't see the fierce look of this young lady just now?
If he dared to stop her now, it goes without saying that he would definitely be on the receiving end of a gun.
And this young lady must be very happy with such a bright expression now. If you stop her and ruin her good mood, what can you do?
Junior brother, you have to have a good rest tonight. I will go and cheer you up when you strive for good results tomorrow.
Zi Shaoling sent Xiao Lingfeng out of the inner courtyard, and said goodbye. I will.
Xiao Lingfeng smiled slightly and said, well, you must be careful during the melee.
Don't be attacked by others who don't follow martial ethics. Zi Shaoling reminded.
I understand, I will treat it with care.
Xiao Lingfeng nodded with deep understanding.
That's good, then, see you later? Zi Shaoling waved her hand, turned around and ran towards the inner courtyard, while looking back at Xiao Lingfeng a few times. Looking at this senior sister who was younger than him, Xiao Lingfeng also raised a smile on his lips.
When I'm with senior sister Shaoling, I really feel relaxed.
I have to say that he really likes the feeling of staying with Zi Shaoling.
After all, Zi Shaoling didn't have the airs of other inner court disciples at all.
Although they all called Xiao Lingfeng their junior brother, Zi Shaoling is not as difficult to contact as other inner courtyard disciples. Because Zi Shaoling placed Xiao Lingfeng on an equal footing, unlike other inner courtyard disciples he came into contact with who considered themselves superior.
Selection the next morning. Xiao Lingfeng got up early. Come on.
Zhao Bai was still lying on the bed and said in a lazy tone.
Of course I will.
You must also practice hard so that I can see you in the inner courtyard next year.
Xiao Lingfeng smiled and said. Although I'm not as perverted as you, what will be difficult for me to enter the inner courtyard next year? Then you have to help me because we are roommates. Zhao Bai also laughed and said.
See what you said, don't forget each other even if you are rich or noble.
For the sake of us being roommates, can I still treat you badly when you go to the inner courtyard?
Xiao Lingfeng shrugged and said.
Ah, that's right. Zhao Bai smiled. That's it for now.
I'm going to have breakfast now, and I'll go to the disciple selection in a while.
Xiao Lingfeng waved his hand and left the dormitory.
Beep beep. When going down the stairs, Xiao Lingfeng received a text message from Zhang Xiaonan. Lingfeng, you must work hard today. Bring honor to our Xingshou village.
Xiao Lingfeng looked at the text message sent by Zhang Xiaonan, raised the corner of his mouth, and replied, I know how to do it.
You should also practice well so that I can see you in the inner courtyard next year.
Well, I'll do my best. Just wait for me in the inner courtyard. Zhang Xiaonan also sent a reply. In the future, just ask me for missions that require inner court disciples to lead the team. It would be too much of a disadvantage for you to find other inner court disciples. Xiao Lingfeng thought for a while and sent a message. All he can do is help Zhang Xiaonan and others when performing tasks.
Then, Xiao Lingfeng went to the cafeteria to have a meal.
After eating and drinking, he came to the outer courtyard disciple hall.
Because the disciples of the outer courtyard cannot enter and exit the inner courtyard at will. If it weren't for Zi Shaoling, Xiao Lingfeng would only dare to stand at the door of the inner courtyard and peek inside. And the reason why he came to the disciple hall of the outer courtyard was precisely because of this. All disciples who have passed the survival test will gather in the disciple hall of the outer courtyard and be led into the inner courtyard by the disciples of the inner courtyard. Although it is a little troublesome, there is nothing wrong with it. If the inner courtyard allows disciples from the outer courtyard to enter whenever they want, how can there be any sense of specialness, and how can it inspire the disciples to be motivated and practice hard? Because Xiao Lingfeng received the notice in advance, he came to the outer courtyard disciple hall around 8 o'clock. Other disciples from the outer courtyard also arrived here early, eager to participate in the second round of melee. When the disciples from the outer courtyard who had passed the survival test arrived, Mo Qiuying also appeared. It was almost the same as last time, falling from the sky. Only this time she was not riding a falcon, but a skylark. Xiao Lingfeng actually knew a disciple who came with her. It was Wan Linhai's senior brother, one who controlled the earth-suppressing rhino. Wan Linhai seemed to recognize Qiu Lingfeng and cast a surprised look at Qiu Lingfeng. Obviously he did not expect Qiu Lingfeng to break through to the 8th level of Tongmai realm so quickly. When they first met, Qiu Lingfeng was clearly only at the 4th level of Tongmai realm.
How long has it been since? Junior brother, are you from Xingshou village? Wan Linhai walked towards Qiu Lingfeng and asked. Senior brother Wan, it's me. Qiu Lingfeng laughed, knowing that Wan Linhai recognized him. It's really you, your name is Qiu Lingfeng, right?
Wan Linhai said in surprise.
Senior brother, you have such a good memory, you actually remember my name. Qiu Lingfeng didn't expect Wan Linhai to remember his name. Originally, he thought it was good that Wan Linhai recognized his face. I didn't expect that in just a short period of time, you would have reached the 8th level of Tongmai realm. Work hard. Let me see you in the inner courtyard.
Wan Linhai patted Qiu Lingfeng's shoulder and encouraged him.
Yes.
Qiu Lingfeng chuckled and nodded. When it was nearly 9 o'clock, all the disciples from the outer courtyard who participated in the second round had already arrived, a total of 170 people. Qiu Lingfeng glanced at the outer courtyard disciples participating in the second round.
They spotted Guo Chen and others. After seeing Qiu Lingfeng, they waved and walked over. How was your rest last night? Guo Chen asked. What do you think?
I haven't had a good night's sleep for a whole month. Qiu Lingfeng stretched and said. Then, Qiu Lingfeng glanced at Wang Tao and Li Minmin and joked, but a few of us slept comfortably, but 2 of us probably didn't sleep very well last night.
Go! Go! Go!
Wang Tao's face turned red and he said. Li Minmin also lowered her head in embarrassment, too lazy to pay attention to Qiu Lingfeng.
Ha! Zhang Hongsheng and Guo Chen also laughed when they heard this.
It's just that some people shed tears of being single while smiling. After everyone gathered, the 2 inner courtyard disciples led Qiu Lingfeng and others towards the inner courtyard. Because the distance is short, Qiu Lingfeng and others don't want to take the falcon like last time, they can only walk honestly. After entering the inner courtyard, a group of disciples from the outer courtyard headed to the martial arts arena in great force.
There are several stages in the martial arts arena.
The smallest arena has an area of square meters.
Do you think it's quite big just by looking at the square footage? In fact, one side of the arena is only 80 meters long.
However, this arena is more than enough to accommodate Qiu Lingfeng, one of the 170 disciples from the outer courtyard. The rules of the second round of melee are very simple.
If you fall out of the ring, you will be eliminated.
In addition, if you faint on the ring for more than 10 seconds and do not stand up again, you will be considered a failure.
You are not allowed to use weapons, and you are not allowed to hurt people's lives.
Once you violate these 2 rules, you will be eliminated directly. If you hurt people's lives, you will be expelled from the Taishian Sword Academy and taken to the City Lord's mansion to accept sanctions.
Mo Qiuying introduced the rules. Then, a group of disciples from the outer courtyard walked onto the ring. Then, a group of inner court disciples acted as referees. This group of inner court disciples circled the ring, monitoring every move on the ring. Not far from the arena, a girl wearing the uniform of an inner court disciple waved her hand towards Qiu Lingfeng. Junior brother, you have to work hard. That girl is Zi Shaoling.
Many of the outer courtyard disciples who were standing close to Qiu Lingfeng thought Zi Shaoling was greeting them, and they immediately sorted out their images. In addition to Zi Shaoling, many inner courtyard disciples also came here. They were either bored and came here to watch the melee between the disciples from the outer courtyard, or their younger brothers and sisters were in the ring and came over to cheer. The number of disciples from the outer courtyard participating in the second round of disciple selection should be 170, but in fact there are 170. Wan Linhai said, "Now, all junior brothers and sisters, please get ready." Clang, a bell suddenly rang in the distance.
The second quarter has arrived, father, as the bell rang.
Everyone's nerves were tense instantly, paying attention to the actions of the people around them.
Qiu Lingfeng, Guo Chen, and the others couldn't help but
get closer. Compared to others, the 5 people who had formed a team together were more trustworthy.
This stalemate was broken only after a few seconds. Then it got out of hand and everyone started fighting. Everyone is looking for flaws in others, and everyone is cautiously wary of others. A young man also punched Xiao Lingfeng. The young man has a childish face and looks to be only 15 or 16 years old. At a glance, he can tell that he is a child from a wealthy family and has had good cultivation resources since he was a child. In Jinlan City, in addition to those big families, there are also many wealthy people. The most important thing for their children is cultivation resources. Who doesn't want their next generation to win glory for themselves? There are flaws. Xiao Lingfeng saw the loopholes in the young man's moves at a glance. He easily avoided the young man's fist on one side of his body, then moved his palm and printed it on the young man's chest. Xiao Lingfeng had already held back on this move. The young man's body just flew out of the ring and he was not seriously injured. So strong. Guo Chen and others' pupils shrank when they saw Xiao Lingfeng taking action calmly. Even after being together for a month, this was the first time they saw Xiao Lingfeng's strength. After all, the monsters I encountered before were basically low-level slave monsters that could be killed instantly with one move, and could not demonstrate their combat effectiveness intuitively at all. Now that Xiao Lingfeng defeated warriors of the same level so easily, we can see how strong Xiao Lingfeng is. Of course, this does not exclude the fact that the young man is too immature and does not have much practical experience. But even so, Xiao Lingfeng's strength is still very terrifying. The ones over there are stronger, deal with them first. Only by defeating them can we have a chance to advance to the next round. A disciple from the outer courtyard saw Xiao Lingfeng instantly killing the boy of the same level with one move, and pointed at Xiao Lingfeng and shouted. As the young man shouted, many people also approached Xiao Lingfeng and the other 5. Damn! These people really don't have martial ethics, and they actually want to fight in groups. Guo Chen suddenly became anxious. It's not a big problem for him to fight one or two, but when there are more people on the opposite side, how can he beat them? You guys have to be careful. Xiao Lingfeng's face became cautious and he said. Do you need to say more? Zhang Hongsheng now had a stinky face and said speechlessly. Everyone knows this situation and needs to be careful, right? Do you need another reminder from Xiao Lingfeng? Let's go together. An outer courtyard disciple shouted, then rushed towards Xiao Lingfeng and others. Other disciples from the outer courtyard also rushed over. However, Xiao Lingfeng suddenly discovered the disciple who was the first to lead the charge. After running for 2 steps, he braked and retreated. Start the attack and retreat. Okay, this is very true. However, the disciples from the outer courtyard who were fooled did not realize that the disciple who led the charge had betrayed them. Still stupidly attacking Xiao Lingfeng and others. Xiao Lingfeng took a deep breath, and then sank slightly. Tong my fist 8th form. Bang! There was an explosion, and then a terrifying wave of spiritual energy spurted out from Xiao Lingfeng's fist. He directly drove away the large group of outer courtyard disciples. The remaining disciples from the outer courtyard were also stunned on the spot, just watching their teammates fall to the ground. The spiritual energy in my body is released a little, and I feel much more comfortable. After Xiao Lingfeng punched him, he said something very comfortable. The intense pain was different from the first time I used this move. Now Xiao Lingfeng's meridians only feel a sense of relief. It felt like my stomach was so uncomfortable due to the gas that I finally let out a belch. After all, Xiao Lingfeng is now on the verge of breaking through at any time, if Zirulong hadn't helped him suppress his realm. Xiao Lingfeng has now condensed his Tao seeds and became a Taoist realm warrior. Why are you so strong? You are so powerful and you still tell us to be careful? Guo Chen's eyes almost dropped as he shouted excitedly. Oh, I mean to tell you to stay away from me, and be careful not to be shocked by my momentum. Xiao Lingfeng explained. It seems that Guo Chen and others misunderstood the meaning of the careful words just now. Quite suddenly, Guo Chen and the others felt like they were worthless and useless. Obviously, before entering the competition, the 4 of them were confident that they could be considered little geniuses. No matter how you say it, you can look familiar in the disciple selection. But he didn't expect to meet the monster Xiao Lingfeng. All of a sudden they felt ashamed. I wish I could find a crack in the ground and burrow into it now. What a little genius I am. Wow. Junior brother, come on. Junior brother, come on. Xiao Lingfeng's performance on stage also fell in Zi Xiaoling's eyes. At this time, Zi Xiaoling transformed into Xiao Lingfeng's little fangirl, her big eyes filled with stars, and she shouted excitedly. That person is not something we can deal with. Let's hit his opponent first. The other outer courtyard disciples who reacted instantly understood that there were several fathers in this arena that they could not afford to offend. Obviously, the scene where Xiao Lingfeng knocked away more than 20 people with one punch had made him unknowingly become a dad in the ring. The other outer court disciples no longer dared to step forward easily at this time. When facing an opponent who is only a few points better than you, you still have the courage to fight. But if you want to face an opponent many times stronger, let's go to sleep, there is everything in the dream. However, although other outer courtyard disciples no longer dare to attack Xiao Lingfeng, they have their minds set on Guo Chen and the other two. Because even a Big Daddy can't lead 4 pig teammates. If you can't catch Big Daddy, can't you catch Big Daddy's teammates? Hiss, the situation seems to be a little bad. Guo Chen was stared at eagerly by the other disciples from the outer courtyard. His scalp suddenly felt numb and he gasped. Not only was he like this, but Wang Tao and others were also targeted by other outer courtyard disciples. Come closer to me. Xiao Lingfeng reminded. Quickly, divide the battlefield quickly. Don't let Big Daddy give you a chance to protect these people. An outer court disciple shouted. I come. A disciple from the outer courtyard who was as strong as an ox stood up and shouted, mid-level martial arts tough pine pile. Immediately afterwards, the outer courtyard disciple stood in front of Xiao Lingfeng and opened his hands. Not only that, there were also a bunch of disciples from the outer courtyard who also used martial arts to divide the battlefield. Xiao Lingfeng was strong, but facing the martial arts offensive of so many disciples, he could only retreat. As a result, the distance between Xiao Lingfeng and Guo Chen gradually widened. Dad! Father phone, come quickly and cover us! Guo Chen shouted anxiously. I wanted to. But I can't get through it. Xiao Lingfeng could only respond helplessly. You gone? No, they are forcing me too hard. The 4 of them, Guo Chen, were forced to retreat and had reached the edge of the ring. Almost falling out of the ring. Hurry up, we are going to win. An outer courtyard disciple said excitedly. In a big melee, one can eliminate an opponent. Tong my fist 8th form. A disciple from the outer courtyard also stepped down and used the 8th form of Tong my fist. Then a wave of spiritual energy rushed towards Guo Chen and the others. Although it is not as abnormal as Xiao Lingfeng's 8th form of Tong my fist, it is still very amazing. After all, not everyone's spiritual energy is concentrated to the extreme. Bang! The 4 of them, Guo Chen, were attacked by spiritual energy attacks. They stumbled and were almost knocked off the stage. No, we have to seize the opportunity to break out. If this continues, we will definitely be eliminated. Guo Chen's face hardened and he spoke cautiously. As soon as he said his words, Zheng Hongsheng and others nodded in agreement. The woman over there looks weaker, let's stick out from there. Guo Chen scanned around and finally locked his eyes on a petite girl. What a beast, but I like it. Zheng Hongsheng's mouth twitched, and then he smiled. Then, several people quickly adjusted their positions. He rushed towards the girl. Mid-level martial arts, Gale Wind. When the girl saw Guo Chen and others coming towards her, her face froze, and then she circulated the spiritual energy in her meridians and performed a middle-grade martial arts. As soon as the martial arts came out, a terrifying hurricane of spiritual energy burst out from her body and rolled towards Guo Chen and the others. If Xiao Lingfeng were here at this time, he would definitely shout, "Why are you provoking this girl? She can condense the 5 lines of Taoism. Is she something you can deal with?" No, we seem to have hit a brick wall. Only then did Guo Chen realize that the girl's strength was far more terrifying than her appearance seemed. I am coming. Xiao Lingfeng finally got rid of the large group of outer courtyard disciples and ran over. I'll stop him, you guys hurry up and deal with those people. The girl also noticed Xiao Lingfeng, and immediately withdrew her attack and slapped Xiao Lingfeng. Bang! Xiao Lingfeng clapped his palm against it, and there was an explosion, because both sides burst out spiritual energy in unison. Xiao Lingfeng flew out, and when he was about to land, he flipped and landed firmly on the ground. The girl opposite obviously flew further and almost fell out of the ring, but looking at her, she still looked relaxed. Everyone is in the 8th level of Ton My Realm, so their strength must be about the same. The only difference is the richness of the spiritual energy, which results in different strengths of the martial arts performed. Sure enough. The girl looked at Xiao Lingfeng solemnly. Xiao Lingfeng identified the girl's level of strength at a glance. She was in the 8th level of Ton My Realm and could condense the 5 lines of Taoism. In this second round of disciple selection, he is already considered to have top qualifications. Zhang Hongshang, how long can you hold on? Xiao Lingfeng shouted at Zhang Hongshang. It's hopeless, we're already going to fall. Zhang Hongshang shouted anxiously. At this time Li Minmin had fallen into the ring. Only he and Wang Tao and Guo Chen were left struggling to support themselves. Forget it, Ling Feng, leave us alone. Zhang Hongsheng shouted, so as not to drag down Xiao Lingfeng, and jumped off the ring. No! Junior brother Qiu, save me. I don't want to be eliminated like this. Dad! Save me! Guo Chen was afraid of being left behind by Xiao Lingfeng, so he pulled his neck and shouted. In order to stay in the ring, face is not important at all, right? Guo Chen, let's not support ourselves so hard. Why bother? It's already good to have made it this far. Wang Tao glanced at Li Minmin in the audience and sighed. Humph, how long have I been working hard for today? I won't allow you to give up halfway. Guo Chen snorted and said. After saying that, Guo Chen erupted with a terrifying aura that one man can stand in the way and 10,000 men can't stop him. Guo Chen! Wang Tao never thought that Guo Chen, who looked so ordinary, could be so handsome sometimes. But the next moment, Guo Chen was knocked off the ring by 3 people, ruining the great atmosphere. Guo Chen, why are you gone? Wang Tao shouted in shock. Then, he was also carried off the ring by a group of disciples from the outer courtyard. Then, a group of outer courtyard disciples who besieged Guo Chen and others also began to target each other. Originally, they only cooperated temporarily and only benefited each other. Now that the 4 of them, Guo Chen, have been eliminated, there will definitely be a fight between them. On Xiao Lingfeng's side, the girl had attacked him again. The girl was very fast and was almost approaching Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng didn't care about anything else and kicked out with a horizontal kick. Seeing this, the girl jumped up and kicked Xiao Lingfeng in the face. If he were kicked, Xiao Lingfeng would probably be disfigured. Xiao Lingfeng reached out and grabbed the girl's ankle in his hand. The girl's expression changed, and she kicked her other leg hard. Mighty Claw! Xiao Lingfeng originally didn't want to use his magical talent, but the girl in front of him obviously had martial arts to enhance her own strength. He almost missed the kick just now. If Xiao Lingfeng didn't use his magical talent, it would be very difficult for Xiao Lingfeng to deal with the girl. Xiao Lingfeng pulled the girl's ankle and began to swing her hard, just like throwing a discus, spinning in place. What? The girl was startled by Xiao Lingfeng's actions and couldn't help but scream. Many disciples from the outer courtyard around covered their ears because of the girl's high-pitched screams. Hurry up and let go. I just won't hit you. The girl cried out in fear. Let go? Okay. Xiao Lingfeng raised the corner of his mouth and suddenly let go of his hand. The girl flew out directly. A perfect parabola was drawn in the air. Just when the girl almost fell out of the ring, a boy jumped up and hugged the girl who flew out. Are you okay? The young man was quite handsome. He looked down at the girl and asked softly. I'm fine. The girl looked at the boy hugging her, her face suddenly turned rosy, she shook her head and said. It's fine. The boy put the girl back on the ring and then asked, Girl, I have a question for you. What is the problem? The girl glanced at the boy,
and she obviously had a lot of affection for the boy who had just helped him.
Do you have a boyfriend? The boy looked at the girl and asked seriously.
The girl's face became even more rosy, and she said hesitantly, if he was willing to work hard, I would have a boyfriend. The young man's face turned cold when he heard this and said, it seems that the girl already has a crush on her. Please leave slowly without seeing her off. After saying that, the boy pushed the girl off the ring.
Unprepared.
As the melee intensified, the number of people in the ring became smaller and smaller. Now, no more than 50 people can stand in the ring.
Xiao Lingfeng is one of them.
After identifying them one by one, Xiao Lingfeng discovered that several of them could even condense the 6 lines of Tao seeds, and the one with the lowest strength could also condense the 3 lines of Tao seeds.
That girl actually has supernatural talents?
Xiao Lingfeng suddenly discovered that there was a little girl on the stage wearing Xuanzi clothes with a hint of magical talent. She looked about 14 or 15 years old, with a delicate appearance and a slim figure. And it can already condense the 6 lines of Taoism.
What's even more frightening is that she also has a magical talent. This kind of talent is even more terrifying than Zi Shaoling.
After all, magical talents are innate, while cultivation is acquired. As if she noticed Xiao Lingfeng's gaze, the little girl cast a look at Xiao Lingfeng and looked at Xiao Lingfeng curiously.
She also noticed Xiao Lingfeng just now.
She knew that it would be difficult for her to deal with Xiao Lingfeng, so she walked over and said, should the two of us join forces temporarily to defeat the others? We will decide the outcome in the 3rd round.
My name is Mo Yenran. Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng glanced at Mo Yenran and nodded.
If he and Mo Yenran fought together now, they would probably be eliminated in this round. After all, other people are not vegetarians either. As Xiao Lingfeng and Mo Yenran teamed up, the other outer courtyard disciples also purposefully chose new teammates. During this period, more than 10 people were eliminated, and now there are less than 30 people left on the field.
The melee has come to an end. What is your magical talent?
Xiao Lingfeng glanced at Mo Yenran beside him and asked.
His appraisal was still unable to tell what Mo Yenran's magical talent was, so he asked. Mo Yenran was stunned for a moment and said, How did you know?
Then, Mo Yenran looked at Xiao Lingfeng with a wary expression, and pulled her body away, as if she was ready to attack Xiao Lingfeng at any time.
Rockification.
Mo Yenran shouted softly, and then suddenly launched an attack on Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng was startled and just wanted to dodge, but found that his feet had been bound by a thick layer of stone skin and he could not move at all.
Frozen Sky Eyes. There was no other way. Xiao Lingfeng could only use his magical talent to freeze Mo Yenran in the ice. The fight between the two people on the stage obviously attracted everyone's attention. Those two people actually have supernatural talents?
I have long heard that among the disciples of this outer courtyard, there are people with the talent to awaken supernatural powers.
I didn't expect that 2 of them would appear in this disciple selection?
Yes. In the past few years, no magical talent has appeared. Why did 2 suddenly appear this year? A group of inner court disciples exclaimed. After Xiao Lingfeng displayed his magical talents, other disciples couldn't help but stay away from them.
They can all see that Xiao Lingfeng and Mo Yenran's magical talents restrict people's movements. Once they are restricted, it is basically equivalent to defeat. The 2 of them were in a stalemate for 3 seconds, because after 3 seconds, the ice on Mo Yenran's body melted. The stone skin on Xiao Lingfeng's feet has not receded yet, which proves that Mo Yenran's rock transformation talent has a longer control time than Xiao Lingfeng's frozen sky eyes.
Why do you also have supernatural talents?
Mo Yenran's face was full of shock. Don't you also have supernatural talents?
Xiao Lingfeng said calmly.
Mo Yenran's rock transformation magical power has the same purpose as his frozen sky eyes, which is to restrict the opponent's movements. The only difference is that Mo Yenran's stone skin can only restrict his movement, while Xiao Lingfeng can still attack.
However, Xiao Lingfeng's ice seal can make the opponent lose all ability to move, and he can only watch himself being frozen.
I won't fight you now. I will fight you tomorrow. Mo Yenran raised her hands in surrender. Xiao Lingfeng couldn't laugh or cry and said, All right. It was also at this time that the stone skin on Xiao Lingfeng's feet began to crack. Xiao Lingfeng carefully counted the time, and Mo Yanran's magical talent controlled him for 10 seconds. He needs to use the frozen eyes several times to achieve such an effect. After a while, there were only 10 people left on the stage. Xiao Lingfeng and Mo Yanran joined forces, and other outer courtyard disciples did not dare to come up. These two ruthless people are both gifted with magical powers. If they disagree, they will imprison you and make you stand and get beaten. Who can stand it? As the melee came to an end, Zi Shaoling also ran onto the ring. Junior brother, you are simply amazing. Zi Shaoling said excitedly. Is it great? I only took action a few times, right? Xiao Lingfeng's mouth twitched and he said. Your first punch knocked away more than 20 warriors of the same level. Isn't this powerful? Zi Shaoling said. My spiritual energy concentration is just higher than theirs, and the martial arts I perform are more powerful than theirs. It's nothing powerful. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head and said. Junior brother, you are really too humble. That punch of yours made even senior sister and me feel handsome, okay? Zi Shaoling pouted and said. Really? Is he really that handsome? Xiao Lingfeng scratched his head and said doubtfully. Well, it was senior sister's fault last night that almost caused you to break through. I will never make such a mistake today. Wait for me at the gate of the college at 7 o'clock tonight. Senior sister will make it up to you. Zi Shaoling said with a sly smile. Then, Zi Shaoling left. All the disciples in the inner courtyard looked at Xiao Lingfeng curiously. I don't know how this disciple from the outer courtyard attracted the attention of Zi Shaoling, a famous young rich woman in the inner courtyard. At the same time, many inner court disciples also began to take pleasure in the misfortune. In the inner courtyard, there are many young talents who like Zi Shaoling. If these people know about Xiao Lingfeng's existence, that's quite a show. A group of disciples from the outer courtyard were taken out of the inner courtyard by Mo Qiuying and Wan Linhai. Only Xiao Lingfeng and other 10 people who passed the melee were left. Junior brothers and sisters, congratulations on successfully entering the third round. Tomorrow is the ranking competition. I hope you will work hard and achieve a good result. Mo Qiuying said, while Wan Linhai also took out 10 badges of inner court disciples. This is your inner court disciple badge. It is used to enter and exit the inner court. Now you are considered half of the inner court disciples. When the disciple selection is over tomorrow, you can get your own inner court disciple uniforms. Mo Qiuying continued. With that said, Wan Linhai had already distributed the inner courtyard badges to everyone. Remember, be sure not to lose the badge. Without it, it will be very troublesome to enter and exit the inner courtyard. In addition, the first badge is free. You will need to pay a handling fee and material fee for replacement badges in the future, a total of 1,000 points. Mo Qiuying began to talk about some matters in the inner courtyard again. After leaving the inner courtyard, Xiao Lingfeng saw the message Zhao Bai sent him. Zhao Bai went out to do a mission, which meant that he was still alone in his dormitory. In addition, Zhang Xiaonan also sent a message asking about disciple selection. Xiao Lingfeng answered truthfully and then returned to the dormitory. Now I have a total of 4,580 devouring points. It's time to improve my strength. Xiao Lingfeng looked at his attribute panel and pondered. First of all, Xiao Lingfeng has only mastered 2 martial arts skills so far, Tong My Fist and Sea Shattering Ruler, and there are too few offensive methods. Especially in the disciple selection competition, weapons cannot be used. Since we want to improve our strength, it's better to directly improve our physical strength. Xiao Lingfeng glanced around and finally landed on a high-grade technique. Xiao Lingfeng had been paying attention to this top-grade skill called Star Domination for a long time. Mastering the first level requires devouring points. One can imagine how terrifying this technique is. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Lingfeng learned this body training technique. The host masters the first layer of the Star Dome body, and its power increases 9 times. The system prompts. 9 times? Xiao Lingfeng said in shock.
His physical strength is 1,800 kilograms, and after 9 times the strength is 16,200 kilograms.
This improvement is terrifying. The next moment, the description of Star Overlord appeared in Qiu Lingfeng's mind.
This is a physical training method with very demanding training conditions.
Correspondingly, the improvement for Qiu Lingfeng is also very huge.
The first level of the Star Dome hegemony requires Qiu Lingfeng to refine the source of elements and generate resistance with corresponding attributes. If Qiu Lingfeng were to practice this technique by himself, he would probably never be able to master the first level in his life. But with his system, he only needs to spend devouring points to increase the level of his technique, and there is no need for such complicated steps. With another 500 devouring points, I can strengthen this technique again.
By then, won't my power be able to increase 9 times again?
Qiu Lingfeng's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. However, when he saw the devouring point needed to upgrade the star hegemony to the first level,
when it went from 25 points to points, I instantly wanted to curse.
But think about it, the first level of star hegemony has such harsh training conditions, the second level must be even more difficult. It is understandable that the system charges high fees. The horror of Star Overlord can also be seen from the side. The only thing that Qiu Lingfeng couldn't accept was that the system didn't tell him before.
There are more than 2,000 devouring points left, what should I buy? Qiu Lingfeng touched his chin, feeling a little confused.
Now his strength has jumped to 6,000 kilograms. It is estimated that he can fight back and forth against the warriors of the second level of Dowling. Buy another mid-level martial skill, and add points to the earth-shattering and sea-shaking ruler for the others. Qiu Lingfeng thought for a while and spent devouring points to master the complete 6-style earth-shattering and sea-shattering ruler. As for the remaining mid-level martial arts, Qiu Lingfeng chose a movement martial arts called Swift Shadow Step and completely mastered the 3 levels. After that, Qiu Lingfeng checked his current attributes. Host, Qiu Lingfeng Cultivation, 8th stage of Tongmai Realm, can condense 9 lines of Tao Seeds, Kung Fu, Burning Pulse Technique, Moonwell Goan, Star Domination Body, First Level, Martial Skills, Earth Shattering Ruler, Tongmai Fist, Swift Shadow Step Magical Talents, Appraisal, Frozen Sky Eyes, Divine Flame Burning Sky, Night Vision, Giant Claws, Heat Resistance, Fire Possession, Scavenging, Storm Wings Devour Points, 180 Fusion. Opportunities, 0. It has to be said that Qiu Lingfeng's current magical talents are really full.
There are 9 kinds of magical talents. Of course, there are also useless magical talents, such as scavenging.
The effect of this magical talent is that Qiu Lingfeng will not get sick after eating rotten meat.
No matter how depressed Qiu Lingfeng is, he can't eat rotten meat, right? After the disciple selection is over, you can go back to Xingqiu village to have a look.
Qiu Lingfeng nodded with great satisfaction. As long as he breaks through to the Dao Spirit Realm, he can enter and leave Jinlan City at will without using a mission token. And this means that Qiu Lingfeng can finally go back to the village to take a look.
After all, if you take a mission and leave the city, there is a time limit for the mission, so Qiu Lingfeng cannot return to defend the village. Ever since Qiu Lingfeng got the fairy cream, he couldn't wait to give it to Zhanya. Just because of his cultivation limitations, he couldn't go back.
When night came, Qiu Lingfeng kept his promise and arrived at the entrance of the college before 7 o'clock. However, when he came to the entrance of the college, he saw Zi Xiaoling's figure.
Senior sister, why did you come here so early? Didn't you say you came here before 7 o'clock?
Qiu Lingfeng looked at Zi Xiaoling, who arrived early, feeling somewhat embarrassed.
That's right, I arrived before 7 o'clock too.
Zi Xiaoling blinked her eyes and said with a smile, I asked my dad specifically this time, and he said that as long as you don't eat the flesh of high-level monsters, there is basically no risk of being unable to suppress your cultivation.
Ahem, senior sister, do you really need to treat me to dinner every night? Qiu Lingfeng coughed and said awkwardly.
He now feels more and more like he is being taken care of by Zi Xiaoling.
Aren't you happy? Don't you want to go out to dinner with me? Zi Xiaoling's mouth flattened and her tone was faint. Of course not, it's just, we don't need to go out specifically, can't we just go to the cafeteria to eat?
Qiu Lingfeng explained hurriedly.
He didn't want to be disliked by Zi Xiaoling. It won't cost you any money.
I'll take care of it, senior sister.
Besides, you have entered the third round of disciple selection and are now considered half of the inner courtyard disciples. Isn't this kind of thing worthy of celebration? Zi Shaoling hummed slightly and said. Then he took Qiu Lingfeng's hand and pulled him out. Qiu Lingfeng had no choice but to go out with such a proactive girl like Zi Shaoling. The more Zi Shaoling treats Qiu Lingfeng, the more embarrassed Qiu Lingfeng becomes to reject her. No matter what you say, you can't make the little girl sad, right? At this time, Qiu Lingfeng didn't know that on the road not far away, several male disciples from the inner courtyard had fierce rays of light in their eyes. Junior sister Shaoling actually likes such a small outer courtyard disciple? I heard that this outer courtyard disciple is still a freshman and participated in this disciple selection, and he also has supernatural talents. Yes, the name seems to be Qiu Lingfeng. Several disciples in the inner courtyard were talking about it, but they couldn't hide the depression in their hearts. I feel unhappy, very unhappy, and I feel worried. None of them expected that Zi Shaoling would be so good. The goddess they were pursuing so hard actually chased after a small disciple from the outer courtyard. Ha ha! Qiu Lingfeng. You are so brave. An inner court disciple sneered and said. And he was the one who accompanied Zi Shaoling to Xingshou village to recruit disciples Li Changkong. Garden after Qiu Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling left Taishan Sword Academy, all the inner courtyard disciples left. It's not that they don't care about Zi Shaoling, but they have plenty of opportunities to deal with Qiu Lingfeng, so there's no need to rush. Besides, if Zi Shaoling sees out such direct revenge on Qiu Lingfeng, how can they survive in Taishan Sword Academy? Zi Shaoling is the daughter of the great elder of Taishan Sword Academy, and her own talent is extremely high. He also has a lot of say in Taishan Sword Academy. As a girl, you can only act stupidly in front of the person you like. For others, her IQ is still at a normal level. If Qiu Lingfeng's revenge was too obvious, Zi Shaoling would definitely guess that it was them. Therefore, these inner court disciples also need to go back and think carefully about how to deal with Qiu Lingfeng so that they will not be discovered by their goddess. Of course, all this was well thought out and seemed to have nothing to do with a certain inner court disciple who had lost his mind. And this inner court disciple is Li Changkong. He couldn't wait to kill Qiu Lingfeng. How could a person from the village be with junior sister Shaoling if he had just awakened his magical talent? Zi Shaoling and Qiu Lingfeng, who were far away, did not know this. The two of them just walked on the street, admiring the night view of Jinlan City. If I remember correctly, there seems to be a newly opened artificial landscape over there. Do you want to go take a look with me first? Zi Shaoling thought for a while and said. Originally, she wanted to take Qiu Lingfeng to watch it together last night. In the end, Qiu Lingfeng almost broke through, but she was frightened. How can you care about this? At that time, she took Qiu Lingfeng and rushed back to Taishan Sword Academy in a hurry. Ah. Qiu Lingfeng nodded. I have to say that life in Jinlan City is much better than in the village. If he could consider taking over Zhang Dainio and Zhangya in the future. Of course, to do this, he still needs to buy a suite in Jinlan City. Every inch of land in Jinlan City is precious. The asking price of the house is 12 per square meter. Now that Qiu Lingfeng couldn't even afford a place to spit, how could he possibly take Zhang Dainio and Zhangya over? When I take on missions to hunt monsters in the future, I'll bring back a few corpses of monsters and sell them for some money. Qiu Lingfeng thought for a while and thought to himself. The corpse of a high-level monster can be sold for a high price. While he was thinking about making money, Zi Shaoling had already brought him to the artificial landscape. This is a World of Warcraft sculpture garden. The carved monsters are so lifelike that when you stand in front of the sculptures, you can feel that the monsters are exhaling their smelly breath towards you. In addition to Qiu Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling, there are many people visiting here. Aren't these Warcraft sculptures too realistic? Qiu Lingfeng looked at these sculptures and said in surprise. I heard that these sculptures were donated to Jinlan City by an artist. Zi Shaoling chuckled and said, it is said that when the city lord saw these sculptures, he almost thought they were real monsters. Is there another story like this? Qiu Lingfeng's eyes lit up and he looked at the monster sculptures in front of him. There are apes, bears, wolves. There are dozens of sculptures, and they are huge in size. And the details are so detailed that you can reach out and touch them. Although there is a cold feeling, there is also an illusion that you are stroking real fur. It has to be said that the authors who carved these sculptures are really ingenious and highly skilled. The prototypes of these sculptures are said to be elite-level monsters. Zi Shaoling continued. The prototypes are all elite monsters? Xiao Lingfeng said in surprise, stretched out a hand and gently touched the neck of a wolf-shaped monster. Sir, please don't touch these sculptures casually to avoid irreversible damage to the sculptures. A woman came over and reminded Xiao Lingfeng. Ahem, sorry. Xiao Lingfeng retracted his hand in embarrassment and said. These sculptures looked so real that he couldn't help but start stroking them. After visiting the sculpture garden, the two went to eat. Well, the location is still at Jin Yun restaurant. However, this time Zi Shaoling did not dare to go directly to the Tianziho private room and order the emperor's set menu like last time. After all, Xiao Lingfeng can't eat high-level monster meat now, because he might break through if he doesn't. Therefore, Zi Shaoling booked a Lingzi-level private room this time, and only dared to order some low-level ingredients to avoid being like last time. When checking out, Zi Shaoling still paid the bill without blinking. Zi Rulong and Taishian Sword Academy looked at the deduction information and twitched the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, this time only a few days' salary is gone. If he wastes half a year's salary like yesterday, he will be in trouble for the next year. Husband, does Linger have someone he likes? The concubine asked softly. Well, he is a child with good talent. If he can be nurtured properly, he will be worthy of Linger. Zi Rulong nodded. He was quite satisfied with Xiao Lingfeng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to let Zi Shaoling go out so easily. When Linger gets married, can you consider giving her a younger brother or sister? The concubine's face turned slightly red and she whispered. Zi Rulong glanced at his concubine and gently rubbed her hair. Didn't Linger accept you a long time ago? Why do you have so many worries? Zi Rulong said. The concubine shook her head slightly and said nothing more. Senior sister, you should go directly to the cafeteria next time. If you keep inviting me like this, I will be embarrassed no matter how thick-skinned you are. While eating, Xiao Lingfeng spoke. Zi Shaoling glanced at Xiao Lingfeng, thought for a while and said, okay, but tomorrow you will be an official inner court disciple. Tomorrow we will go to the inner court disciples' cafeteria to eat together. Ah. Xiao Lingfeng nodded in response. Also, there are several vacant houses next to my house. Let me talk to my dad about letting you live next to my house. Then we will take care of each other. Zi Shaoling hesitated for a moment and continued. Okay. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. The dormitories for disciples in the inner courtyard are different from the multi-person dormitories for disciples in the outer courtyard. The disciples in the inner courtyard all live in single-family buildings, with one person per floor. The treatment is much better than that of the disciples in the outer courtyard. Of course, the inner courtyard disciples will also leave Taishian Sword Academy. Each inner courtyard disciple will only stay in Taishian Sword Academy for 3 years to practice. This is also the reason why the number of disciples in the inner courtyard is less than 1,000, and the disciples in the inner courtyard change faster. Then it's settled, no regrets. Zi Shaoling said with joy on her face. Okay, I get it. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head, a little speechless, and said. Zi Shaoling has said so, is it possible that he can still refuse? After the two of them had eaten and drank enough, they did not rush back to Taishian Sword Academy, but started walking around Jinlan City. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening when the two returned to Taishian Sword Academy together. Junior brother, goodbye, I will cheer for you tomorrow, be sure to live up to your expectations. When they parted, Zi Shaoling said to Xiao Lingfeng. Well, I'll try my best. Goodbye. Xiao Lingfeng waved his hand and said. Before cultivating the star domination body, Xiao Lingfeng might not have had such strong confidence. But now, with his physical strength alone, he can deal with powerful people in the Taoist realm. If he was not sure of getting a good grade, he could just find a piece of tofu and kill him.
Besides, Xiao Lingfeng is not going to fight against the order. Instead, if you compete with a group of people with the same cultivation level, you have a greater chance of winning.
Then, let's say goodbye here, bye good night. Zi Shaoling looked a little reluctant to leave and said. Well, I see, good night. Xiao Lingfeng looked at Zi Shaoling and didn't know what she was thinking right now, so she nodded in confusion.
You should go to bed early and don't affect your performance tomorrow.
Zi Shaoling said, I really have to leave, don't look back, bye.
After saying that, Zi Shaoling turned around and left.
Xiao Lingfeng looked at Zi Shaoling's back, smiled, and walked towards the Bingzhou dormitory building.
Back in the dormitory, there was no one there.
Looking at the few empty seats, Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but sigh.
How Xiao had a broken arm and was destined to only be able to cultivate to the 7th level of the Tongmai realm in this life, and the possibility of entering the Dao spirit realm was slim.
Yi Yuqing and Yi Lian left Taishian Sword Academy because of Xiao Yanner's incident.
If what Yi Lian whispered to him before was true, then Yi Yuqing probably really fell in love with Xiao Yanner. But because of the pressure from his family, he had to end the relationship so hastily, which almost caused a tragedy.
After shaking his head, Xiao Lingfeng went to take a shower and prepare to rest.
Early the next morning, Xiao Lingfeng packed his luggage, threw all the packed things on the ground, and walked towards the cafeteria. As soon as today's points qualifying competition is over, he will be considered an official disciple of the inner courtyard and will have to move to the inner courtyard.
It was really difficult for me to play 9 games yesterday, but now I can play as many games as I want.
Xiao Lingfeng thought silently in his heart. After eating breakfast in the cafeteria, he went to the martial arts arena in the inner courtyard.
Because the communication watch contains details about today's points qualifying match.
So after arriving at the martial arts arena, Xiao Lingfeng saw several other disciples participating in the disciple selection. After several people waited for a while, Mo Qiuying and Wan Linhai arrived late.
On the high platform not far away, 7 elders were sitting there.
Zi Shaoling also came with Zi Rulong after seeing Xiao Lingfeng. She ran down without saying a word, hugged Xiao Lingfeng's arm, and said, Junior brother, did you have a good rest last night?
Ah. Xiao Lingfeng nodded.
Around him, all the male disciples participating in the points qualifying competition looked sideways, with a somewhat sour taste in their eyes. Zi Shaoling ran down from the high platform just now, which shows that her status is definitely not low. To be so close to such a beautiful and well-established senior sister, I can accept a few years off my life.
Junior sister Shaoling, the points qualifying competition is about to begin. Can you and this junior brother catch up with each other for a while? Mo Qiuying came over, smiled at Zi Shaoling, and said. Okay.
Zi Shaoling nodded, let go of Xiao Lingfeng, and said, Junior brother, you must get good grades, and I will cheer you on.
Well, thank you, sister. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and said.
After Zi Shaoling finished speaking, she returned to the high platform.
The other 6 elders also looked at Zi Shaoling with puzzled faces. They didn't understand why Zi Shaoling and an outer courtyard disciple were so unclear. Why did they still ignore it and let Zi Shaoling do whatever she wanted? But this is a family matter after all, so they can't ask too many questions.
Although you have already received the rules for today's points qualifying competition, I still have to repeat them here. Mo Qiuying looked at the 10 disciples who were already in place and said, the rules are the same as yesterday, no weapons can be used and no human life can be hurt. Each battle lasts for 1 minute, and neither side will score points after the timeout. A victory will be worth 1 point, and a loss will not count. Each person has the qualification to challenge the other 9 people, and they will be ranked according to the final score. Those with the same score will advance to a playoff, and the winner will be ranked higher. The most important additional rule is, in this point ranking match, magical talents cannot be used. This last additional rule is obviously used to restrict Xiao Lingfeng and Mo Yanran. After all, both of them have magical talents. If the opponent's actions are restricted, it will basically be a sure win. There were far fewer inner courtyard disciples who came over to watch the battle today, only a few. After all, the points qualifying match is different from yesterday's melee. In the big melee, you can see girls fighting and choking each other at all costs.
The points qualifying competition is all about solo competition, which is really not worth watching. One of the great pleasures in a boy's life is not to watch girls fight and pinch each other. As soon as the points qualifying competition started, Qiu Lingfeng stepped onto the ring.
Mo Yanran, come up here. Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to fight me today? Qiu Lingfeng turned to look at Mo Yanran and said. Don't think you can be better than me. Neither of us can use our magical talents today. Look at my aunt, how I will torture you. Mo Yanran smiled evilly, showed her little tiger teeth, and walked onto the ring. Clang, a bell rang. Qiu Lingfeng used swift shadow step, and spiritual energy burst out from his whole body. He was close to Mo Yanran in the blink of an eye, and then gave a gentle push with his hand. Mo Yanran was pushed off the ring by Qiu Lingfeng. Bang! Mo Yanran fell to the ground, obviously not reacting yet. Then, she looked up blankly and glanced at Qiu Lingfeng on the stage, and the big tears began to well up in her eyes. Sister Yanran, don't cry. It's nothing to lose a game. Mo Qiuying ran over and comforted her cousin.
At the same time, she was also surprised at Qiu Lingfeng's strength. It seemed that Qiu Lingfeng had clearly kept his hand in yesterday's melee. Even she almost didn't react to Qiu Lingfeng's movement just now. And this Qiu Lingfeng doesn't even have spiritual power, he is only at the 8th level of Tongmai realm. One can imagine how terrifying his strength will be when he breaks through to the Dao spirit realm.
Sister, he is cheating. He sneak attacked me. You are about to eliminate him.
Mo Yanran had tears welling up in her eyes, and she pouted and said aggrievedly.
Mo Yanran had never suffered this kind of injustice since she was a child.
She is recognized as the #1 genius of the Mo family. Unexpectedly, she failed miserably in the first points qualifying race today. Where did this make her face?
House Mo Qiuying was still comforting Mo Yanran here, while Zi Shaoling on the high platform looked at Qiu Lingfeng with eyes full of stars.
Dad, look, junior brother, how powerful he is. Even that proud daughter of the Mo family was instantly killed with one move.
Zi Shaoling said proudly towards Zi Rulong. It was as if she was the one who crushed Mo Yanran.
Really good.
Zi Rulong's eyes lit up and he nodded. The speed Qiu Lingfeng had just exploded was already comparable to that of a Daoling's 2nd level warrior. This is simply unbelievable for an 8th level Tongmai realm warrior.
The other elders also cast surprised glances at Qiu Lingfeng.
Obviously, Qiu Lingfeng also made their eyes shine. Next, who's coming? Qiu Lingfeng glanced at the disciples below and said. I'll try. A young man walked onto the ring and said.
His body is very strong, and he seems to have specially trained his body. The physical strength is probably stronger than that of ordinary 8th level Tongmai realm warriors. However, Qiu Lingfeng was not afraid at all. With his star-dominated body, he is 9 times as powerful as a warrior of the same realm. Even if the young man in front of him is an individual cultivator, he cannot compare with him in terms of strength.
Clang, another bell rang. That young man was eliminated instantly. Next, 7 games. Qiu Lingfeng solved it equally easily. 9 games, 9 moves, and it's over. At the elders' table, all the elders could not sit still. With their eyesight, they can naturally see the difference between Qiu Lingfeng and other disciples. I am afraid that Qiu Lingfeng can also fight against a Taoist realm warrior. Such a talent is very terrifying.
You must know that even a warrior with a cracked Dao seed has a strength of 5,000 kilograms, which is far beyond the comparison of a warrior in the Tongmai realm. After finishing 9 battles easily, Qiu Lingfeng sat in the lounge and watched other disciples competing there. Seeing the scenes of other disciples fighting in the ring, Qiu Lingfeng did not forget to cast his eyes aside and look at the crying and aggrieved Mo Yanran.
Okay. He obviously kept his hand.
Because Mo Yanran was still a little girl, Qiu Lingfeng just pushed her down gently. The other disciples, regardless of gender, were all knocked away by his punch.
Why are you still crying? Senior sister Mo, is she particularly difficult to coax? Xiao Lingfeng turned his head that way and said humbly. Mo Yanran glared, and when she finally recovered, she thought of the scene where she was pushed off the ring by Xiao Lingfeng just now. Then the more I thought about it in my head, the angrier and more aggrieved I became, and I succeeded in making myself cry.
Whoa! Mo Yanran burst into tears and her nose turned red from crying. You! Mo Qiueying was also annoyed by Xiao Lingfeng. Why are you coming over here to make such a fuss? She finally managed to coax Mo Yanran, but when Xiao Lingfeng showed up, her coaxing was in vain. Little girl, why are you crying? Isn't it just that you lost once? What is there to cry about? Xiao Lingfeng said speechlessly. You must be cheating. I am recognized as the #1 genius of the Mo family. How could you defeat me with just one move? Mo Yanran cried. Why am I cheating? There are so many elders watching. How can I cheat? Can you give me some advice? Xiao Lingfeng asked. I don't care, you're just cheating. Mo Yanran said. There are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. You always know this, right? Xiao Lingfeng looked at Mo Yanran and said speechlessly. I don't believe it. How can I be worse than you? You are so old and you are still at the 8th level of Tongmai realm. How can you be my opponent? Mo Yanran hummed and said. Hey, let me knock. Do you dare to hum a few times for me? Xiao Lingfeng raised his eyebrows and said somewhat unhappily. Humph. When Mo Yanran heard this, she immediately held her breath and snorted heavily. However, as the humming sounded, a long stream of snot also spurted out from her nose, hanging on her lips. Ha ha ha, Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help laughing when he saw the scene. This little girl is quite interesting. Mo Yanran's face turned red with anxiety, wishing that there was a crack in the ground for her to crawl through. You're annoying. You're cheating. I didn't do anything, why are you bullying me? Ah. Mo Yanran hurriedly covered her face, buried her head and continued to cry loudly. He hated Xiao Lingfeng in his heart. Mo Qiueying was so anxious that she almost vomited blood. Okay, just cry. It doesn't matter if you lose to us. Just don't die in the mouth of the monster outside. Xiao Lingfeng couldn't stand it anymore and walked over. He took out a pack of tissues from his personal space and handed it over. Go away. I hate you so much. Mo Yanran shouted, I want to go home, woo-woo. I don't want to stay in Taishian Sword Academy anymore. Xiao Lingfeng looked at Mo Yanran, dumbfounded. Didn't you just kill this girl instantly? Why are you still crying so hard? Okay, junior brother Qiu, please go aside and rest. Mo Qiueying said weakly. With that said, Mo Qiueying pushed Xiao Lingfeng aside and whispered, it's not that Sister Yanran has never lost since she was a child. It's just that she lost so quickly for the first time, so it's hard to accept it. Junior brother Qiu, for the sake of senior sister, can you stop talking to her for the time being? In case she loses again. Cry. Okay. Xiao Lingfeng didn't know what to say, so he handed the pack of tissues to Mo Qiueying and said, Senior sister, use this piece of paper to wipe her nose bubbles and just hang it on her face. When she comes to her senses, won't she be so embarrassed that she wants to die? Mo Qiueying took the tissue speechlessly and said, Senior sister, thank you for your kindness in advance. You can go to the lounge on the other side to rest. It is good. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and walked to the lounge on the other side. Because Mo Qiueying wanted to coax Mo Yanran, the points ranking competition was completely handed over to Wan Linhai. Xiao Lingfeng felt a little bored watching the fight on the stage. After all, after seeing the fighting scenes of Daoling Realm warriors, Xiao Lingfeng always felt that the battles between Tongmai Realm warriors were just small fights. Although it is exciting, I have seen too much. To be honest, it's still a bit boring. Beep beep. Just when Xiao Lingfeng was bored, the communication watch on his wrist sounded a notification sound. The most beautiful girl in the universe, junior brother, I told my father about your residence. Do you want me to take you to see your new house first? By the way, I'll bring your luggage in from the outer courtyard. Anyway, the points qualifying competition won't end for at least a few hours. Not everyone is like you, punching one person at a time. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the message sent by Zi Xiaoling and was a little moved, but still said hesitantly, "Senior sister, is it really okay for me to leave like this? The most beautiful girl in the universe, senior sister, I'm here to protect you. What are you afraid of? Besides, you've won 9 games. You're already number 1 in the rankings. Is there anything wrong with going to your place now?" "All right." Zi Xiaoling said it all for this reason, so Qiu Lingfeng could only agree. Not to mention, there's really nothing he can do if he stays here. It's better to go and get a place to live, it will save you trouble when the time comes. After following Zi Xiaoling and leaving the martial arts arena early, Qiu Lingfeng returned to the dormitory and took his luggage. Because Qiu Lingfeng kept most of his things in his carry-on space, there was nothing in his backpack. After getting off the dormitory building, Qiu Lingfeng and Zi Xiaoling went to the small building in the inner courtyard together. "That's your house." Zi Xiaoling pointed to a 2-story building and said. "Next to this small building, there is a similar small building next to it. Let me take you to visit first." Zi Xiaoling pulled Qiu Lingfeng into the small building. The area is not small, about square meters. The first floor is the living area such as the living room and kitchen, while the second floor is the training room and bedroom. The decoration style, half traditional and half modern, made Qiu Lingfeng's eyes shine. This kind of dormitory is much more comfortable to live in than the multi-person dormitory in the outer courtyard. The only bad thing is that it seems somewhat deserted. After all, he is the only one in such a big house. The training room in your house charges 1,000 points for half a day and has 4 times the spiritual energy concentration. Zi Xiaoling introduced. Isn't this training room much more expensive than the one in the outer courtyard? Qiu Lingfeng's mouth twitched and he said. In the training room in the outer courtyard, 100 points can be practiced for half a day, which will double the spiritual energy concentration. And the training room in the inner courtyard charges 1,000 points for half a day with 4 times the spiritual energy concentration? Time is money, haven't you heard of this saying? Zi Xiaoling snorted and said. All right, Qiu Lingfeng nodded speechlessly. The house next to it is mine. You can see me as soon as you open the window. How about it? Zi Xiaoling ran to Qiu Lingfeng's bedroom again, opened the window and said. Ahem, very good. Qiu Lingfeng coughed and said awkwardly. Then he put down his luggage and everything, and returned to the martial arts arena with Zi Xiaoling. After returning to the martial arts arena, the disciples were almost done fighting. At the elders' table, the elders looked at Qiu Lingfeng and Zi Xiaoling who had returned. The expressions in their eyes were self-explanatory. At this time, they wished they could have a daughter on the spot, so that they could hang on to a disciple with such potential as Qiu Lingfeng. From Zi Rulong's mouth, they also learned about the horror of Qiu Lingfeng's talent. The cultivation level of the 8th level of Tongmai realm is not outstanding. But he has magical talents. Moreover, Zi Rulong also said that Qiu Lingfeng had only become a warrior for less than 3 months. This means that 3 months has taken an ordinary person several years, which shows how terrifying Qiu Lingfeng's talent in cultivation is. It's a pity that such a genius was kidnapped by the great elder's daughter. An elder beat his chest and stamped his feet. Another hour passed, and the rankings of all the disciples had been sorted out. Qiu Lingfeng is undoubtedly number 1. Mo Yanran's results were somewhat beyond Qiu Lingfeng's expectation. Her results turned out to be number 8. Originally, Qiu Lingfeng thought that Mo Yanran would be able to get into the top 3 this time. She didn't expect her hips to stretch so much this time. She probably cried too much, which affected her performance. Okay. This is Qiu Lingfeng's fault. Then, Qiu Lingfeng received the number 1 reward. A secondary weapon machine gun and rounds of specially made bullets, 5 days of training in the spiritual Qi Pagoda, and disciple points. Looking at this machine gun, Qiu Lingfeng was a little dumbfounded. However, the power of this gun is not weak. Even the 6th level elite monsters can cause damage, and the slave monsters can be killed instantly with 1 shot.
However, Qiu Lingfeng was still not very confident in his sunset red marksmanship, so it would be wise to resell it at the right time. The only thing that Qiu Lingfeng was more concerned about was the points and the 5 days of spiritual energy pagoda training time. Practicing in the Reiki pagoda can make one day worth 30 days. It is the best place to improve your cultivation. The only disadvantage is that it is too expensive. Entering it to practice for half a day requires 100,000 disciple points. It can be said that Qiu Lingfeng earned 1 million points during the 5 days of the number 100 reward. After the rewards for all the disciples were distributed, a group of elders walked down.
Qiu Lingfeng, if you come to my school, I can give you points every month for practice.
The sixth elder opened his mouth to win over. Although Qiu Lingfeng has been designated as the disciple of the great elder, he still has to fight for it. Other elders also offered Qiu Lingfeng good treatment, including providing martial arts skills, exercises, and even various weapons and elixirs. The reason is to accept Qiu Lingfeng as his disciple. Elders, I have decided to become a disciple of the great elder.
I'm sorry.
Qiu Lingfeng hugged his fists and said apologetically. Seeing that they could not accept Qiu Lingfeng, the other elders turned to win over other disciples. After all, there is no need to abandon an entire prairie by holding on to a broken blade of grass.
Although
this little broken grass is really good.
Yes, not bad. Zi Rulong nodded. He himself didn't have much intention of recruiting disciples.
After all, cultivating a Zi Shaoling is enough for him. And he didn't really plan to accept Qiu Lingfeng as his disciple, because he didn't have the ability to guide Qiu Lingfeng. Lingfeng, come with me. Zi Rulong said to Qiu Lingfeng, I'll help you gather your Tao seeds.
With that said, Zi Rulong took Qiu Lingfeng and left the martial arts field. Zi Shaoling also followed.
After arriving at Zi Rulong's retreat room, Zi Rulong asked Qiu Lingfeng to sit on the futon.
Your spiritual energy has been condensed like iron.
When you break through, you will definitely endure severe pain. As soon as I take away the spiritual energy left in your body, you will be unable to control the movement of the spiritual energy. When you can't hold on any longer, you have to tell me and I can use my spiritual power to slow down the speed of your spiritual energy so that you can regain your strength.
Zi Rulong said.
Yes, thank you, great elder.
Qiu Lingfeng nodded.
At the same time, there was an uncontrollable excitement in his heart.
At last.
He is about to start condensing Tao seeds and step into the Tao spirit realm.
As long as the Tao seed is born in the body and possesses spiritual power, his strength will increase exponentially. Hold your breath and concentrate, prepare to break through.
Zi Rulong shouted softly, stretched out his hand to cover Qiu Lingfeng's Tianling cap, and took away the spiritual power used to suppress the spiritual energy in Qiu Lingfeng's body.
Boom! The moment the spiritual power was drained away, Qiu Lingfeng's spiritual energy was like a dam bursting, making a roar.
Then, the spiritual energy in Qiu Lingfeng's body surged like ocean waves, running rapidly through his meridians, and finally merged into his dantian. The concentration of spiritual energy in Qiu Lingfeng's dantian continued to increase, and the spiritual energy in it was also solidifying little by little. Qiu Lingfeng also felt a hint of excitement as his dantian became more and more swollen. As for Qiu Lingfeng's feeling of pain, he didn't feel much pain. It seems that because of his star-dominated body, Qiu Lingfeng's physical fitness is also stronger than that of warriors of the same level. So there was no severe pain as expected. Should cultivate to level 1 as the spiritual energy gradually solidified in the dantian, Qiu Lingfeng's Tao seed began to take shape. It was a round seed the size of a pigeon egg.
The top is as smooth as a mirror, and it is the Tao species without lines.
Boom! As the spiritual energy poured into his dantian, Qiu Lingfeng felt a slight itch coming from his dantian.
Then, a mysterious line appeared on his Tao seed. This means that Qiu Lingfeng's Tao seed has become a first-line Tao seed. Then, the spiritual energy continues to flow into the dantian.
The number of lines on the Tao seeds is also constantly being superimposed, every time a new line appears.
The feeling coming from Qiu Lingfeng's dantian will rise to a higher level.
By the time it reaches the 9 patterns Tao seed, it has become a stinging pain. But it is still within the level that Qiu Lingfeng can accept. Zi Rulong and Zi Shaoling just stayed by Qiu Lingfeng's side, watching him break through, for fear that something would happen to Qiu Lingfeng.
After the Tao seeds are condensed, spiritual power will begin to be derived.
It was also at this time that Qiu Lingfeng began to absorb the spiritual energy from the outside world. Zi Rulong instantly activated the spirit gathering formation in the retreat room, making the concentration of spiritual energy in the retreat room 8 times that of the outside world.
After Qiu Lingfeng absorbs the spiritual energy, he circulates the meridians in his body, and the Tao seed will convert the spiritual energy into spiritual power.
His spiritual power can be controlled by his arms and fingers, which further enhances his combat effectiveness.
The process of breaking through to the Tao spirit realm is undoubtedly a long one.
Fortunately, Zi Rulong's retreat room has 8 times the spiritual energy concentration, which shortens this process by 8 times. But even so, it wasn't until dark that Qiu Lingfeng completely broke through to the first level of Daoling. Feeling the surging spiritual power in his body, Qiu Lingfeng felt that his whole body was full of strength. What's more important is that Qiu Lingfeng's physical strength has reached kilograms.
The spiritual power in the body of a strong person in the Tao spirit realm will strengthen the physical strength.
Even a warrior who has just broken through to the Tao spirit realm will have his physical strength increased to 5,000 kilograms. Qiu Lingfeng slowly exhaled a breath, opened his eyes, and could no longer suppress the joy and excitement in his heart.
Finally, I have become a Taoist realm warrior. Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help shouting.
The Taoist realm is just a small step, so there's no need to be so happy. Zi Rulong poured cold water on it and said, cultivation in the Tao spirit realm pays more attention to the foundation than the Tamai realm.
You must practice well and don't neglect it.
I know, Dad, I will tell my junior brother about you.
I will take him away first.
Zi Shaoling also said happily, pulling Qiu Lingfeng to leave the retreat room. Zi Rulong looked at his daughter dumbfounded, which was somewhat unpleasant.
Go on, I get upset when I see you.
Zi Rulong waved his hand and said helplessly.
Hee, Daddy, you are the best.
Zi Shaoling smiled sweetly, pulled Qiu Lingfeng and ran away.
Senior sister, where are you taking me? Are you taking me to eat again?
Qiu Lingfeng's forehead darkened and he asked speechlessly.
You've already guessed it. It's so boring.
Zi Shaoling stuck out her tongue and said.
We agreed last night that we would eat in the cafeteria and not go out. Qiu Lingfeng said. I see.
Zi Shaoling lowered her head and said. The cafeteria of the disciples in the inner courtyard is obviously much more luxurious than that of the disciples in the outer courtyard.
The meat here is basically the meat of Warcraft.
Of course, the price is also much more expensive. Because he had just received points, Qiu Lingfeng generously took Zi Shaoling to the second floor.
As for the higher floors, Qiu Lingfeng didn't dare to go because he couldn't afford to eat.
After dinner, Qiu Lingfeng inquired with Zi Shaoling about the location of the spiritual energy pagoda, and couldn't wait to go to the spiritual energy pagoda to practice. This cultivator idiot doesn't even know how to play with me when he comes to the inner courtyard. Zi Shaoling stamped her feet dissatisfied, looked at Qiu Lingfeng's back and hummed. When he arrived at the Aura Pagoda, Qiu Lingfeng saw a window selling activation cards outside the tower.
There are many training rooms in the spiritual Qi Pagoda.
After Qiu Lingfeng found an empty training room, he took out a circular activation card and placed it in the activation slot. The training room of the spiritual Qi Pagoda requires such an activation card when used.
An activation card can only be used for 12 hours. It will automatically disappear after the time is up.
Qiu Lingfeng got a total of 10 such activation cards, which happened to be 5 days. The moment the activation card was placed in the activation slot, the runes in the practice room lit up, and rich spiritual energy poured into the practice room. Qiu Lingfeng started to meditate without saying a word.
After 5.5 days, Qiu Lingfeng used up the 5 days of practice. As for why Qiu Lingfeng took 5.5 days to use up the 5 days of practice, stupid. Do you think he doesn't need to eat?
In the extra time, Qiu Lingfeng was either on the way to the canteen or working in the canteen.
Occasionally I take the time to go back to the dormitory and take a shower.
Of course, the results of such practice are also obvious.
3 lines have cracked on Xiao Lingfeng's Tao seed. Every time the Tao seed increases, the physical strength will increase by 100 kilograms. Therefore, Xiao Lingfeng's current physical strength is kilograms. Yes, your strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Xiao Lingfeng is very satisfied with his current strength. Now, he can crush warriors of the same realm or even lower realms than him without any pressure. As for warriors who are higher than him, Xiao Lingfeng didn't dare to fight yet because he was afraid that he would not be able to defeat him. By the way, when I first practiced the burning pulse technique, didn't I say that I could use this martial skill to master a mid-level martial skill? System, where is my mid-level martial skill? Xiao Lingfeng raised his eyebrows and remembered the burning pulse Ju. Without the burning pulse art, he would not be able to practice so fast in the Tongmai realm. Ding dong, does the host spend 100 devouring points to understand the middle-grade martial art Xuanhua technique from the technique burning pulse Ju? So you still need to spend devouring points? That's all, understanding. Xiao Lingfeng thought about it for a while and agreed. 100 devouring points, exchanging it for a mid-level martial skill, doesn't seem to be too much of a loss. Ding dong, the host has comprehended the middle-grade martial art Xuanhua technique and automatically forgotten the middle-grade martial art burning pulse technique. After comprehending the mysterious fire technique, Xiao Lingfeng only had 80 devouring points left. System, let me see how powerful this martial art is. Xiao Lingfeng said excitedly. Ding dong, the host has not mastered the martial art's mysterious fire technique. Do you want to spend 1 devouring points to perfectly master mysterious fire technique? The system suddenly sounded a prompt, which almost made Xiao Lingfeng angry. 10,000 devouring points, but he only mastered a mid-level martial skill? According to the urine properties, 100 swallowing points are charged according to the first floor. Doesn't that mean that this mysterious fire technique has 100 levels? This is simply more outrageous than having a Russian nesting doll inside a Russian nesting doll. Whose kung fu has 100 levels? If you are a man, you have to cultivate to 100 levels? Okay. It seems that there is no need to practice this mysterious fire technique for the time being. I can only wait until I get out of the city and devour some monsters before practicing. Because mysterious fire technique was obtained from the system, he couldn't practice it at all, and could only master it by adding points of devouring points. System, count yourself as ruthless. Xiao Lingfeng gritted his teeth and left the spiritual Qi pagoda. When I walked out, it was already around 8 o'clock in the morning. At this time, the benefits of Xiao Lingfeng's practice of moon will gong became apparent. A full moon hung above his dantian, absorbing spiritual energy at all times and increasing Xiao Lingfeng's cultivation. Although the speed is slow, in the long run, it will also be a very considerable improvement. More importantly, this means that Xiao Lingfeng can consume his spiritual energy in battle and at the same time recover his spiritual energy faster than ordinary people. The reason why Daoling Realm is said to be the threshold of martial arts is also very simple. Because it is only in the Taoist realm that the magic of some martial arts and exercises begins to show. It was also at this time that a new concept emerged among warriors: spiritual attributes. The spiritual energy in heaven and earth all has attributes, but generally the various attributes are balanced, so the shape is stable, and the displayed state is that it has no attributes. In some specific places, the content of a certain attribute may be too high, suppressing other aura attributes, causing the aura to exhibit a single attribute. Since spiritual energy has attributes, the spiritual power transformed from Tao seeds naturally also has attributes. Generally, the Tao seeds in a warrior's body have very balanced attributes, so the displayed form also has no attributes. For example, the Tao seed in Xiao Lingfeng's body is a very common Tao seed without attributes, which can be used to practice martial arts with various attributes. For some warriors, the Tao seed in their bodies can only transform spiritual power of a single attribute, thus making the spiritual power rich in attributes. As for this kind of warrior, if they practice the martial arts and martial arts with corresponding attributes, their power and effect will be much stronger than those of warriors without attributes. But the corresponding price is that you cannot practice martial arts and martial arts with attributes that conflict with it. The effects of other attribute skills and martial arts after training are halved. After leaving the spiritual energy pagoda,
Xiao Lingfeng returned to his small building and took a pleasant bath. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw Zi Shaoling lying on his bed, reading a martial arts book.
Sister, why are you here? You didn't even say hello.
Xiao Lingfeng saw Zi Shaoling lying on his bed, his forehead darkened, and he said speechlessly.
Why is he so handsome? He is somewhat of a germaphobe. It seems that the quilt needs to be washed tonight.
After taking a look at the open window, Xiao Lingfeng knew how Zi Shaoling came in. Because he is adjacent to Zi Shaoling's small building. And he can reach Zi Shaoling as soon as he opens the window.
So Zi Shaoling obviously climbed through the window from her side. What? Don't you welcome me?
Zi Shaoling said dissatisfiedly, you haven't said hello to me these past few days, and you only know how to practice in the spiritual energy pagoda.
Do you still have me as a senior sister in your heart?
Yes, but senior sister, isn't it nice for you to appear in my bedroom like this?
Come on, get up, and let's go down to the living room to chat.
Xiao Lingfeng hurriedly walked over, trying to coax Zi Shaoling out of bed like a child.
I won't. Do you treat me like an outsider?
You haven't played with me in the inner courtyard these days.
You have to make it up to me.
Zi Shaoling snorted, turned around on the bed, and lay on the bed and said. Hiss, Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but take a breath when he saw Zi Shaoling still spinning around on his bed. If it weren't for the fact that Zi Shaoling was still a little girl, he would have flipped the bed over on the spot.
Is my bed yours to sleep in whenever you want? Sister, tell me, how do you want me to compensate you? Xiao Lingfeng said.
If you play with me all day today, I will forgive you.
Zi Shaoling said. Xiao Lingfeng was a little hesitant. He really didn't want to play with Zi Shaoling, in his mind. Cultivation and improving strength are greater than anything else. Only.
It seems that if Xiao Lingfeng doesn't agree now, Zi Shaoling may stay on his bed and refuse to leave.
Okay, senior sister, I will accompany you to play for a day.
Xiao Lingfeng sighed and reluctantly agreed.
That's right. Zi Shaoling was overjoyed when she heard this.
She raised her hands and jumped up from the bed, then quickly threw herself into Xiao Lingfeng's arms.
Zi Shaoling's sudden movement almost knocked Xiao Lingfeng down. Fortunately, Xiao Lingfeng's lower body was stable enough and would not be pushed down by Zi Shaoling's sudden sneak attack. Senior sister, what are you doing?
Xiao Lingfeng looked at Zi Shaoling, who was stabbing him in his arms, speechlessly, and smiled.
Junior brother, were you scared by me just now? Zi Shaoling asked with a sly smile.
No, Xiao Lingfeng said very straightforwardly.
Cut, it's boring. Zi Shaoling pouted and made a dissatisfied sound.
Then she left Xiao Lingfeng's arms, turned around and walked out of the bedroom. Xiao Lingfeng looked at Zi Shaoling, who didn't look back, and followed helplessly.
Sister, where should I go with you? Xiao Lingfeng asked.
Well, yesterday Li Chankong said that a new batch of gambling boxes had arrived at Wanbao Pavilion in Jinlan City. He wanted to invite me to take a look at them today, but I refused.
Zi Shaoling thought for a while and said, Now, junior brother, if you are here, I can ask you to accompany me to go there and have a look, and also have fun by the way. Gambling box? Xiao Lingfeng was speechless. In this world where spiritual energy has revived, is this thing still popular? As you can tell from the name, this gambling box is almost like a blind box. It all depends on luck. Yes, gambling box. Zi Shaoling nodded and said, the gambling box is a gadget issued by Wanbao Pavilion. Each box contains different things. It may contain very ordinary things, or it may contain exercises, martial arts, etc. Last time I opened a second-grade jade earring in the gambling box. Zi Shaoling said, Junior brother, do you want to accompany me there? Xiao Lingfeng touched his chin, nodded and said, then go ahead, I also want to see what the gambling box is.
Seeing that Xiao Lingfeng agreed, Zi Shaoling immediately took Xiao Lingfeng's arm with a smile on her face and dragged him out of the small building.
Xiao Lingfeng was speechless towards the overly enthusiastic Zi Shaoling, but he could only follow. Fortunately, he is now a Taoist realm warrior and can keep up with Zi Shaoling's speed. Otherwise, he would definitely be dragged on the ground by Zi Shaoling now. Xiao Lingfeng couldn't even imagine that scene. So humiliating. Jinlan City, Wanbao Pavilion. Zi Shaoling pulled Xiao Lingfeng here. Wanbao Pavilion is the largest chain store in the world. Basically, there is a Wanbao Pavilion in every major city. The types of goods sold are also very complete. There are spiritual weapons, elixirs, martial arts, exercises, etc., and even magical beasts. Wanbao Pavilion covers a very large area and looks very majestic from the outside. The building has 5 floors. Zi Shaoling took Xiao Lingfeng all the way to the gambling box area on the 3rd floor. There are boxes of all sizes here, and the boxes are covered with runes. People can't detect the smell inside, so they can't judge what the items in the box are. It's really a blind box. Xiao Lingfeng looked at these so-called gambling boxes and thought to himself. These boxes are sold at different prices depending on the items inside and their size. He even seemed to be quite conscientious and put up a sign that listed the things that would be found in the gambling box, but it was very rogue and did not indicate the probabilities. And apart from a few good items, other items that are not valuable at all are all classified as waiting for prizes. Obviously, this gambling box is more rogue than the blind box in the previous life. Junior brother, do you want to buy it? Zi Shaoling pulled Xiao Lingfeng to a gambling box stall and said. Xiao Lingfeng took a look at the prices of the gambling boxes sold at this stall. Good guy, 501. And this is the cheapest stall nearby. I'll buy one. Xiao Lingfeng thought for a while and said. After all, it was just for fun, so he couldn't be too picky. And he was also quite interested in the runes on these gambling boxes. What kind of rune is this? It can actually isolate the breath of the items inside. Generally speaking, high-end weapons, medicinal materials, elixirs, etc. will emit aura that can be noticed by warriors. And this rune can block the spread of breath, which is obviously very advanced. If he could learn it secretly, the 500 yuan spent would not be considered a loss. After randomly buying a gambling box, Xiao Lingfeng held the gambling box and submitted it for appraisal, hoping to identify the level of the runes on the gambling box. A box containing 10 special rifle bullets. Suddenly, the message of the box came to Xiao Lingfeng's mind. Xiao Lingfeng hugged the gambling box with a confused face and had not yet reacted. Wait a moment. Did he identify the items in the gambling box just now? With a dubious attitude, Xiao Lingfeng opened the gambling box. 10 special rifle bullets were arranged messily inside. Hiss, Xiao Lingfeng looked at the 10 bullets and couldn't help but take a breath. Then, he appraised the gambling box Zi Shaoling had just picked. Box containing weapon fragments. As soon as Zi Shaoling paid the money, she couldn't wait to open the box. However, as soon as she opened the box, depression was written all over her face. Because all it contained was a rusty iron sword fragment. Xiao Lingfeng saw clearly from the side. So the identification can also identify what's in the box? Isn't this too cool? Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. This was the first time he discovered that this magical power had such a use. Junior brother, let's go and check out other stalls. After Zi Shaoling opened the iron sword fragment, she threw the gambling box into the trash can and said. Sister, are we leaving like this? Xiao Lingfeng asked doubtfully. Of course, this stall doesn't have any good stuff. I brought you here just as a cushion. You can use up the bad luck first, and then you can definitely make a profit by buying the gambling box. Zi Shaoling nodded seriously and said. No, this thing is called a mat? Xiao Lingfeng said speechlessly. I didn't expect that in this world where spiritual energy is resurrected, there is even the concept of mats. Xiao Lingfeng checked the gambling boxes in this stall and found that there were indeed no good ones. The best one is just pretending to be a practitioner. After leaving this stall with Zi Shaoling came to a much higher-end stall. The gambling boxes here are priced at 3,000 yuan each, and the items inside are more valuable. Xiao Lingfeng used his magical powers to identify these gambling boxes. However, what disappointed him was that the gambling boxes at the stalls here were not even as good as those at the first stall. There is no doubt that the gambling boxes at this stall are very fake.
Senior sister, let's go check out other stalls and don't waste time at this stall.
Xiao Lingfeng said. Okay, then junior brother, which stall do you want to go to? Zi Shaoling nodded and agreed. Go to that one over there.
Xiao Lingfeng glanced around and fixed his gaze on the 5,000 stalls. Among them, there was a gambling box that particularly caught his eye.
A box containing secondary armor equipment also has levels. The average price of second-level equipment on the market is 500 to million. And armor is more expensive than weapons. It is good.
Zi Shaoling nodded and came to the stall with Xiao Lingfeng.
Boss, I want that gambling box. As soon as he came over, Xiao Lingfeng pointed at the gambling box containing the second-level armor. Senior sister, can you help me with this money first?
I don't have that much money, and I will pay it back to you later. While the stall owner was taking the gambling box, Xiao Lingfeng sheepishly whispered to Zi Shaoling on the side.
There's no need. After all, I brought you out today. I'll cover all your expenses.
Zi Shaoling, as wealthy as ever, patted her chest and said. I really answered that sentence. 9 out of 10 Lolita are rich, and one is particularly rich. Zi Shaoling is one of the particularly rich ones.
The stall owner brought the gambling box, and Zi Shaoling also paid the bill for Xiao Lingfeng.
When paying the bill, the stall owner's slightly contemptuous eyes were ignored by Xiao Lingfeng. If he didn't really have any money in his pocket, how could he let Zi Shaoling pay? After taking the gambling box, Xiao Lingfeng broke the runes on it and opened the box. A ray of golden light spurted out from the box, directly drawing the attention of everyone around to Xiao Lingfeng.
Golden legend. I'm knocking. Someone actually exploded with the best? What exactly is this top quality box? Kung Fu? Martial arts? Or other top quality rewards? Others walked towards here and soon surrounded Xiao Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling.
Xiao Lingfeng looked at the golden light gradually disappearing in the box and was very speechless.
He never expected that there was a talisman inside the gambling box. When the box was opened, it would emit a dazzling golden light.
Let everyone else around him notice that he's prescribing something good.
This is equivalent to the lobby announcement when the treasure is shipped in the game.
They all have one purpose, and that is to defraud Krypton.
Look, someone has shipped it, you can smoke it, hurry up and buy it.
After the golden light completely disappeared, the crowd had blocked the stall.
They were eager to know what good stuff Xiao Lingfeng had given out.
Even Zi Shaoling looked at Xiao Lingfeng in shock, never expecting that Xiao Lingfeng would enter the soul and directly draw out the best reward.
As expected of me, I like. Bah, I am optimistic about my junior brother, that's great. This guest, what good thing have you prepared? Why not show it to everyone? The stall owner also came over with a curious look on his face and asked.
If Xiao Lingfeng sells good things here, then more people will come to him to buy gambling boxes in the future. Xiao Lingfeng looked around and knew that it would be difficult to end the game if he didn't take out the armor from the gambling box.
In desperation, Xiao Lingfeng had to take it out.
It's a small shield, and its description comes in the box.
Solid sea shield, second level armor.
After injecting spiritual power, it can transform to the size of a person, and can withstand 10 full blows from a strong person in the 6th realm of Taoism.
Hiss. I knock it, it turns out to be a level 2 solid sea shield. I always thought this reward was fake, but I didn't expect to see it like this today. The clown is actually me, and I actually doubt the authenticity of the gambling box.
The melon-eating crowd suddenly became excited.
Boss, bring me 10 gambling boxes. I'll give you 5 gambling boxes. I'll take 3.
A group of fancy melon eaters had already begun to buy gambling boxes from the stall owner, hoping to gain some exposure to Xiao Lingfeng. As everyone knows, Xiao Lingfeng has already identified the gambling boxes in the entire stall. In this stall, there is only one gambling box with the best quality. All other rewards are losses.
Little brother, I'll give you 300 million for your little shield. Can you sell it to me?
A middle-aged man came out, looked at Xiao Lingfeng and said.
I'll pay 350 million. Sell it to me. a young man said from the side. He was dressed gorgeously, and you could tell he was from a rich family. When Xiao Lingfeng heard what these two people said, his eyes lit up. He looked at the Guhai shield in his hand, raised it high, and said, "The second-level armor, see consolidating shield, can withstand 10 attacks from a strong person in the 6th realm of Daoling. Anyone who is interested can bid here. The starting price is 300 million. The one with the highest bid will get it." The young man who bid 350 million had an obviously dissatisfied expression on his face. But he is also very interested in Gu Haidun. Because Gu Haidun is really worth the price. Especially its properties are also very good. He resisted 10 attacks from a strong man in the 6th level of Daoling. Ordinary secondary armor cannot do this. The most important thing is that the Guhai shield is the top-notch reward of this gambling box. This is also the first time he has seen such a collectible thing. It would be a shame not to buy one. 360. The middle-aged man spoke first. 380 million. The young man glanced at the middle-aged man and called out the price. Giggle, the little lady bids 400 million. A beautiful woman who had been watching the show laughed sweetly and joined the battle. Junior brother, why are you still selling this solid sea shield? This is the best reward. Are you really willing to give it up? Zi Xiaoling's face changed and she whispered, "These people have a higher status than me. Unless my father comes forward, I can't go back on my word. It's useless for me to come here, but senior sister, if you really like this Guai shield, I can compensate you with the best reward of another gambling box later." Xiao Lingfeng blinked at Zi Xiaoling and whispered. What? Listening to Xiao Lingfeng's words, Zi Xiaoling was stunned. Does my junior brother really think that it is so easy to win the best rewards from the gambling box? In the end, Xiao Lingfeng's sea-guarding shield was sold to the young man for 480 million. The person who collects the money is naturally Zi Xiaoling. Don't ask why, it's all because Xiao Lingfeng's communication watch is rubbish. It seems it's time for me to get a new communication watch. Xiao Lingfeng glanced at his gift communication watch and thought silently in his heart. Then, Xiao Lingfeng took Zi Xiaoling to other gambling box stalls. Many people also followed Xiao Lingfeng, hoping to get some of Xiao Lingfeng's luck. After all, luck is so mysterious. What if you get lucky? Xiao Lingfeng walked past several stalls without stopping. Finally, Xiao Lingfeng stopped in front of a stall. 50 yuan each. This is already the top gambling box here. There is a greater chance of getting good things out of it, but the possibility of losses is not small, and if you lose, it will be a huge loss. A box containing level, weapons, boss, I want that box. Xiao Lingfeng stretched out his hand and said. Junior brother, why don't you buy it? Zi Xiaoling's face changed slightly and she said. She didn't feel bad at all about spending her father's money. But as soon as Xiao Lingfeng spent money, she started to feel pain for Xiao Lingfeng. Senior sister, you believe me, this box will definitely bring out good things, please pay. Xiao Lingfeng said confidently. Zi Xiaoling couldn't defeat Xiao Lingfeng and had no choice but to settle the bill. Then, Xiao Lingfeng opened the box with ease. A dazzling golden light burst out from it. Another top-notch item. The other melon eaters couldn't help but take a breath. With such terrible luck, I'm afraid I won't die tomorrow. Even Zi Xiaoling was stunned on the spot, looking at Xiao Lingfeng blankly. Junior brother, how do you know this? Zi Xiaoling was so surprised that she couldn't even speak. I don't know, I always feel like it has something to do with me. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head and started joking. After the golden light of the talisman in the box dissipated, Xiao Lingfeng took out the weapon inside. This is a very delicate-looking red long sword, which goes well with Zi Xiaoling. This sword is called Yen Yen. A level 3 fire attribute weapon. When using this sword to perform fire attribute martial arts, the power of the martial arts will be even more powerful. Sister, I'll give you this sword. Xiao Lingfeng handed over the sword in his hand without thinking. This, how can I want this? A level weapon costs at least tens of millions. No, I can't want it. Zi Xiaoling froze on the spot, shook her head and said. Senior sister, haven't you always said that you should not be treated as an outsider? If you don't accept my sword, don't you think of me as an outsider? Qiu Lingfeng frowned and pretended to be dissatisfied. No, it's not, it's different. Zi Shaoling shook her head. If it's different, just take it. This was originally prepared for you. Qiu Lingfeng forced Yan Yan into Zi Shaoling's hands and said. Zi Shaoling looked at the red sword in her hand and felt moved in her heart. But there were too many people around, and she was embarrassed to show it. Thank you, junior brother. Zi Shaoling said in a mosquito voice. You're welcome, senior sister, you take such good care of me, I will definitely repay you. Qiu Lingfeng smiled and said. Junior brother, let's leave quickly. Zi Shaoling was always afraid that someone would snatch her third-level sword away, so she said. It is a third-level weapon, but it is a weapon that even the strongest in the soul realm will be moved by. It is good. Qiu Lingfeng himself didn't want to stay here any longer. Since Zi Shaoling was leaving, he naturally chose to leave together. Just after Qiu Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling left, more than a dozen people bought a bunch of gambling boxes worth 50 yuan, losing all their money. One even fainted from anger. Dog care, dog care. I realize, that man just now is definitely a trap. Yeah, how can a serious person give out 2 top-quality rewards at once? Refund. Money back. Money back. A group of people who eat melons have started to clamor for refunds from the stall owners because they can't sell good stuff. Qiu Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling knew nothing about what happened in Wanbao Pavilion after they left. Otherwise, the two of them would definitely slip away faster. Junior brother, tell me the truth, do you know what is in those gambling boxes? Seeing that there was no one around, Zi Shaoling hugged Qiu Lingfeng tightly, leaned close to her body and asked in a low voice. How could I possibly know? It's just good luck. How could Qiu Lingfeng tell the truth? Then, why did you win the top prize twice? Zi Shaoling asked. Luck is such a mysterious thing. Qiu Lingfeng said perfunctorily. Then you took me around those stalls before, and finally went to the one with 50 yuan. How could you be lucky? Zi Xiao said vigorously, if you don't tell me the truth, I'll never talk to you again. Qiu Lingfeng turned a deaf ear and continued walking. Zi Shaoling frowned, let go of her hand, and said, I really ignored you. Qiu Lingfeng left without even looking back. Seeing Qiu Lingfeng walking away, Zi Xiao stamped her feet energetically and chased after him. Junior brother, if you don't tell me, I will ignore you. Really, tell me quickly and I'll give you one last chance. This is really the last chance. If you tell me, I won't ignore you. Zi Shaoling circled Qiu Lingfeng, buzzing like a mosquito. Qiu Lingfeng looked at Zi Shaoling funny and said, Senior sister, you told me to ignore me, why are you still talking to me so much? Hearing this, Zi Shaoling raised her eyebrows and said angrily, what do you mean? Do you want me to ignore you? Of course not. Qiu Lingfeng didn't dare to be so stubborn. Then why don't you tell me, do you know what's in those gambling boxes? Zi Shaoling put her hands on her hips and forced him. Qiu Lingfeng felt a headache and had to reply, Senior sister, I am really lucky. I feel that those 2 gambling boxes are destined to me. Don't you even believe me? Zi Shaoling looked at Qiu Lingfeng for a long time and said dubiously, it seems that you are not going to tell the truth to me. Humph, don't expect me to care about you anymore. After saying that, Zi Shaoling walked away quickly without looking back. Qiu Lingfeng looked at Zi Shaoling's leaving figure with some doubts. Could it be that he really did it this time? Should not be Zi Shaoling isn't so narrow-minded. Just because she hid the fact that she had magical powers, Zi Shaoling was angry and ignored her? After shaking his head, Qiu Lingfeng followed behind Zi Shaoling. With Zi Shaoling's cultivation level, she was naturally aware that Qiu Lingfeng was following her. Qiu Lingfeng followed unhurriedly, which also made Zi Shaoling feel confused. Could it be that she really blamed Qiu Lingfeng wrongly this time? Okay. This possibility should be very high, after all, this junior brother of mine seems to have never hidden anything from him. Thinking like this, Zi Shaoling couldn't help but slow down. Xiao Lingfeng walked to Zi Shaoling and said, "Senior sister, why are you walking so slowly? I want you to take care of it. I don't want to care about you now. Let you hide it from me. This is your punishment." Zi Shaoling pretended to be vicious, glared at Xiao Lingfeng, and hummed. Xiao Lingfeng looked at Zi Shaoling dumbfounded. What kind of punishment was this? And as soon as he spoke, didn't Zi Shaoling reply to him? "Then shall we go back now?" Xiao Lingfeng said. "I don't want to talk to you." Zi Shaoling tilted her head and hummed softly. "Do you want to go back now?" Xiao Lingfeng said. With that said, Xiao Lingfeng walked towards the direction of Taishan Sword Academy. "You dare!" Zi Shaoling was anxious and reached out to hold Xiao Lingfeng. "Senior sister, didn't you say you would ignore me? Why are you still stopping me now?" Xiao Lingfeng turned around and said with a half smile. "It's not because you are too bad." Zi Shaoling blushed with embarrassment and shouted, "You promised to play with me all day today. If you dare to go back now, I will be really angry." "Okay, senior sister, where do you want to go now?" Xiao Lingfeng nodded and asked. "Follow me." Zi Shaoling took Xiao Lingfeng and started walking around Jinlan City. Xiao Lingfeng had no choice but to sacrifice his life to accompany his senior sister. The two of them played in Jinlan City until the evening, and then returned to Taishan Sword Academy exhausted. After returning to the inner courtyard, Xiao Lingfeng simply took a shower and lay on the bed with a tired look on his face. "I spent the entire day today hanging out with Zi Shaoling and almost exhausted Xiao Lingfeng to death. Zi Shaoling's energy seemed to be infinite and she didn't know how to rest. Until the two said goodbye just now, Zi Shaoling still looked excited. Fortunately, such a day is only today," Xiao Lingfeng said with a tired look. Then, Xiao Lingfeng fell asleep. However, not long after he fell asleep, he felt someone poked him in the face. "Don't poke me," Xiao Lingfeng said half asleep. However, the next moment, a faint fragrance came from the tip of his nose, which immediately made Xiao Lingfeng's head perk up. Opening his eyes, Xiao Lingfeng clearly saw the scene in the dark room due to night vision. At this time, Zi Shaoling was lying next to his bed, poking his face. "Senior sister? Why are you here?" Xiao Lingfeng almost vomited blood. Now he finally knew why Zi Shaoling let him live next door to her. Because the two small buildings are very close to each other, Zi Shaoling can easily sneak in as long as the window of Xiao Lingfeng's bedroom is opened. "Didn't you agree to stay with me all day today?" Zi Shaoling seemed to be complaining and said in a resentful tone. "No, didn't we say goodbye just now?" Xiao Lingfeng said speechlessly, "Senior sister, I have been with you for so long, can you just let me have a good rest now?" "No. If you really want to rest, tell me quickly. Do you really know what's in the gambling box?" Zi Shaoling said. Xiao Lingfeng looked at Zi Shaoling and said speechlessly, "Senior sister, there are runes on those gambling boxes. How could I possibly know what's inside? I'm really lucky. If you don't believe it, just give Yin Yen back to me." "Humph. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about taking back the things you gave me." Zi Shaoling hummed slightly and said. "I said, senior sister, can you go back to your room this late at night? It will not be good for your reputation if word spreads that a man and a woman are alone in the same room late at night." Xiao Lingfeng was really sleepy and said with squinted eyes. "Don't worry, I have driven all the disciples in the inner courtyard around here to live elsewhere. No one will find out." Zi Shaoling patted her small chest and assured. Puff, Xiao Lingfeng was completely speechless. If Zi Shaoling does this, it will be easier for others to suspect. "Senior sister, I'm really sleepy. Just let me rest for a while, okay?" Xiao Lingfeng said patiently. "No," Zi Shaoling said. "If you keep doing this, I will move away." Xiao Lingfeng buried his head in the quilt and said. "You can't move. As long as I tell my father, you can never change the house." Zi Shaoling snorted and said. Then, Zi Shaoling shook Xiao Lingfeng and said, junior brother, come quickly and play with me, senior sister. What fun can there be at night?" Xiao Lingfeng got out of the quilt speechlessly and said. He was really afraid of Zi Shaoling. If he had known earlier, he would not have agreed to Zi Shaoling playing with her today. Unexpectedly, it was already evening and Zi Shaoling was still pestering him. Well, we can go out and watch the stars together. Zi Shaoling thought for a moment, pointed outside and said. Okay, yawn. Xiao Lingfeng got up from the bed with a yawn and went out with Zi Shaoling. Because the disciple building in the inner courtyard has a rooftop, the two of them came to the rooftop together. Wait for me here. After Zi Shaoling finished speaking, she jumped back to the rooftop on her side, obviously going down to get something. Not long after, Zi Shaoling brought up a mat and spread it on Xiao Lingfeng's rooftop. Sit down. Zi Shaoling patted the mat and said to Xiao Lingfeng. Ah. Xiao Lingfeng nodded, took off his shoes, and sat cross-legged. Zi Shaoling was also sitting on the mat, looking up at the night sky. Hey, junior brother, do you think there are so many stars tonight? Zi Shaoling looked at the stars and said. However, there was no response from Xiao Lingfeng, and Zi Shaoling turned her head in confusion. I don't know when Xiao Lingfeng started lying on the mat and fell asleep. Humph. Zi Shaoling snorted dissatisfied and slapped Xiao Lingfeng awake. What's wrong? Senior sister? Xiao Lingfeng said confusedly. I asked you to come up here to watch the stars with me, why did you still fall asleep? Zi Shaoling asked. Ahem, I'm watching. I'm watching. Xiao Lingfeng said with a guilty conscience. Get up quickly. Zi Shaoling pulled Xiao Lingfeng and said. Aha! Xiao Lingfeng climbed up helplessly and looked at the stars and the moon with her. What's so interesting about this? Xiao Lingfeng was speechless, but he didn't say it directly, otherwise Zi Shaoling might run away on the spot. The two of them looked at each other like this for a while, and suddenly a wisp of breeze passed by. Zi Shaoling glanced at Xiao Lingfeng beside her with a reddish face and said, Junior brother, do you feel it's a bit cold now? Cold? Senior sister, if you feel cold, let's go down now. Xiao Lingfeng's eyes lit up, he suddenly became energetic and said. Zi Shaoling was almost not offended by Xiao Lingfeng. No, I said you have to stay with me today and you can't go down. Zi Shaoling said firmly. Okay. Xiao Lingfeng nodded helplessly and stayed on the rooftop with Zi Shaoling. On the way, Xiao Lingfeng glanced at Zi Shaoling, who seemed really cold, and said, Senior sister, how about I go down and get a blanket to cover you? It is good. Zi Shaoling nodded. After getting Zi Shaoling's permission, Xiao Lingfeng went down to get the blanket. After getting the blanket, Xiao Lingfeng covered Zi Shaoling's body. Junior brother, be careful not to catch a cold. Let's cover this blanket together. Zi Shaoling covered herself with a blanket, opened a corner and said to Xiao Lingfeng. It's okay, senior sister, I'm not cold. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head and said righteously. No, what if you catch a cold? Zi Shaoling raised her eyebrows and said. But I am a Taoist realm warrior, how could I catch cold so easily? Xiao Lingfeng explained quietly. However, as he spoke, Xiao Lingfeng fell silent. Because Zi Shaoling's eyes were so fierce. In order not to get into trouble with this ant, Xiao Lingfeng could only huddle under a blanket with Zi Shaoling. Let me tell you first, you can't mess with me. Zi Shaoling leaned against Xiao Lingfeng and said. Don't worry, sister. Xiao Lingfeng said weakly as his eyelids almost started to fight. After a while, Xiao Lingfeng felt as if his eyelids were filled with lead, as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't open them no matter what. Xiao Lingfeng tilted his head and fell asleep against Zi Shaoling's shoulder. Junior brother? Junior brother? When Xiao Lingfeng's head leaned over, Zi Shaoling's face turned red and she shouted a few words in a low voice. However, after discovering that Xiao Lingfeng was asleep again, he couldn't help but angrily wanted to wake Xiao Lingfeng up. However, looking at Xiao Lingfeng who looked tired, Zi Shaoling still endured it and just let Xiao Lingfeng fall asleep. Forget it, I'll take advantage of you today. I'll settle the score with you later. Zi Shaoling snorted and looked at Xiao Lingfeng, who was sleeping next to her. After a while, Xiao Lingfeng's hands wrapped around Zi Shaoling's slender waist and she fell onto the mat.
Zi Xiaoling's face turned red with embarrassment, but she was afraid that Xiao Lingfeng would find the ambiguous posture between the two when she woke up, so she could only endure it. Zi Xiaoling moved her body and changed into a slightly more comfortable position. After covering herself and Xiao Lingfeng with a blanket, she also fell asleep. After playing for a day, she was quite tired. After being held in Xiao Lingfeng's arms, she felt sleepy. Anyway, Xiao Lingfeng was asleep now, so she might as well sleep here. In his sleep, Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but hug Zi Xiaoling tightly. Zi Xiaoling's delicate body trembled slightly, but she didn't resist. Instead, she lowered her head shyly, feeling that her cheeks were extremely hot. Dark clouds gradually covered the starry sky, and Zi Xiaoling lay in Xiao Lingfeng's arms and gradually fell asleep. I don't know how long it took. Tick. There was a sound of raindrops hitting the ground. Immediately after, clap la la la, it was pouring rain in the sky. The two people who were sleeping woke up instantly. Senior sister, why didn't you say anything when it started raining? Xiao Lingfeng quickly climbed up from the mat and said. How dare you say that I let you sleep secretly? Zi Xiaoling said with a blushing face. Xiao Lingfeng obviously hadn't realized that he was holding Zi Xiaoling when he woke up just now, and Zi Xiaoling would definitely not tell this. We'd better get down quickly, Xiao Lingfeng said. The two of them just held the blanket, ran down the rooftop, and closed the door. After arriving on the second floor, Xiao Lingfeng turned on the light. At this time, the clothes on his body were already wet, and Zi Xiaoling was almost the same. The rain soaked her clothes, outlining Zi Xiaoling's green and tender figure. Senior sister, do you want to take a shower now? Xiao Lingfeng glanced at Zi Xiaoling, then looked away and said. I'm almost a drowned rat. Do you want me to? Zi Xiaoling said with a grimace. Just now she was having a dream that made her blush and shy, but she didn't expect it to be interrupted by rain the next moment. Communication watch because it was raining heavily outside, Zi Xiaoling took a shower at Xiao Lingfeng's place as an excuse. But because she didn't bring any clothes, Zi Xiaoling and Xiao Lingfeng borrowed another set of clothes. Anyway, disciples' clothing is the same regardless of men's or women's styles. The only difference is the size. Junior brother, you must not peek. Zi Xiaoling looked at Xiao Lingfeng warily and said. When Xiao Lingfeng heard this, his forehead darkened and he said, Sister, who do you think I am? If you are worried, I will go down now. That's not necessary. Anyway, just don't peek. After Zi Xiaoling finished speaking, she carried her clothes into the bathroom. Xiao Lingfeng saw that the door was not closed tightly, so he closed the door for her. Then, Xiao Lingfeng went downstairs, took off his clothes, and started to wipe his body with a towel. Xiao Lingfeng looked down at his body. Although he looked a little thin after putting on clothes, he was actually full of strength and his muscle lines were clearly visible. And this is mostly due to Xiao Lingfeng's predecessor. Before Xiao Lingfeng traveled through time, the owner of his body was almost ready to awaken as a warrior. His physique is already top-notch among ordinary people. And his body is also the result of the accumulated training of his predecessor. Perhaps it's also because his parents in his previous life were both warriors, so he has good genes. After drying his body, Xiao Lingfeng put on a set of clean clothes. Because the inner court disciples' clothes were not enough, Xiao Lingfeng put on the outer court disciples' clothes. From a distance, the clothing of the disciples in the outer courtyard and the inner courtyard do not look much different. But look closely and you can see the difference between the two. The clothes of the disciples in the inner courtyard are obviously more exquisite and made of better materials. Their defensive power is even close to that of first-level armor. They may be able to save their lives at a critical moment. After Zi Xiaoling finished taking a bath, Xiao Lingfeng returned to the second floor. Zi Xiaoling walked out of the bathroom while wiping her hair. Xiao Lingfeng's clothes were obviously much bigger on her body, making Zi Xiaoling, who was already petite, look even smaller. Junior brother, what time is it now? Zi Xiaoling asked. Hearing this, Xiao Lingfeng glanced at his watch and said, It's almost 7 in the morning. Oh. Zi Xiaoling nodded and said, Then do you want breakfast? I'll have it delivered. Can you still deliver breakfast? Xiao Lingfeng said in surprise. Yes, you can place an order through the communication watch, but there will be an extra delivery fee of points.
Zi Shaoling nodded and said. Why didn't I find it? Xiao Lingfeng looked at his communication watch in confusion and asked.
He has been looking around 3 times, but he didn't see anywhere where he could order takeout.
Oh, I forgot.
Junior brother, your communication watch is just a basic model and does not have these functions.
Zi Shaoling suddenly remembered that Xiao Lingfeng's communication watch was just a gift and said.
So that's how it is. Xiao Lingfeng nodded, feeling more and more that he needed to change his communication watch. There is no way this gift communication watch, not to mention its functions, becomes an ordinary watch after leaving Jinlan City. I happen to have a communication watch over there that I replaced a while ago.
Junior brother, if you don't mind it, I can give it to you. Zi Shaoling said again. Really?
Xiao Lingfeng's eyes lit up and he asked.
A communication watch with multiple functions is not cheap. It costs more than 100 million to buy it from outside. Even in Taishian Sword Academy, it still requires points. Well, don't be embarrassed. You gave me a level 3 weapon. You can just ask me to buy you a new communication watch.
Zi Shaoling patted her chest and said. Because she was wearing Xiao Lingfeng's clothes, she originally looked a little empty, but now she was even more photographed.
Hiss.
This situation made Xiao Lingfeng suspicious for a while. It was swollen from being photographed by herself.
Then, Zi Shaoling ordered 2 set meals.
Not long after, a disciple braved the pouring rain and delivered a hot meal.
Remember to give me a 5-star review, dear.
When Xiao Lingfeng took the takeaway, the disciple showed his big white teeth and said,
Thank you.
Xiao Lingfeng thanked him and then went back to eat with Zi Shaoling.
After breakfast, the 2 of them stayed in the living room on the first floor watching TV. That's right, the inner courtyard disciples' dormitories are also equipped with TVs.
But it's chargeable, 10 points per hour. Originally, Xiao Lingfeng wanted to practice hard, but he couldn't resist Zi Shaoling, so he had to accompany her to watch TV here. It wasn't until noon that the rain stopped and the sky cleared up briefly.
Zi Shaoling also took this opportunity to return to her dormitory and brought the communication watch she used before.
I have to say that Zi Shaoling's communication watch has really many functions. It is much more advanced than Xiao Lingfeng's gift communication watch, which only allows payment and text messaging. Not only is it a color high-definition screen, but it also has a series of various functions such as photo and video functions.
Moreover, Zi Shaoling has good usage habits.
Except for a few slight scratches on the surface of the communication watch, it is basically the same as a brand new one.
Hiss. Senior sister, you spent a lot of points on buying this communication watch, right? Xiao Lingfeng took a breath and asked. Not much, just 26 points.
Zi Shaoling recalled it and said, Stop talking about this, just put it on and try it.
Ah.
Xiao Lingfeng took off his communication watch and put on the communication watch Zi Shaoling gave him. What is more surprising is that the color of this communication watch is white and pink.
But Xiao Lingfeng didn't care. Pink is a fierce and male color.
After putting on this communication watch, Xiao Lingfeng logged in his information. At the same time, the screen of his previous communication watch also popped up asking whether to unbind.
The answer is undoubtedly that Xiao Lingfeng will definitely choose to untie. Junior brother, do you want me to change the color for you? Zi Shaoling asked.
Does it cost money to change the color?
Xiao Lingfeng said.
Well, it's quite cheap to replace the case and strap.
It only costs points. Zi Shaoling nodded and said. Hey, let's forget it then. Xiao Lingfeng coughed and said, I think this color is pretty good now. Okay then. Zi Shaoling nodded. Then, Xiao Lingfeng started tinkering with his new watch. Because it is a watch used by Zi Shaoling, the screensaver and wallpaper of this watch are Zi Shaoling's selfies. There are even a bunch of photos of Zi Shaoling in the album. You must not delete these photos, do you understand?
When Zi Shaoling saw Xiao Lingfeng click on the photo album, she felt a little shy and said with a slight blush on her face.
It is good. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. Because he is unlikely to use these functions, it doesn't matter to him to keep Zi Xiaoling's photo. What's more, this is Zi Xiaoling's watch. After getting familiar with the new communication watch, Xiao Lingfeng discovered that his communication watch had no signal. Senior sister, why does my communication watch have no signal? Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but said doubtfully. Logically speaking, except for some extreme areas where there is no network, this communication watch has network in other places. Why does it still show that there is no network connection? Oh, I forgot to tell you, your communication watch was connected to the Academy's intranet before, so there was no signal after leaving Taishan Sword Academy. Zi Xiaoling explained, the intranet of this college is free and open, but these communication watches are different and use the global network, so you need to pay an internet fee of 5,000 yuan per month, or you can choose to use disciple points to pay the internet fee. So it is. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. He was now a millionaire. Following Zi Xiaoling's prompts, he paid the internet fee. Okay. I have to say that internet access in this world is really expensive. 5,000 a month is a fee that few in Xingqiu village can afford to waste. For the next time, Xiao Lingfeng spent time watching TV with Zi Xiaoling. It wasn't until night that Zi Xiaoling reluctantly left. Seeing Zi Xiaoling leave, Xiao Lingfeng also exhaled. This difficult little senior sister finally left. The weather will be good in the next few days. Let's take this opportunity to go back to Xingmori village. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the weather forecast and thought to himself. He did not forget that he still had the fairy cream in his hand, which was what he wanted to give to Zhangya. With the Xianyan cream, Zhangya may be able to get out of the shadows and regain her confidence. Then, Xiao Lingfeng planned his itinerary. If he relied on his legs alone, it would take him at least half a month to return to the village. Obviously, Xiao Lingfeng would not be stupid enough to walk back. As for the leased warcraft, he didn't even have to think about it. Because Xiao Lingfeng didn't have a beast control certificate at all, he couldn't rent a monster, and even if he rented it, he wouldn't be able to control it. Earth monsters are different from ordinary horses. Their destructive power is not at the same level. Without professional and systematic training, a tiny movement can cause the earth monster to lose control and cause a catastrophe. Hiss. Why is it a problem to go back? Xiao Lingfeng scratched his head and ears anxiously. There was no other way. Xiao Lingfeng had no choice but to ask Zi Xiaoling for advice. Sister, are you asleep? After some hesitation, Xiao Lingfeng sent a text message. The most beautiful girl in the universe, no, I just took a shower. Junior brother, what do you want from me? You want to ask me to see the stars, right? Sister, why are you thinking about looking at the stars? Xiao Lingfeng thought speechlessly and replied at the same time, it's like this, senior sister, I want to go back to Xingmori village now. If I just walk, it will take me at least half a month to get back. Apart from renting the magic beast, is there any way you can help me get back quickly? After a while, a reply came from Zi Xiaoling, I've asked around. There will be an escort team passing through the Bailin Mountains the day after tomorrow. You can just go with the escort team. I have already contacted you. All you need to do is go to the West City Gate to meet up with the escort team the day after tomorrow morning. The Bailin Mountains are the mountains connected to the Dark Forest. If he were to walk to Xingqiu village in the Bailin Mountains, with his current strength, he could pass through the Dark Forest in half a day. Thank you, senior sister. Xiao Lingfeng replied excitedly. Zi Xiaoling is truly worthy of being the little princess of Taishan Sword Academy. So far, all Xiao Lingfeng's problems are nothing to her. The most beautiful girl in the universe, it's just a small thing. By the way, junior brother, I have one more thing to inform you. Xiao Lingfeng looked at this message with some confusion. He didn't understand what was going on, but he actually asked Zi Xiaoling to say the word notice. I will also follow the escort team and return to the village with you. After seeing the message from Zi Xiaoling, Xiao Lingfeng finally knew why Zi Xiaoling said the word notice. Obviously, Zi Xiaoling couldn't tolerate Xiao Lingfeng's rejection. If he had to refuse, he probably wouldn't want to go back with the escort team. Okay, I know. But senior sister, why do you want to go back with me? Xiao Lingfeng asked puzzledly.
Because I didn't have enough fun last time I went to Xingmori village, so you have to play with me properly this time.
Zi Shaoling said.
The last time she went to Xingshou village, she had a mission, and the senior sister who led the team was still senior sister Song, so it was not her turn to make the decision. It can be said that Zi Shaoling didn't get to play it at all last time. However, when Xiao Lingfeng saw this news, he was very speechless.
Knew it. My senior sister's head is full of fun. After talking to Zi Shaoling, Xiao Lingfeng was ready to rest. After sleeping until early in the morning, Xiao Lingfeng ordered breakfast after a simple wash. After eating breakfast, Xiao Lingfeng went into the training room. Not long after Xiao Lingfeng entered the training room, Zi Shaoling climbed through the window and slipped into Xiao Lingfeng's bedroom.
Originally she ran over to give Xiao Lingfeng a surprise, but after seeing the empty bed, Zi Shaoling looked for Xiao Lingfeng in the dormitory. When she found out that Xiao Lingfeng was actually in the training room, she couldn't help but snorted angrily. My junior brother is good at everything, but he always thinks about hiding and practicing. But it's no wonder that his cultivation has progressed so quickly. You obviously practice Moon Wukong like me, and you can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to increase your cultivation level without any special practice. Why do you still love staying in the practice room so much? Zi Shaoling stood outside the training room and muttered in confusion with her eyebrows furrowed. Then, Zi Shaoling quietly opened the door of the training room. A stream of pure spiritual energy leaked out along the crack of the door. Then, Zi Shaoling dodged and slipped into the practice room. Xiao Lingfeng, who was immersed in practice, obviously didn't realize that Zi Shaoling had come in and was still practicing with his eyes closed. Zi Shaoling hugged her knees and sat face to face with Xiao Lingfeng, holding her cheeks in her little hands, watching Xiao Lingfeng practice. Humph, you leave such a beautiful senior sister alone and only focus on your own cultivation. You, junior fellow apprentice, are so heartless. It's a shame that I treat you so well. Looking at Xiao Lingfeng, Zi Shaoling couldn't help but complain in a low voice. According to the current speed of cultivation, it will take at least a month before the Tao seed can cultivate the fourth crack. This speed is still too slow. Suddenly, Xiao Lingfeng, who was practicing with his eyes closed, began to mutter to himself. Zi Shaoling, who was sitting opposite Xiao Lingfeng, was stunned, her big eyes full of shock. She seemed to have heard something terrible just now. Xiao Lingfeng's Tao seed has been divided into 3 parts now? This cultivation speed is too terrifying. Then, Xiao Lingfeng opened his eyes. When he found Zi Shaoling sitting in front of him, he was startled at first, then he covered his heart and said speechlessly, "Senior sister, when did you come in? You almost scared me to death by not saying a word. Your Taoism has been split into 3 parts now?" Zi Shaoling asked. You heard everything. Xiao Lingfeng's head felt heavy and he could only nod his head and said, "Yes, I am already a 3rd-level Taoist."
Why don't you tell me about such an important thing? Zi Shaoling asked.
What's there to say? Xiao Lingfeng said softly.
In his opinion, why should he talk so loudly about where his cultivation level is? What good is it if everyone knows about it?
Especially ordinary people like Xiao Lingfeng, who don't even dare to fight beyond the level, and only dare to bully warriors of the same realm.
It's only 9 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Lingfeng looked down at his watch and said, "Senior sister, why are you here so early? My training room has just been opened. The most beautiful girl in the universe will transfer you disciple points." Is that enough? Zi Shaoling said. Come on, come play with me. With that said, Zi Shaoling pulled Xiao Lingfeng and continued, "Anyway, you practice Yuelu Gong like me. You can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to practice without special practice. Why do you have to stay in the practice room?" Okay.
Xiao Lingfeng felt a headache and could only leave the training room with Zi Shaoling. After playing with Zi Shaoling for another whole day, Xiao Lingfeng lay back on the bed with a tired look on his face. The only thing he was thankful for was that Zi Shaoling finally didn't sneak into his bedroom tonight. Let him have a rare peaceful sleep.
The next day, it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning.
Zi Shaoling and Xiao Lingfeng came to the west gate of Jinlan City together.
At the west city gate, you can see a group of people going through the procedures for leaving the city. They are the people from the Jinlan City Escort Bureau. Because the application requirements for escorts in the escort agency are not high, as long as they have a cultivation level of Tonmai realm or above. Therefore, you can often see escort personnel going through the procedures for leaving the city at the city gate. Because this profession is very dangerous, the salary of an escort is not low. Basically, you can get tens of thousands of dollars for one escort. The two walked over. Who is the head escort, Wang? Zi Shaoling looked at the escort team members and asked. I am. Are you two disciples from the inner courtyard of Taishian Sword Academy who want to accompany you this time? A middle-aged man with a beard and a heroic face walked over, looked at Xiu Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling and asked. The moment she saw the escort, Zi Shaoling's eyes lit up. She didn't expect that escort 1 was quite handsome. But, compared to his junior brother, he seems to be a little less interesting. Ah. Zi Shaoling nodded. One price, 20 million. Wang Biao said. It is good. Zi Shaoling transferred the money without saying a word. After the bodyguards with Tongmai realm cultivation completed the procedures for leaving the city, the bodyguard team sorted out their supplies and left the city. During this period, Xiu Lingfeng also used his magical power to check the cultivation of some bodyguards who were above the Tongmai realm. As a bodyguard in the Tongmai realm, he can now tell his specific cultivation level at a glance. As a Taoist realm warrior, he is more sensitive to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With just one glance, Xiu Lingfeng could see where the meridians in a Tongmai realm warrior's body were penetrated by spiritual energy. But for Daoling realm warriors, he still couldn't tell. Only by using the magical power of identification can he know the specific cultivation level. There are 30 escorts in this escort team. There are 20 Tongmai realm bodyguards, and the rest are Daoling realm warriors. Among them, Wang Biao is undoubtedly the most powerful. He is a powerful person in the 5th realm of Taoism. He has even formed a Taoist flower. The practice of Dao Lei realm is to nurture Dao buds on Dao trees into Dao flowers. This process may fail. A Tao seed can only have a few Tao buds depending on how many lines it has. The 5th realm of Dao Ling is indeed powerful. After Qiu Lingfeng saw the cultivation strength of Wang Biao, he couldn't help but secretly said in shock. What intrigued Qiu Lingfeng the most was the group of people who also followed the escort team. The 9 warriors of the 2nd realm of Taoism have 5 earthly monsters. Only the earth monster in the middle has a sedan chair, and a powerful Taoist realm man is responsible for controlling the earth monster. The other 8 Dao spirit realm experts controlled the other 4 earthly demonic beasts to move around the middle earthly demonic beast. What surprised Qiu Lingfeng even more was that the person sitting in this sedan chair turned out to be a frail young man with no cultivation. Senior sister, do you know the group of people behind? Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but ask. The only ones who can dispatch such a large formation to accompany them are probably the disciples of the big families. I don't know him. He looks very familiar. He should be someone from other towns. But with so many Taoist realm experts accompanying him, his status is certainly not low. Zi Shaoling shook her head. Xiu Lingfeng nodded, wanting to look back at the young man in the sedan. However, he was stopped by the eyes of a powerful Taoist realm man. Xiu Lingfeng withdrew his gaze in embarrassment. When passing by the Kanglan Mountains, Xiu Lingfeng seemed to have remembered something and asked Zi Shaoling, Senior sister, I want to ask you about Dao fruit. Dao Gua? Why do you ask? Zi Shaoling frowned slightly and asked doubtfully. That's it, can the Tao fruit in the body of a Tao fruit realm warrior be refined by others to increase his cultivation level? Xiu Lingfeng looked around and asked in a low voice. Of course you can. The Dao fruit is made of pure spiritual power. After refining, it will indeed greatly improve your cultivation. Why do you ask? Zi Shaoling said doubtfully. Also, senior sister, is the powdered Dao fruit used to distinguish the quality of Dao fruit? Xiu Lingfeng continued to ask. Senior brother, after Zi Shaoling was silent for a while, she said, You ask this, do you have a Fenpin Dao fruit in your hand? Ahem, how is this possible? How could I have such a thing? Why do you ask this, senior sister?
Xiao Lingfeng said awkwardly. It was also when he was passing by the Kanglan Mountains that he suddenly remembered the pink Dao fruit given to him by the mysterious woman. And he also felt that it was better not to expose this kind of thing. After all, in Xiao Lingfeng's view, something like Dao fruit cannot be taken out in a fair and open manner.
Who in their right mind would ask this?
Zi Shaoling snorted and said, the market price of one Fenpendeo fruit is as high as 30 billion.
Senior sister, can this kind of thing be traded on the surface? Xiao Lingfeng asked in surprise.
Of course. As long as you don't kill someone to steal the Tao fruit, it can be circulated normally on the market.
Zi Shaoling's words were astonishing and continued, Dao fruit is divided into 5 grades according to color: jade, green, pink, red, and purple. The darker the color, the more spiritual power it contains, and the higher the price. There are many Dao fruit realm warriors who are living in embarrassment and choose to pick the ripe Dao fruits from their own Dao trees and sell them to use them to make a living. At night sell your own Dao fruit?
Xiao Lingfeng was completely refreshed and said in surprise. The Fenpen Dao fruit, which he originally thought was a bit unlucky, turned out to be so fragrant. The mysterious woman gave him 30 billion without blinking an eye.
What does it mean to be a real rich woman?
That's.
Yes, there are even many warriors who specialize in this.
There is also a special term called Daiyun Master, which means to cultivate Tao seeds on behalf of others. Zi Shaoling nodded and said, however, although Daiyun's Dao fruit can be circulated on the market, the official does not actually encourage this behavior because it is suspected of objectifying warriors, and some warriors may even be coerced into selling their own Dao fruit.
Xiao Lingfeng nodded.
Although refining other people's Dao fruit can quickly increase your cultivation level, it also has side effects. Other people's Taoist fruits belong to others and are not cultivated by oneself, so it takes a long time to stabilize one's cultivation.
Zi Shaoling said, Junior brother, if you really have the Dao fruit, I recommend you to sell it. Don't refine it well. Yes, I understand. Xiao Lingfeng nodded, having made up his mind. System, let me ask you, if I use you to swallow the Dao fruit, will there be any side effects?
Xiao Lingfeng asked the system suspiciously. Ding dong, after using the system to swallow the Dao fruit, there will be no side effects, and there is a probability of obtaining the martial arts skills mastered by the original owner of the Dao fruit.
The system responded quickly. Xiao Lingfeng's eyes lit up.
He didn't expect that the system was so powerful. After he swallows the Tao fruit, not only does it have no side effects, but it also gives him a chance to obtain the martial arts and techniques mastered by the original owner of the Tao seed. In this case, system, swallow up the pink Taoist fruit in the portable space for me. Xiao Lingfeng thought silently in his heart. Ding dong, the host successfully swallowed a powdery Dao fruit. The host masters the top-grade water attribute skill, Qingyuan Gong. In just an instant, 5 more cracks appeared in the Tao seed in Xiao Lingfeng's body, making him a warrior with 8 cracks in the Tao seed. The powdered Dao fruit embodies the spiritual power and cultivation of a Dao fruit realm warrior.
For the current Xiao Lingfeng, the improvement is naturally huge. Kung Fu, Qingyuan Kung Fu grade, top grade attribute, water description. After practicing this technique, your spiritual power reserves will be greatly increased and you will have more lasting combat effectiveness. The disadvantage is that your promotion speed will be slower. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the description of Qingyuan Gong and nodded slightly. Logically speaking, the pink-grade Dao fruit he swallowed would have allowed him to directly become a Dao root realm warrior.
But because of this technique, it becomes more difficult for Xiao Lingfeng to advance.
That's why he is only at the 8 levels of Dao Zhong.
However, Xiao Lingfeng is very satisfied with this kind of improvement. Along the way, relying on the speed of the Earth Warcraft, the escort team escaped many troubles and avoided many unnecessary battles.
It wasn't until night that everyone stopped. You two can live in the same tent, it's not enough.
After eating and drinking, Wang Biao turned to Xiao Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling and said,
Well.
Xiao Lingfeng nodded awkwardly.
Zi Shaoling didn't pay too much attention to it.
Anyway, it was not like she had never slept with Xiao Lingfeng before. Because of the escort team, Xiao Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling were not needed for the night vigil.
The two of them can take a good rest and regain their strength. Senior sister, how about you sleep in the tent tonight while I practice outside? Xiao Lingfeng scratched his nose and said. How can this be done? It's too dangerous outside. You might go crazy. You'd better come in and rest with me. After all, when we looked at the stars together a few days ago, didn't we count as sleeping together? Zi Shaoling pulled Xiao Lingfeng and said, or, are you full of bad thoughts and want to do random things to me? Do you have a guilty conscience? Of course not. Xiao Lingfeng sat upright, walked upright, and looked upright. Then come in together. After Zi Shaoling finished speaking, she got into the tent. After Xiao Lingfeng hesitated outside, he also got in. As promised beforehand, you can't cross this line tonight. Zi Shaoling used her clothes to draw a line between the two of them and said. It is good. Xiao Lingfeng nodded, turned around and fell asleep. Not long after, the sound of even breathing came from Xiao Lingfeng's side. Zi Shaoling even opened her eyes in disbelief. Because none of the scenes in her mind that made her breath short and her heartbeat quicken happened. She turned her back angrily and closed her eyes again. Ouch ouch ouch, in the middle of the night, wolf howls suddenly came from outside the tent. Such a sound instantly woke up Xiao Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling. Xiao Lingfeng rushed out of the tent and used night vision to clearly see the surrounding situation. There were dozens of densely packed demon wolves surrounding the camp. A pair of green, animalistic pupils stared at him, making people's scalp numb. Identification. Xiao Lingfeng thought silently in his heart. Moon-chasing wolf, a first-level elite monster moon-chasing wolf, second-level elite monster moon-chaser wolf. At a glance, they were all first and second-order elite monsters. At this time, the few earth monsters in the camp were trembling with fear and did not dare to move at all. In big trouble. Xiao Lingfeng narrowed his eyes and said. At this time, Zi Shaoling also came out. When she saw a large group of moon-chasing wolves around her, her expression also changed. Moon Wolf King, 6th level elite monster among the moon-chasing wolves, there was also a huge wolf king with bright silver hair. The 6th level elites, whose level is even more terrifying, can already rival the powerful ones in the 6th realm of Dowling. When Biao Wan looked at the large group of moon-chasing wolves around him, his expression also changed suddenly, and he did not dare to show any slightness. All personnel, prepare to fight and protect the cargo. The head escort Wang shouted. Then, there were escorts who protected Xiao Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling. The 9 Taoist realm followers of the frail young man also protected the young man in the middle with serious expressions. Xiao Lingfeng took out his dagger and walked out, guarding the wolves with the bodyguards. Zi Shaoling also slowly drew out the sword from her waist to guard against the wolves. Why did so many wolves suddenly appear? Xiao Lingfeng asked with a frown. I don't know. Monsters couldn't appear here in the past. We have camped near here more than once. Why is it different this time? An escort also said in confusion. But the current situation no longer allows everyone to think so much. All everyone can do is fight. This group of moon-chasing wolves has surrounded the entire camp, and escaping is already impossible. Xiao Lingfeng gradually tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand, watching these moon-chasing wolves with sharp eyes. Now he is strong enough to kill the moon-chaser wolf instantly. But the current number of moon-chasing wolves is so terrifying that even he can only treat them with caution. Zi Shaoling came behind Xiao Lingfeng and whispered, Junior brother, how many moon-chasers can you freeze? I don't know. I haven't tried so many moon-chasers yet, but they definitely consume a lot of money on me. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head and said solemnly. Roar! A moon-chasing wolf couldn't hold it any longer and tentatively rushed toward an escort. The bodyguard had long been prepared to meet the enemy. He stepped forward and suddenly rushed out. The long knife in his hand also drew a trace like the moon in the air. The long knife cut open the moon-chaser wolf's fur, but it only cut a faint blood mark. The Zhuiwe wolf has rough skin and thick flesh, and ordinary sharp weapons cannot cause much damage. At the same time, the armor on the bodyguard's chest was scratched with a string of sparks by the moon-chaser wolf's claws, and then blood spurted out.
The escort hurriedly retreated, clutching his chest, obviously suffering a lot of injuries.
Xiao Lingfeng looked at the bodyguard and silently put away his dagger.
Even if the bodyguard's long sword was like this, his dagger couldn't even break through the defense of these moon-chasing wolves. I am afraid that the only weapon on the field that can easily break through the moon-chaser wolf's defense is Yinyan in Zi Xiaoling's hand.
Ha! I obviously don't want to be exposed anymore. Xiao Lingfeng took a deep breath and said secretly.
Then, he held his right hand, and a huge weapon and ruler appeared in his hand. It was the ancient mysterious ruler placed in his personal space.
The ancient mysterious ruler is huge and heavy.
Xiao Lingfeng has always kept it in his portable space. The last time I used the ancient mysterious ruler in front of others was in Finyun Stone Forest.
Xiao Lingfeng is now at the 8th level of Taoism.
With the blessing of the star domination body, his physical strength has reached a terrifying 5 kilograms. Now, he can use the ancient mysterious ruler very easily.
Junior brother, where did you summon this heavy ruler from?
Zi Xiaoling said doubtfully.
My other magical talent is the ability to summon this heavy ruler.
I didn't want to expose it at first, but now that things have happened, I have no choice but to bring it out.
Xiao Lingfeng explained.
He also used this excuse last time. No wonder, you learned heavy ruler martial arts.
It turns out it's because of your magical talent.
Zi Xiaoling suddenly realized this, but suddenly, she pouted and said aggrievedly, Junior brother, I didn't expect you to hide so many secrets from me.
Do you really have me as a senior sister in your heart? Cough cough, Xiao Lingfeng almost stumbled and fell to the ground. In this situation, is this the time to ask this question?
Of course there is. After Xiao Lingfeng finished speaking, he used swift shadow step and headed towards several moon-chasing wolves. These moon-chasing wolves have rough skin and thick flesh, and sharp weapons cannot cause effective damage, but the ancient mysterious ruler, which is a blunt weapon, can.
The lethality of blunt weapons is related to strength.
With Xiao Lingfeng's current strength, plus the weight of the ancient mysterious ruler itself, which weighs 1,000 kilograms, the destructive power caused by Xiao Lingfeng's swing is very terrifying.
Crack the earth and cover the sea.
Because of his magical power of night vision, Xiao Lingfeng's combat effectiveness was not weakened by the night at all. Coupled with the speed boost of swift shadow step, Xiao Lingfeng nimbly shuttled among the moon-chasing wolves.
Ow! Roar!
The two moon-chasing wolves wanted to flank Xiao Lingfeng, but Xiao Lingfeng had already expected it, and a vertical eye appeared between his eyebrows, frozen sky eyes, click. Under the moonlight, two lifelike moon-chasing wolf ice sculptures appeared.
Bang! The heavy ruler was swung.
The ice sculpture instantly turned into ice crystals all over the sky.
Hey, isn't this kid too fierce? All the escorts couldn't help but take a breath. They never expected that Xiao Lingfeng could summon weapons and freeze monsters out of thin air. Xiao Lingfeng turned out to be a warrior with magical talents.
In just a few breaths, Xiao Lingfeng killed 5 moon-chasing wolves. Facing monsters of the same level, he can basically kill them instantly. Xiao Lingfeng slowly straightened up, put the ancient Xian ruler on his shoulder, and said silently in his heart, swallow. Ding dong, the host devoured 5 first-order elite monsters, the moon-chasing wolf, and gained 2,500 devouring points.
Ow! Moon Wolf King looked at Xiao Lingfeng, his eyes full of anger. It can be seen that Xiao Lingfeng's strength far exceeds that of warriors of the same level. Besides that, there is Zi Xiaoling. Zi Xiaoling possesses level 3 weapons with equally terrifying lethality. However, because Wang Biao is blocking it, it cannot kill Xiao Lingfeng and Zi Xiaoling now, the two people who posed the greatest threat to its subordinates. However, although it was blocked by Wang Biao and could not approach the battle circle of Xiao Lingfeng and others, it would not take long before Wang Biao would die in its mouth. Because Wang Biao is just a warrior of Dao Leiwa, and it is a 6th level elite monster. The gap between the two is very big. Even if Wang Biao can compete with it for a few rounds now, he will still lose after a long time. After the Moon Wolf Pack heard the roar of the Moon Wolf King, they stopped attacking Xiao Lingfeng and the others. Instead, they turned around and attacked the weakest ones.
After practicing Qingyuan Gong, although Qiu Lingfeng's promotion speed has slowed down and the amount of spiritual energy required is larger, Qiu Lingfeng's spiritual power reserves have indeed increased several times. Now Qiu Lingfeng's spiritual power is almost comparable to that of a third-level Dao Ling warrior. Therefore, even if Qiu Lingfeng now eliminates 5 moon-chasing wolves, his consumption is not great and he still has a combat power close to the peak. First deal with these moon-chasing wolves, and then kill the Moon Wolf King. Qiu Lingfeng thought to himself, then his figure flashed and he started to kill the other moon-chasing wolves.
Others don't have Qiu Lingfeng's terrifying fighting power.
Even when facing the moon-chasing wolf of the same level, they can only struggle against it, let alone kill it.
Qiu
Lingfeng thought, and a fiery red flame orb condensed in the palm of his hand.
Everyone, be careful.
Qiu Lingfeng shouted, and then a vertical eye appeared between his eyebrows, a beam of cold light passed by, and most of the moon-chasing wolf was frozen.
At the same time, the flame orb in Qiu Lingfeng's hand also flew towards the group of moon-chasing wolves.
Bang! The next moment, the flame orb exploded, forming a terrifying sea of fire. Some of the more seriously injured and weak moon-chasers could not withstand the flames and died on the spot. Only the powerful moon-chaser wolf managed to withstand the fierce fire and rushed out of the sea of fire, but he also suffered serious injuries. The soft and shiny hair on his body also became bird black, which was very ugly. The terrifying number of wolves was reduced to only a dozen or so in the blink of an eye.
Swallow.
Qiu Lingfeng thought silently in his heart, and at the same time felt dizzy. He hurriedly exchanged a yuan sustaining pill from the system mall and took it. In just one breath, Qiu Lingfeng returned to his peak state. Mysterious fire technique, Ding Dong, the host devoured 8 first-order elite monsters, the moon-chasing wolf, and gained 4,000 devouring points. Ding Dong, the host devoured 3 second-level elite monsters, the moon-chasing wolf, and gained 3,000 devouring points.
In an instant, Qiu Lingfeng's devouring point was about to exceed. The fastest way to obtain devouring points is to devour monsters. Junior brother, what did you throw out just now? Zi Shaoling ran over in surprise and asked.
She never thought that the flame orb Qiu Lingfeng threw just now was actually his magical talent, the divine flame burning the sky. This magical talent consumes a lot of money on Qiu Lingfeng, and what matches it is its terrifying killing range.
If I said that was my last magical talent, would you believe it? Qiu Lingfeng coughed and said. He said the word last very hard. Humph. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Senior sister, I don't care about you. Zi Shaoling snorted and said. The remaining few surviving moon-chasers were quickly killed by Qiu Lingfeng and others. At this point, except for the Moon Wolf King, all the other moon-chasing wolves were killed. The escort team also suffered heavy losses, with 8 Taoist realm masters killed in battle, including the bodyguard of a frail young man. Only 2 of the bodyguards in the Tongmai realm were dead. He's so strong.
The frail young man looked at Qiu Lingfeng, his eyes filled with light. Cough cough cough, however, in his excitement, he couldn't help but cough a few times. The bodyguard beside him saw this and hurriedly took out the medicine spray, which finally stopped the frail boy's cough. Next, we just need to deal with the last Moon Wolf King. Qiu Lingfeng stared at the Moon Wolf King. Wang Biao was undoubtedly the best among his peers, otherwise he would not have been able to endure for so long under the hands of the Moon Wolf King, who was 1 level above him. Of course, escort Wang's current appearance is also very miserable, covered in blood and his clothes are in tatters. With my current strength, even if I use all my magical powers and talents, I don't have much chance of winning. Qiu Lingfeng began to estimate the gap between himself and the Moon Wolf King. Even though he has 9 times the strength of a warrior of the same level, he still cannot compare with the Moon Wolf King. Even if he used the giant claw to enhance his own strength, he still couldn't compare with the Moon Wolf King. The gap between the two is really huge. You guys run quickly. When the escort leader Wang saw Qiu Lingfeng and others finishing off the Zhuiyue wolves, he shouted. Hearing this, the escorts began to pack their luggage, even ignoring the piles of corpses of monsters on the ground. Because of the Zhuiyue wolves, there were only 6 earth monsters left in the escort team. Moreover, 4 of the earthly demonic beasts were the weak boy's own earthly demonic beasts. Are we leaving now?
Don't you care about Mr. Wang?
Xiao Lingfeng asked suspiciously when he saw the escorts leaving so decisively.
What can we change if we stay?
A Taoist realm bodyguard covered in blood said seriously, from the moment we pick up the escort, the meaning of life is to deliver the escorts safely to the destination.
The Wolf King is a 6th level elite monster, and the dart head can't hold it for long. All we can do now is to carry the dart as far as possible. I know that your strength is much stronger than your realm, but so what? If it weren't for the escort leader struggling to support himself, the Moon Wolf King would have killed all of us in just one face-to-face meeting. After he finished speaking, the escort team also packed up their goods. Brother, let's go too. Zi Shaoling pulled Xiao Lingfeng's sleeve and whispered.
It was not difficult for Xiao Lingfeng to hear the sadness in her tone.
Let's go. Let's go. If we don't leave, none of you will be able to leave.
Bouncer Wang turned around and shouted loudly. Originally, he planned to prepare for the annihilation of the entire army, but he never expected that Xiao Lingfeng would kill most of the moon-chasing wolf, giving others a chance to escape.
The current situation is enough for him. At least someone survived, and someone was able to deliver the dart to its destination. No, I have to try.
Xiao Lingfeng held the ancient mysterious ruler in his hand and ran away unwillingly.
Try and die. An escort said. Frozen sky eyes. Xiao Lingfeng kept trying to dissuade him, and a vertical eye appeared between his eyebrows.
The cold light swept over the Moon Wolf King's body, only causing fleeting ice crystals to appear on his body. The difference in strength was too great, and the frozen sky eyes could not freeze the Moon Wolf King's figure.
Let's go. Zi Shaoling pulled Xiao Lingfeng and jumped onto the Earth Warcraft. Before Xiao Lingfeng could react, the Earth monster quickly moved away from the camp. The figures of Wang Biao and Moon Wolf King fighting were constantly being pulled down. What? Suddenly, a painful wail came from Escort Wang's head.
After a closer look, he finally fell down from exhaustion after Xiao Lingfeng and others left. The Moon Wolf King also seized the opportunity and instantly tore a hole in the abdomen of Wang Biao, and blood mixed with internal organs spattered messily. When all the bodyguards saw the tragic death of Mr. Wang, they finally couldn't control their emotions and burst into tears.
Even Xiao Lingfeng felt very depressed. Powerless. I want to struggle, but I don't even have the ability to struggle.
Although in his memory, Xiao Lingfeng also had such powerless moments.
But this is the first time Xiao Lingfeng has experienced this kind of moment personally, and everything before was the memory of his predecessor. Xiao Lingfeng took a long breath and clenched his fists. I'm really too weak.
Xiao Lingfeng thought to himself.
There is only one way to avoid dying miserably. That means practicing hard.
This time when I return to Gestaltgard village, I will practice in seclusion.
Xiao Lingfeng has made up his mind.
The morning sun gradually rose, and many people in the escort team had disappeared. Everyone's appearance was a bit messy, and some of the escorts even had their eyes red and swollen from crying. Although Xiao Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling felt uncomfortable, they quickly came out of the shadows because they had no feelings for the escort. The system will add some mysterious fire skills to me, first add 10 levels. Xiao Lingfeng paused for a while and then said. Ding dong, the host has mastered the 10th level of the mysterious fire technique, which consumes 1,000 devouring points. Even if he consumed 1,000 devouring points, Xiao Lingfeng still had Xiao Lingfeng, who had mastered the 10-level mysterious fire technique, finally understood the power of this martial art. This martial skill allows Xiao Lingfeng to control fire, and it can also increase the power of fire. The higher the number of layers you master, the more powerful the improved flames will be, making it easier to control the flames. Village had lasted 3 days. Everyone finally arrived at the Balin Mountains. When the escort team reached this point, 12 people were killed, including the leader of the escort team. If it weren't for the wolves they encountered on the first night, the escort team's losses wouldn't have been so heavy. You two have arrived at your destination, let's say goodbye. An escort from the 3rd level of Dowling slightly cupped his fists towards Xiao Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling, with no trace of fluctuation on his face. Except for the escort leader Wang, he is the strongest person in the escort team, and he is currently in charge of the entire escort team. Since the death of Wang Biao, the atmosphere in the entire escort team has become less lively.
Goodbye by chance.
Xiao Lingfeng also clasped his fists and said goodbye to everyone in the escort team.
Then, Xiao Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling rushed towards the dark forest.
Passing through the dark forest, you will find the village of Kayamori. Because Xiao Lingfeng was already a Taoist realm warrior when they walked through the dark forest this time, the two of them walked very fast. In less than half a day, they had arrived outside Xingshou village.
After nearly 3 months away, Xingshou village has changed quite a bit.
The fence used to isolate the monsters outside the village has been replaced with a new one. From a distance, you can see the patrol team getting ready and preparing to go on patrol. There are many familiar faces among the patrol team, all of whom are Xiao Lingfeng's classmates. The classmates who have not seen each other for several months and have become warriors have basically become second-level warriors in Tongmei realm. Without the assistance of martial arts, relying solely on the body's instinct to absorb spiritual energy and penetrate the meridians is very slow, and the higher the realm, the slower the speed. The only thing that surprised Xiao Lingfeng was that Wang Lu, the captain of the patrol, actually penetrated the 6 main meridians and became a 6th-level warrior in the Tongmei realm.
Xiao Lingfeng? Why are you back?
Xiao Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling met the patrol team members, and Wang Lu immediately said in shock.
Uncle, hello. Zi Shaoling also waved to Wang Lu and said with a smile, you just saw junior brother, didn't you see me? Lingfeng, why did you come back? There have been a lot more monsters in the dark forest recently. Were you okay when you came here?
Zhang Yu was also wearing the uniform of the patrol team. He was short in stature, but he had a rare appearance of bravery. And his cultivation level is already at the 2nd level of Tongmei realm.
No, we were safe when passing through the dark forest. Xiao Lingfeng laughed and said. Under the release of his and Zi Shaoling's spiritual power, how could any slave-level monster dare to show its face? That's good.
Zhang Yu nodded and breathed a sigh of relief.
Okay, we're going to start patrolling. You guys have to catch up on old times. We'll catch up on them tonight. Wang Lu said seriously.
Hearing this, Xiao Lingfeng pulled Zi Shaoling out of the way.
Captain, you must pay attention to safety when patrolling. Xiao Lingfeng said. Ah.
Wang Lu nodded and left with a group of patrol members. Before leaving, Yi Chang also cast an ambiguous look at Xiao Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling. The look in his eyes seemed to be saying, you are so good, but you actually picked up a girl from Jinlan City.
Where are we going now?
Zi Shaoling glanced at the little hand held by Xiao Lingfeng, her face turned red, and she asked. Go back to the blacksmith shop. Xiao Lingfeng had already taken out the fairy cream from his pocket and put it in his backpack. The last time Zi Shaoling came to Xingshou village, she didn't go out for a walk. This is a rare trip back with Xiao Lingfeng, so naturally I want to bring back all the shopping I did last time. Then after you're done, take me to play in Xingshou village.
Zi Shaoling said. It is good.
Xiao Lingfeng thought for a while and nodded in agreement. The two of them just crossed the fence and entered Xingshou village.
Xiao Lingfeng saw the figures of 3 people not far away.
Taking a closer look, the good guys are Wang Min, Zhou Wan and Zhou Xiaofan.
The 3 of them were talking and laughing, holding hands, looking emotionally intimate.
I don't know what's going on with Zhang Yu and her now. Xiao Lingfeng looked at Wang Min and his forehead darkened. Although he knew Wang Min was unreliable from the beginning, he didn't expect Wang Min to be so courageous. In broad daylight, under the bright sky, he was so close to Zhou Wan and Zhou Xiaofan in public. After shaking his head, Xiao Lingfeng took Zi Shaoling back to the blacksmith shop. All the way away, Xiao Lingfeng heard the clanging sound of iron coming from the blacksmith shop. Zi Shaoling also poked her head out and looked towards the blacksmith shop. When she saw Zhang Daniel, who was muscular, her eyes immediately locked. Then his face turned red and he looked away in embarrassment.
Uncle Zhang, I'm back. Xiao Lingfeng walked into the blacksmith shop and shouted loudly.
Clang! When Zhang Dania heard this, he raised his head and the hammer in his hand suddenly stopped.
Lingfeng, why are you back? Didn't you go to Jinlan City? Zhang Danio asked in a panic, you must have offended the big shot over there and were driven back, right? Hearing this, Xiao Lingfeng shook his head and laughed, saying, Uncle Zhang, you have too much imagination, don't you? Don't worry, I am doing well in Jinlan City. I just want to come back here and have a look.
Uncle Zhang, this is my senior sister, Zi Xiaoling. Then, Xiao Lingfeng pointed at Zi Xiaoling who was hiding behind him and introduced. Senior sister, this is Uncle Zhang, Zhang Dainio, who raised me. Xiao Lingfeng said to Zi Xiaoling again.
Hello, Uncle Zhang.
Zi Xiaoling was unusually reserved, as if she was embarrassed to face Zhang Dainio.
Hello.
Zhang Dainio scratched his hair and said to Xiao Lingfeng, Lingfeng, hurry up and take your senior sister to sit in the backyard.
It's too dirty in front. Okay. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and took Zi Xiaoling to the back of the blacksmith shop. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you so nervous when you see Uncle Zhang? This isn't like you.
Xiao Lingfeng naturally noticed what was strange about Zi Xiaoling just now and asked doubtfully.
Well, I want you to take care of it. Zi Xiaoling was embarrassed to say it and was vague.
Xiao Lingfeng shrugged and paid no more attention. After bringing Zi Xiaoling to the living room, Xiao Lingfeng poured tea for Zi Xiaoling. Senior sister, please wait for me here for a while.
I'll go and come back.
I'll pay for the loss first. If there's not enough tea, please bring it yourself. Xiao Lingfeng said to Zi Xiaoling awkwardly.
Well, let's go.
Zi Xiaoling nodded slightly and played with the communication watch on Hao's wrist. Her communication watch is a higher level than the communication watch she gave Xiao Lingfeng. It already has many entertainment functions, which is very suitable for her to use to pass her boring leisure time.
After getting Zi Xiaoling's consent, Xiao Lingfeng got up and went to Zhangya. Outside Zhangya's room, Xiao Lingfeng knocked on the door. Not long after, Zhangya opened the door. Lingfeng? Why are you back? The moment Zhangya saw Xiao Lingfeng, she couldn't help but exclaimed. Because I missed you, Sister Xiaoya, so I came back.
Xiao Lingfeng leaned against the doorframe and said with a silly smile.
Glib tongue, did you get into trouble outside? Were you driven back?
Zhangya's face turned red and she asked worriedly.
Sister Xiaoya, am I so bad in your heart?
Xiao Lingfeng said speechlessly. Why did Zhangya and Zhang Dainio both think that he ran back to Xingshou village because he got into trouble in Jinlan City?
Of course not, then why are you back?
Zhangya said hurriedly. I told you, I will only come back if I miss you. Xiao Lingfeng said truthfully.
If I have anything worth thinking about, you just know how to trick me into making me happy.
Zhangya naturally didn't believe Xiao Lingfeng's words and lowered her head slightly.
Okay, Sister Xiaoya, I have something for you.
As Xiao Lingfeng spoke, he wanted to take out the fairy cream from his backpack and give it to Zhangya.
You have just come back. You have been traveling all the way and are tired from the journey. Do you want me to put some water for you to take a bath first? Zhangya interrupted Xiao Lingfeng and asked.
Xiao Lingfeng shook his head and said, Miss Xiaoya, however, before Xiao Lingfeng finished speaking, Zhangya exclaimed and said anxiously, Lingfeng, why are you injured here?
Come on, let me see.
While talking, Zhangya lifted the corner of Xiao Lingfeng's clothes. I saw a scar on Xiao Lingfeng's waist that had already scabbed.
This was the wound left by a bear-shaped monster that accidentally attacked him yesterday.
Just now, when Xiao Lingfeng wanted to take out the fairy cream, he accidentally exposed this wound, and it was instantly discovered by the sharp-eyed Zhangya.
Sister Xiaoya, this is just a minor injury, it's okay. Xiao Lingfeng explained. What a small injury. Such a big wound, and you still say it's okay? Zhangya glared at Xiao Lingfeng angrily and said. Come on, follow me into the house.
Zhangya said, pulling Xiao Lingfeng into her room.
Sit tight for me. Zhangya pressed Xiao Lingfeng on the chair and put his backpack on the ground.
Zhangya took out the small medicine box and began to give Xiao Lingfeng medicine.
Sister Xiaoya, you don't have to worry so much.
With my current physique, this wound is really a minor injury to me.
Xiao Lingfeng said dumbfounded. Shut up. Are you aware of your injury or am I aware of it? Zhang Ye said angrily. After a while, Zhang Ye finished giving Qiu Lingfeng the medicine. Qiu Lingfeng could only turn sideways and tried to take out the fairy cream from his backpack. Don't move, just sit tight for me. Zhang Ye interrupted Qiu Lingfeng directly and said, just tell me what you want to find and I'll get it for you. Okay, Sister Xiaoya, help me bring out a small black box. Qiu Lingfeng nodded helplessly and said. Zhang Ye rummaged in his backpack for a while and found the immortal cream. What is this that you want to take out so badly? Zhang Ye handed the fairy cream to Qiu Lingfeng and asked doubtfully. Qiu Lingfeng looked at Zhang Ye and smiled. What do you see me doing? Zhang Ye's face turned red when Qiu Lingfeng stared at her, and she turned her face away, trying not to let Qiu Lingfeng see the scarred half of her face. This is your gift to Sister Xiaoya. Qiu Lingfeng said, and then handed the fairy cream to Zhang Ye with his own hands. Gift? Zhang Ye frowned in confusion, took the fairy ointment, and opened the small box. What I saw inside was white ointment with a light fragrance. Is this a facial cream or something? What are you doing for me? I can't use it now. Zhang Ye said in confusion. This is an ointment for scar removal. Qiu Lingfeng explained, I bought it just for you. Then, Qiu Lingfeng looked into Zhang Ye's eyes and said sincerely, Sister Xiaoya, I hope this gift can make you as happy as before. Also, no matter what you become, you will still be the Miss Xiaoya in my heart. Zhang Ye lowered her head slightly, her eyes slightly red. I wanted to cry but I held myself back from crying. Qiu Lingfeng hugged Zhang Ye in time and whispered in her ear, Sister Xiaoya, do you still like this gift? Zhang Ye struggled for a while, and finally her body softened and she nodded slightly. Then I will help you apply the medicine now. You sit still and don't move. Qiu Lingfeng took the fairy cream from Zhang Ye's hand and said. But your injury, Zhang Ye was still a little worried. Sister Xiaoya, my current strength has exceeded your imagination. Don't worry, this is really just a minor injury to me. Qiu Lingfeng played for sure, and then said, Sister Xiaoya, close your eyes and I'll help you apply the medicine to see the effect. Ah. Zhang Ye nodded and began to look forward to it. Over the years, she had never thought about getting rid of the scars on her face. But no matter what method she tried, it didn't work. Now that Qiu Lingfeng had brought back the scar-removing ointment from Jinlan City, she was not only moved but also relieved. Qiu Lingfeng reached out and scraped a little ointment from the box of Xianyan ointment, and then his face suddenly turned dark. Gone. He was careless again. Because this was a gift he bought specifically for Zhang Ye, he never opened it once. This was the first time he opened it and used it, so he didn't know it before. Although the box looks quite big and thick from the outside, the amount of Xianyan cream seems to be quite large. But when he scraped it all the way to the bottom. The fairy cream only has a thin layer on top. Only use the amount once. 12 points can only be used once. The price of this fairy cream is beyond Qiu Lingfeng's imagination. Although he was bleeding from heartache, Qiu Lingfeng could only ignore the pain and began to apply the fairy cream on Zhang Ye. As soon as the Xianyan cream was applied to her face, Zhang Ye felt a numb and itchy feeling on her face. Because the fairy cream is ridiculously expensive, Qiu Lingfeng applied it with great care, fearing to waste any trace of it. Sister Xiaoya, how do you feel now? Qiu Lingfeng asked. I've never felt anything like this before, my face is numb and itchy. Zhang Ye said. Then, Qiu Lingfeng stared at Zhang Ye's face without blinking. I saw that the color of the white fairy cream became lighter and lighter, and the color of the sudden scar on Zhang Ye's face gradually faded, and the scar gradually returned to the appearance of normal skin. The reason why Xianyan cream is ridiculously expensive is because of its ridiculous ability to remove scars. Seeing this scene, Qiu Lingfeng finally felt relieved. Zi Shaoling waited in the living room for a long time before Qiu Lingfeng came back, and couldn't help but feel a little impatient. Humph. Senior sister came to your home as a guest, and you disappeared for so long. What do you mean? Zi Shaolingqi hummed loudly. Thinking of this, Zi Shaoling simply dialed Qiu Lingfeng's communication watch.
In addition to text messaging functions, advanced communication watches also support phone communications. Beep beep. In Zhang Ye's room, the communication watch on Xiu Lingfeng's wrist suddenly sounded.
Lingfeng, what is this sound?
Because there was still ointment on her face, Zhang Ye still closed her eyes and asked doubtfully. Oh, the sound of the communication watch. My senior sister has also come to our house.
She is in the living room now. She may be impatient to wait.
Xiu Lingfeng glanced at the call from Zi Shaoling and said, Sister Xiuya, I will go out to see my senior sister first.
Ah. Zhang Ye responded.
Then, Xiu Lingfeng left Zhang Ye's room and returned to the living room.
Junior brother, where have you been? You've been there for so long. Seeing Xiu Lingfeng, Zi Shaoling couldn't help but snorted and said dissatisfied.
Ahem, I used Xianyan ointment on my sister just now, so it took a little longer.
Xiu Lingfeng explained. So that's it, then I'll forgive you. Zi Shaoling nodded and said. By the way, senior sister, where will you stay tonight? Xiu Lingfeng suddenly remembered this question and asked. Zi Shaoling rolled her eyes and said with a wicked smile, Do you want me to sleep in the same room with you? Xiu Lingfeng rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, Senior sister, you know how to joke with me all day long. What are you afraid of? It's not like we've never slept together before. Zi Shaoling continued. Can the situation be the same? Xiu Lingfeng said, Why don't you sleep with my sister Xiuya tonight? You are both female. If you really don't mind it, senior sister, you can sleep in my room and I can sleep out. We'll talk about this later. You can take me out to play first.
Zi Shaoling stood up and said impatiently.
Alright, let's go.
Xiu Lingfeng said speechlessly. Before leaving, Xiu Lingfeng also spoke to Zhang Ye, and then left the blacksmith shop with Zi Shaoling.
Senior sister, where do you want to go? Xiu Lingfeng asked. You ask me how I know? I'm not familiar with this place. Just take me wherever you think is fun. Zi Shaoling held Xiu Lingfeng's arm and said intimately.
Let me see. Xiu Lingfeng tapped his chin and looked for interesting places in his predecessor's memory.
However, when he was thinking, a girl's voice sounded not far behind the two of them. Xiu Lingfeng, is that you?
Xiu Lingfeng turned around and looked over, and found Wang Min walking over with Zhou Wen and Zhou Xiaofan.
It's really you. Aren't you supposed to be in Jinlan City? Why did you come back suddenly?
Wang Min had a bit of surprise on his face, but also a bit of gloating. Xiu Lingfeng glanced at Wang Min and didn't want to talk to him at first, because he didn't have much favorable impression of Wang Min. But because she took the initiative to say hello, Xiu Lingfeng couldn't ignore Wang Min and could only ask, How are you and Zhang Yu doing?
Isn't it not good for you to be walking together with Zhou Wen and Zhou Xiaofan like this? Didn't I say it before? I don't like him. When I agreed to his pursuit, it was just to get close to you. It's a pity, you didn't cherish the opportunity. Now I am Alvin's.
Wang Min said while still immersed in her world.
Wang Min said she was Zhou Wen's, but actually she held Zhou Xiaofan's arm. The meaning of this, it goes without saying.
It is estimated that the relationship between these three people has already been in the relationship for a long time. Zhou Wen and Zhou Xiaofan have already been in the same camp for a long time.
But that's fine, at least Wang Min won't harm Zhang Yu anymore. However, Zi Shaoling was not happy after hearing Wang Min's words. She frowned slightly, looked at Xiu Lingfeng and whispered, Junior brother, is what she said true? Sister, do you believe this? Xiu Lingfeng replied speechlessly. Who is this? Why haven't I seen him before?
Wang Min glanced at Zi Shaoling and asked. Although Zi Shaoling came to Xingshou village once, she had never seen Zi Shaoling. This was her first time meeting Zi Shaoling. Zi Shaoling could tell that Xiu Lingfeng didn't want to talk to Wang Min, and she didn't like Wang Min either, so she twisted her head and chose to ignore Wang Min. You haven't answered me yet, why did you come back? When Wang Min saw that he was being ignored by Zi Shaoling, his face became a little uneasy and he changed the topic. Because I miss Sister Xiuya, I came back to see her, can't I? Xiu Lingfeng said in annoyance. Do you think that ugly monster came back from Jinlan City on purpose?
Who would believe it? You must have offended someone there and had no way out to escape, right? Wang Min sneered and said. In her opinion, none of the disciples who had entered Jinlan City had returned to Xingqiu village. Occasionally, those who come back are those who have achieved great success, become powerful men in the Taoist realm, and move to Jinlan City with their families. People like Zhou Lingfeng, who came back not long after going to Jinlan City, didn't have any at all. Therefore, naturally, Wang Min thought that Zhou Lingfeng had offended someone outside and did not dare to stay in Jinlan City anymore, so he ran back to seek refuge. In addition, Wang Min took the initiative to show his kindness to Zhou Lingfeng before, but Zhou Lingfeng remained unmoved. This frustrated Wang Min very much. Naturally, she would not have a good look towards Zhou Lingfeng. Who are you calling ugly? Zhou Lingfeng clenched his fist and looked at Wang Min angrily. Why are you so fierce? Am I wrong? Your sister is disfigured. Isn't she just an ugly monster? Wang Min raised his head and said arrogantly, do you still want to hit me? I'm a girl. Junior brother, let's go. Zi Shaoling pulled Zhou Lingfeng and said. Sister, Zhou Lingfeng was a little reluctant to leave like this. It turned out that I offended someone outside and was driven back. I don't even dare to let out a fart. When Wang Min saw Zhou Lingfeng wanting to leave, he snorted coldly and said. I saw that Zhou Lingfeng, who had left Xingqiu village in great glory, now escaped in such a downcast state. She felt extremely happy. Let you pretend to be noble and reject me. Zi Shaoling slapped Wang Min on the face, and a bright red palm mark appeared on the latter's face. Junior brother, he won't hit you, I won't care so much. Zi Shaoling slowly closed her hand and said. Wang Min stood there in a daze, not reacting yet. You. Zhou Wen and Zhou Xiaofan's eyes turned red and they were about to take action. But when he saw Zhou Lingfeng behind Zi Shaoling, he immediately became scared. Zhou Lingfeng's strength used to be among the top among ordinary students in the class, and the two of them couldn't beat him together. At this time, I don't dare to provoke Zhou Lingfeng. Let's go, junior brother, ignore them. Zi Shaoling held Zhou Lingfeng's arm and said. Who are they? Your former classmates? Zi Shaoling asked. Yeah, from the same class. Zhou Lingfeng nodded and said. She just said she likes you, what happened? Zi Shaoling asked, pretending not to care. Come on, she doesn't like me, she just thinks I'm of some use and wants to be on the list. Zhou Lingfeng twitched the corner of his mouth and said, she doesn't care what she looks like. It's just a potato with eyes and a nose on it. It barely looks like a human being. She's not as ugly as you said. Zi Shaoling patted Zhou Lingfeng's shoulder and couldn't help but laugh while listening to Zhou Lingfeng's description. Zhou Lingfeng shrugged and said, a friend of mine has liked that girl for a long time, but that girl ignored my friend at all. Before the graduation patrol, my friend happened to awaken as a warrior, and the girl took advantage of the situation and got together with my friend. Zhou Lingfeng shook his head and continued, because she has been on patrol after graduation, she is no longer in danger, and my friend's use value is gone. Now look, didn't she dump my friend immediately and get together with her two little lovers? Zi Shaoling nodded when he heard this and said nothing. The two played outside until the sun was about to go down, and then returned to the blacksmith shop together. Zhang Daniu was also sitting by the wall to rest at this time. When he saw Zhou Lingfeng coming back, he said, Lingfeng, I bought some wine at noon, and I'll have some with me later. It is good. Zhou Lingfeng nodded and took Zi Shaoling to the back of the blacksmith shop. As soon as he arrived in the yard, Zhou Lingfeng smelled the aroma of food coming from the kitchen. I ran over and saw that Zhangya was almost ready for dinner. Sister Xiuya, how is the effect of the medicine? Zhou Lingfeng stood there and asked. After hearing Zhou Lingfeng's voice, Zhangya's delicate body trembled and she slowly put down the spatula. Miss Xiaoya? Zhou Lingfeng walked over and saw Zhangya still looking sideways, not daring to look directly at him. Is this medicine not very effective? Next time I come back, I will bring more effective medicine, don't worry. Zhou Lingfeng asked doubtfully. Zhangya shook her head slightly, then slowly turned her face sideways.
I saw that the other half of Zhangya's face had returned to its original state, and her beauty was as beautiful as a painting. However, Zhangya's eyes were a little dodgy at this time, and she did not dare to look directly at Xiao Lingfeng.
Isn't this already restored? Sister Xiaoya, why are you unhappy?
Xiao Lingfeng frowned and asked doubtfully.
Don't you find it strange? Zhangya spoke weakly. Why is that weird? Xiao Lingfeng said.
Zi Shaoling followed, and when she saw Zhangya's appearance, her eyes opened, obviously very surprised.
It's so beautiful. Zi Shaoling couldn't help but speak out.
At the same time, there was a hint of sadness in her heart. Zhangya was so beautiful, no wonder Xiao Lingfeng kept thinking about her.
This is your senior sister, right?
Zhangya looked at the equally beautiful Zi Shaoling. Although she felt strange in her heart, she could only ask with a smile.
Well, this is my senior sister, Zi Shaoling. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and introduced the two to each other. Sister, this is Zhangya.
I know, junior brother, he often mentions you in front of me.
Zi Shaoling patted her chest and said. Do you often mention me?
Zhangya was a little surprised. However, it didn't take long for her to be happy. There was a smell coming from behind.
Oops, I forgot to cook. Zhangya was startled and hurriedly put out the dishes, finally saving the dish.
Lingfeng, please take your senior sister out first.
I will prepare the food in a moment. Zhangya said. Ah. Xiao Lingfeng nodded and left the kitchen with Zi Shaoling. Junior brother, why have you never told me that your sister is so beautiful? Zi Shaoling asked.
Sister Xiaoya was disfigured by a monster 2 years ago, so I asked you, senior sister, to buy the fairy cream.
Xiao Lingfeng said. Then you like your sister very much. Zi Shaoling continued. Like it? Well, I really like it.
Xiao Lingfeng thought for a while and nodded. His feelings for Zhangya came more from the memories of his previous life. Even after Zhangya was disfigured, her predecessor's feelings for Zhangya did not change at all.
After the current Xiao Lingfeng traveled through time, the memory of his predecessor was gradually affecting Xiao Lingfeng. Oh, then do you like me? Zi Xiaolingwen asked in a voice. Okay? Xiao Lingfeng didn't hear clearly what Zi Shaoling was saying and asked, Senior sister, what did you just say?
I didn't hear clearly. I said, what kind of love do you have for your sister?
Zi Shaoling's face turned red and she said hurriedly. What else could I like?
Xiao Lingfeng shrugged and said. He couldn't figure out what kind of liking he had for Zhangya. After all, his feelings for Zhangya have a predecessor and his own. In comparison, his feelings for Zi Shaoling are much more pure.
What kind is it?
Zi Shaoling asked hurriedly.
I can't tell myself, okay?
Xiao Lingfeng said with a distressed look.
Then you mean you want to marry your sister? Zi Shaoling asked. Senior sister, what kind of questions are you asking? Xiao Lingfeng's forehead darkened and he said speechlessly. Just answer me. Zi Shaoling shook Xiao Lingfeng's hand and said coquettishly. I can't tell.
Xiao Lingfeng said vaguely.
Humph.
Zi Shaoling shook off Xiao Lingfeng's hand and groaned heavily. It didn't take long for Zhangya to prepare the food.
Xiao Lingfeng called Zhang Dainiu and the others sat at the table to prepare for dinner. Xiaoya, you? Your face? While eating, the dull Zhang Dainiu finally noticed that the scar on Zhangya's face was gone. Lingfeng cured me.
Zhangya lowered her head and said.
Ha ha ha. Lingfeng, I saw you right. It was indeed the right decision to hand Xiaoya over to you.
Zhang Dainiu was extremely happy when he heard this and said.
Dad, what are you talking about?
Zhangya's face was almost red and dripping with water at this time, and she said.
Cough cough, Xiao Lingfeng was also choked by Zhang Dainiu's words, and wanted to explain to Zhang Dainiu.
Uncle Zhang, actually, however, before Xiao Lingfeng finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhang Dainiu. Lingfeng, come and have a drink with Uncle Zhang. Zhang Dainiu poured the wine and handed it to Xiao Lingfeng.
Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but drink with Zhang Dainiu. Ling Feng, drink less, and Dad, drink less too. Zhang Ye knew that Zhang Dania was very happy now, so she did not persuade him and could only warn him from the side. Zi Shaoling glanced at Zhang Ye with a rosy face on the other side, and then at Qiu Lingfeng and Zhang Dania who were drinking. Thinking back to the previous conversation, she couldn't tell what it was like now. Anyway, feeling bad. By the way, Ling Feng, Xiaoya's stomach hasn't moved yet. It just so happens that if you two work hard tonight, you can renew your Qiu family's life as soon as possible, so that I can face your parents, right? After drinking for 3 rounds, Zhang Dania said with a red face. These words made Zhang Ye's cheeks turn red quickly. Even Qiu Lingfeng was a little embarrassed. Nothing has happened between him and Zhang Ye yet. It's strange that Zhang Ye's stomach is moving. Hiss. Suddenly, Qiu Lingfeng felt a pain in his calf. It seemed like someone had kicked him hard. Turning around, Zi Shaoling was glaring at him fiercely, as if asking him what was going on. Ling Feng, why don't you say anything? Is it because you have gone to Jinlan City and don't like Xiaoya anymore? Zhang Dania frowned and said. Uncle Zhang, what are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who has a bad heart and a dog's heart? Qiu Lingfeng said dumbfounded, only, what's the matter? Do you think your Uncle Zhang is incompetent and don't want Xiaoya to follow you? Zhang Dania slammed the table and said angrily. Dad, you drank too much. I'll send you back to your room to rest. Zhang Ye stood up in a hurry, pulled Zhang Dania up with a blushing face, and wanted to send him back to the room. Xiaoya, Lingfeng is different now than before. You have to catch him well. Zhang Dania belched wine and was still talking, but Zhang Ye quickly covered his mouth. Ling Feng, you and your senior sister eat slowly. I will send my dad back to his room first. He is so happy that you are back today. Zhang Ye said with a blushing face. Sister Xiaoya, let me help you send Uncle Zhang back. Qiu Lingfeng stood up and said. No need, I can do it myself. Zhang Ye shook her head. What Zhang Dania said just now was too explicit for her, and she was embarrassed to stay with Qiu Lingfeng anymore. Qiu Lingfeng wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Zi Shaoling pulling his sleeve. Didn't your sister say she can be alone? Just keep eating here with me. Seeing Zhang Ye nodding, Qiu Lingfeng had no choice but to sit back on the chair. After seeing Zhang Ye helping Zhang Dania away, Qiu Lingfeng suddenly felt a pain in his ears. Hiss, Qiu Lingfeng's ears were already soft, and when he was pinched like this, he grimaced in pain. Senior sister, why are you pinching my ears? Qiu Lingfeng cried, with a look of grievance on his face. Hurry up and explain to me what happened just now. What happened between you and your sister? Otherwise, Uncle Zhang will say that your sister's stomach is not moving? Zi Shaolingqi's little face was red, and her little hands were still holding Qiu Lingfeng's ears, refusing to let go. No way. How could I possibly do such a thing? Qiu Lingfeng said with a grieved face, I have graduated from patrol and am not yet a warrior. Uncle Zhang was afraid that I would die outside, so he sent Sister Xiaoya to my room that night, hoping that I would stay there before leaving. When Zi Shaoling heard this, she twisted her little hands even harder. Hiss, Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but take a breath. Did Zi Shaoling want to pluck his ears off? Why is Zi Shaoling so weird tonight? You're not asleep then? You're still making excuses. I really misjudged you, huh? I didn't expect you to be such a junior brother. Zi Shaoling snorted angrily. I didn't. I swear I didn't touch Sister Xiaoya at all that night. Qiu Lingfeng explained. You really didn't touch her? I don't believe it, your sister is so beautiful. The strength in Zi Shaoling's hand weakened a bit, and she said dubiously, I don't believe you don't have any thoughts about her. I must have thought about it, but I didn't dare to do it. Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but cry in his heart. Sister, you really misunderstood me. Qiu Lingfeng said. What's going on with Uncle Zhang? He just said that you and your sister would work harder tonight or something. Zi Shaoling asked. I haven't explained this matter to Uncle Zhang yet. He will definitely misunderstand. Senior sister, you have to believe me. Qiu Lingfeng said.
Zi Shaoling let go of Qiu Lingfeng's ears, which were already red and swollen like pig ears.
Qiu Lingfeng covered his ears and said with a depressed look, "Senior sister, what's wrong with you tonight? Why do I feel so strange about you? Is it weird? I've always been like this, Who told you to make me unhappy?"
Zi Shaoling snorted, turned her head and said,
"Why did I make you unhappy?" Qiu Lingfeng said doubtfully, before he could react. "Anyway, you just made me unhappy."
Zi Shaoling didn't know how to explain. It was all up to Qiu Lingfeng to figure it out on his own. After poor Qiu Lingfeng was bullied by Zi Shaoling, he didn't dare to say anything to avoid making the senior sister unhappy again. After a while, Zhanya came back with a tired look. After seeing Qiu Lingfeng, Zhanya blushed and sat back on her chair.
"Lingfeng, your uncle Zhang was just drunk and talking nonsense, you can't take it seriously,"
Zhanya said with a blushing face.
"I know."
Qiu Lingfeng smiled heartily and said. Facing Zhanya, he could only ignore his swollen and hot ears. Then, he felt his calf being kicked. There was no doubt that it was Zi Shaoling who was kicking him. She was the only one who didn't treat his junior brother like a human being. Zi Shaoling's current appearance made Qiu Lingfeng regret bringing her back with him.
"Isn't he looking for punishment? Sister Xiaoya, you are so beautiful, there should be many people chasing you, right?" Zi Shaoling said.
She also called Zhanya's sister Xiaoya along with Qiu Lingfeng, so as to appear closer. Hearing this, Zhanya's expression froze and she said a little disappointed, "I'm so ugly, how can anyone like me?"
"Sister Xiaoya, have you forgotten that the scars on your face have healed? Besides, even if you still have some scars on your face, you are not ugly. It's just those people who have no vision." Qiu Lingfeng spoke his mind.
The reason why Zhanya would feel much uglier after being disfigured. It's entirely because Zhanya's original appearance was good, but when compared after her disfigurement, the gap was too big. Moreover, a good skin will eventually grow old, only the heart remains unchanged. Regardless of whether Zhanya is disfigured or not, she is still the same Zhanya and has not changed. It's just that, the strange looks from others made her less confident and began to feel inferior and introverted. All changes in Zhanya were seen by Qiu Lingfeng's predecessor. The reason why the predecessor worked so hard to become stronger was also related to the disfigured Zhanya.
"How am I beautiful? Your senior sister is much more beautiful than me."
Zhanya shook her head, very self-aware. She knew that the gap between her and Qiu Lingfeng was huge now. She is no longer worthy of Qiu Lingfeng, but now Qiu Lingfeng still has her in his heart, which makes her content. She couldn't tell that Qiu Lingfeng's senior sister also liked Qiu Lingfeng, but Qiu Lingfeng, as a person in the game, hadn't noticed it yet. In her mind, senior sister Zi Shaoling and Qiu Lingfeng are a good match.
"How can senior sister compare with you, Sister Xiaoya?" Qiu Lingfeng said.
"Ow!" The next second, Qiu Lingfeng let out a howl of pain. Because one of his feet was stepped on, and the other calf was kicked hard by Zi Shaoling. "Lingfeng, please stop making fun of me, your senior sister is obviously so beautiful."
Zhanya said, "I'm full. You two can call me when you're done."
After saying that, Zhanya stood up and left. The space was left to Qiu Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling.
As soon as Zhanya walked away, Zi Shaoling angrily poked Qiu Lingfeng's arm and said, "What did you mean just now? What do you mean I can't compete with Sister Xiaoya?"
Forehead, Qiu Lingfeng's forehead darkened and he didn't know what to say. In his opinion, Zi Shaoling and Zhanya each have their own characteristics and cannot be compared at all. Boom! Suddenly, a harsh roar sounded from the outside world. When Qiu Lingfeng heard this voice, his head was shaken, and then he quickly reacted and hurriedly got up and ran behind.
"Junior brother, what is this sound?"
Zi Shaoling also noticed something was wrong and chased after him, shouting. "This sound means that a group of monsters are coming towards Xingshou village," Qiu Lingfeng said with a serious expression. In the memory of its predecessor, this alarm sounded only once. That was exactly the wave of monsters that my predecessor faced
when his parents died.
Zhanya also reacted quickly and ran out of the room.
Senior sister, you take Uncle Zhang and sister Xiaoya to the underground shelter of Xingshou Village High School first. I'll go to the entrance of the village to see what's going on. Xiao Lingfeng said to Zi Shaoling on the side. It is good. Zi Shaoling nodded and agreed. After that, Xiao Lingfeng jumped up, climbed over the yard, and rushed toward the entrance of the village using his quick shadow step. Lingfeng! Zhangye exclaimed and wanted to stop Xiao Lingfeng. Junior brother, he is now a Taoist realm warrior. Don't worry, he is much more powerful than you think. Zi Shaoling said, where is Uncle Zhang? Let's take him to that shelter quickly. Lingfeng is already a Taoist realm warrior? Why didn't he say anything? Zhangye said incredulously. In her opinion, a 5th-level warrior in Tongmai realm is already powerful enough. What's more, is it an unattainable realm like the Dao spirit realm? Junior brother, he just likes to hide it, just get used to it. Zi Shaoling said calmly. After all, she often complained that Xiao Lingfeng had been hiding his true cultivation level and refused to tell her immediately. While rushing to the entrance of the village, Xiao Lingfeng saw many people hurriedly packing their things and fleeing towards Xingshou Village High School. Xingmori Village High School has the only underground shelter in Xingmori Village, which is enough to withstand attacks from monsters below the elite level. When he arrived at the entrance of the village, Xiao Lingfeng found many members of the patrol team running back in panic. Lingfeng, there are a large number of monsters behind you, hurry up and go to the underground shelter. Zhang Yu saw Xiao Lingfeng and shouted loudly. What is the strength level of those monsters? Xiao Lingfeng asked. I don't know, most of them are monsters I've never seen before. Zhang Yu shouted, run quickly. Why are you still standing here? Have you forgotten that I am also a warrior? Xiao Lingfeng said, his eyes focused. At the front, he saw Wang Lu fighting an ice-blue giant python, retreating while fighting. Behind the ice-blue giant python, there is a large group of monsters, basically all monsters that have never appeared in the dark forest. Although they are all 4th and 5th level slave level monsters, there are thousands of them, which is a disaster for Xingshou Village. In mid-air, there are also a group of bats and falcon-like monsters. These monsters are of a higher level, and there are even a few elite-level monsters among them. It is conceivable that if these flying monsters come to Xingshou Village will completely cease to exist. Captain, I'll save you. Xiao Lingfeng first focused on Wang Lu at the back, and quickly came to Wang Lu's side with a quick shadow step. Then, Xiao Lingfeng struck out with a palm. The ice-blue giant python's body flew out directly, lifeless. None of the members of the patrol team realized what had just happened. Captain, you go first. I am now a Taoist realm warrior. Leave these monsters to me to deal with. You go first and help the villagers enter the shelter. Xiao Lingfeng's spiritual energy shook, and the wave of monsters slowed down significantly. Logically speaking, after a Taoist realm warrior releases his spiritual power, the slave-level monsters will instinctively move around. But now after Xiao Lingfeng released his spiritual power, these monsters were still running towards Xingshou Village. There is only one explanation, and that is that behind these monsters, there is a more powerful and terrifying monster that allows them to come and clear the way. They have no choice but to move forward risking their lives. Moreover, there are elite-level monsters in mid-air. There is only one explanation for opening the way for elite-level monsters to not fear life and death. That is, after this wave of Warcraft, there will be the participation of general-level Warcraft. Then be careful. Wang Lu also knew that he was just a burden if he stayed, so he said. Then he led a group of patrol members back to Xingshou Village. Bang! Immediately afterwards, a huge flaming red wing spread out from behind Xiao Lingfeng. Supernatural talent, Fenji Unii. Immediately, Xiao Lingfeng stepped forward and flew into the air. The spiritual power in his body is not enough to support him to fly using the wind and cloud wings, but he can still glide and stay in the air for a short period of time. My orifice! Zhang Yu and others turned around and saw Xiao Lingfeng suddenly spreading his wings and flying towards the monster in midair, and couldn't help but curse. How long has it been? Xiao Lingfeng can go to heaven? Is this a Taoist realm warrior? It's really terrifying. A bat monster discovered Xiao Lingfeng, opened its mouth and screamed. It's a pity that Xiao Lingfeng's ears couldn't hear its cry at all. It can only be seen from its expression that it seems to be notifying its companions to attack Xiao Lingfeng together. These eagle monsters look like owls. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the group of monsters in mid-air and thought to himself. Xiao Lingfeng's right hand was empty, and the ancient mysterious ruler appeared in his hand. Because the ancient mysterious ruler weighed 1,000 kilograms, Xiao Lingfeng almost lost his balance and fell from mid-air. Fortunately, he reacted in time and finally did not embarrass himself in public. Crack the earth and cover the sea. Xiao Lingfeng swung out one foot, and his spiritual power exploded. It brought out a terrifying airwave and rolled towards the bat monsters and owls. Some of the lower-level monsters in the front were directly knocked to death by Xiao Lingfeng and fell from mid-air. The other surviving flying monsters did not fly in the direction of Xingqiu village, but instead attacked Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng took a breath and condensed a flame orb in his hand. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Lingfeng threw the flame orb towards the ground. Bang! The flame orb exploded, forming a sea of fire. Mysterious fire technique. Under Xiao Lingfeng's deliberate control, the sea of fire gradually formed a tall wall of fire. All monsters that want to cross the firewall will be entangled in flames like tarsal maggots and burned alive. Frozen sky eyes. Immediately afterwards, a vertical eye appeared between Xiao Lingfeng's eyebrows, and a cold light passed by. The monsters wherever he looked were all wrapped in ice, and their bodies were smashed towards the ground. With fire. Xiao Lingfeng shouted softly, and a red flame suddenly ignited on the ancient mysterious ruler in his hand. With the ability to control flames blessed by the mysterious fire technique, Xiao Lingfeng can use his magical talents like arms and fingers. The magical talents that Xiao Lingfeng originally did not dare to use can now be used freely without worrying about affecting himself. Crack the earth and cover the sea. Xiao Lingfeng swung out a foot, and a huge shadow of the foot appeared, accompanied by scorching blue flames. With a one-foot sweep, those weak monsters were instantly killed. Even the most powerful elite-level monsters were seriously injured and fell straight to the ground. Xiao Lingfeng slowly landed on the ground and retracted his Fengyun wings. The continuous use of so many magical talents was very taxing on him. Xiao Lingfeng stabilized his body as a continuing yuan pill entered his mouth. At the same time, Xiao Lingfeng threw 2 more flame orbs, blocking the way of all the monsters. With the power of Taoist realm warriors, these slave-level monsters are simply seeking their own death. What's going on with this wave of monsters? Xiao Lingfeng frowned and said doubtfully. Behind these slave-level monsters, Xiao Lingfeng did not see any other monsters. It seems that this wave of Warcraft only has so many Warcraft. No, the wave of Warcraft should not only have this few Warcraft. Xiao Lingfeng gradually realized that something was wrong, and controlled the flames to destroy all the monsters. During this period, Zi Shaoling ran out. When she saw the corpses of monsters everywhere, she couldn't help but take a breath of air. With so many monsters, it would take a lot of effort for her to deal with them. But looking at Xiao Lingfeng's appearance now, the latter seems to still have a lot of energy left. Zi Shaoling didn't know that Xiao Lingfeng could still stand now. It was entirely because he took the Xu Yuan pill, otherwise Xiao Lingfeng would be lying on the ground now. Junior brother, you killed so many monsters by yourself? Zi Shaoling asked. Otherwise, is there another person who can help me? Xiao Lingfeng said, Senior sister, this wave of monsters is not simple. Logically speaking, the strongest of these monsters is elite level. Logically speaking, slave-level monsters would not dare to approach Taoist realm warriors. The only explanation is that behind these monsters, there is a beyond the elite level, there will probably be a general level monster after this. Ah. Zi Shaoling glanced at the corpses of monsters everywhere, nodded, and said, I'm going to tell my dad about the wave of monsters appearing nearby and ask him to send people over for support. Then thank you, senior sister. Xiao Lingfeng said gratefully. Then, Xiao Lingfeng devoured the corpses of monsters everywhere. After devouring all the monster corpses everywhere, Xiao Lingfeng's devouring point reached the terrifying 74,330 point. And Xiao Lingfeng's Tao seed also had a 9th line of cracks.
What Xiao Lingfeng has to do now is to let the Tao seeds sprout and take root, and step into the Tao root realm. After entering the Tao root realm, Xiao Lingfeng's physical strength will double, and every time the Tao seed takes root, his physical strength will increase by kilograms. It can be said that as long as Xiao Lingfeng's Taoism takes root, his strength will advance by leaps and bounds again.
Not only Xiao Lingfeng is like this, but ordinary warriors will also experience rapid improvement in strength after entering the Daojian realm. Take Zi Shaoling as an example.
She can take root up to 7 times in the Tao root realm, and each time the Tao seed takes root, her physical strength will increase by kilograms. It is also at this time that the advantages of multi-grain Tao species will gradually become apparent.
Because after the Zi Shaoling Dao root realm is completed and the Dao stem realm is entered, the physical strength will be doubled again. The gap between him and the warriors of low-level Taoism will further widen. Go with.
After Xiao Lingfeng devoured all the monsters, he used the mysterious fire technique to burn all the corpses of the monsters into ashes.
Because these monster corpses are no different from wild beast corpses after being devoured, they are extremely easy to burn. There are so many corpses of monsters, you just want to burn them? Zi Shaoling was a little angry and shouted, "With so many corpses, we can sell them for a lot of money. If it doesn't burn, it will block the road."
Xiao Lingfeng shrugged and said. He was mainly afraid that others would discover that such a large number of monster corpses would all turn into beast corpses. After all the corpses of the monsters were burned to ashes, only the magic cores were left everywhere. Even though the magic cores were very rare, there were now more than 50 magic cores. Although the quality is not high, it can still be sold at a high price. The most important thing is that Xiao Lingfeng can also swallow the magic core to improve his cultivation. However, the level of these magic cores was too low, and Xiao Lingfeng did not intend to devour them. He planned to sell them to fill his wallet when the time came.
"Senior sister, how is the situation at the shelter?" Xiao Lingfeng asked while picking up the magic core.
"Most of the villagers have passed by.
What makes me curious is your principal. He actually has a communication watch. Just now I saw him using the communication watch to send messages." Zi Shaoling also helped Xiao Lingfeng pick up the magic core and said, "The principal also has a communication watch?"
Xiao Lingfeng was surprised when he heard this.
When I think of it, the principal's name is Ziruyu, and Zi Shaoling's father is named Zirulong.
With such a high similarity in names, it would be difficult not to suspect that Ziruyu is from Jinlan City.
And according to the general routine, Ziruyu is probably the kind of big boss who hides himself in the city.
What's more, in the past, Xingshou Village High School could only be run with funds from the Taishian Sword Academy. The awakening capsules used by the students were also donated by the Taishian Sword Academy. Xiao Lingfeng didn't think about this at all before, but now he does.
Hiss. Ziruyu is probably from the Zi family.
And he is also Zi Shaoling's uncle.
As for why Ziruyu was in Xingshou Village, Xiao Lingfeng didn't know. "Senior sister, tell me, could our principal be from your Zi family?" "His name is Ziruyu." Xiao Lingfeng asked tentatively. "Impossible. If he is really from the Zi family, how could I not know about it?"
"I have read the genealogy, and there is no such person as Ziruyu in the genealogy."
Zi Shaoling shook her head. "Ah." Xiao Lingfeng nodded, becoming even more curious.
After the two packed up the magic core, they returned to Xingshou Village together. As soon as Xiao Lingfeng crossed the fence, he saw the patrol heading here.
"I have solved this wave of monsters." Xiao Lingfeng waved. "What? Solved?"
All patrol members were shocked.
How long had they been gone? Xiao Lingfeng killed so many monsters by himself? Is this the terrifying thing about a strong person in the Taoist realm?
Then, everyone walked towards the underground shelter. No one noticed that a small black shadow above the clouds was flying towards the Balan Mountains.
Trumpet deep in the Balan Mountains, there is a blue pool. A petite black shadow fell from the sky and got into it.
Around the deep pool, there is a group of magical beasts lurking. If there are warriors there, they will definitely scream in surprise.
Because the monsters here are all elite level monsters. And the levels are all above level 4. This kind of strength would be a big disaster no matter which human town it appeared in. If the village comes to face these monsters, it will be a disaster. It's very possible that a villager can become a refugee overnight. The next step was to flee all the way to the outskirts of the town to seek shelter. Gollum! Bubbles suddenly appeared in the calm blue pool. With the sound of water breaking, a black dragon figure emerged from the blue pool. This black dragon has a head like a crocodile, with a horn on top, 2 legs under its belly, and its body is covered with shiny black scales. The body size is tens of meters in size. After emerging from the blue pool, it overlooks everything around it. As for its level, it is a terrifying second-level general. Corresponding to the second change of the soul phase state of the strong human race, the soul pool change. The black crocodile dragon roared, and all the elite monsters around it trembled, not daring to move. It probably means, a Taoist realm warrior came out of that person's village and killed all the slaves. Which of you will kill that warrior? It didn't take long before several elite monsters were ordered to go to Shinsho village. The black crocodile dragon winked at the little black bird beside him, and the little black bird immediately flew into the clouds, following these elite monsters in the sky. After that, the black crocodile dragon turned around and got back into the bittern. The area was also quiet again. Shinsho village, underground shelter. As the saying goes, take precautions before they happen. The facilities in the underground shelter are all available, and there are no problems with water storage and power supply. In the early stages of the design, a demand plan was drawn up that was sufficient to support all villagers to survive inside for a week, so short-term evacuation was not a problem at all. 1 week is enough for the villagers of Shinsho village to wait for the rescue from Jinlan City. At this time, the underground shelter was already crowded with people. After all, it is a place that provides short-term refuge, and the conditions may not be very good in all aspects. But when a shelter is really needed, who can take care of so many? At the entrance at this time, Ziruyu was standing there. Wearing a crisp suit and gold-rimmed glasses, he looked elegant. At such times, be patient in times of crisis. At first glance, you can tell that Ziruyu is someone who has experienced strong winds and waves. My principle is definitely not simple. Xiao Lingfang looked at Ziruyu and thought to himself. At the same time, Xiao Lingfang also used an identification magic power towards Ziruyu. Purple as jade, no cultivation, principal of Shinsho Village High School. Ziruyu's information appeared in Xiao Lingfang's mind. This was all information that Xiao Lingfang already knew. No? System, are you kidding me? Our principal is calm in the face of danger and doesn't even take a breath. His name is so similar to Zirulong. He looks like a powerful person at first glance. How could he not have any cultivation? Xiao Lingfang said in disbelief. Ding dong, the identification target person Ziruyu currently has no cultivation level. The system gave a reply. Hiss, impossible, I don't believe it. Xiao Lingfang did not believe in evil and used his magical power several times to identify Ziruyu. Judging from Ziruyu's name and background, Ziruyu is probably the boss who opens a trumpet and comes to Novice Village to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. How is it possible that there is no cultivation? If Ziruyu is really an ordinary person with no cultivation, how to explain the rule that Taishan Sword Academy allocates money to Shinsho Village High School every year, and every year the 2 major forces in Jinlan City recruit 3 disciples in Shinsho Village? How could Ziruyu do all this if she didn't have some background strength? Purple as jade, no cultivation, principal of Shinsho Village High School. Purple as jade, no cultivation. Xiao Lingfang used his magical powers several times in succession, but Ziruyu's description did not change at all. Xiao Lingfang just stared at Ziruyu, trying to figure out why. Ziruyu was stared at by Xiao Lingfang, and she said, Lingfeng, why are you looking at me? Principal, are you from the Z family in Jinlan City, or are you a big shot in the Soul Realm or something? Xiao Lingfang thought about it and came up with this guess. What soul state? Ziruyu frowned slightly, looking puzzled. Zi Shaoling patted Xiao Lingfang and said, Junior brother, are you thinking too much? How can the uncle of the principal be a strong person in the soul state? He is just an ordinary person without cultivation. It shouldn't be. If our principal is not a powerful boss, then why does Jinlan City support Xingqiu Village so much? Xiao Lingfeng was puzzled and asked, "Sister, do you know the answer to this question?" "I don't know, I haven't heard about it, but from what you said, it seems that Jinlan City really takes good care of Xingqiu Village." Zi Shaoling shook her head and said, "Oh, by the way. Principal, if you are not from the Z family in Jinlan City, how do you explain the communication watch on your hand? This thing costs at least $1 million. Xiao Lingfeng caught a glimpse of the communication watch on Ziruyu's wrist out of the corner of his eye, and suddenly he had an idea and said, "This is a gift from the Lord's Palace of Jinlan City to me to contact Jinlan City for rescue." Ziruyu explained, "Xiao Lingfeng, after you graduated, your body has become stronger and more mature, especially your imagination has become much richer. As the principal, I am very pleased. Low EQ, you must be sick. High emotional intelligence, the imagination is much richer, which is very gratifying." Xiao Lingfeng looked at Ziruyu for a while, then looked back awkwardly. Could it be that he really misunderstood Ziruyu and that Ziruyu was really an ordinary person? If that was really the case, wouldn't his behavior just now be so weird? "Lingfeng, are you okay?" Xiao Lingfeng heard Zhang Ye's call from afar. Looking for the reputation, I saw Zhang Ye squeezing through the thick crowd and rushing towards this side. However, the next moment, a blue vein popped up on Xiao Lingfeng's forehead, and his spiritual power exploded. The expressions of Ziruyu and Zi Shaoling beside him changed, and they didn't know why Xiao Lingfeng suddenly exploded. "Come here for me." Xiao Lingfeng rushed into the crowd, grabbed the young man's arm with one hand, and pulled him out. "Where were you touching just now?" Xiao Lingfeng pushed the young man to the ground and said angrily. All the surrounding villagers dispersed voluntarily, for fear of being affected by Xiao Ling's storm. Although they are ordinary people without any cultivation, they can also see that Xiao Lingfeng is not easy to mess with. "Ouch, brother, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time," the young man said with a ferocious expression. The reason for Xiao Lingfeng's sudden rage was simple. It was because Zhang Ye was walking through the crowd just now. This kid took the opportunity to grab Zhang Ye's chest. It would be fine if it was unintentional. Xiao Lingfeng could turn a blind eye. After all, it was not intentional. But this young man clearly did it on purpose. This scene made Xiao Lingfeng unable to bear it. "Do you want another time?" Xiao Lingfeng said. No, the young man shook his head repeatedly and tried to escape from Xiao Lingfeng's hands, but he couldn't move at all. "Boy, didn't I just touch your girlfriend? Why are you so angry? Besides, your girlfriend is so beautiful and deserves to be touched." Another young man came out, glanced at Zhang Ye frivolously, and said, obviously he was in the same group as the young man on the ground. Xiao Lingfeng raised his head and glanced at the man coldly. The murderous look in his eyes made the man tremble all over, and he didn't even dare to breathe. Zi Shaoling walked to Zhang Ye and looked at the frivolous young man with the same cold eyes. The movement here quickly attracted the attention of the patrol team. Zhang Yu and others rushed over as soon as they noticed the movement here. "What happened?" Zhang Yu looked at Xiao Lingfeng and others, frowned and asked. With that said, a group of patrol members separated a few people. "You ask this gangster what he did." Xiao Lingfeng straightened his sleeves and said. After seeing the patrol team members coming, he couldn't get angry, otherwise he would not give face to people like Zhang Yu. "What the hell did you do?" Zhang Yu asked. "You have to make the decision for us. This guy just pressed me to the ground for no reason and wanted to beat me." The young man was the first to complain, crying. It felt like he was bullied by Xiao Lingfeng. "Don't talk nonsense." Zi Shaoling shouted angrily, "Obviously it's you who is dishonest and bullies Sister Xiaoya. That's why Junior brother is so angry." "Sister, is that really the case?" Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Ye doubtfully and asked. Zhang Ye pursed her lips and nodded. Then, Zhang Yu was stunned and opened his mouth wide. Then he rubbed his eyes, as if he thought he had seen it wrong. Sister, your face? Zhang Yu said in surprise. Ling Feng cured me. Zhang Yu whispered, lowered her head and came to Qiu Lingfeng's side, obviously not used to the eyes of others. You are awesome. Ling Feng. Zhang Yu said excitedly. Zhang Yu's face could be restored to its original state, and his cousin was also very happy. Then, Zhang Yu looked at the two young men angrily and said, You two dare to touch my sister? Sister? The two young men were stunned, especially the young man who took action. I never thought that I could catch a relative of a patrol member just by grabbing a handful to satisfy my cravings. The consequences are much more serious than imagined. No, it's not like that. You listen to my explanation. The young man was obviously panicked and said. Come with me. How could Zhang Yu care so much? As a second-level martial artist in Tongmai realm, he stretched out his hand to lift the two young men and they were pulled over by him. Those two people shouldn't be in any danger, right? Zhang Yu said worriedly. Sister Xiuya, people like that should be taught a long lesson. Who told them to be mean? Qiu Lingfeng curled his lips and said dissatisfied. That's it. Zi Shaoling echoed from the side. By the way, Lingfeng, how is it outside now? Zhang Yu asked. I have already dealt with the monster wave. The specific situation will have to be seen after the sun rises tomorrow morning. Qiu Lingfeng replied. Have you solved the wave of monsters? Zi Ruyu said in surprise from one side. Ah. Qiu Lingfeng nodded slightly. With his Taoist realm cultivation and various magical powers, it is really not difficult to deal with the wave of slave-level monsters. It's just that the consumption is huge. Without the Yuan continuing pill, Qiu Lingfeng may not be able to stand up now. Then, Qiu Lingfeng and Zi Shaoling, led by Zhang Yu, found Zhang Daniu. At this time, Zhang Daniu was still sleeping on the ground in a daze, obviously very drunk. Originally, Qiu Lingfeng was a little drunk, but because of the emergence of the monster wave, he used his spiritual power to resolve the alcohol. Qiu Lingfeng sat down cross-legged, and the sounds of discussion from the surrounding villagers could be heard. Most of the discussion was about this Warcraft wave. Sister Xiuya, do you want to go to Jinlan City with me this time? Now I have the ability to buy a house in Jinlan City, so that you and Uncle Zhan will be safer. Qiu Lingfeng came up with this idea after listening to the conversations of the surrounding villagers, and said. Zhang Yu shook her head and said, Uncle Zhang and I are just ordinary people. Why are we going to Jinlan City? Moreover, going there will distract you from taking care of you. If it delays your cultivation, how can you give me peace of mind? But I always have an uneasy feeling in my heart. Only after you and Uncle Zhan go to Jinlan City can I feel more at ease. Qiu Lingfeng frowned and said, Sister Xiuya, please come with me to Jinlan City this time. Sister Xiuya, just go. Otherwise, if junior brother misses you, he will have to come back from Jinlan City thousands of miles away, which will delay his cultivation even more. Zi Shaoling said. In fact, she was a bit selfish in doing so. After all, she couldn't always return to the village with Qiu Lingfeng. Only when Zhang Yu was in Jinlan City could she keep an eye on him. Seeing Zi Shaoling speaking like this, Zhang Yu hesitated for a long time and finally nodded. Then when your Uncle Zhang wakes up, I will discuss it with him. It is good. Qiu Lingfeng nodded. For the next time, Qiu Lingfeng closed his eyes to rest and check the system. His current devouring points are as high as 330 points. If this is not used to improve a wave of strength, it is completely wasted. System, mysterious fire technique, please fill it up for me. Qiu Lingfeng hesitated for a moment and chose to maximize the Xuanhua technique. Ding dong, the host spent 9,000 devouring points to master the first level of the middle-grade martial art mysterious fire technique and completed his training. Ding dong, mysterious fire technique has been upgraded to the high-grade martial art resisting flame seal, and the training progress is January 30th. Every level of resisting flame seal practiced will consume devouring points. The system sounded a prompt. Qiu Lingfeng almost died on the spot. How? This mysterious fire technique is endless, right? He has reached the TH level of cultivation and he has automatically advanced to a high-level martial skill? The key is to become a top-grade martial skill. There are 30 levels in total, and one level requires devouring points. How can there be such a bad martial arts skill? The top-grade martial arts purchased directly from the system mall are cheap and only cost devour points to master one level. System, you are so cruel. Just give me the Matryoshka doll, but you still charge such a high price. Xiao Lingfeng said through gritted teeth. If the system were a living person, he would definitely want to bite off a few pieces of the opponent's flesh to satisfy his hatred. With more than 6 devouring points left, Xiao Lingfeng bought devouring points in one go to use the elixir to improve his cultivation, Yunling Dan. The price of the second level elixir in the system mall is reasonable, only costing devouring points. Therefore, Xiao Lingfeng bought 200 spirit acquiring pills. Xiao Lingfeng kept the remaining 5,330 devouring points for later use. One pill of Yunling pill can last 7 days of hard training for a Taoist warrior. 200 spirit accumulating pills can be worth more than 4 years of training time. The only pity is that you can take up to 5 pills of this Yunling pill a day. If you take more, Xiao Lingfeng's body will not be able to bear the power of the medicine. That's right, this wave of monsters gave me a lot of treasures. Xiao Lingfeng looked at the 200 spirit accumulating pills in his portable space and said excitedly. With these spirit accumulating pills, he does not need to worry about his cultivation resources in the Daoling realm for the time being. Taking 5 spirit acquiring pills every day can make his strength increase by leaps and bounds. The Z family in Jinlan City. A middle-aged man saw a distress message on the screen in front of him. He slowly closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before speaking. Come here, pass my order and send 10 Taoist third-level warriors to Xingqiu village. Yes. Patriarch. A servant took the order and left the room. The recent wave of Warcraft seems to appear very frequently. Has a powerful Warcraft appeared? The head of the Z family whispered. The shape is guarded outside the village. Several terrifying elite-level monsters appeared here, and they were all 4th-level elites. After the patrol members on Sentinel discovered the figures of these monsters, they hurriedly ran to the underground shelter to report the situation. Are there another monsters here? And they look very difficult to deal with? Xiao Lingfeng listened to the broadcast from the underground shelter and glanced at Zi Shaoling, only to see her nodding slightly. Without any further hesitation, the two stood up. Sister Xiaoya, please pay attention to safety here. If anything happens, call the patrol team. Senior sister and I will go out to see those monsters. Xiao Lingfeng said. Now in the entire Xingqiu village, he and Zi Shaoling are the only ones capable of dealing with elite-level monsters. Well, hurry up and come back. Zhang Ye nodded and said. The two of them left the underground shelter without hesitation and rushed towards the entrance of the village. Looking at the 3 huge monsters in the distance, the two of them felt their breathing stagnant. 2 wolf-shaped monsters and 1 pig-shaped monster, both are terrifying 4th-level elites. The swift-winged wolf, the 4th-level elite monster, the giant-toothed pig, the 4th-level elite monster, spiked wolf, a 4th-level elite monster. Xiao Lingfeng narrowed his eyes. Are they all tier elite monsters? Although Xiao Lingfeng only has a % chance of winning when he bullies warriors and monsters of the same level, this does not mean that Xiao Lingfeng does not have the ability to fight against the same level. Oops, the auras of these monsters are stronger than ours. We may be defeated this time. After Zi Shaoling noticed the aura of these monsters, her face changed slightly and she said. Xiao Lingfeng nodded. Zi Shaoling is definitely no match for these 4th-level monsters, but he is not necessarily sure. Sister, you have to be careful. Xiao Lingfeng said, and then used the shadow step, throwing away Zi Shaoling and attacking 3 4th-level elite monsters alone. The huge ancient mysterious ruler suddenly appeared in his hand. Attach fire, Xiao Lingfeng shouted softly, and the ancient mysterious ruler was filled with scorching flames. Ow! Gale Swift Wolf discovered that Xiao Lingfeng was just a small Taoist realm warrior, and he dared to step forward to challenge them, a group of 4th-level elite monsters. He roared suddenly, and sprayed out a huge whirlwind from his mouth, in which the strong wind seemed to be able to cut everything. The hair on one side of the sharp wolf gradually turned into a metallic color, and the huge fangs in its mouth also turned into a metallic color, biting towards Qiu Lingfeng. The giant-toothed pig's hair lit up with red lines, and then its fat forelimbs were seen slamming down towards the ground. The ground suddenly set off ripples like ocean waves, pouring towards Qiu Lingfeng. "Junior brother, be careful." Zi Xiaoling's expression changed and she shouted hurriedly. At the same time, she also hurriedly used her body and martial arts skills to catch up with Qiu Lingfeng. Giant Claw Qiu Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged, and he activated his magical power, the Giant Claw. The physical strength instantly increased from 15 kilograms to 16 kilograms, a terrifying strength of nearly kilograms. This power is enough for Qiu Lingfeng to compete with the 5th level Daoling warrior. What's more, there are only 3-tier elite monsters in front of you. Crack the earth and cover the sea. Qiu Lingfeng's 6 movements came out at once, and 6 huge shadows rushed towards the 3 4th level monsters with scorching fire. The wind whirlpool was defeated by Qi Ying, the waves on the ground were cut off abruptly, and the sharp wolf that was biting was directly knocked away. This scene directly stunned Zi Xiaoling. Even the 3 level 4 elite monsters were stunned. A Taoist realm warrior could not lose in the first round against 3 4th level elite monsters? Qiu Lingfeng dragged the ancient mysterious ruler and slowly walked towards the 3 magical beasts. These 3 monsters did not launch a counterattack immediately. It was obvious that he was stunned by the scene just now. Roar, the sharp wolf bared its teeth, had a fierce look on its face, and let out a deep roar, waiting for an opportunity to move. The swift wind wolf was walking back and forth not far away, also waiting for an opportunity to take action. The giant-toothed pig scratched the ground with its front hooves, and then its huge body rushed towards Qiu Lingfeng. The giant-toothed pig is 3 to 4 meters in size, weighs 4 to 5 tons, and can reach a speed of at least 80 kilometers per hour. Even if Qiu Lingfeng is a Taoist realm warrior, if it is hit, it will be a disaster. The ground shook when the giant-toothed pig ran. Flash? Obviously not possible. Because the sharp wolf and the swift wind wolf were preparing to attack when he was dodging, if he chose to dodge, he would definitely be attacked by one of the 2. By then, he will be in dire straits. Frozen sky eyes. A vertical eye appeared between Qiu Lingfeng's eyebrows, and a cold light passed by. The figure of the giant-toothed pig was only frozen for a short moment before it resumed action. The speed did not slow down, and it was still rushing towards Qiu Lingfeng. The difference in cultivation level is too big, which makes Qiu Lingfeng unable to freeze the giant-toothed pig in front of him. It seems we can only resist forcefully. Qiu Lingfeng made up his mind, used his giant claws again, and his physical strength increased again. Then Qiu Lingfeng struck down with one foot, crack the earth and cover the sea. Bang! The giant-toothed pig's head collided with the ancient mysterious ruler, making a deafening impact. At the same time, Qiu Lingfeng's body was shaken, and his hands felt numb, and he almost failed to grasp the ancient mysterious ruler. The ground beneath his feet was also plowed into 2 long ravines. Immediately afterwards, Qiu Lingfeng felt a huge impact pouring into his body, causing blood and energy to surge throughout his body, and his face turned red instantly. Using his spiritual power, Qiu Lingfeng barely suppressed the surging energy and blood in his body, then raised the ancient mysterious ruler with red eyes and smashed it with all his strength. Bang! There was another loud noise, and the giant-toothed pig's head was smashed into the ground by him. Although blood slowly flowed from the top of the giant-toothed pig's head, Qiu Lingfeng knew that its life was still not in danger. The skull of the giant-toothed pig was very hard, otherwise it would not have been able to charge in so recklessly. If the ancient mysterious ruler were not hard enough, I am afraid that the ancient mysterious ruler would have been damaged by the impact just now. Roar! The sharp wolf and the swift wind wolf seized the opportunity and rushed towards Qiu Lingfeng, trying to kill him with one blow. But how could Qiu Lingfeng give them this chance? From the very beginning, Qiu Lingfeng had been paying attention to the 2 evil wolves that were eyeing him. Frozen sky eyes. A cold light flashed from Qiu Lingfeng's eyebrows. Although he could only freeze the 2 wolves for a short moment. But for Qiu Lingfeng now, this time is enough. Royal flame seal divine flame burning the sky. Royal flame seal divine flame burning the sky. A loud shout sounded.
I saw a flame orb condensed on the palm of Qiu Lingfeng's hand. The next moment, the ice on the two wolves melted, and their bodies continued to rush towards Qiu Lingfeng.
Burst! Qiu Lingfeng shouted loudly.
The flame orb in his hand exploded instantly, and a sea of flames filled the sky. And these flames, once contaminated, are like maggots on the tarsal bones, unable to be extinguished, and can only resist until the moment the flames burn out.
The positions of these monsters just now were not dense enough.
If Qiu Lingfeng suddenly used the divine flame to burn the sky, they would probably be dodged out of the way. And these monsters will also be wary, and it will be very difficult for him to succeed again. Therefore, from the beginning, Qiu Lingfeng was setting up a trap, waiting for the three monsters to gather together before using this magical talent.
And Qiu Lingfeng himself is the bait, used to attract three elite monsters to gather together.
Although the flame control seal is a little trickier, the effect is indeed much better than the mysterious fire technique. If he had not mastered the flame control seal, Qiu Lingfeng would not have dared to directly detonate the flame orb in his hand. At least he had to throw it out and then detonate it, otherwise he wouldn't be able to control the flames from burning himself. The bodies of these three monsters are covered with a lot of hair.
Once the flames start burning, it will be heartbreaking pain, and every second will be torture.
After detonating the flame orb, Qiu Lingfeng used Shadow Step and dodged away from the battle circle. At the same time, Qiu Lingfeng also hurriedly bought a yuan sustaining pill from the system mall, drank it in one gulp, and finally fell to the ground from exhaustion without any shame.
Call! Qiu Lingfeng let out a long breath, and Zi Shaoling, who was not far away and originally wanted to come over to support, was stunned. What did she just see? A junior fellow in the Taoist realm, how could he fight against 3 4th level elite monsters alone without losing? This is too handsome. Junior brother, why are you so strong? Zi Shaoling ran to Qiu Lingfeng's side and said excitedly. Sister, please stay away, these monsters are still very dangerous. Qiu Lingfeng said, the 4th level elite monster is very troublesome to deal with. It is much stronger than me.
Oh, Zi Shaoling nodded and obediently retreated to a distance. If Qiu Lingfeng asked Zi Shaoling to retreat before, Zi Shaoling would definitely run away in anger.
How could she, a majestic Daojian realm warrior, hide behind a Dao Seed realm warrior? But now,
Qiu Lingfeng turned out to be stronger than she imagined, so she could only hide behind and watch the show. After Zi Shaoling walked away, Qiu Lingfeng's eyes focused on the three monsters again. At this time, the three monsters were covered in blazing flames, and their bodies were vaguely visible through the firelight.
He hasn't fallen down yet. The vitality of the 4th level elite monsters is too terrifying.
Unless Qiu Lingfeng has the ability to kill them with one strike, it will be difficult to kill them all at once. The flames gradually extinguished, and the bodies of the three monsters were already riddled with holes. It was unbearable to look at them, and there was even a smell of meat floating on their bodies. The vitality is really tenacious, and I won't die even if I do this. Qiu Lingfeng couldn't help but said in surprise, and at the same time he became more cautious. Although these three monsters have not fallen down now, they have been seriously injured and will not die soon. Giant Claw, a ruler that splits the earth and covers the sea. Qiu Lingfeng fell 1 foot, and the three-headed monsters were at the end of their crossbows and could only counterattack hastily. But Qiu Lingfeng's attack was obviously more powerful than they imagined. The bodies of the three monsters flew backwards for tens of meters, and finally landed with a crash. The two evil wolves were killed on the spot, leaving only a giant-toothed pig with a thick head and thick flesh that was still alive. Humph! The giant-toothed pig let out a low roar and struggled to get up from the ground, but was unable to get up from the ground at all. Qiu Lingfeng took advantage of the victory and pursued it. He moved several feet forward and finally smashed the giant-toothed pig's head into flowers, completely cutting off its vitality. After killing the three monsters, Qiu Lingfeng sat down on the ground exhausted, breathing heavily. System, devour it for me. Qiu Lingfeng drank lightly. All three monsters were devoured by the system, directly increasing the number of devouring points by. Qiu Lingfeng also mastered a new magical talent, Fire Wind Blade. The Gale Blade is the magical power of the Swift Wind Wolf,
which can condense the power of the wind to form a wind blade, causing lethality. Zi Shaoling ran over and helped Xiao Lingfeng up. "Sister, please help me see if these monsters have magic cores." Xiao Lingfeng asked. "It is good." Zi Shaoling nodded, raised his sword and gutted the three-headed monster. Taking advantage of this little time, Xiao Lingfeng also checked the Tao seeds in his body. After devouring 3 4th-level elite monsters, the spiritual power in his body became more and more active. This means that his Tao seed is about to sprout. After taking 5 spirit-acquiring pills tomorrow, I should be able to enter the Tao root realm. Xiao Lingfeng's eyes lit up and he thought excitedly. After entering the Tao root realm, his physical strength will double. Moreover, every time a root is born in the Tao root realm, the physical strength will increase by kilograms. "Junior brother, I have an earth magic core and a wind magic core." Zi Shaoling walked over with 2 still steaming magic cores in her hands. The market value of the magic cores of the 4th-level elite monsters is almost 400 million. 2 of them are nearly million. "Junior brother, you can make a lot of money now," Zi Shaoling said excitedly. "Ah." Xiao Lingfeng took the magic core, hesitated for a while, handed the earth magic core to Zi Shaoling, and said, "Senior sister, please help me take care of this magic core. Then we will split it. As for the other magic core, I have other uses." "It is good." Zi Shaoling nodded and did not shirk. "System, swallow this magic core for me," Xiao Lingfeng said. With this magic core, why should he wait until tomorrow to break through? He always feels that today's wave of Warcraft and the 3 elite Warcraft are not simple, so he can break through a little while his cultivation level is now. Ding dong, the host has successfully devoured the 4th-level Wind Element Elite Magic Core. The system sounded a prompt. The Tao seed in Xiao Lingfeng's body burst out with majestic spiritual power. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Lingfeng's body surface absorbed spiritual energy uncontrollably. It flowed into his body along his limbs and bones, and poured in from the cracks above the Tao seed. Gurgling spiritual power spurted out, and then 9 slender white tree roots emerged from the crack and took root in Xiao Lingfeng's dantian. Then, a stream of spiritual power fed back from the Tao seed nourished Xiao Lingfeng's whole body and strengthened his physical body. A lifetime of Tao roots. Physical strength has reached 11 kilograms. If Xiao Lingfeng was allowed to fight against the 3 elite monsters again at this time, Xiao Lingfeng will definitely end the battle much more relaxed than before. Cool. Feeling the rapid improvement of physical strength, Xiao Lingfeng also felt a sense of relief. Zi Shaoling, who was beside him, was so surprised that she was speechless. As a Daojian realm warrior, she understood very well what was going on with the sudden burst of spiritual energy absorbing power that Xiao Lingfeng's body had just now. That is a vision caused by the seed of Tao taking root. At this moment, Zi Shaoling no longer knew how to describe her mood. To know. She has just entered the Tao root realm not long ago, and now she has only been in the Tao root realm for a lifetime. And this was only achieved after she came back from Xingshou village. When she went to Xingshou village, she was only a warrior with 7 levels of Taoism. How long has it been? How long has it been? Xiao Lingfeng was already on the same level as her. Lips, one thing behind the scenes, junior brother, you have been a lifelong Taoist? Zi Shaoling said in surprise, how she hoped that the scene of Xiao Lingfeng's breakthrough just now was just her imagination. That's right, I'm already on the same level as you, senior sister. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Xiao Lingfeng smiled and said. No, how long have you entered the Taoist realm? How come you can practice faster than me? Tell me, how do you practice? Zi Shaoling raised her head and put her face close to Xiao Lingfeng, as if she wanted to find out what was going on. Looking at the pretty face in front of him, Zi Shaoling's breath gently patted his face. Xiao Lingfeng couldn't help but feel his heart speeding up, and he hurriedly took a step back to avoid being noticed by Zi Shaoling. How else can I practice? Maybe it's because I practice quickly? Xiao Lingfeng shrugged and said, Senior sister, you also know that I am a very fast person in cultivation. No, did you break through the Tao root realm without cracking all the lines of the Tao seed? Zi Shaoling only had this possibility in her mind. How could a normal person crack all the lines on the Tao seed so quickly? The only explanation is that Qiu Lingfeng allowed the Tao seed to take root in advance in order to pursue a breakthrough in realm. Sister, you have to believe me, I won't do such a stupid thing. Qiu Lingfeng patted his chest and assured. Really? Zi Shaoling still couldn't believe it. It seems that I have to practice quickly, otherwise I will definitely be thrown away by you. After seeing Qiu Lingfeng's terrifying cultivation speed, Zi Shaoling suddenly said, I will go into seclusion when I return to Jinlan City this time, As a senior sister, if my realm is lower than yours, where will I put my face? Hearing this, Qiu Lingfeng was a little surprised. After knowing Zi Shaoling for so long, this was the first time that he saw Zi Shaoling make up her mind to practice seriously. The latter's talent is not bad, but because of practicing Moon Wugong, he will automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at all times to increase his cultivation, so he has been very lazy in this aspect of cultivation. If Zi Shaoling starts practicing seriously, her realm will probably improve quickly. After all, she is a warrior with 7 lines of Taoism. Also, remember, from today on, you can't break through casually. Otherwise, I will be angry. Zi Shaoling was a little worried that Qiu Lingfeng's breakthrough speed was too fast and the foundation was unstable, but she felt that a simple reminder would not be a deterrent, so after thinking hard for a while, she said, do you hear clearly? Qiu Lingfeng was stunned and said speechlessly, Senior sister, are you jealous of my breakthrough speed? Who is jealous of you? Ha! I care about you. I'm afraid that you will break through too quickly and your foundation will be unstable. Zi Shaoling stamped her feet angrily and said, while her pink fist lightly landed on Qiu Lingfeng's chest. After being hammered by Zi Shaoling without any pain, Qiu Lingfeng nodded and said, okay, I remember. Qiu Lingfeng is actually very bad. Say one thing and say another behind the scenes. Even though he had promised Zi Shaoling to slow down his practice, in fact he still couldn't stop taking the medicine. As long as 5 Yunling pills are taken every day, it can cover his 35 days of cultivation time. If he continues at this rate, in 3 days at most, he will enter the realm of the second life Dao root, which is a small realm higher than Zi Shaoling. That's good. Zi Shaoling nodded with satisfaction, and Qian Dingzuawen gave instructions, you can't break through randomly. Now you have to wait at least until I enter the second life, no, the root of the third life before you can break through. Qiu Lingfeng looked at Zi Shaoling, and his forehead darkened. Zi Shaoling said so many words of concern to him, but in the end, didn't she want his level to be higher than hers? Then, the two returned to Xingshou village together. Above the clouds, a little black bird had already remembered the battle just now and flew towards the Balan Mountains. Arriving at the underground shelter, all the villagers sat there waiting anxiously. From the broadcast just now, they heard that 3 powerful monsters were coming from outside, and they were likely to destroy the underground shelter. Ziruyu was a little surprised when she looked at Qiu Lingfeng, whose clothes were slightly dirty, at the entrance. How are the 3 monsters outside? Ziruyu asked. Other patrol members also came up, very curious. He has been killed by Junior Brother. You didn't have the chance to see it. Junior Brother was so handsome just now. He knocked those 3 monsters away with one move, Zi Shaoling excitedly recounted it to everyone. Qiu Lingfeng looked at Zi Shaoling and shook his head helplessly. Then, his eyes focused on the distance, because Zhang Ye was watching him from a distance over there. Qiu Lingfeng nodded slightly and smiled at her. Zhang Ye ran over excitedly and hugged him without saying anything. Qiu Lingfeng was stunned and hugged him. This scene fell in the eyes of everyone. Zhang Yu whistled and pulled the patrol team to boo. Zi Shaoling looked at this scene, bit her silver teeth, snorted and turned her head away, choosing to ignore it. Are the monsters outside dangerous? Zhang Ye asked in a low voice. The booing around her also made her ears feel hot, and she began to regret hugging Qiu Lingfeng. But wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if she was asked to let go now? So she could only bury her head and try not to be seen. Qiu Lingfeng was speechless about Zhang Ye's deceptive behavior, but he could only reply obediently, fortunately, those monsters are only first-level elite monsters. Their cultivation is weaker than mine, so it's not troublesome to deal with them. Zi Shaoling was about to expose Qiu Lingfeng's lie,
but after pursed her lips, she suppressed the urge to speak. If she really said it, she might be hated by Qiu Lingfang, and she didn't want that.
Your clothes are obviously torn and you still smell of burning. Why do you say it so easily? This will only make me worry about you more. Zhang Ye whispered.
Qiu Lingfang was stunned and said, "Don't worry, Sister Xiuya, I really haven't encountered any danger. Sister Xiuya, junior brother has just finished fighting and is already very tired. If you hold him for so long, it will affect his rest." Zi Shaoling said in a sour tone next to Qiu Lingfang. World of Warcraft hearing this, Zhang Ye let go of her hand in embarrassment, lowered her head and said, "Excuse me."
Fine.
Qiu Lingfang shook his head and glanced at Zi Shaoling. The latter naturally avoided his gaze, as if all this had nothing to do with her. In the following time, several people found Zhang Daniu and sat on the ground to rest. Qiu Lingfang leaned against the wall and looked at the time on his watch.
It was about 11 o'clock in the evening. I'm really tired tonight.
2 consecutive battles, even if he took the Yuan Sudan, it was a bit too much.
Moreover, it will take him longer to recover. Instant recovery of physical strength does not come without any price.
The price is that Qiu Lingfang needs to spend more time recovering his physical strength. Of course, compared to those elixirs that cause pain and make people want to die at every turn, the side effects of Shu Yuan Dan are relatively small. Most of the people in the shelter have begun to rest, only a few are still awake, and the patrol members are still patrolling carefully among the crowd.
Qiu Lingfang was really tired.
He closed his eyes and took a rest. After a while, he heard the sound of even breathing. Zi Shaoling and Zhang Ye looked at each other and then looked away. Zhang Ye silently took out a sheet from her luggage bag and covered Qiu Lingfang. Zi Shaoling raised her head and looked at the depressing atmosphere of the shelter, then she leaned against Qiu Lingfang, hugging her knees and lowering her head, and fell into a deep sleep.
This is the first time she has entered a shelter in her life.
Because the walls of Jinlan City are strong enough, they are not afraid of attacks from monsters at all. Even if Jinlan City is attacked by a wave of monsters, only the refugees hiding outside the city walls who are struggling to survive will suffer.
Bailin Mountains, in the Bitan.
When the little black bird reported the death of 3 4th-level elite monsters, all the monsters here were shocked.
The black crocodile dragon angrily hit the water surface, causing waves tens of meters high. Throat the black crocodile dragon let out a long roar and spoke human words. Did that hateful human take action back then? The intelligence of general-level monsters is not much lower than that of humans, and they can even speak human words.
Chirp, the little black bird started to explain.
The other party is just a human warrior in the first realm of Taoism?
When Black Crocodile Jiao learned the news, he was suddenly shocked. When did a Taoist realm warrior become capable of killing 3 4th-level elite monsters?
The genius of the human race? It's interesting. Unfortunately, I'm about to break through.
I can't leave here at will, and I can't enjoy the pleasure of killing the genius, the black crocodile dragon spoke.
Then, the black crocodile dragon glanced around, and all the monsters it swept away were trembling. Which of you will kill that talented young man next? The black crocodile dragon slowly spoke. However, this time no Warcraft stepped forward. After waiting for a while, the black crocodile dragon roared with a hint of anger, "What do I need from you losers?" Finally, a white fox reluctantly stood up. The level is level 6 elite.
It is the highest level magical beast here besides the black crocodile dragon.
Ha! The white fox purred twice, then left the place and headed towards Xingqiu village.
The white fox is less than 1 meter in size and easily blends into the Xingqiu village. At this time, there was no one in Xingqiu village, the doors of every house were closed tightly, and there was no light at all.
Following the breath, the white fox came to the outside of Xingqiu village high school.
When it looked in through the school gate, although it didn't see a single figure, the smell of human race was particularly strong. After searching around, no one was found.
The white fox simply stayed in the corner and waited for the human to show up. Originally, it didn't really want to come over. But,
except for it, it seemed that no other monsters dared to come over, and the black crocodile Jiao had to give it some face. After all, the black crocodile Jiao was looking directly at it at that time. If it doesn't express anything, it will probably be swallowed by the black crocodile dragon and turn into a pile of cakes tomorrow morning. Alas, it's really hard to be a monster. After opening his mouth and yawning, the white fox nestled in the corner and fell asleep. The next morning, Zi Shaoling was still asleep, but soon she realized something was wrong. She seemed to be being hugged. She looked up slightly and found that she was being hugged by Qiu Lingfeng. She blushed, closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. At this time, whoever wakes up first will be embarrassed, okay? Besides, she didn't resent being held by Qiu Lingfeng like this. Try another person and see if she dares to cut that person into a stick. Boom! After a while, Zi Shaoling heard a slight pop sound coming from Qiu Lingfeng's mouth, and was wondering what the sound was. She opened her eyes secretly, and when she saw a chain of saliva coming towards the tip of her nose little by little, her expression suddenly changed. What? Zi Shaoling screamed and slapped Qiu Lingfeng in the face. Snapped bang. At the same time as the slap sounded, Qiu Lingfeng's head hit the wall hard, making a collision sound. Qiu Lingfeng, who was still dreaming sweetly, was suddenly hit so hard that his eyes were filled with stars, and he still hadn't recovered yet. Others around him were also awakened by Zi Shaoling's screams and looked over in confusion. Zhangya, who was right next to the two, also changed her face slightly when she saw the two still hugging each other. What's the matter? Qiu Lingfeng looked at Zi Shaoling's head in his arms and said in confusion. At this time, he felt that half of his face had lost consciousness. You, why are you holding me? Zi Shaoling looked at the slap mark on Qiu Lingfeng's face and was stunned for a moment before finally finding an excuse and speaking, while breaking free from Qiu Lingfeng's arms. Seeing this scene, many people were so sleepy that they fell asleep under the covers again. Only a few good people were still watching. Senior sister, are you asleep? Didn't you wake me up in the middle of the night and say you didn't feel well, and you had to hold me in your arms to fall asleep? Qiu Lingfeng felt something dripping from the corner of his mouth, and wiped it with his hand, and said without tears. After wiping it off, he lifted it up and saw that he was bleeding from Zi Shaoling's slap. Is this senior sister of mine a little too cruel? Yes. Why don't I remember? Zi Shaoling frowned and said doubtfully. If what Qiu Lingfeng said was true, how could she not know? Could it be that she really fell asleep last night? After recalling it carefully, Zi Shaoling's face turned red. Seemingly, it was true as Qiu Lingfeng said, she was the one who let Qiu Lingfeng hold her to sleep. However, she certainly couldn't admit it. Otherwise, where would she put her face? After all, there are so many people watching around.